After the game, War of Gods and Demons, I invaded reality. The world fell into an abyss of chaos and fear. Strange beasts are rampant. Monsters are everywhere, human order has completely collapsed, and the rules of the game have become the order of reality. We humans are forced to struggle for survival in this cruel world, where strength is everything. The strong survive, and the weak perish. In my previous life, I awakened to an auxiliary profession, Alchemist. In this world full of fighting and killing, this profession seems particularly fragile. I chose to give up the pursuit of power and devoted all my energy to the growth of my childhood sister, Lynn Schercher. For 10 whole years, I worked day and night to make various magical potions for her, helping her become one of the first strong people to break through level 60 and obtain the awakening mission. However, my lack of regrets ultimately resulted in a fatal betrayal. She tore out my heart for her playboy boyfriend Su-chan, just to help Su-chan complete the awakening mission and become a strong man. When I was dying, I realized that 10 years of hard work had been rewarded with such a ruthless betrayal. I died in pain and anger, but my fate did not seem to end, and an unknown force allowed me to be reborn. In this life, I still awaken the profession of alchemist, but the difference is that I gain the ability of infinite evolution. Therefore, all the potions I brew can continue to evolve, and their effects far exceed the norm. This time, I won't depend on anyone anymore. I will use the potion in my hand to reverse my fate and reach the pinnacle of gods and demons. I am no longer the helper who devotes myself to others without regrets, but a strong person who is determined to reach the top alone. With the infinite evolutionary ability after rebirth, the potion I brew is no longer a simple recovery potion, but a terrifying force that can be infinitely amplified. I'm no longer just a pharmacist, I'm also a poison master. In a blink of an eye, I can restore 100,000 HP per second to my teammates, pulling them back from the brink of life and death. With just a flick of my hand, I can unleash a deadly poison that will cause even the most powerful gods and demons to wail in pain. The potion in my hand is a miracle, but also a destruction. The choice between life and death depends entirely on my thoughts. When countless amplifying effects surrounded me, I transformed into an invincible medicine god, and even gods and demons could only tremble in fear in front of me. I no longer succumbed to the emotional entanglements of the past, and no longer bow down to anyone. My former sister? That was just an obsession from my previous life. Now I am someone she will never be able to reach. No one in the world can bully me, humiliate me, or betray me anymore. The medicine god can make the heavens collapse and the earth split apart with a thought. My name is Lin Bei, and this is the story of my rebirth. That day, I couldn't wait to open the skill panel. Only 3 evolution points, then try evolving alchemy mastery first. I exclaimed. The biggest limitation for me in my previous life was my mastery of alchemy skills. Level 1 alchemy mastery can only refine the most basic level 1 red and blue medicines, which is too restrictive. This time, I want to see how far I can go after evolution. As the skill quality improved, the text on the panel changed. You consumed 1 evolution point, and alchemy mastery evolved to black iron level 1. Current evolution points, 2 points. I took out 3 heart-nourishing grasses from the novice gift pack from my backpack. These were all level 1 materials, perfect for trying out the new skill effects. I activated the alchemy technique and put 3 heart-nourishing grass plants into the medicine cauldron. In the previous life, a heart-nourishing plant could refine a bottle of little red medicine, which would restore 10 health points per second after use. It was a hot commodity in the early stages of the disaster. If I now have a 2x buff, that's a recovery rate of 30 points per second. If I can continue to evolve, I can't even imagine the sky-high price this potion will have. As the palm-sized medicine cauldron vibrated slightly in the air, dots of fluorescent lights lit up, and finally, the medicine condensed and took shape. Item obtained. Little red pill. Acquire evolution points. I quickly opened my backpack and checked the properties of this potion. Little red pill. After use, it will restore 30 health points to the user every second for 30 seconds. Not only is the life recovery amount doubled, but the duration is also doubled. Seeing this property, my heart is filled with fire. Keep evolving. System panel prompt. You have consumed 3 evolution points. Alchemy Mastery Black Iron 1 evolved to Black Iron 4. Current evolution points, 0 points. System panel prompt. Alchemy Mastery Black Iron 4. Level 1 currently can make potions below level 1, and the potion effect is increased by 8 times. 8 times. My eyes lit up. This is a terrifying improvement. This means that if I can continue to evolve, The effect of the potion can even be increased by 1,000 or 10,000 times. By then, the potions I brew will no longer be simple recovery products, but terrifying killing weapons. Invincible, Lin Bei, will rewrite my destiny from now on. As expected, the reborn are destined to not be able to keep a low profile. I opened my backpack and found 6 more materials in the novice gift pack. In addition to the 3 heart-nourishing grasses, there were also 3 spirit-nourishing grasses that could be used to make small blue medicines. I remember doing some research in my previous life. Using a bottle of small red medicine and spiritual herbs, I can create a confusion potion that can cause all enemies in the area to lose 10 health points per second. And now, with an 8x increase, this chaos potion can cause 80 points of damage per second. Not to mention level 1 monsters, even level 5 monsters can hardly withstand such damage per second. This is definitely a powerful tool for leveling up in the early stages of monster hunting. Start making it. I activated the alchemy technique and put the small red medicine and 2 spiritual herbs into the medicine cauldron. The medicine cauldron shook violently in the air and even made a low, muffled sound. System panel prompt. Obtained item. Chaos potion. No evolution points were obtained this time. I quickly opened my backpack and checked the properties of the chaos potion. System panel prompt. Chaos potion. After use, the area will enter a state of chaos, and all creatures will lose 80 health points per second for 40 seconds. This potion is simply a terrifying area-destroying weapon. If used properly, the efficiency of early monster spawning will be increased countless times. I said to myself, it's time to go out of town to kill monsters, level up, and collect some materials. I put the confusion potion into my backpack, changed into casual clothes, put on a hat, and walked out of the house. The streets were still bustling and people were immersed in the comfort of the nightlife, completely unaware that danger had arrived outside the city. System panel prompt. Welcome to Gods and Demons. Wish you a happy game. Current location. Ningcheng. System panel prompt. Ningcheng. Peaceful area. Monsters will not spawn in this area. It is protected by rules, and monsters will not enter the city. Players who attack other players in the peaceful area will be marked as killers, and other players who attack killers will not be punished. As soon as I walked out of the building, a familiar reminder tone rang in my ears. Just like in my previous life, the city was divided into peaceful areas, and as long as you stayed in the city, you could avoid being slaughtered by monsters. Ordinary people still lived in this false peace. I took a taxi and went to the suburbs in the east of the city. I remember there was a school here called Ningcheng No. 2 Senior Vocational School. After the school was the field area. System panel prompt. Warning. You have left the peaceful area. Entering the ruined land ahead, players will be attacked by monsters. Once they die, their lifespan will be halved. Please enter with caution. I stood at the junction of the peaceful area and the wilderness. I ignored the prompt sound, but stood still and opened the attribute panel. My memories from my previous life told me that the initial attribute of each profession is 10, and each time you level up you can gain 5 points of free attributes which you can distribute as you wish. Constitution determines health and resistance. Every 1 point of Constitution increases 10 health points and 1 point of resistance. Strength corresponds to physical attack, agility affects speed, and spirit corresponds to elemental attack and magic value. Increase Constitution by 5. I added all my free points to Constitution without hesitation. With infinite evolution to improve the quality of potions, I do not lack output, but improving physical fitness can increase my tolerance. In the codename, it should also be changed. I recalled that in 7 days the game will activate the ranking function and announce the rankings of various professionals. My name will definitely appear on the list then. Therefore, I couldn't use my real name. After thinking about it, I decided to use the codename from my previous life. Change codename. I am not the god of medicine. Codename changed successfully. Current codename. I am not the god of medicine. Can be changed after 30 days. Next, I leveled up by killing monsters, collecting materials, and making potions. When the skill evolves to the extreme, even the most ordinary venom potion can cause 1,000 or 10,000 times the damage. By then, even the strongest warrior will be reduced to ashes by my potion. I followed my memory and quickly found these herbs. These are the resource points around Ningcheng. I was already familiar with these places in my previous life. However, before I could collect the food, I had to get rid of the mutant pheasants that were scratching for food on the grass. This monster was the most common level 1 creature near Ningcheng. Although these mutant pheasants are small and look harmless, their attributes are actually twice as high as those of professionals of the same level. If you are not careful, you will be torn to pieces by these little monsters. Pull the monster first. I whispered to myself and then launched an attack. The confusion potion is an area damage, so I have to pull a few monsters over, otherwise it would be a waste to use it on just one monster. A faint light floated out from the medicine cauldron and shot towards one of the mutant pheasants at a high speed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The pheasant was attacked and immediately pounced on me. A blood bar and a red number floated out of its comb. Dash 10, 200 health points, and a normal attack only dealt 10 points of damage. I estimated in my mind that this mutant pheasant has 30 points of armor, which means that I have to hit it 21 times to deal with it. However, as long as it gets close to me, I'm afraid I won't be able to launch even 3 normal attacks before being torn into pieces. A few minutes later, I had attracted a dozen mutant pheasants. They came at me in droves, their eyes red with anger. If I were surrounded by these monsters, I would surely die instantly. Almost there. I quickly took out the confusion potion from my backpack and threw it hard behind me. My medicine bottle exploded in the air, and a large amount of gray fog spread out. The mutant pheasants were surrounded by thick fog, and a series of red damage values immediately appeared above their heads. Their health bars dropped rapidly in front of my eyes. Before they could run out of the chaotic area, their lives were quickly exhausted and they all fell to the ground. System panel prompt: kill the mutant pheasant, level 1, and gain 20 experience points. Kill the mutant pheasant, level 1, and gain 20 experience points. As the pheasants fell to the ground one by one, my experience bar rose rapidly. At the same time, several palm-sized balls of white mist appeared on the ground, emitting a faint glow. This is tradable life. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel happy. Congratulations on reaching level 3, current experience, 30. Upgraded. And there's tradable lifespan. I immediately went forward to pick it up. Although these monsters are difficult to deal with, their drop rate is much higher than other games in the previous life. 14 mutant pheasants actually dropped 6 group lifespans, which is almost a 50% drop rate. 15 days of tradable life is equivalent to the purchasing power of 30,000 yuan. I clenched my fists tightly, excited. It won't be long before these lifespans will completely replace currency and become the hard currency of the new world. I must accumulate enough lifespan and resources as soon as possible. In this life, I will never fall behind others again. I quickened my pace and started gathering herbs. After more than 10 minutes, I had collected all the herbs in the meadow, but the monsters had not yet refreshed. I simply found a big tree, sat down cross-legged, and started to make the chaos potion. As time went by, I had used up most of the herbs I had just collected, and my backpack had 18 more bottles of chaos potions and 3 new evolution points. I felt more confident and fulfilled than ever before. Just as I was about to continue, I heard a few curses faintly in the distance. Someone? I frowned slightly. Apart from me, most of the people who can become professionals at this stage are the top dignitaries in their previous lives. I crept over and saw a 3-person team besieging a level 2 mutant black scorpion. The black scorpion is huge, with a cold glow on its abdomen, and looks very dangerous. But these 3 people seem to have underestimated its strength. Their attacks could not break the black scorpion's armor at all, and each time they hit it, they could only cause 1 point of force damage. Idiots. I sneered in my heart. A group of level 1 rookies dared to challenge a level 2 elite monster. They were simply looking for death. Sure enough, after a while, the 3 of them could no longer hold on and retreated in a hurry. But their speed is no match for the black scorpion's attack power. The black scorpion suddenly rushed forward, waving its 2 huge claws, and directly emptied their health bars. I heard their screams, which soon stopped. 3 balls of white mist gathered on the ground, and the mutant black scorpion immediately pounced on them, greedily absorbing their exploded lifespan. I nodded secretly. It is indeed an elite monster. Only elite monsters below level 2 can release skills, and this mutated black scorpion is actually an elite monster. I was filled with joy. The rewards from elite monsters were generous, and there was a high chance that they would drop equipment. I couldn't miss this opportunity. I decisively took out a bottle of confusion potion and threw it at the black scorpion. The black scorpion was disturbed and immediately turned around and rushed towards me angrily. The black scorpion raised its stinger high, as if it wanted me to taste its venom. But as soon as it stepped out of the chaotic area, it fell straight to the ground. Himph! A little elite monster dares to be arrogant in front of me? I walked forward with a sneer. System panel prompt: kill the sturdy mutant black scorpion, level 2, and gain 200 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 4, current experience 5. I quickly picked up the loot dropped by the Black Scorpion, as well as the lives of the three-person team. At this time, the system panel prompts, a national announcement. I'm not the god of medicine, is the first in the country to kill the elite monster, the strong mutated Black Scorpion, and obtain the first equipment in the country, the mutated Black Scorpion's breastplate. And the national equipment ranking list has been activated. The announcement sounded in my mind, resounding across the country, and all players could hear it. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. In front of the Jianghu Tavern in Ningqing, the three-person team that had just been resurrected was preparing to contact their younger brother to pick them up. However, when the national announcement was made, they were stunned. I stood on the grass, looking at the city lights in the distance, my heart calm. This damn guy dared to take advantage of me. Don't let me find out who he is, or I will tear him apart. The warrior among the three cursed angrily, wishing he could find the person who took advantage of me immediately. I sneezed far away in the suburbs and had no idea that I was being scolded. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. After all, I was so focused on collecting herbs that I didn't even bother to deal with the monsters. Every minute is a precious opportunity for me. At the current amplification multiple, the effect is far from enough. I understand that only by constantly refining medicine, accumulating more evolution points, and constantly improving my skills can I kill powerful monsters faster and safer and gain a greater advantage. I searched the forest thoroughly without stopping for the whole night. Not only did I collect a large amount of heart-nourishing grass and soul-nourishing grass, I also accidentally found 2 level 2 materials, resurrection grass, 132 plants of heart-nourishing grass, 157 plants of spirit-nourishing grass, and 2 plants of resurrection grass. I looked at the materials piled in my backpack and felt excited. If I refine all these herbs into potions, I can get at least 5 evolution points. Adding the 3 points accumulated last night, I can make a potion with a 24-fold amplification effect. What does this mean? This means that the Chaos Potion made in the future can reach 240 damage per second. By then, even the level 5 elite monsters will not last more than a few seconds. Just as I was thinking about my next plan, there was a sudden rustling sound behind me. Without hesitation, I threw out a bottle of Confusion Potion. The source of the sound was very familiar to me. It was the mutant Black Scorpion. I killed a dozen of them last night while gathering herbs, and I remember the movements of these creatures very clearly. As my experience bar increased, the national announcement sounded again. The system panel prompted, National Announcement, I'm not the god of medicine, has been upgraded to level 5, and the level ranking list has been successfully activated. Huh? Won't the level rankings open in 7 days? I was stunned, then I reacted. It turns out that in the previous life, the ranking list was only opened on the 7th day. It was not a game setting, but because someone reached level 5 on the 7th day. This time, I opened the leaderboard in advance. Fortunately, I changed the code in advance, otherwise it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Sure enough, at this moment, the entire top circle of Ningqing was in an uproar. Those top players who claimed to be the first to change their jobs were now far behind me, and they all looked grim. No, it's impossible. We all know how powerful the monsters out there are. One person can't defeat them alone. Someone found it hard to accept this fact and said with a gloomy face. After all, every full team of them had to be extremely cautious when killing monsters. The slightest mistake would result in them being sent back to the resurrection point. And this medicine god could actually kill monsters to level 5 alone? In the wild area, the 3 people who were previously sent back to the city by the mutant Black Scorpion are now besieging a level 1 mutant pheasant. As the mutant pheasants fell to the ground, a bright light rose above their bodies. At the same time, in the wild area of Dasha Kyoto, fireballs bombarded the ground, quickly clearing the health bar of the mutant Black Scorpion. A woman in white sportswear put away her staff and picked up the items and lifespan dropped by the Black Scorpion. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would be shocked. There is actually a mage killing a level 2 monster alone. This not only means that her positioning and pulling have reached the extreme, but also shows that she is absolutely confident in her own skills. Even if ordinary people have the skills, they may not have the courage. If there were any veteran online game players present, they would definitely recognize her, Qianming. Qianming, a well-known mage player in China, known as the #1 female mage in Daxia. Countless veteran players regard her as the queen. Her operation of the mage has reached a superb level, and both her positioning and skills are perfect. However, at this moment, Qianming frowned. She glanced at the level rankings, then at her own experience bar, her pretty face full of confusion. At the same time, in another super megacity of Daxia, Demon City, A top player who also changed his job to become an alchemist was excited about his level panel. 24 times gain. I hid in a tree hole and slapped my thigh with excitement. As I expected, after the last bottle of Chaos Potion was made, I got a new evolution point as I wished. Evolve. I chose to evolve the Alchemy Mastery skill without hesitation. System panel prompt. Alchemy Mastery Bronze 1 evolves to Alchemy Mastery Bronze 2. Alchemy Mastery Bronze 2 can refine potions below level 5, gain 24 times the effect. I tried hard to suppress the excitement in my heart and quickly opened my backpack. I have 5 different Chaos Potions in my bag. Although they have the same icons and names, each potion has a different beneficial effect. I have 12 bottles of 14x boost, 8 bottles of 16x boost, 9 bottles of 18x boost, 6 bottles of 20x boost, and 9 bottles of Confusion Potion with 22x boost. Refine it again. Without any hesitation, I put all the potions into refining. After a while, all 44 bottles of Chaos Potions achieved a 24-fold gain effect after being refined. I looked at the spoils in my backpack and my heart was filled with confidence. With these potions, I can definitely reach level 10 in one day. Keep looking for monsters, I said to myself. Despite not sleeping all night, I was still energetic and quickly moved through the woods looking for a suitable target. Now, ordinary low-level monsters are not worth spending potions on for me. Only monsters above level 5, or elite monsters, are worth my use of Chaos Potions with 24x gain. Unfortunately, the wild areas in the suburbs are mostly populated by low-level monsters, and it is difficult to find targets above level 5. I simply changed my strategy and used normal attacks to lure low-level monsters. Although it is too wasteful to use only Confusion Potions on them, Confusion Potions are area damage and can kill a large group at once. System panel prompt. Congratulations on reaching level 6, current experience 18. Because the monster level is more than 3 levels lower than my profession level, the experience points will be reduced, but fortunately there are enough of these low-level monsters. Relying on the high area damage of the Chaos Potion, I quickly killed a large number of monsters, and the experience bar continued to rise rapidly. In less than an hour, I reached level 6 and collected a lot of materials and tradable lives. Just when I was about to continue looking for stronger monsters, I heard the shouts of professionals behind me, and it seemed that someone was killing monsters. I quietly approached the source of the sound and saw a monster running rampant in the woods. A look of joy immediately appeared on my face. It turned out to be an elite monster, and a level 4 elite monster at that. I really didn't expect to encounter such a strong monster in the suburbs. This also shows the danger of the wild area. You can never predict what kind of terrifying creature will suddenly appear around you. System panel prompt. Strong mutated centipede, level 4. It was a black centipede that was 2 meters long and as wide as an adult's palm. Its thick short legs grasped the ground firmly like hooks, and it was slithering through the forest like a giant python. It was chasing 2 male and 1 female professionals. Although the speed was not fast, the pressure was high. I observed for a while and found that the 3 people were not in immediate danger of life, but facing this elite monster, they obviously could not fight back and could only run away because their attacks could not break its defense at all. Don't look back and hit Roland, run quickly, the sword and shield warrior in the team shouted loudly. He was of burly build, holding a shield and a huge sword, and he was running wildly while protecting the female mage beside him. The female mage followed the command, but still turned back from time to cast a skill on the monster. Her movements are very flexible, and she can cleverly create distance every time. But her damage was too low. Even when her skills hit the centipede, they only caused a few drops of insignificant damage, which was quickly wiped out by the elite monster's regeneration ability. It's okay, it can't hit me. The female mage was full of confidence and waved her hand to cast a fireball. The fireball hit the mutant centipede, causing only 10 points of damage. But the centipede was obviously enraged and suddenly pounced forward, pointing its sharp fangs directly at the female mage. She rolled over, quickly dodged, and continued pulling, attacking the monster as she moved. If her output was higher, she might be able to kill this elite monster with her skills alone. Unfortunately, her damage was apparently not enough to threaten the centipede's armor. Just as I was thinking about how to intervene, the warrior and priest in front were suddenly blocked by 2 mutated black scorpions. As the black scorpion approached, it immediately activated the collision skill. Bang! The warrior raised his shield and took the hit, but his health bar dropped by 80 points instantly. The priest was agile enough to dodge the attack and cast a healing spell on the warrior in time, but they stopped and came into the centipede's attack range. Roll in, be careful, the the priest shouted, while adding a shield to the female mage. Venom attack. The sturdy mutant centipede sprayed a ball of black venom at the female mage. The female mage was sprayed with venom. She was obviously a bit of a germaphobe and quickly took a bottle of small red medicine, then shook her arms, trying to get rid of the venom on her body. She had a wonderfully curvaceous figure, which was made even more dramatic by the stimulation of the venom. Good opportunity. I thought to myself. The elite monster stopped moving temporarily after spitting venom. I immediately pulled out a 24x confusion potion from my backpack. What's even more coincidental is that I recognized the female mage. Although she was wearing a mask, I was able to identify her from the conversation between the three of us, Chaurwolin, one of the top 10 strongest people in Ning City in the previous life. She is the eldest daughter of the Chao group, one of the 3 great magicians in Ningqing, and is known as the strongest female professional. I have worked with her many times, sold her a lot of potions, and also purchased many scarce materials from her. In our previous life, we had a pretty good relationship. She's not a bad person. If I can use the power of the Chao group to sell my enhancement potion, I can avoid a lot of trouble. As a pharmacist, my potions are not only for my own use, but can also be sold to people of other professions. The beneficial effects of my potions are far beyond the norm. If I sell them myself, it will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Cooperating with a big force is undoubtedly a better choice. Thinking of this, I didn't hesitate and threw the Chaos Potion in my hand accurately. Bang! The Chaos Potion exploded under the centipede's feet, and thin smoke quickly spread. The sturdy mutant centipede's attention was immediately drawn to me, and it turned around and rushed towards me, roaring. But before it could get out of the chaotic area, the high damage completely exhausted its life, and its huge body fell down with a loud bang. System panel prompt. I killed a sturdy mutant centipede, level 4, and gained 300 experience points. This sudden change startled the 3 of them. They saw a bottle flying over, and the elite monster's health bar dropped rapidly, and it fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Exclaimed the female mage Chaurwolin, her eyes full of shock beneath the mask. She could only deal 10 points of damage just now, but the potion just now instantly reduced the centipede's health by more than half. This kind of power is hard for even a powerful boss to withstand, let alone an elite monster. She exclaimed, "Who on earth is this person? Could it be the medicine god, who is so far ahead on the leaderboard?" Once the elite monster fell, the team's life and death crisis was temporarily resolved. However, the remaining 2 level 2 mutant black scorpions were still difficult for them to resist. The 3 men held their positions tightly, their eyes fixed on the spoils on the ground. They were eager to know who had just killed the elite monster in an instant. If he is really the medicine god on the list, then who is he? The warrior gritted his teeth, took a blood potion, raised his shield, and withstood the attack of the black scorpion. He faced 2 level 2 monsters, and his health dropped rapidly. Damn it! 2 level 2 monsters suddenly appeared, and I'm under so much pressure. The warrior cursed, and the guardian waved his staff and added a mouthful of blood to him. At this moment, I emerged from behind the tree and quickly picked up the spoils on the ground. The 3 people immediately looked at me, their faces full of surprise. Without saying anything, I quickly took out a bottle of confusion potion from my backpack and threw it at the 2 mutant black scorpions. "Get out of the way!" Chaurwolin immediately shouted to remind him, and at the same time rolled over to distance herself from the black scorpion. When the warriors and guardians heard her words, they no longer wanted to fight and immediately rolled over to avoid the attack. My potion bottle drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground with a pop. A thin smoke rose quickly, covering the 2 black scorpions. The high damage instantly killed the 2 mutant black scorpions, but unfortunately nothing was dropped this time. I stood there and looked at the 3 of them, especially Chaurwolin. She was obviously the core of the team and had a quick response. "You are the medicine god on the list, right?" Chaurwolin looked straight at me, with a hint of temptation in her tone. "My name is Chaurwolin, and my father is Chao Shaoqin, the helmsman of the Chao group." She quickly took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. It was obvious that she wanted to make friends with me. However, I just glanced at her, turned around expressionlessly, and quickly left the woods without saying a word from beginning to end. "You are indeed a master who can kill elite monsters in seconds." Chaurwolin was not angry because of my coldness. Instead, she admired him even more. She was amazed in her heart. No man had ever been so calm in front of her, as if she was just an ordinary person and not a beauty that made countless people fall in love with her. That guy just now, is he really the medicine god on the list? Oh my god, what he just threw was a potion. Is the alchemist profession so powerful? The warriors and guardians discussed in a low voice, and the guardian fell into self-doubt. They couldn't believe that the gap between priest and alchemist, both of whom are auxiliary professions, was so huge. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and recover. Chowerwollen came back to her senses, looked firmly in the direction I left, and gritted her teeth and said, "The strong never complain about the environment. Let's hurry up and upgrade." She was not shaken by the fact that Yao Shun was far ahead, but instead it aroused the spirit of not admitting defeat in her heart. Although the gap between her and the god of medicine is huge, she knows very well that ordinary people don't even know about the existence of job transfer. They are still the top professionals in Ningqing. Her summoner is a profession that develops in the middle and late stages, and falling behind in the early stages does not mean that she cannot make a comeback. On the other side, I quickly opened my backpack and checked the loot I had just picked up. I didn't expect that this elite monster would drop an equipment, rag shoes. I was delighted. The equipment drop rate in gods and demons is extremely low, especially in the early stages. A good piece of equipment is worth a fortune and can even be exchanged for a small apartment. I said excitedly, "Put on." I put on the rags without hesitation, and I felt my speed improve significantly, and I was excited. Finally, I didn't have to move as slowly as before. Suppressing the joy in my heart, I continued to check the lifespan data on the panel. Now, my binding lifespan has reached an astonishing 140 years, and the tradable lifespan is 343 days. Let me reach level 10 first, I said to myself, quickening my pace and walking deeper into the woods. According to my memories from my previous life, after reaching level 10, in addition to monsters refreshing in the wild area, a mysterious equipment merchant will also appear. As long as I have 999 days of tradable life, I can exchange it for an out-of-print equipment. Unfortunately, the players in the previous life were still in the exploratory stage at level 10 and did not know about this hidden plot. That equipment merchant only exists for one day. Even if someone encounters him, he doesn't have that much life left to trade with, and ultimately no one will redeem his equipment. As the only person who knows about this, I must collect all the tradable lifespans to see what this out-of-print equipment is. I was full of anticipation. With my combat power, even if I don't have enough lifespan when I reach level 10, I can quickly obtain it by hunting high-level monsters. Even so, I still have another way, selling potions. As long as I am willing to sell the potion that can increase the benefit by dozens of times, there will definitely be countless people scrambling to get it. The tradable lifespan of 999 days is not a problem at all. In the battle between gods and demons, potions are not only logistical support for the battle, but also a key item for improving strength. Whether in the early or late stages, professionals cannot do without the beneficial effects of potions. I quickened my pace and walked through the woods. As I expected, killing monsters and gods and demons was not easy. For professionals like Ning Chung, after a whole night, most of those who changed jobs first only reached level 2. This is the result of good luck and full effort in killing monsters. Professionals who slack off a bit will still remain at level 1. Of course, except for one person. At this moment, the system issued another prompt that someone had discovered the changes in the rankings. After a night of killing monsters, they deeply felt the horror of the monsters outside. Those monsters were even more ferocious than what was advertised in the information, but Yao Shun was far ahead and reached level 6 in one night, far exceeding expectations. There is no doubt that this is definitely not a technical problem. Those who were able to transfer to the first batch were all top-level children. They were well prepared and were definitely not weak. Since it is not a technical problem, the only explanation is the profession itself. The strength of the alchemist must be far beyond that of other professions, otherwise how could they be so far ahead? Before I knew it, I had gone deep into the jungle. System panel prompt. You are about to enter the Ruined Land, Twisted Jungle, level 8 to 10. It is detected that your current level is low and the danger level is extremely high. Please leave immediately. The game prompt sounded in my ears, waking me up from my concentration. Twisted Jungle? I was slightly stunned. Of course I remembered this place. This is the spawning area for level 8 monsters. There are also many tree spirits and a level 10 elite tree monster. I didn't expect that I would end up here, so I quickly opened the game map. Sure enough, a long and narrow passage extended from Ningqing all the way to the Twisted Jungle, and I unknowingly advanced all the way here. It seems that his fighting power is too strong. He killed monsters in seconds all the way, and I didn't even feel the distance. I couldn't help but grin. The combat power in this life is truly terrifying. No matter what kind of monster it is, It is like paper in front of the 24x enhancement potion and can be easily pushed over. Now that I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. I simply ignored the system's warning and strode into the depths of the jungle. Level 8 monsters give much more experience than level 5 monsters, and their drop rate is also higher. Now is a great opportunity to upgrade. System panel prompt. You have entered the twisted jungle. It is detected that your current level is low and the danger level is extremely high. Please leave immediately. The reminder sounded again, but I continued to move forward without hesitation. As we went deeper, the surrounding environment became darker. The forest, which had been bright after daybreak, was now shrouded in trees that blocked out the sun and was as dark as dusk. Suddenly, a big tree in front of me twisted, and with a hoarse and angry voice, it turned into a tree man, waving its thick branches towards me. "Himph, you're looking for death." I sneered, dodged lightly, and quickly took out a bottle of confusion potion and threw it out. The potion broke on the ground, instantly creating a chaotic area. The red health bar above the tree man's head began to drop rapidly. 1,000 blood points. This tree spirit has really thick blood. I couldn't help but sigh. Even for a fully staffed level 8 team, it would be dangerous to stay in this place for a long time. I suffered a lot here in my previous life, but this life is different. No matter how much health the tree spirit has, it is a piece of cake in front of the 24x enhancement potion in my hand. The dryad moved extremely slowly. Even if it waved its branches desperately, it couldn't reach me who was wearing the running boots. I moved leisurely in the chaotic area and pulled with ease. In less than 30 seconds, the giant tree spirit fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its body gradually became illusory and turned into white light and dissipated. A white trophy was flashing on the ground, and I immediately went forward and put it in my backpack. Gear dropped right after I arrived? I was delighted and opened my backpack to check the spoils. Twisted Tree Spirit's staff, nice magic equipment. This attribute is definitely worth a lot of tradable life. This piece of equipment is extremely scarce now, and even if someone gets it, they would be reluctant to sell it. If I put it up for auction now, I will definitely be able to get a high price. Moreover, after a night of fighting, the first batch of players who changed their jobs now had dozens of days of tradable lifespan in their hands. The major forces only needed to pool their resources, and they would surely be able to get it together. Thinking of this, I quickly opened the game's auction system. Put it on the shelf. I threw the staff into the auction system without hesitation. After closing the auction system, I took out a bottle of confusion potion from my backpack and continued to move deeper into the twisted jungle. At this time, major forces across the country quickly discovered the new products listed in the auction system. When they clicked on the details, the entire game exploded. The entire gaming world was in turmoil because of this staff. All the major forces frantically mobilized resources, preparing to give it a try and get the first level 5 equipment in the country. System panel prompt. Player, heroic and courageous, offers 100 days of tradable lifespan. When many forces were still raising funds, a mysterious player suddenly took action and directly offered a tradable lifespan of 100 days. This made other forces anxious, and they urgently recalled their members and pooled their tradable lifespans, not wanting to watch their equipment being snatched away by others. Soon, the bidding became fierce. Although competition was fierce, the auction war soon came to a halt due to the limited tradable lifespan. Finally, when the auction countdown ended, the Twisted Tree Spirit staff was successfully bought by Xiongchang Qiangang at a high price of 650 days of tradable life. System panel prompt. Ding! The item you listed, Staff of the Twisted Dryad, has been auctioned successfully. Please check it out as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded in my ears. I suppressed my guess and opened the email. System panel prompt. Item, Staff of the Twisted Dryad, has been sold. The final auction price is 650 days of tradable life, minus 10% operating expenses, a total of 585 days of tradable life. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? Withdraw. I am very satisfied with this price, which is much higher than expected. It seems that many big forces are involved in this auction. Which force acquired this equipment? I had an idea and opened the auction record to check. Damn, the code name for the high-ranking military officials of Daxia. I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw this name. This, heroic and high-spirited, was a top 5 boss in his previous life. No wonder he was able to quickly gather so many tradable lifespans. It seems that he is still ambitious in this life. Chapter 8. Defeated level 10 boss in seconds and won the only title. Commander, the equipment has been taken. In a secret special zone, A soldier in green camouflage uniform had an excited look on his face. He was the player codenamed Heroic and Kigengang, who had used 650 days of tradable life to bid for the Twisted Tree Spirit staff. As long as we reach level 5 as soon as possible and wear this equipment, we can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the team. By then, we will definitely be far ahead of others. When our levels are raised, we can also feed back to our brother troops, continuously killing monsters and getting equipment for everyone. Well, go check out this guy called Medicine God on the leaderboard and see if you can get in touch with him. If we can recruit him into the team, that would be great. If not, we should try to make friends with him. He is far ahead in level right now. If we can cooperate, he might be able to help us form a group of high-level teams as soon as possible. An elderly man with gray hair sat on the sofa, drinking water from a thermos cup and giving orders. Understood. The technical department is already investigating his background, and there should be results soon. Lin Bei naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by the military. At this moment, he was hiding in a tree hole of a big tree on the outskirts of the Twisted Jungle, using the high-grade materials he had just collected to make a new potion. When he was killing monsters just now, he accidentally found a few level 5 purple blood vines. He only needed to add a piece of purple blood vine to the little red potion, and he could turn the little red potion that restored blood into a highly toxic corrosive potion. The damage is much higher than that of the chaos potion, but unfortunately it is single target damage and is only suitable for farming. Making corrosive potion. Making corrosive potion. Make a corrosive potion and gain 1 evolution point. Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 2, Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 3. Soon, Lin Bei used the 12 pieces of purple blood vine he collected to make 12 bottles of corrosive potions, and obtained 1 evolution point, successfully upgraded the Alchemy Mastery skill to Bronze Level 3, and the gain effect also increased from 24 times to 26 times. View Properties. Lin Bei opened his backpack and clicked on the properties of the corrosive potion. Corrosive potion causes corrosive damage to those touched, causing 1300 damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Ordinary corrosion potions deal 50 points of damage per second. Since it is single target damage and only lasts for 5 seconds, its cost effectiveness is not very high. However, with a 26-fold effect gain bonus, it can cause 1,300 points of damage per second to the enemy. With these corrosive potions, not to mention level 10, even level 20 will be within your reach. Taking out a bottle of corrosive potion from his backpack, Lin Bei held one in his left hand and one in his right hand, then left the tree hole and strode towards the depths of the Twisted Jungle. With the corrosive potion, he had the confidence to go find level 10 in the Twisted Jungle. Kill the Twisted Tree Spirit and gain 120 experience points. Kill the Twisted Tree Spirit and gain 120 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8, current experience 80. Lin Bei overcame all the obstacles along the way and finally reached the deepest part of the Twisted Jungle after using up all the chaos potions. A huge tree that requires 10 people to hug is rooted here. It has dry and cracked bark and a crown that blocks out the sun. There are no plants within 100 meters around it. It can almost be described as a barren land. Whoosh! As soon as he approached the big tree, Lin Bei was attacked by branches. Fortunately, he was still some distance away from the tree, and with the help of his shoes, he rolled over to avoid the attack. Twisted Dryad, level 10? This is the strongest monster in the Twisted Jungle, a level 10 monster. Unlike randomly refreshed worlds, the Twisted Dryad will only refresh in the Twisted Jungle, but its attributes are not low at all, and are even slightly stronger than those of an ordinary level 10 world. Go to hell. Lin Bei threw the corrosive potion in his hand out without hesitation. The Twisted Dryad's health bar is very thick, but with the corrosive potion's damage per second reaching 1300, it's simply not enough. In just 3 seconds, the Twisted Tree Demon fell to the ground with a dull wail. The ground was shaking as its huge body hit it. The air wave blew up a lot of fallen leaves and dust. At the same time, rays of white light flew out from the Twisted Tree Demon's body. Kill the Twisted Tree Monster and gain 1,000 experience points. Get 50 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Twisted Dryad's breastplate, green, dot. Obtained item, Twisted Dryad's wristband, green, dot. Player, I am not the god of medicine, has completed the first kill and is awarded the title 1,000 miles a day, unique. Due to the player, I'm not the god of medicine, killing Twisted Tree Demon. The world has been awakened, please pay attention. At the same time, 2 server-wide notices appeared in the minds of all professionals who had changed their careers. Lin Bei didn't care, but the other professionals were excited again. and their eyes turned red when they saw the medicine god who was already level 8 on the leaderboard. Check the title. Lin Bei was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would be given a title for killing the Twisted Tree monster. But why have I never heard of this title of rapid progress in my previous life? 8,000 miles a day, unique all attributes after wearing. The simple and crude attributes made Lin Bei gasp. All attributes increased by 100. This attribute was a bit abnormal. But when he thought that this was the only title in the world, he thought it was normal. The strong will always be strong, which is perfectly demonstrated in the rules of the battle between gods and demons. This unique title with all attributes is an example. If you don't have incredibly strong strength, you won't get the title of rapid progress. On the contrary, if you are already extremely powerful, you will only become more powerful after getting this title. There are also these two pieces of equipment. Their attributes are also pretty good, but it's a pity that I can't wear them now. Lin Bei checked the attributes of the two pieces of equipment again, and found that they were one level higher than the attributes of the Twisted Tree Spirit Staff. Twisted Tree Demon's Breastplate, green, gain 30 points of dual resistance, strength, reduce damage received by 10, level requirement is 10 and above. Twisted Dryad's Wrist Guard, green, strength, damage caused, level requirement is 10 and above. After putting away his backpack, Lin Bei sat down at the place where the Twisted Tree Demon spawned and began to rest with his eyes closed. There is no grass growing near the Twisted Dryad, which makes it a good place to rest. With the Twisted Dryad's deterrent, other monsters will not spawn to cause trouble. Half an hour later, a dull roar was heard. A shadow fell from the sky and transformed into a towering ancient tree that took root in this area. The Twisted Dryad has refreshed again. Without even thinking twice, Lin Bei threw a bottle of corrosive potion at the Twisted Tree monster that had just refreshed. The Twisted Tree Demon had never felt so aggrieved as it did today. Before it could even take root underground, it was sent back into nothingness. Kill the Twisted Tree monster and gain 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 9, current experience, 372. Gain 50 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Twisted Dryad's Wristband. Chapter 9. The Era of Universal Job Change, the Merchant of Out-of-Print Equipment. Your actions have attracted the attention of a certain being in the Twisted Jungle. Just as Lin Bei was about to step forward to pick up the spoils, a game prompt sound suddenly came to his ears. What does this mean? He was a little confused. Are there other monsters hiding in this Twisted Jungle? No, he had fought through the Twisted Jungle countless times in his previous life, and so many professionals across the country had to fight through the Twisted Jungle, but he had never heard of anyone encountering this kind of prompt. After a while, there was still silence in front of him. Lin Bei wondered if he was hallucinating because he hadn't slept all night. Who cares? Suppressing his doubts deep in his heart, Lin Bei prepared to use this opportunity to buy some materials. His Chaos Potion has been used up, and the Corrosion Potion cannot be used for group attacks. It is a waste to use the Corrosion Potion to clear the Twisted Tree spirits on the periphery. It would be a waste of time to leave the Twisted Jungle and collect the items himself, so he might as well spend some money to buy them at the auction house. He now has a lot of tradable lifespans anyway, so sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Open the auction house. The first thing that catches your eye is rows of small red medicines. 3 days of life can be traded for a bottle of small red medicine. The price is exactly the same as in the previous life. Lin Bei had anticipated that the small red medicine was an important material for monster hunting in the early stages. Its price had not been driven up yet. When the time came for everyone to change their jobs, there would be merchants who specialized in hoarding medicine, and the price would be even higher. After flipping through a few pages of small red and blue medicines, the materials Lin Bei wanted finally appeared. Heart-nourishing grass. Starting price, 1 day of tradable life. 1 price, 5 days of tradable life. Heart-nourishing grass. Starting price, 1 day of tradable life. 1 price, 2 days of tradable lifespan. Nourish spiritual grass. Starting price, 1 day of tradable life. 1 price, 10-day tradable lifespan. Lin Bei flipped back 2 pages and saw only 2 basic materials on the shelves, Yangxin grass and Yangling grass. This is normal, as other professionals are only a little over level 2 at best. The area they are in will not refresh high-level materials at all. There is no other way but to buy some heart-nourishing and spirit-nourishing herbs first. Buy Yangxinko at a fixed price. Buy Yangxinko at a fixed price. Buy Yangxinko at a fixed price. A total of 25 days of tradable life were spent to purchase 208 heart-nourishing grasses and 88 spirit-nourishing grasses. There are still some spiritual herbs left in the backpack, which should be enough for a while. After completing the purchase, Lin Bei began to refine the Chaos Potion. His movements were extremely skillful, and he quickly refined a large amount of Chaos Potions. However, it was not known whether it was because of his high level or what, but he only gained 1 evolution point from refining the Chaos Potions this time. Evolution: Alchemy Mastery Bronze 3, Alchemy Mastery Bronze 4. Double the gain. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Lin Bei refined all the potions. A bottle of Confusion Potion, enough to clear out an entire twisted jungle. However, he did not rush to spawn monsters. Instead, he looked towards the refresh location of the Twisted Tree Monster. It was almost half an hour, and the Twisted Tree Monster should be refreshing again. 5 minutes later, a roar came from the sky. Here it comes. Lin Bei curled the corner of his mouth and took out a bottle of Corrosive Potion. Then, a shadow fell from the sky and turned into a big tree that quickly took root in the ground. Just like last time, the Twisted Tree Demon was hit by the Corrosive Potion before it could take root, and it returned directly to the void. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon and gain 1,000 experience points. Along with a white light falling to the ground, the game prompt sound appeared again. Your actions have caused the wrath of a certain being in the Twisted Jungle. Because you killed the Twisted Tree Demon 3 times in a row, the Twisted Tree Demon that had been sleeping for 1,000 years has awakened. Boom. The ground suddenly exploded, and a vine as thick as a bowl was thrown towards Lin Bei at lightning speed. Fuck. Lin Bei had no time to dodge, and while swearing, a bottle of small red medicine was thrown directly at his body. Bang. The vines hit Lin Bei and directly sucked away most of his blood. Lin Bei's face looked grim. Fortunately, he had added all his free attributes to his constitution. Otherwise, he would have had to recover to his original state. The little red potion that multiplied the gain took effect and quickly restored him to full health. It was only then that Lin Bei saw the monster that attacked him. It was about 2 or 3 meters tall and looked like a human, but its hands were twisting vines, which looked very strange. It was the vines in the monster's hand that just attacked him. Twisted Tree Demon Bronze, level 15? Bronze. Lin Bei was shocked. This was the real truth. In comparison, the Twisted Dryad is at most an elite monster, and its attributes are not even on the same level. Corrosive Potion. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately threw out a bottle of Corrosive Potion. Then he quickly ran to one side, using his high movement speed to avoid the opponent's vine attack. The Corrosive Potion is still powerful, with a 28-fold increase in damage per second to 1,400. Even for a level 15 bronze hero, the health bar is still dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar. The Twisted Tree Demon roared and swung its vines madly to attack Lin Bei. The ground was covered in dust, but Lin Bei moved well and dodged attack after attack. Seconds later, the Twisted Tree Demon let out an unwilling roar. Kill the bronze Twisted Tree Demon and gain 3,000 experience points. You have reached level 10. Current experience 810. Gain 99 days of tradable life. Obtained item: Curse of the Twisted Tree Demon, green. Obtained item: Crown of the Twisted Tree Demon, green. Obtained item: Invitation to the Void Rift. As the upgrade light flashed, white light flew out from the sky and fell to the ground, forming a large area of glittering light. National notice: Player, I'm not the god of medicine, has reached level 10, ushering in the era of universal job transfers. Job transfer invitations have been sent to all legal residents. I didn't expect that this hidden item would actually allow me to reach level 10 directly. It seems that in this life, the world is going to change drastically. The reason why the top forces in the past life were still able to firmly control the situation was because they were well informed and changed their jobs in advance. When they were level 10, ordinary people had just received invitations to change jobs. The gap of 10 levels was like a chasm that made it impossible for people at the bottom to turn over. But in this life, because Lin Bei upgraded too quickly, ordinary people received job transfer invitations in advance. The first batch of people who changed their jobs last night were at most level 3, far from being able to crush ordinary people. But all this has nothing to do with Lin Bei. He now just wants to go to the wild to find that strange equipment merchant and exchange it for the legendary out-of-print equipment. Just do it. Lin Bei left the Twisted Jungle and ran towards the city. He remembered the strange equipment merchant, who was in a dilapidated temple in the suburbs, not too far from the Twisted Jungle. Half an hour later, Lin Bei arrived at the dilapidated temple. Young man, do you need to exchange equipment? The price is fair, absolutely fair to everyone. As soon as he arrived at the dilapidated temple, he heard a hearty laugh. and a merchant in tattered clothes and carrying a load on his shoulder staggered out of the dilapidated temple. It is here. Exchange. Lin Bei walked quickly towards the businessman. Suzaku Feather Fan, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Blue Dragon Blade, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Xuanwu Armor, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. White Tiger Dagger, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Sky Shaking Bow, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Cloud Piercing Arrow, out of print. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Rui Kongkongshu, special. Price, 999 days of tradable life. Chapter 10. Rare Equipment with Infinite Growth. So many out-of-print equipment? Looking at the 7 pieces of equipment in the list, Lin Bei was dazzled for a moment. Just by listening to the names, you can tell that they are all God-level equipment. He wants all 7, but unfortunately he is not strong enough, and the tradable lifespan on his body is only enough to exchange for 1.5 pieces. Let's take a look at the properties first. Lin Bei took a deep breath and began to check the properties. He wanted to see if these 7 pieces of equipment were worth the risk. If the attributes were really invincible, he could put a few bottles of small red potions with 28 times gain on the auction house now. Maybe he would have time to exchange them for 2 more out-of-print equipment. Suzaku Feather Fan, out of print, 0, Mage Weapon, Intelligence, Obtain Skill, Suzaku Power, required level 10 and above. Power of the Vermilion Bird, passive attacks that cause burning effects on enemies increase damage by 10, and attacks gain the Vermilion Bird special effect, increasing magic recovery speed by 50. It's still a piece of equipment that can grow. This attribute is really a bit rogue. Lin Bei was a little envious. This equipment also had the Phoenix special effect, which was definitely a great tool for showing off. Unfortunately, it was restricted to mages. He continued to look down. Blue Dragon Blade, out of print, 0, Warrior Weapon, Strength, Acquired Skill, Power of Blue Dragon, required level 10 and above. Power of Azure Dragon, passive attacks that cause heavy damage to enemies increase damage by 10, and attacks gain Azure Dragon special effects, increasing attack speed by 20. This is another piece of growth equipment. Are these 7 pieces all growth equipment? Xuanwu Armor, out of print, 0, Warrior Equipment, Strength, Obtain Skill, Xuanwu Power. Level requirement is 10 and above. Power of the Black Tortoise, passive when attacked, gain a shield equal to 10% of the damage taken, which lasts for 10 seconds, reduces the damage taken by 10, and gains the Black Tortoise special effect when attacking. White Tiger Dagger, out of print, 0, Assassin Weapon, Agility, obtains the skill, White Tiger Power. Level requirement is 10 and above. Power of the White Tiger, passive attacks cause a tearing effect on the enemy, increasing damage by 5 and attack speed by 10 per layer. Up to 5 layers can be stacked, and the attack gains the White Tiger special effect, increasing movement speed by 50. Zhentian Bao, out of print, 0, Archer Weapon, Agility, obtains skill, Hou Yi's Power. Level requirement is 10 and above. Hou Yi's Power, passive each attack charges the weapon. After charging 5 times, the weapon enters the sharpshooter state, gains 99 attack speed, 30 attack distance, and gains meteor special effects when attacking. Cloud Piercing Arrow, out of print, 0, Treasure, Strength, can be worn with the Sky Shaking Bow to form the Sky Shaking Sunset set. Level requirement is 10 and above. Sunset, gain 30 armor penetration, and attack gains double shot. Damn, no priest equipment? After seeing the attributes of these out-of-print equipment, Lin Bei was a little dumbfounded. The attributes of these equipment are very strong, and they are all growth equipment that can be worn to the end, but these equipment are not suitable for priest professions. There are 5 professions in total, and there are equipment for 4 of them. Even the warrior and archer have 2 out-of-print items. Is the priest really raised by a stepmother? What is this Rui Kongkongshu? Lin Bei greeted the planner of the battle of gods and demons, and then turned his attention to the last piece of equipment. Special equipment is rare and is generally functional equipment. Rui Kongkongshu, special, 0. When making treasures, refining potions, or forging weapons, there is a 40% chance of obtaining an identical item. Required level 10 and above. 40% chance of getting an identical item? Although it only had a simple attribute, Lin Bei was extremely happy. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Every time he makes a potion, there is a 40% chance of getting an identical potion, and his potion-making speed will be greatly increased. Just change it. Lin Bei didn't even think about it and directly exchanged it for Rui Kong Shu. Obtained item. Rui Kong Shu. Out of print. Days can be traded for lifespan. Wear it. As Lin Bei's mind moved, two light golden gloves appeared on his hands. These two gloves are as thin as cicada wings. You can't feel anything when you put them on your hands, just like you are not wearing them. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at the other pieces of equipment in the list. Although the attributes of these equipment were very strong, they were not suitable for his profession, and he didn't know whether they could be traded. If it can be traded, take some risk and buy it, whether you want to use it for your own people or sell it at a sky-high price. View your dashboard. Codename. I am not the god of medicine. Editable. Occupation. Alchemist. Level. Level 10. Experience. 810. Health. 1600. Constitution. 160. Strength. 110. Agility. 110. Spirit. 110. Free attribute points. 0. Equipment. Rusty iron tripod. Weapon. Rui Kong Shu. Treasure. Mutant centipedes rags. Shoes. Rui Kong Shu. Out of print and not tradable. Seeing the four big words, not tradable, Lin Bei completely gave up. Those 6 pieces of equipment cannot be worn even if they are exchanged, and they cannot be traded, so just take them. Leaving the ruined temple, Lin Bei could hardly hide his excitement. He immediately opened the auction house and bought another 30 plants of Yangxin grass, ready to try out the effect of Rui Kong Shu. At this time, the entire Daxia was in an uproar. With the arrival of the era of universal job transfer, all legal residents have received job transfer invitations from the Gods and Demons battle game. Xiaomin, have you received the job transfer invitation for the Gods and Demons game? Lin Shishir and her best friend Tianmin were getting ready to go to class when a game notification sound suddenly popped up in her mind, confusing her and making her think she was hallucinating. Tianmin was also in a daze. Only after hearing Lin Shishir's words did she come to her senses. You also received an invitation to change your job in the Gods and Demons game? It was so strange. The voice appeared directly in my head. I thought I was hallucinating. Xiaomin, check your phone. Many people have received job transfer invitations, and they can also gain special professional abilities by changing jobs. The latest news is that the city has been occupied, and there are murderous monsters everywhere. Oh my God, is this true or not? The two covered their mouths, unable to believe what was said on the phone was true. How can games come into reality? Xiaomin, wait for me. I have a call. Just then, Lin Shishir's cell phone rang. It was her boyfriend Suchin calling. Her little face flushed, and she quickly pressed the answer button. Shishir, have you received the invitation to change your job in the game? Now we have entered the era of job change for everyone. Quickly summon the job change array. I have changed my job to a shooter. It would be best if you can change your job to a nurse. Then I will take you to kill everyone outside the city. Suchin's unruly voice came from the phone. Lin Shishir nodded quickly. Yeah, brother Suchin, you are awesome. I will summon the job transfer array right now. From now on, I will stay by brother Suchin's side and provide him with support. Chapter 11. Level 10 in one day. The god of medicine is so awesome. Your brother Suchin called you again? Tianmin looked at Lin Shishir with a smile and asked. Lin Shishir hung up the phone and nodded with a sweet smile on her face. Yes, brother Suchin has changed his job to a shooter. He asked me to go find him. He wants to take me outside the city to kill monsters and level up. I really envy you for having such a good boyfriend. Hearing this, Tianmin showed envy. Although she hasn't played many games, she knows that shooters are big and powerful in the game. Lin Shishir smiled. He subconsciously opened his phone and glanced at Xiaowei. There were several unread messages in the list, but she took a quick look and did not see Lin Bei's name among them. Why don't you apologize to me? Lin Shishir frowned and suddenly felt a little unhappy. After quarreling with Lin Bei yesterday, she has been waiting for Lin Bei's apology. In the past, Lin Bei would always take the initiative to chase her and admit his mistakes, but this time, Lin Bei has been silent and hasn't even sent a message. Such a big thing happened, and you still don't come to me. Lin Shishir snorted softly, then turned around with a sweet look on her face. I knew he was unreliable. Luckily, I have brother Suchin to rely on. Lin Bei, just wait. Even if you come to me to apologize, I will not forgive you. Unless you kneel down and apologize to brother Suchin. Do you want her to take the initiative to find Lin Bei? It's impossible. It's impossible in this life. And it was clearly Lin Bei's fault. Why should she give in? Didn't she just skip class to accompany Brother Su-chan to the bar? How could going to school be more important than Brother Su-chan? She wouldn't die if she didn't study well, but if it weren't for her brother Su-chan, she really didn't want to live. Xiaomin, how about we go find Brother Su-chan together? Let him take both of us. Lin Shirshir looked at Tianmin and asked. Tianmin nodded quickly. Okay. She also likes the unrestrained Su-chun, but Su-chun is her best friend's boyfriend, so she can only suppress her love in her heart. The two men dropped their books and sneaked out by climbing over the wall. At this time, the suburbs were already full of parked vehicles, and professionals who had changed their jobs were everywhere. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 at the edge of the peaceful area, looking at the monsters in the wild area with eagerness to take action. Sure. Su-chan, with long hair, came forward and said, Xiaomin is here too. Hurry up and summon the job-changing magic circle to see what job you can change to. After you finish your job transfer, I will take you to kill monsters outside the city. I promise to bring you down with me. Su-chun was very confident because he had heard from the grapevine that this game was actually very simple, and some people had reached level 10 in just one day and one night. When it comes to his gaming talent, no one has ever been better than him. Once he enters the game and forms a fixed team with Lin Shirshir, it won't take a few days for them to catch up with the level difference of those who changed their jobs first. At this time, 2 white lights flashed and fell on Lin Shirshir and Tianmin. I changed my job to become an elemental mage. Brother Su-chun, how is this job? Lin Shirshir's pretty face was full of nervousness. She had always played a support role before and had never played a mage. Mage. Su-chan frowned slightly. Not bad. It's also a big output core. But we don't lack damage output right now. What we lack is tanks and healers. I seem to be a nurse. My job change is guardian. At this time, Tianmin on the side waved her pink fist and said. Hearing that Tianmin was the guardian, Su-chan immediately showed a bright smile. Okay, it will be easy with a nanny. Gather 2 more tanks, and let's go outside the city to kill monsters. I'll take you flying. Aha. Lin Shirshir and Tianmin fiddled with the system panel in front of them curiously. Suddenly, Tianmin shouted in surprise, Oh my god, this I am not the god of medicine. Who else is it? It's actually level 10. And why is he the only one on the list? Level 10? Lin Shirshir quickly asked how to open the rankings. After seeing the number 10 behind, I am not the god of medicine, her face was full of envy. We are only level 1, but the god of medicine is already level 10. This god of medicine is too awesome. SK, isn't it just level 10? Hearing what the two said, Su-chun immediately became unhappy and couldn't help but sneered. This speed is not fast in the gods and demons battle. After we form a team, we guarantee that we will surpass him within 3 days. Wow, Brother Su-chun is so awesome. Lin Shirshir quickly gave a thumbs up, with admiring little stars in her eyes. Then she thought of Lin Bei again, and her heart suddenly became even more contemptuous of him. Now is the era of job-changing games for all. What's the use of studying well? Just like that country bumpkin Lin Bei, he will definitely not be able to play anything well. Brother Su-chun is really awesome. He used to lead her to play King of Glory, and he was always super awesome. However, Lin Shirshir probably could never have imagined that the only medicine god on the list was the country bumpkin she mentioned. We have entered the era of universal job change so soon. Lin Bei looked at the large amount of news about the job changes of all people on his phone and said to himself, Lin Shirshir should have changed her job as well. I should be with that Su-chan right now. In his previous life, when he learned about the national job change, for Lin Shirshir's safety, he immediately went to apologize to Lin Shirshir. At that time, Lin Shirshir had already teamed up with Su-chun and had been killed in the wild and returned to the resurrection point once. In order to help Lin Shirshir kill monsters better, he could only do the hard work and make potions for the entire team. But in this life, he will never be so stupid again. Even if these 2 people were so blind as to meet him, he wouldn't mind using potion to send them back to the resurrection point. Just die. So what if my lifespan is gone? What the hell does it have to do with him? There was a flash of coldness in Lin Bei's eyes. He did not specifically catch the 2 and kill them. This was already the greatest kindness he could show them. HU. Lin Shirshir stood at the boundary between the safe area and the wild area and sneezed. They have formed a fixed team, consisting of a giant sword warrior, a shield sword warrior, and Lin Shirshir and 3 others. Let's go. Su-chan waved his hand and strode into the wild area with the 4 of them. He was full of confidence, thinking that since I'm not the god of medicine could reach level 10 in one night, there was no reason why he couldn't do it, and he should be able to upgrade even faster. Look, there's a level 1 monster over there. There's another level 2 mutant black scorpion over there. The two soldiers walking in front spoke at the same time, pointing in two directions and shouting. There are 5 of us with full equipment. There is no need to fight level 1 monsters. If we are careful, we should be able to fight level 2 monsters. Su Chun made a prompt decision and decided to lead the team to fight the level 2 mutant black scorpion. Okay, no problem. Just keep up the output. Brother Su Chun is so mighty and domineering. The 4 of them nodded in agreement. The experience gained from level 1 monsters was too low. Although it might be slower to attack level 2 monsters directly, they would gain more experience. Hey, take my sword. The giant sword warrior was very childish and was the first to rush forward and strike the mutant black scorpion with a sword. The huge sword couldn't even break the mutant black scorpion's defense. The mutant black scorpion roared, turned around and grabbed with its pincers. Fuck, the damage is so high. The giant sword warrior let out a strange cry, and his health bar dropped by more than 1/3. The mutant black scorpion didn't laugh with him and directly pinched him with another pincer, and his health bar dropped to the bottom in the blink of an eye. The change happened too quickly. The giant sword warrior quickly took a bottle of small red medicine, and Tianmin also gave him a blood-adding skill from behind. But he still couldn't withstand the attack of the mutant black scorpion and returned to the resurrection point with a scream. The other 4 were frightened, and their formation was broken up by the mutant black scorpion. Su Chun had no time to care about Lin Shirshir and just ran away in panic. Brother Su Chun. Lin Shirshir's pretty face turned pale with fright, and she screamed as the mutant black scorpion charged at her, emptying her health bar. Chapter 12. Gifts from the military. Please help me. Why are the attributes of this wild monster so abnormal? I'm going to die again. Damn it. Even the attributes of the level 1 monsters are so abnormal. What's the point of playing this? Lin Shirshir screamed, and she and Su Chun and others were sent back to the resurrection point by wild monsters again. This time they clearly chose a level 1 monster, but still couldn't defeat it. Their output was okay, but the 2 warriors were completely unable to withstand the damage from the monster. Without the warrior in front to take the damage, the 3 squishy creatures would be defeated instantly when facing the monsters. Aren't you going to take us flying? After being sent back to the resurrection point twice in a row, the 2 friends Su Chun called were unhappy. When changing jobs, the system reminded that if you die in battle, you will lose half of your lifespan. Originally, they had a bound lifespan of nearly 40 years, but now there are less than 10 years left. If the game system can really be materialized in the body, and if the damage continues like this, once the lifespan is exhausted, they will die on the spot. After gaining professional abilities, they no longer had any doubts about this. How do I know this monster's attributes are so abnormal? Su Chin's face looked grim. He had been playing online games for so many years, but he had never been as embarrassed as he was today. You saw the damage of that monster. You 2 couldn't handle it. You 2 died before our back row even started to deal damage. A single team can't kill these monsters. We've been holding on for nearly a minute, and it's still not working? It's obviously because your backline's output is not enough. Why are you saying that a single team can't kill monsters? How come Yao Shun can kill them alone? I asked you guys to form a team out of kindness, and you fucking blame me? As soon as the god of medicine was mentioned, Su Chun became angry. Just now he said that he could easily surpass the god of medicine, but now he was slapped in the face. This kid is talking about things that are not related to the topic and is deliberately embarrassing him in front of the 2 girls. Brother Su Chun, please stop quarreling. Lin Shirshir quickly stopped the 2 of them and said, maybe we are just unlucky today. Why don't we come back another day to kill monsters? She died twice in a row, lost a lot of bound life, had no gaming experience at all, and didn't want to continue playing today. No, everyone is leveling up right now. If we give up, we will be left behind by the main force. Su Chin immediately shook his head and rejected Lin Shirshir's suggestion. Generally, some tasks and events would be set in the early stage of the game. Once he was left behind by the main force, he would most likely miss these important tasks. Look, Medicine God is already level 11. At this moment, Tian Min couldn't help but screamed when looking at the ranking list. What? Master Medicine God is now level 11? All 4 of them were shocked, and Lin Shirshir's eyes were filled with envy. After experiencing the difficulty of this game myself, I realized how valuable it is to solo the game and reach level 11. This is the real gaming boss. It would be great if I could team up with Medicine God. Lin Shirshir sighed. She knew that this was impossible because she had no idea who this Medicine God was, and she didn't have any friends around her who knew him. Lin Bei is indeed level 11. After exchanging for the out-of-print equipment, Lin Bei returned to the Twisted Jungle. Although the level of monsters in the Twisted Jungle is a bit low now and can barely meet the needs, a large amount of basic materials grow in this oasis. He now has a limited amount of tradable lifespan and cannot use it all to exchange for materials. He still has to work hard on his own to have enough food and clothing. Obtain Yangxin grass. Obtain Yangxin grass. Hey, there's actually a caltrip here. In a large area of nourishing heart grass, Lin Bei was surprised to find a plant that was completely brown and covered with green thorny balls. Cauldron, level 8. Caltrops are a very scarce material in the early stages and can be used to make many high-level potions. For example, by combining 10 plants of Yangxin grass and 2 plants of Yangling grass, you can create a steel mixture that allows the user to gain a 30% damage reduction effect. Another example is that by combining it with the heartbreak grass, which is also a level 8 material, you can create a large-scale, extremely toxic tribulus poison potion. Unfortunately, this caltrip is not very big, so it is unlikely that many fruits can be collected. Collection. Obtain tribulus fruit. Obtain tribulus fruit. Obtain tribulus fruit. This plant of Tribulus terrestris only produced 3 Tribulus terrestris fruits. Try making a bottle of iron potion. The materials Lin Bei currently has are only enough to make steel potion, and he cannot make other level 10 potions. In progress. The production time of steel mixture is obviously much longer than that of Yangtsinko. Half a minute later, the broken medicine cauldron began to light up green. Production completed. Obtain steel mixture. Trigger with empty hands. Get extra steel potion. As the green light became brighter, a bottle of medicine flew out of the medicine cauldron and landed in Lin Bei's hands. What surprised Lin Bei was that the 40% probability of Rui Kangkongshu was actually triggered at once, giving him an extra bottle of steel potion. Steel potion, level 10 after use, gain 100 damage reduction effect, lasting for 10 seconds. Without a 28x increase, it seems that 100 damage reduction is the limit of the iron potion. Lin Bei nodded. 100 damage reduction is already an invincible state. Even if the panel value is higher, it is meaningless. With these 2 bottles of steel potion, his tolerance rate is greatly improved, and he doesn't have to worry about making mistakes when brushing. Keep the rest for now, and make the caltrip potion later. After thinking about it, Lin Bei put the remaining 2 Tribulus terrestris fruits into his backpack. It is completely sufficient to keep 2 bottles of iron elixir as insurance. The most important thing is the area damage potion that can quickly kill monsters and upgrade. No, I'm too tired. Let me go back and have some sleep first. Lin Bei stretched and decided to go home and have a rest first. He reached level 11 in 1 day and 1 night, and he was very satisfied with the upgrade progress. Right now, the general public should still be stuck at level 1, but the first batch of professionals who changed their jobs last night can now reach level 3 at the most. With his upgrade progress, he doesn't have to worry about being overtaken by others. I'm leaving. Lin Bei left as soon as he said he would, but before leaving he threw a bottle of corrosive potion and took away the Twisted Tree monster from the Twisted Jungle. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon, level 10, and gain 1,000 experience points. Gain 30 days of tradable life. Obtained item. Twisted Tree Demon's plate armor. After grinding for a whole day, Lin Bei was too lazy to look at the attributes and directly put the things into his backpack. He had several pieces of equipment dropped by the Twisted Dryad in his bag, and he threw all the ones he didn't need to the auction house. After returning home, Lin Bei locked the door, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He is too tired. After sleeping for a full 10 hours, Lin Bei finally woke up when it was already dawn. After one night, I wonder if anyone has made it to the leaderboard. Lin Bei opened the level ranking list and took a look. Seeing that there was no one on it except himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful arc. As expected. Hey, who sent me something? Just then, the email notification on the system panel attracted his attention. When he sent the equipment to the auction house yesterday, he turned off the stranger email notification in advance, but there is a loophole in the email system of gods and demons. If there are items attached to the email, even if the notification is turned off, it will continue to show that there is a new email. In the previous life, this loophole was discovered in the second year after the game was launched. Now it is only the second day of the game. Logically, no one should know about this loophole. Open the mail system. The player Shengzhoujiu Qiangong has sent you a new email. Please collect the attached items in time. Huh. Seeing that the message was sent by Xianggrongrong, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Thinking that the other party was a representative of the military, he hesitated and opened the email. Heroic and confident. Hello, medicine god. I am the one who bought your Twisted Tree Spirit staff. I have no other intentions. I just want to make friends with you. If you need equipment in the future, you can contact me directly. I guarantee that the price will satisfy you. I found this redbud flower in the mountains and collected it. I don't know what it is useful for. Medicine God, you are a pharmacist. Please help me take a look. Attachment. Bauhinia. Chapter 13. Military Friend Position. An auction that shocked the nation. It's actually Bauhinia. Lin Bei was a little surprised. Bauhinia flower was not a low-level material like Yangxin grass. It was even rarer than the caltrops he collected. Logically speaking, Xiongchangchang Xiang and should not even be at level 3. So how did he manage to collect the Bauhinia flowers? Is it really just luck? He quickly shook his head. This kind of material would not be refreshed in the suburban area. So what was the use of having good luck? However, thinking of his heroic and high-spirited identity, he felt relieved again. What kind of existence is the military? It is the cornerstone of Daxia stability. It is not surprising that it has some special means. Thinking of this, Lin Bei took the attachment without hesitation. Obtained item. Bauhinia. Bauhinia, level 10. Since it was a gift from the military, he accepted it. There was no harm in establishing a good relationship with the military. He then responded with another email. I am not the god of medicine. I accept your kindness. I will put 2 pieces of equipment on the market in an hour. If you're interested, you can go to the auction system to check it out. Since the other party is so sincere, he should also show some appreciation. Besides, the equipment in his backpack will have to be sold sooner or later, so he might as well do them a favor. At a certain military district command center, Chen Jianxi, dressed in military uniform, had a look of surprise on his face. I'm not the medicine god, back to us. Oh, what did he say? What did he say? Several senior military officials sitting nearby immediately stood up and looked towards Chen Jianxi. Chen Jianxi looked at everyone and took a deep breath, then said happily, he said he accepted the gift, and he will put 2 pieces of equipment on the auction house in an hour. What? 2 more pieces of equipment? This guy is too powerful. Where did he get so many equipments? After hearing what Chen Jianxi said, several people looked at each other in shock. At this time, an old man with white hair who had been silent before said in a deep voice, Chen Jianxi, this matter is handed over to you. No matter what equipment he puts on the shelf, no matter what the price, you must take it all down for me. Don't just stand there. Why don't you contact the various districts to coordinate the tradable lifespans? These equipments are related to whether we can lead the public. If we fall behind, the consequences will be disastrous. Not long ago, he was given a death order from his superiors, requiring him to be at the forefront and take the lead. Only with absolute strength can he maintain social stability. Once he is surpassed by certain forces, there will probably be a big chaos. Yes. Several people did not dare to delay and immediately left the command center to coordinate the funds. Then the old man said to Chen Jianxi, we finally got in touch with that medicine god, so we must maintain the relationship between the 2 sides. You cannot reveal his information to anyone without my order, and don't investigate him secretly. This person can reach level 11 alone in one night. If we can use him, it will be a great help in maintaining stability. Yes, Commander. Chen Jianxi nodded and saluted solemnly. Ding. I am very proud and would like to add you as a friend. Lin Bei, who was checking several pieces of equipment, received a friend request from a very ambitious person. Lin Bei did not refuse and agreed to the friend request. If you become friends with Xiangqiang, it will be convenient to sell things in the future, and you can trade directly and privately. Wear a breastplate. Lin Bei muttered as he put on the Twisted Tree Spirit's breastplate. Yesterday, I got several pieces of equipment when I was killing the Twisted Dryad. There were 3 pieces of Twisted Dryad's breastplates and 2 pieces of Twisted Dryad's plate armor. Both of these are armor-type equipment, and you can only choose one of them to wear. The chest armor is light but has weaker defensive properties, while the plate armor has stronger properties but is a bit bulky. Twisted Dryad's plate armor, green, gain 50 points of dual resistance, strength, movement speed. Reduced damage received by 15, level requirement is above level 10. Movement speed is very valuable, but for professionals who cannot defeat monsters in the early stages, sacrificing some movement speed to gain powerful defensive capabilities is a decent cost-effectiveness. There are also wrist guards, which can be worn as well. Then Lin Bei looked at the other 2 pieces of equipment. The equipment attributes of the Twisted Tree Explosion should be better. Curse of the Twisted Tree Demon, Blue Mage equipment, intelligence, causing damage will cause the enemy to enter a cursed state, reducing the enemy's elemental resistance by 20 points. The level requirement is above level 10. Crown of the Twisted Tree Demon, blue all attributes. After leaving combat for 40 seconds, a magic shield is obtained, which can resist one enemy skill, and the level requirement is above level 10. It's also level 10 equipment, but the quality is much better than what the Twisted Tree Demon dropped. Lin Bei nodded. This was the first time he had seen the Twisted Tree Demon. He did not expect that the equipment it dropped would be blue quality. Generally speaking, level 10 equipment is green. Blue quality equipment of the same level is rare, and its attributes are obviously better than green quality equipment of the same level. Unfortunately, only the crown can be worn. The staff is a magic weapon exclusive to mages and cannot be worn by other professions. Keep this staff for now. They can't afford it if you put it on the shelf now. Lin Bei thought about it and decided not to put the equipment curse of the Twisted Tree Demon on the shelves for the time being. This kind of blue quality equipment is extremely scarce in the early stage. This piece of equipment is worth at least 1,500 days of tradable life. But selling things requires strategy. If you throw all the equipment at once, it will reduce people's desire to buy. Only a steady stream of sales can last longer. On the shelf, Twisted Dryad's breastplate, green. Starting price, 200 days of tradable life. Each price increase shall not be less than 50 days of tradable life. One price, 1,000-day tradable lifespan. Twisted Dryad's plate armor, green. Starting price, 200 days of tradable life. Each price increase shall not be less than 50 days of tradable life. One price, 1,000-day tradable lifespan. Twisted Dryad's wrist guard, green. Starting price, 200 days of tradable life. Each price increase shall not be less than 50 days of tradable life. One price, 1,000-day tradable lifespan. Although the three pieces of equipment have different attributes, Lin Bei is too lazy to adjust the price and just puts them on the shelves at the same price. Equipment was extremely scarce in the early stage. Not to mention that he had a tradable lifespan of 1,000 days. Even if it was tradable for 2,000 days, there would still be people who would pay for it. However, considering that he would have to cooperate with the military for a long time in the future, he couldn't be too drastic. At this time, Chen Jianxi was sitting with a group of senior executives, constantly refreshing his auction system. They couldn't wait to know what new equipment the medicine god had gotten. It's been almost an hour. Why hasn't it been put on the shelves yet? Chen Jianxi, are you sure that I didn't say that the god of medicine said it would be available in the shelves in an hour? He's not lying to you, is he? I don't think so. The medicine god should still be busy. Chen Jianxi shook his head. His intuition told him that Yao Shan was a reliable person and would not deceive him. It's on the shelves. Just then, one of the senior executives shouted excitedly. Several people quickly refreshed the auction system, and when they saw 5 pieces of equipment in the list, they stood up immediately. Damn, these are not 2 pieces of equipment. Jianxi, you've screwed us over so badly. Quick, go make a phone call to coordinate the tradable lifespans. Coordinate all the tradable lifespans of all the districts. Chapter 14 is the most searched one. Please bring it with you at a whopping price of 30 million. One price for a tradable lifespan of 1,000 days? Quick, buy 2 first. They thought there were only 2 pieces of equipment, so they raised a total of 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. Unexpectedly, Yaoshan directly put 5 pieces of equipment on the shelves, and now there is only enough money to bid for 2 pieces of equipment. This auction has a fixed price, and it is very likely that someone will buy it directly at that price. So they made a prompt decision and used the 2,000 days of tradable life they had raised to buy 2 pieces of equipment. This plate armor has the highest defense, so buy this one. With great vigor, he offers 1,000 days of lifespan for the plate armor of the Twisted Tree Demon. Chen Jianxi did not dare to stay and directly bought 2 sets of the Twisted Tree Demon's plate armor. Twisted Dryad's plate armor, green, gain 50 points of dual resistance, strength, movement speed, reduced damage received by 15, level requirement is above level 10. 50 points of dual resistance, 20 points of strength, and 15 points of fixed damage reduction. This is definitely a defensive outfit. With this equipment, a warrior can stand at the front and resist damage without fear of being killed. Unfortunately, it can only be worn at level 10. Jianxi, tell the people below that the equipment will be given to the division whose personnel reach level 10 first. We need to quickly get them to level 10 and put them on these equipment so that we can quickly widen the level gap with the general public. Yes, I'll notify them right away. Chen Jianxi nodded. He was a little jealous and wanted a set of Twisted Tree Demon's plate armor. At this time, other forces also discovered the new equipment on the auction house, and they were immediately in an uproar. Level 10 equipment. A price of 1,000 days of tradable lifespan is a bit expensive, but with such strong attributes, it's worth it. With some more tradable lifespan, it will be just enough to buy one. Who is that arrogant guy from? He bought up 2 items right after they were put on the shelves. Let's check his background. Some top leaders have issued orders to quickly mobilize their professionals to urgently raise tradable lifespans. The emergence of these equipments will definitely disrupt the domestic situation. It is no exaggeration to say that whichever force can obtain these equipment first will rise quickly. As for the forces that are slow to act, no matter how glorious they once were, they are destined to become a bubble of the times and a stepping stone for the rapidly rising forces. The strongest person in Tianao offers 1,000 days of lifespan for a flat price and purchases the breastplate of the Twisted Tree Demon. Zhao Shiwudi offers 1,000 days of lifespan for sale and purchases the wristband of the Twisted Tree Demon. Miley family is absolutely awesome. I will trade 1,000 days of lifespan for the Twisted Tree Demon's wristband. Not long after, the 3 top forces in the country took action and seized the remaining 3 pieces of equipment. Unlike the last equipment auction, this time when the equipment was put on the shelves, it was already an era of universal job change. A large number of ordinary people changed their jobs to become professionals. Soon, the news that I am not the god of medicine was selling 5 green equipment went viral on the internet. For a while, all the hot searches were discussing this matter. Many people developed a strong respect for I am not a god of medicine. Everyone was curious about what kind of legendary figure this was, who could reach level 11 in just one day and one night and drop so much equipment. You know, they have a hard time beating level 1 monsters, but Yaoshin can already kill level 10 ones. It would be great if I could team up with Medicine God. I'll pay 1 million and ask the god of medicine to team up with me for one day. Oh my god, 1 million a day. I want to be a playmate. The guy above, please tell me clearly, do you want to be a playmate, or do you want to be a playmate? Everyone, go check it out. Beijing Bailey Group has sent out a huge offer to hire a trainee. The offer has already reached 30 million. A message someone posted on the hot search barrage directly set off netizens across the country, and the post in which the Bailey Group offered a huge sum of money to be promoted also fought its way through the numerous hot search posts and directly topped the hot search list. Ma Bailey, this game is too difficult. If Yaoshin sees this post, please send me a private message. I will pay 10 million to help me kill monsters for a day. Ma Bailey, I didn't expect the post to become a trending topic. If you, the god of medicine, see the post, please be sure to send me a private message. I will add another 10 million. There are no additional requirements. Just take me to kill monsters for a day and that will be fine. Ma Bailey, has the god of medicine seen this post? I offer 30 million, just begging the god of medicine to guide me, sob. The 3 consecutive updates of the news sparked heated discussions across the internet. 30 million. An ordinary person cannot earn this much money in 2 lifetimes, but Ma Bailey said it so easily. She was willing to pay the god of medicine 30 million as a reward if he would just play with her for a day. Alas, rich people just think differently from us poor losers. 30 million to hire a playmate. Poverty has limited my imagination. It's just a game, isn't it? You know nothing. Now that the game has come into reality, it will definitely coexist with us for a long time in the future. Spending 30 million to hire Medicine God to help brush it may seem like a lot of money, but in fact it is a huge profit. I don't believe it. Even if I don't play this game, will it affect my monthly salary of 3,500 yuan? As we enter the era of universal job change, people have not yet realized how the advent of games into reality will bring about earth-shaking changes in their lives. Only a very small number of far-sighted people realized that this was a trend. As long as they could seize the initiative in the battle between gods and demons and enter the first tier of the game level, they could turn things around and become the darlings of the new era. At the same time, Lin Bei was struggling in front of the ruined temple. There are still 7 or 8 hours before the strange merchant disappears, and he is struggling over whether or not to use the tradable life of the equipment he just sold to exchange for those out-of-print equipment. Change it. He can't wear these equipments. It's a pure waste of tradable life. But if I don't change it, what if someone else changes it? The attributes of those 6 out-of-print equipment are extremely abnormal. If someone really exchanges for these equipment, not only will he be able to overtake him, but he will also be overtaken by a large level. In the long run, it will not be conducive to his monopoly on equipment sales. Although no one redeemed it in the end in the previous life, the script has changed in this life because of his appearance. These forces can spend 1,000 tradable lifespans to purchase the equipment he put on the shelves. If they really discovered these out-of-print equipment, they would definitely try every means to raise the tradable lifespans to exchange them. No, We can't give them this equipment. Lin Bei finally made a decision and gritted his teeth to buy all 6 out-of-print equipment. Exchanging these 6 pieces of equipment requires 5,994 days of tradable life. He just gained 4,500 days of tradable life from selling the equipment. He already has more than 800 days of tradable life, so he still needs nearly 600 days of tradable life. This auction system is such a rip-off. What a rip-off. He originally sold 5,000 days of tradable lifespan, and he could just add up the rest to make up for it. But this system still has to deduct 10 as operating expenses, and there is still more than 600 days of tradable life. If I had known earlier, I would have sold the Curse of the Twisted Tree Demon as well. Exchange for 5 items first. The cloud-piercing arrow is useless without the sky-shocking bow. In the end, Lin Bei decided to exchange the remaining 5 items first. The remaining cloud-piercing arrows needed to be matched with the Zhentian bow. Even if they were exchanged by someone else, they would be of little use without the Zhentian bow to complete the set. Exchange for Suzaku Feather Fan. Exchange for White Tiger Dagger. Exchange for Azure Dragon Blade. Exchange for Xuanwu Armor. Exchange for the Sky-Shaking Bow. Chapter 15 Hidden Mission. The Secret of the Power of the 4 Symbols. After exchanging 5 out-of-print equipment in one go, Lin Bei felt empty inside as he looked at the tradable lifespan that was about to be cleared. After working hard all day, we are back to where we were before liberation. It's really hard to live like this without any money in your pocket. However, Lin Bei is not worried. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The current investment will be rewarded 100 or 1,000 times in the future. Huh? Not bound. Suddenly, Lin Bei's eyes widened. After exchanging the equipment, he subconsciously glanced at his backpack. There is no untradeable label behind these 5 out-of-print equipment. I see. Lin Bei was pleasantly surprised. He finally understood what was going on. These out-of-print equipment will be bound to the player once worn, and cannot be traded with others unless they are dropped upon death. But the 5 pieces of equipment just exchanged cannot be worn because they do not match his profession, so they can be traded with others. However, Lin Bei gave up the idea of selling these 5 pieces of equipment. Such out-of-print equipment is naturally best kept in the hands of his own people. Even if he wants to sell it, he would sell it to someone he trusts. For example, if the military has such demand in the future, he can contribute it to the country as long as the price is reasonable. The power of the 4 sacred beasts is detected at the same time, triggering a hidden mission. The secret of the power of the 4 symbols. The secret of the power of the 4 symbols. In ancient times, there were 4 sacred beasts suppressing the universe, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, known as the 4 symbols. The power of the 4 symbols is mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. If they are separated, they are irreconcilable, but if they are combined, they are invincible. Only by using the blood of the 4 sacred beasts can the power of the 4 symbols be integrated into one. Mission objective: collect the blood of the 4 sacred beasts. 0. Suddenly, the game prompt sound rang in my ears. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Hidden mission? Collect the blood of the 4 sacred beasts. He had never heard of the blood of the 4 sacred beasts, but he did know about the sacred Azure Dragon, which was a nightmare-level difficulty in the copy of East Sea Monster. In the previous life, a professional team composed of top players live broadcast the opening of a nightmare-level East China Sea Water Monster dungeon. They spent a large number of high-level props to kill it. As a result, Qinglong used a disaster-level skill and directly sent the 5-man team back to the resurrection point. At that time, many professionals were shocked by Qinglong's terrifying body. It was officially recognized as the only sacred level. After that, many top players went to open up the land, but the results were the same. Even the pioneering team sent by the military could not withstand the disaster-level skills released by Qinglong. Someone also mentioned that if 5 assassins with full damage were to go invisible and launch their strongest attack skills at the same time, they might be able to kill Qinglong in seconds before he could react. But this simply doesn't work, because a team of 5 assassins can't even get past the monsters in front. Anyway, until Lin Bei was backstabbed by Lin Shishir, he had never heard of any team clearing the nightmare-level East China Seawater Monster dungeon, and later everyone knew that it was impossible to pass it. So few people went to die. After all, games are now integrated with reality, unlike ordinary online games where you just have to wait for resurrection after death. Not yet. We have to wait until the increase is at least 100 times before we have a chance. Lin Bei gave up the idea of going to open up new land right now. His current level was still too low. Even with the 28-fold amplification potion, he was no match for Qinglong. Anyway, This hidden task has no time limit, so there is no need to rush. Hurry up and get a few more green clothes and throw them to the auction house and exchange the cloud-piercing arrows for them. Maybe there are other hidden quests. Since the power of the four symbols can trigger hidden quests, the sky-shaking bow and cloud-piercing arrows as a set of equipment will most likely also trigger hidden quests. The only pity is that these equipment are not suitable for his profession, but what if they can be used in the future? Lin Bei no longer hesitated and headed straight for the Twisted Jungle. In addition to gaining equipment and levels, he also wanted to try his luck to see if he could encounter Purple Bloodvine. The 4 redbud flowers that Xiongqiang gave him, together with Purple Bloodvine and small red medicine, could be used to refine a level 10 potion called Huoshuesan. It can greatly increase attack speed in a short period of time and is a very popular auxiliary potion in the early stage. The blood-activating powder has double the power, and the weapon is estimated to be able to smoke when swung. Lin Bei himself doesn't need this thing. Corrosive potions and chaos potions are much more useful than this thing. He just wants to gain evolution points by refining potions, so as to improve his level of alchemy proficiency. Kill monsters. Kill monsters. Arriving at the Twisted Jungle, he dived in and started pulling monsters. 2 minutes later, Lin Bei stood still in an open space and turned around to get a bottle of confusion potion. As a dozen twisted tree spirits waving vines caught up with him, strings of red numbers appeared above their heads and their health bars began to drop rapidly. Kill the Twisted Tree Spirit, level 8, and gain 100 experience points. Kill the Twisted Tree Spirit, level 8, and gain 100 experience points. Obtained item, Twisted Dryad's Dagger. The Twisted Jungle is almost too much for me. Lin Bei sighed. Now that he was level 11 and had just killed a level 8 Twisted Tree Spirit, his experience had already begun to decay. After getting rid of the dozen Twisted Tree Spirits, Lin Bei came to the center of the Twisted Jungle unimpeded. The huge Twisted Tree Demon was lazily basking in the sun. Corrosive potion. Sensing that a professional was approaching, the Twisted Tree Demon immediately swung its vines towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei immediately took a step to dodge away. At the same time, the corrosive potion took effect and the Twisted Tree monster's health bar began to drop rapidly. A few seconds later, the Twisted Tree Demon fell to the ground with a bang. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon, level 10, and gain 1,000 experience points. Gain 44 days of tradable life. Only experience and tradable lifespan are given. No equipment is given. Continue. Lin Bei walked in another direction and used confusion potions to continue killing monsters and waiting for the Twisted Tree monster to refresh. Kill the Twisted Tree Demon, level 10, and gain 1,000 experience points. Gain 35 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Twisted Dryad's Wristband Green. After killing the Twisted Tree monster 3 times in a row, a piece of equipment finally dropped. Because you killed the Twisted Tree Demon 3 times in a row, the Twisted Tree Demon that has been sleeping for 1,000 years has awakened. As the system prompt came, Lin Bei immediately stepped back and dodged. The next moment, a vine hit the place where he had been standing like a whip. Corrosive potion. Lin Bei calmly threw the corrosive potion into the deep pit where the Twisted Tree Demon was. The human-like Twisted Tree Demon crawled out of the deep pit, but at this moment its health bar had dropped by 1/3. With the experience from the first time, Lin Bei strolled leisurely in the woods, predicting the attacks of the Twisted Tree Demon every time. Seconds later, the Twisted Tree Demon let out an unwilling roar and was sent back to the void by Lin Bei. Kill the bronze Twisted Tree Demon and gain 3,000 experience points. You have reached level 12, current experience 289. Gain 99 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Twisted Tree Demon's Cloak. Obtained item, Void Invitation. Check the backpack. Lin Bei began to count the spoils. In more than 2 hours, I got a total of 208 days of tradable life. 1 Twisted Dryad's Dagger, white. 2 Twisted Dryad's Greatswords, white. 1 Twisted Dryad's Wristguard, green. And 1 Twisted Dryad's Cloak, blue. Still thinking the same as before, he would put the white and green equipment on the shelves first. The value of these equipment was enough for him to exchange for the cloud-piercing arrows. Twisted Dryad's Dagger, white agility, increases attack power by 10 points. With the skill sharpness, level requirement is above level 5. Sharp, passive each attack weakens the enemy's armor by 2 points, can be stacked up to 5 times, and last for 5 seconds. Starting price, 100 days of tradable life. Each price increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable life. 1 price deal. The seller does not agree to a 1 price deal. Minimum price, 500 days of trading life. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically canceled. Twisted Tree Spirit's Greatsword, White Strength, increases attack power by 10 points. With the skill of Tyranny, level requirement is above level 5. Strong, passive attack to gain a temporary shield. The shield value is 5 of the actual damage caused, lasting for 5 seconds. Starting price, 100 days of tradable life. Each price increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable life. One price deal. The seller does not agree to a one price deal. Minimum price, 500 days of trading life. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically canceled. Twisted Dryad's Wrist Guard Green. Starting price, 200 days of tradable life. Each price increase cannot be less than 50 days of tradable life. One price deal. The seller does not agree to a one price deal. Minimum price, 800 days of trading life. Transactions below the minimum price will be automatically canceled. This time Lin Bei did not set a fixed price. He still felt that a price that could be won through competition among all parties would be more realistic. Chapter 16. Lin Shirshir calls and tells her to get out. Afterwards, Lin Bei sent another message to Xianqi Yang. I am not a god of medicine. I have put a few more pieces of equipment on sale. If you're interested, you can go to the auction house to have a look. Gang. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Boss Yaoshan. Lin Bei did not reply, but simply closed the dialogue box and walked quickly towards the ruined temple. Now more than an hour has passed, and the strange merchant in the ruined temple will disappear soon. He has to rush over first and exchange it for the cloud-piercing arrow as soon as the tradable lifespan arrives in his account. At this time, in front of the Jianghu Tavern, 5 white shadows emerged one after another and eventually turned into 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women. I'm fucking dead again. I'm not playing anymore. If I team up with you guys to kill monsters again, my life will be gone. I'm leaving too. It's too hard to team up with you guys. The 2 buddies Su Chan called over left the team with resentment on their faces. My 2 brothers. Let them go. There are many people who want to team up with me, Su Chan. They are not a big deal. Tian Min wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Su Chan. Su Chan stared at the 2 buddies who were leaving with an extremely ugly expression. They had finally figured out some techniques for killing monsters, but they ended up encountering an elite monster. He was careless in his positioning and was sent directly back to the resurrection point. Isn't it just a mistake? These 2 bastards didn't give him any face at all. Don't worry, you 2. I'll contact 2 more tough guys. Su Chan snorted coldly, took out his cell phone and started contacting his usual drinking buddies on WeChat. However, soon, Su Chen's face turned gloomy. These drinking buddies usually call him Brother Su, but now that they heard that he was only level 1, they directly rejected his invitation to form a team. These guys have reached level 2 so quickly. Su Chan was filled with anger and threw his phone to the ground. Fuck, none of them are reliable. I'm so fucking blind to compete with this group of people to make friends. Brother Su Chan, don't be angry. What happened? Why did you drop your phone? Lin Shirshir quickly patted Su Chan on the back and asked with a pout. This phone was a gift she gave to Su Chan, and she felt a little bad about it being thrown away. Su Chan shook his head. Nothing. Do you have any level 1 friends? See if you can find 2 to team up with. My friends already have teams. They said they wanted to come over, but I refused. It's not appropriate to forcibly break up other people's teams. He looked at Lin Shirshir and Tian Min. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them quickly took out their phones and started calling people. After only one night, many people had formed teams, and even a large number of them had reached level 2. Usually there are a lot of dogs around the 2 of them, but I don't know what happened this time. The 2 of them tried to attract people for a long time, but didn't get a single one. My neighbor Ma Xiaoshan is a sword and shield warrior. He said he can team up with us. Just when the 2 were about to give up, Tian Min's cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a message from her neighbor Ma Xiaoshan. She waved her fists and shouted excitedly. Sword and shield warrior. Sure, let him come over. Su Chen's eyes lit up. What they lacked most now was the front row. Then he looked at Lin Shirshir and said, Shirshir, how are you doing? Lin Shirshir bit her lip tightly. Seeing that Tian Min had found teammates, she felt even worse because she couldn't get any of the more than 100 friends on her WeChat list. Why? She is obviously much prettier than Tian Min. So why can Tian Min attract men but she can't? However, the fact is that almost all the people on her list are girls. There were quite a few men who cared about her in the original list, but they were all deleted by Su Chan. She didn't know how to answer Su Chan. It was too embarrassing. By the way, what is your brother's occupation? Su Chan suddenly thought of Lin Bei, so he said to Lin Shirshir, why don't you ask your eldest brother? He listens to you so much. Let him be our front row. Lin Shishi's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. I don't know. He treated brother Suchun like that a few days ago, and I blocked him in a rage. Lin Shishi bit her lip and tightly grasped her phone, feeling a little guilty. She actually lied to brother Suchun, but when she thought about how Lin Bei hadn't come to see her for so long, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. Anyway, there is absolutely no way she would lower herself to look for Lin Bei, unless Lin Bei took the initiative to call her to apologize. Why did you block him? You should let him serve as our front line to take the damage. Suchun said with a smile. Lin Shishi frowned and said, I asked him to apologize to you, brother Suchun. He refused, so I blocked him. Brother Suchun, you are not angry with him? Brother Suchun was punched by Lin Bei. She got angry every time she thought about it. How come brother Suchun has calmed down? This is too generous. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that he's your brother, I would have asked my buddies to beat him up. Suchun snorted coldly. Lin Bei punched him in front of so many people and made him lose face in front of his friends. How could he not be angry? What I mean is, you let him serve as our front line to resist damage, and then kick him out of the team when the monster is about to die. Suchun sneered twice. Anyway, he listens to you like a fool. Even if you don't give him experience points, he won't leave. Hearing this, Lin Shishi's eyes lit up. Brother Suchun is so smart. This way he can teach that bastard Lin Bei a lesson. However, let her take the initiative to call Lin Bei. She has a proud personality and is very resistant. Forget it. Just do it for brother Suchun, and to teach that bastard a lesson. Thinking of this, Lin Shishi took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, and called Lin Bei. Although Lin Bei was a little out of character this time and didn't come to apologize to her for such a long time, she believed that as long as she hooked her finger, Lin Bei would come to her like a pug. Soon, a ringtone rang from the phone. I must give this bastard a good scolding later. Lin Shishi gritted her teeth, thinking about how she was going to confront Lin Bei when the call was connected. However, at this moment, a female electronic voice suddenly came from my ear. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. Lin Shishi? What does this mean? I clearly called just now. How come it says I'm currently on the phone? She frowned slightly and called again with doubt. The ringtone rang again. She was sure that the call was definitely made to Lin Bei's cell phone. However, 5 seconds later, a female electronic voice came to my ear again. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. How dare he? Lin Shishi then realized that Lin Bei had hung up on her. Suddenly, a surge of anger rose up and she immediately called again. The familiar ringtone sounded again, but this time the call was not hung up, but was connected with a beep. Lin Bei, you dare to hang up on me? You. Lin Shishi, are you fucking mentally ill? If you call me again, I'll kill you. Get lost. Chapter 17 Special Mission. Suspected. You? Lin Shishi's face was gloomy, and her delicate hands were tightly gripping the phone. Her knuckles had turned white from squeezing so tightly. Did Lin Bei just say that she was mentally ill? And let her go? What's more, Lin Bei actually dared to hang up on her. How dare he? Aren't you afraid that you will never forgive him? How's it going, Shishi? When will Lin Bei be here? Tell him to stop wasting time. Suchun did not notice that Lin Shishi's expression was not right. In the past, Lin Bei had always been obedient to Lin Shishi, so he confidently thought that Lin Bei would definitely come running over. However, Tianmin noticed that Lin Shishi's face looked a little off, so she quickly asked, Shishi, are you okay? Is your brother unable to come because of something? Love comes or not. I thought he was in the way. Do you really think we can't find anyone else without him, Lin Bei? The earth will continue to rotate regardless of who is around. Lin Shishi snorted coldly, looked at Tianmin fiercely and said, Also, he is not my brother. He's not coming? What did he tell you? Suchun frowned. Now is not the time to worry about personal grudges. Killing monsters and leveling up was the most important thing. He has predicted that in the future whoever has a higher rank will have the right to speak, and whether they can make a comeback and sing in the new era depends on this period of time. Lin Shishi shook her head. Brother Suchun, please find someone else to team up with. I don't want to see Lin Bei. Where can I find someone now? Talk to him properly. Suchun said while holding Lin Shishi's hand. If he wants to find someone, why would he need to look for this loser Lin Bei? However, when Lin Shishi heard this, her face suddenly turned ugly. She shook off Suchun's hand and said, Impossible. You tell him. I'm not feeling well, so I'm going back to the dormitory first. After saying that, Lin Shishi walked towards the school angrily. Why didn't she find Suchun so annoying before? He didn't care about her feelings at all. Couldn't she see that she was angry with Lin Bei and didn't want to see Lin Bei? And that bastard Lin Bei actually dared to hang up her phone and scold her. Humph. I want to see who can't live without whom. Lin Shirshir snorted coldly and kicked the stone under her feet angrily. She decided never to forgive Lin Bei again. Even if Lin Bei came over and knelt down to apologize to her, she would never forgive Lin Bei. Unlike Lin Shirshir, who was sulking, Lin Bei hung up the phone and directly blocked all contact information of Lin Shirshir. It was clearly agreed that he would take his own path and Lin Shirshir would take her own path. And you called him? What a psycho. Moreover, if it wasn't more important to kill monsters and level up, he would have wanted to stay outside the safe zone. He would not be able to get rid of the anger in his heart unless he killed Lin Shirshir and Su Chun and brought them back to the resurrection point 10 times. Bite. The item, Twisted Dryad's Dagger, has been sold. The final auction price is 550 days of tradable life. After deducting 10 operating expenses, the total tradable life is 495 days. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? Just then, an email notification sounded in my ears. As soon as he opened his mailbox, he saw a series of new emails pop up. Item, Twisted Tree Spirit's Greatsword, has been sold. The final auction price is 750 days of tradable life. After deducting 10 operating expenses, the total tradable life is 675 days. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? Item, Twisted Tree Spirit's Greatsword, has been sold. The final auction price is 700 days of tradable life. After deducting 10 operating expenses, the total tradable life is 630 days. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? Item, Twisted Tree Demon's Wristband, has been sold. The final auction price is 1,150 days of tradable lifespan. After deducting 10 operating expenses, the total tradable lifespan is 1,035 days. Do you want to withdraw it immediately? It sold out so quickly. Lin Bei did not hesitate and directly extracted the tradable life of the equipment being sold. There are a total of 2,835 days of tradable lifespan, plus the 208 days of monster hunting and the 316 days of tradable lifespan remaining on the body, a total of 3,351 days of tradable lifespan. Exchange. Lin Bei immediately stepped forward and exchanged the last out-of-print equipment, the cloud-piercing arrow, from the strange merchant. Announcement. All out-of-print equipment has been sold, and the strange merchant has left. It is detected that you have both the heaven-shaking bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. The special task has been triggered, the secret of the ancient artifact. The secret of the ancient artifact. This bow and this arrow contain the aura of the ancient artifact. Using the fusion stone to fuse the two pieces of equipment together may awaken the spirit of the ancient artifact that has been dormant for thousands of years. Mission target: sky-shaking bow and cloud-piercing arrow fusion stone? First there was a national announcement, and then a special task prompt box appeared in front of Lin Bei. Sure enough, there is a mission, but it's not a hidden mission. Lin Bei had expected this and was not too surprised at this moment. And unlike the secret of the four symbols power, he knew about this fusion stone. Fusion stones and refining stones will explode in worlds above level 90. People above level 90 in the previous life have exploded these two kinds of stones. Refining stones can be used to refine equipment attributes, and there is a very small probability of refining rare attributes, while fusion stones can fuse sets of equipment. For example, the Twisted Jungle set that Lin Bei dropped before, in the later stage, you can use the fusion stone to fuse the attributes of all the equipment into a single piece of equipment. Upgrade it to level 20 and see what this bow and arrow can be fused into. Lin Bei decided to reach level 20 as soon as possible, get 2 fusion stones to fuse the heaven-shaking bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, and complete this special task. Lin Bei immediately ran towards the Twisted Jungle. At this time, he was wearing a crown on his head and a cloak on his back, with a translucent medicine cauldron floating beside him, looking handsome and cool. At this moment, as the national announcement sounded, tens of millions of professionals throughout Daxia were dumbfounded. Who among you has redeemed the out-of-print equipment? Nobody. I haven't even reached level 2 yet. How come someone is exchanging for out-of-print equipment? This is definitely a Kryptonian game. It's over. With reality and Kryptonian games combined, people like us at the bottom have no chance of turning things around. Don't talk nonsense. Why can't I find the recharge entrance? Exactly. Can someone tell me where the recharge entrance is? I'll recharge 20,000 to test the waters. This game is too difficult to start with. 20,000? You probably don't know yet. The currency system of this game is not money at all, but life. If you don't believe me, just open the auction system and you will know. For a time, all social media platforms were discussing this matter. Some big forces have even sent a large number of people to look for players who have exchanged for out-of-print equipment. They have also been looking for the strange merchant in the past few days, but have not found him. This is a rare piece of equipment. Once you get it, you can definitely crush other forces. We must find out who redeemed it and get the out-of-print equipment at any cost. Even the usually steady military could no longer sit still and coordinated with the local authorities to prepare to dispatch a large number of active professionals to look for civilian masters who had exchanged for out-of-print equipment. If they could spend money to get the equipment back, that would be the best. If not, they would absorb both the people and the equipment. In short, these things that may affect the balance must not be scattered outside. Looking at the worried senior executives, Chun Jianqi suddenly said, "Do you think those out-of-print equipment could have been exchanged by Yaoshan boss? He's at such a high level. Maybe he knows where the strange merchant is. And he's sold so many pieces of equipment, so he has a lot of tradable lifespans. If you ask me who is most likely to exchange for out-of-print equipment, I think he has the highest chance. Otherwise, if we can't find it, there's no reason for others to be able to find it." Chapter 18. 42 times increase, Hell-level difficulty trial. It's possible. Whether it's in the medicine god's hands or not, don't ask proactively, lest you disgust the medicine god. That's right. The most important thing is to establish a good relationship with the god of medicine first. The out-of-print equipment doesn't necessarily have to be in our hands, as long as the people who have the out-of-print equipment are on our side. It is rare for several senior executives to have such a unified idea on one issue. The main reason is that the upgrade speed of the god of medicine is too terrifying, and it is very difficult to surpass him. The only way is to absorb him into their own team, or at least to make friends with him, not enemies. In this new era where games and reality are integrated, they must firmly grasp the right to speak to ensure social stability, and the crushing upgrade speed of medicine god gives them hope. As long as Yao Shan is willing to stand on the side of the military, the difficulty of maintaining stability will be greatly reduced. If you ask me, let Jinshi reveal his identity directly. I think it's okay. Just tell him that we are from the Daxia military and want to cooperate with him and see how he reacts. We can provide him with protection and convenience. He is upgrading at such a terrifying speed. I think he must be a smart person. He will understand the benefits of cooperating with us. In fact, Lin Bei did have the idea of cooperating with the military. Someone had already verified it for him in his previous life. The senior military officials of Daxia were very honest and were a trustworthy partner. But now is not the right time. Once he cooperates with the military, he will have to spend a lot of time to get equipment, and the most important thing right now is to upgrade. He will consider cooperation after he reaches level 20. You still have to go through trials to unlock the next map. Lin Bei stood at the end of the twisted jungle, looking at the tall tower standing in the distance. Trial Tower. There is a 9-story tower at the end of each area. Only after passing the trial tower can you unlock the new area behind. Although the Battle of Gods and Demons has integrated reality, what actually exists on Earth are basically novice areas. If you want to explore more advanced areas, you can only go through a special channel called the Trial Tower, which is a bit like a folded space. I have to go to the Trial Tower, but not now. Lin Bei found an open space to sit down, opened the auction system, and started purchasing materials. He planned to increase the gain effect to more than 40 times, because the 5 difficulty levels of the Trial Tower corresponded to different rewards. The rewards for the normal mode are some level 10 green and blue equipment. If you are lucky, you can get a green skill book. In the previous life, 99 professionals chose the normal mode. The rewards for the difficult mode are much richer, with the minimum being 2 level 10 blue items. Some people have even obtained blue skill books from them, which increase their combat effectiveness several times. As for the horror mode and the more difficult nightmare and hell modes, no one has yet been able to complete them, so the rewards are unknown. With the current 28-fold potion effect, Lin Bei thought that normal mode and difficult mode would not be a problem, but his goal this time was hell mode, or at least nightmare mode. Otherwise, if he continued to play through the normal mode like before, it would be too unworthy of his identity as a reborn person. Mainly, he wanted to see what kind of god-level rewards he would get after clearing the hell mode or nightmare mode. A 40x gain shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Bei took a deep breath and began to make the chaos potion using the purchased materials. According to some video footage leaked from the previous life, ordinary monsters in hell mode are roughly equivalent to the Twisted Dryad. An elite monster in the Twisted Jungle and a 40x gain chaos potion is enough to deal with them. The 40x corrosive potion can cause 2,000 points of damage per second, which should be enough to deal with the later ones. 2 hours passed in a flash. Lin Bei stretched his stiff waist, looked at the hundreds of bottles of confusion potion in his backpack, and smiled bitterly. The probability of a low-level potion like Chaos Potion giving evolution points was too low. He refined more than 140 bottles of Chaos Potion and only obtained 6 evolution points. 1 evolution point is still missing to reach a 40x gain. There was no choice. Lin Bei opened the auction system again. Hey, someone actually collected the purple blood vine. As soon as he opened the auction system, he saw a piece of material that stood out from the crowd. The purple-red icon of the purple blood vine looked particularly eye-catching among a pile of heart-nourishing herbs. Lin Bei bought it immediately at a flat price without even thinking twice. 1 segment of purple blood vine costs 200 days of tradable lifespan and 10 segments in total. In fact, this price is a bit expensive, but what Lin Bei wants is evolution points, so it is worth it as long as he can get evolution points. Refine the blood-activating powder. Lin Bei was a little excited. With the purple blood vine, he could combine it with the small red medicine and redbud flower to refine the blood-activating powder. Hueshuesan is a level 10 potion, and the probability of obtaining evolution points is definitely higher than that of the small red potion. Small red medicine purple blood vine, redbud blood circulation powder. Obtain item, blood activating powder. Obtain 1 evolution point. It's much taller indeed. Lin Bei was very happy that he was given evolution points for the first time. He then refined the remaining 3 Bauhinia flowers into a blood activating powder, which unexpectedly gave him another evolution point. The probability was indeed increased a lot. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Lin Bei directly added all his evolution points to Alchemy Mastery. Alchemy Mastery Bronze Level 4, Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1. Can refine potions below level 10, gaining a 42x benefit. It's done. The multiplier should be enough to cope with the upgrade trial. Lin Bei refined all the potions again. Now, in addition to the small red potion and the small blue potion, his backpack also contained 146 bottles of confusion potion, 6 bottles of corrosion potion, and 2 bottles of steel potion. Set off. With these potions, Lin Bei had the confidence to enter the trial tower. Without further hesitation, he walked quickly towards the trial tower. The trial tower is an ancient stone tower with a base diameter of at least hundreds of meters. It looks mysterious and oppressive. You are qualified to enter the trial tower. Do you want to enter immediately? As soon as he walked under the tower, a prompt box appeared in front of Lin Bei. Enter. Lin Bei muttered to himself. Tip: it is detected that you are not currently in a team. It will be very dangerous to enter the trial tower alone. Do you want to enter now? Yes. Lin Bei chose to enter again. This time the system did not block me, and everything went dark before my eyes, and I felt dizzy. The next moment, a few lines of glowing small words illuminated the darkness. Please select the difficulty of this trial. Normal, it is recommended to form a team of 2. Difficulty, it is recommended to form a team of 5. Horror, highly dangerous. Nightmare, extremely dangerous. Hell, 10 deaths without resurrection. Looking at the 5 options representing 5 levels of difficulty, Lin Bei took a deep breath and lightly tapped the Hell level difficulty option. Tip: the Hell level difficulty is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to enter the Hell level difficulty upgrade trial? Warning: once you enter, the probability of death is 99. Chapter 19. Endless Monster Tide. 42x potion can easily clear the field. Enter. As Lin Bei's voice rang out, he appeared in a primitive jungle. Level upgrade trial. Void nest. Click, click, click. As soon as he entered the void nest, a strange crackling sound was heard. Lin Bei instantly became alert and put a bottle of small red medicine on his body. Then he quickly looked around, looking for the source of the sound. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the voice of a low-level void creature, a void crawler. Whoosh! The next moment, a sound of breaking air was heard in my ears. He subconsciously dodged to the side, and a purple arrow hit the place where he had been standing with a clang. Immediately afterwards, a purple monster more than 2 meters long crawled out of the primitive jungle. Its body was covered with purple bone spurs, and it looked like a giant hedgehog. Its huge eyes had only whites but no eyeballs, which looked extremely weird. Void Crawler, level 10? The difficulty of Hell level is indeed different. I encountered a Void Crawler as soon as I came in. Lin Bei's face looked a little solemn. The purple arrow just now was the skill of the Void Crawler. The attributes of void monsters were more abnormal than ordinary monsters. Although this level 10 Void Crawler was just an ordinary monster, its true attributes were comparable to those of the elite monster Twisted Dryad. This one Void Crawler alone can easily bring down a fully staffed and well-equipped team of professionals. And if he remembered correctly, there were many Void Crawlers in the Void Nest, and the Hell level difficulty would probably be even greater. Fortunately, Lin Bei had enough Chaos Potions in his backpack. He immediately took out 2 bottles of potions, one in each hand, and threw them at the Void Crawler. Snap! Snap! There were 2 consecutive crisp sounds. One bottle hit the Void Crawler, and the other bottle fell in front of the Void Crawler. The area where the Void Crawler was located immediately became a chaotic area, and its health bar finally leaked out. 2660. The properties are much stronger than the normal mode. Seeing the Void Crawler's health bar as high as 3500, Lin Bei couldn't help but be shocked. Although the attributes of the Void Crawler are comparable to those of the Twisted Dryad, it only has 2800 health in normal mode. Unexpectedly, the Hell mode has 700 more health than the normal mode. The extra 700 health points are enough to scare a mage in full green gear and make an assassin in full health to spare. Fortunately, the Chaos Potion lasted long enough, and Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. With the Chaos Potion's 420 damage per second, it only took 8 seconds to send it back home. Click, click, click. The Void Crawler was attacked and made strange crackling sounds again. Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he immediately ran to one side. But he did not run far. Instead, he began to circle around the Void Crawler. The Void Crawler kept turning around in the chaotic area, and its health bar dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the Void Crawler moved and swooped towards Lin Bei. Fuck! Lin Bei couldn't help but swear. He remembered that the Void Crawler only had the skill of Bone Thorn Arrow. How come this Void Crawler also had the skill of Charge? Fortunately, the collision skill had a long pre-swing, so he managed to dodge it. Without time to think, Lin Bei quickly took out a bottle of Chaos Potion and threw it at the Void Crawler. The Void Crawler's agility is not very high, and its movements and attacks have a lot of sway before and after. After the collision, before it could turn around, its health bar was emptied by the Confusion Potion. Strange fireworks ignited on the purple body, and it fell to the ground with a bang, turning into purple sparks and disappearing. Rays of white light flew out from his body and fell to the ground. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went forward to pick up the items. I don't know what kind of loot this Hell-level monster will drop. Kill the Void Crawler and gain 500 experience points. Gain 48 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Void Leggings. It's actually Void equipment. Lin Bei hurriedly opened his backpack to check. If he remembered correctly, only Void Plunderers in the Void Nest would drop Void equipment. I didn't expect that in Hell difficulty, Void Crawlers could drop Void equipment. So, isn't there a chance to directly put together a set of Void suit? The lowest quality of Void equipment is blue, and wearing a set will have additional attribute bonuses, but each person can only participate in the upgrade trial once, and once the Void equipment is worn, it cannot be traded, so no one has ever put together a complete Void set in the past. Void Leggings. Blue gain 100 points of dual resistance, full attributes. When worn together with Void Boots, Void Bone Armor, Void Wrist Guards, and Void Mask, it has an additional set attribute, Void. Level requirement is 10 or above. Void. Reduce damage caused by Void monsters by 30. Increase damage to enemies by 10. The attributes of the Void suit are very powerful. It can both reduce and increase damage. It is the strongest equipment set before level 20. Click, click, click. At this moment, the crackling sound of a Void monster brought Lin Bei back to reality. He quickly looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw another Void Crawler, making an attacking gesture not far away. Whoosh! The next moment, a purple arrow flew through the air. Lin Bei was already prepared when he saw the Void Crawler. He predicted the opponent's attack in advance and dodged to the side. Click, click, click. He had just taken out the Chaos Potion when a strange crackling sound came from the other side. A Void Crawler also appeared on the right side. The two monsters approached Lin Bei quickly from behind, wanting to tear this human who had trespassed into the Void Nest into pieces. At the same time, more Void Crawlers were coming from the distance. Lin Bei took a quick look, suddenly put away the Confusion Potion in his hand, and quickly ran behind him. He had just used up 3 bottles of Confusion Potion to kill the Void Crawlers. Killing them one by one was a bit too slow and a waste of potions, so he planned to trap the monsters. In his previous life, someone had released a guide to the Void Lair, and there was a place where he could trap the Void Crawlers and then slowly grind them to death. Although the attributes of monsters in Hell difficulty are greatly enhanced, the map is exactly the same as the normal mode. Soon, void crawlers gathered around. Lin Bei's face was solemn. With so many void crawlers, let alone a full-strength team of level 10, even a team of level 20 professionals would probably be overturned. This Hell level of difficulty leaves no room for survival. Fortunately, he had the 42x potion with him, so Lin Bei felt relieved and quickly came to a cave. This is a natural cave with various huge rocks of strange shapes lined up together, with a narrow passage in the middle extending deep into the underground. Bang, bang, bang. Those void crawlers chased into the cave angrily, crashing into the boulders with dull sounds. But these boulders are indestructible, and no matter how the void crawlers ram them, they remain motionless. As one goes deeper into the cave, the passage suddenly becomes wide open, and then suddenly becomes extremely narrow, forming a single gourd-shaped terrain in the middle. Lin Bei stopped, turned around, took out a large amount of chaos potion and threw it around like a grenade. Soon the entire passage was covered with potion, turning it into a completely chaotic area. Then he walked into the narrow passage and began to admire this feast of death. The next moment, more than a dozen void crawlers rushed in one after another. As soon as they entered the chaotic area, their health bars began to drop rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The void crawlers in the front kept hitting the narrow entrance, but because the entrance was too narrow, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch even half of Lin Bei's clothes. Unfortunately, they kept losing blood in the chaotic area. Their hatred locked on Lin Bei. They could neither advance nor retreat, and could only spin around in anger in the single gourd terrain. Seconds later, more than a dozen void crawlers were killed. Chapter 20 Golden Boss, Eye of the Void. Kill the void crawler and gain 500 experience points. Kill the void crawler and gain 500 experience points. Along with a series of system prompt sounds, a large piece of white light flew out from the corpse of the void crawler, flashing a dazzling white light. The explosion rate is quite high. Lin Bei picked up the spoils with a smile on his face. More than a dozen void crawlers actually dropped 3 pieces of equipment. The drop rate is almost catching up with elite monsters. It is worthy of being a Hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. Although the monster attributes have increased significantly, the drop rate is worthy of this abnormal attribute. Check out the equipment. Lin Bei opened his backpack. Void leggings. Blue gain 100 points of dual resistance. Full attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is 10 or above. Void wrist guard. Blue gain 100 points of adaptive attack power. Full attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guard, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is above level 10. Void leggings. Blue gain 100 points of dual resistance. Full attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is 10 or above. 2 of the 3 pieces of equipment are void leggings. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. This means that only the leggings have a higher explosion rate. It seems that collecting the void set is not as easy as imagined. Wearing the wristband, Lin Bei walked quickly into the depths of the jungle. In addition to these 3 pieces of equipment, these void crawlers also dropped a lot of tradable lifespans. However, Lin Bei was not in the mood to count the spoils. His face was extremely solemn. He encountered so many void crawlers at the very beginning, and he didn't know what kind of void monsters would be waiting for him later. It is even still unknown whether the final one will be the void plunderer. Soon, Lin Bei walked out of the dense forest. A huge mountain came into view, with a bottomless dark cave in the middle, extending to nowhere. Click, click, click. As soon as I reached the front of the cave, I heard a strange monster clicking sound. Lin Bei immediately became alert and looked intently into the cave. A giant mantis, purple and black in color, slender and strong, slowly walked out of the darkness. Void Reaver, level 10? It turned out to be a void plunderer whose attributes were even higher than those of the void crawler. Lin Bei didn't dare to be careless and immediately took out a bottle of confusion potion and threw it over. A chaos zone is created and the Void Reaver begins to lose health. 2580. The health bar of the Void Plunderer is not as thick as that of the Void Crawler, but Lin Bei's face is solemn because this thing is an agility monster. Although the health bar is not thick, its other attributes are ridiculously high. Swish. A sudden blow. The Void Reaver's scythe flashed a purple light through the air, so fast that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Lin Bei's face changed, and he felt a sharp pain on his body. He had no time to dodge. Flying slash. Ignore defense. This attack directly took away half of Lin Bei's blood. If he hadn't put all his free attribute points into Constitution, he would have been killed instantly. He took out a bottle of small red medicine and slapped it on his body. His health instantly returned to full. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief and threw a bottle of confusion potion at the feet of the Void Plunderer. Then he started to move, dodging the Void Reaver's attacks, while holding the Chaos Potion in both hands, ready to throw it at the Void Reaver's feet at any time. Half a minute later, after paying the price of 5 bottles of Chaos Potions, the Void Plunderer was finally sent back to its hometown. Roar! With a roar, the Void Plunderer fell to the ground. Kill the Void Plunderer and gain 800 experience points. Gain 78 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Void Blade. After collecting the spoils, Lin Bei opened his backpack. This Void Blade should be an assassin weapon. Void Blade, blue attack power, agility, gain void power every 30 seconds. The next attack ignores enemy defense. When worn with the Void suit, it has a special effect. Void Killer, level requirement is above level 10. Void Killer, reduce damage caused by void monsters by 30. Increase damage to enemies by 10. If the enemy is a void monster, increase damage by 30. I didn't expect that the weapon combined with the Void suit would have a new suit effect, and the attributes of this Void Killer are very abnormal. It causes 30 more damage to void monsters. It seems very restrictive, but it is actually a very practical attribute. Especially in the later stages, many holy level monsters are void monsters, and this attribute is simply too precious. You can definitely sell it for a good price. Continuing to explore deeper into the cave, we found a fairly spacious and dim passage with narrow branches on both sides from time to time. It was so complicated that no one knew where it led to. However, Lin Bei knew that as long as he kept walking along the main passage, he would reach the location of the trial for the upgrade trial copy, the nest of the Void Monster. In normal difficulty, there will be a Void Plunderer guarding the Void Lair. As long as you defeat it, you can pass the upgrade trial and unlock the new map after level 10. But just now Lin Bei encountered a Void Raider at the entrance of the cave, so he is not sure now whether the trial is still about the Void Raider or a stronger Void Monster. While speeding along the way, they encountered several Void Predators hiding in the dark. Fortunately, Lin Bei was always on guard, and he had a small red potion with a 42-fold increase in health, so even if he was ambushed and lost half of his health, he could still recover in time. It was a safe bet that he not only obtained 5 blue quality Void equipment, but his level was also raised to level 12. The free attributes are still all about adding Constitution. With a potion that increases damage by 42 times, he has no shortage of damage. He just needs to stack his physique to ensure his fault tolerance. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei suddenly felt his feet go soft. The originally hard ground collapsed, and he fell into a huge cave along with a lot of sand. 3 huge luminous stones of different shapes are inlaid on the top, emitting soft light and illuminating the entire cave. It is a circular cave, like a large bowl upside down on the ground. Click, click, click. Just as Lin Bei stood firm, he heard a series of rapid clicking sounds in his ears. And it wasn't just one sound, but rather a dense and continuous stream of sounds coming from all directions. Oh shit. Lin Bei looked around and couldn't help but swear. The cave was still the same cave as I remembered, with purple-black egg sheaths everywhere, densely overlapping and firmly stuck to the walls. A large number of skeletons were scattered on the ground, some animal and some human, which looked extremely creepy. What made Lin Bei swear was not the densely packed egg sheaths, nor the void crawlers and void predators guarding these egg sheaths, but a giant purple vertical eye suspended in the air right in front of the cave. No body, just an eye. There were no pupils in the eyes, but they flashed a dazzling white light. When Lin Bei looked at it, it also looked at Lin Bei. When the 3 eyes met, Lin Bei felt creepy and the hairs on his body stood up. He never expected that the trial of hell difficulty would be this. Eye of the Void, Gold, level 10, Gold level. In front of it, the Void Reaver is nothing but a piece of trash. This is trouble. Chapter 21 Final Trial, Void Suit. The current situation is extremely dangerous. There is a gold level Void Eye in front, and a large number of Void Crawlers and Void Plunderers guarding the Void Nest behind. If there is any mistake, you will either be killed instantly by the Void Eye's terrifying skills, or be torn into pieces by a large number of Void monsters. No wonder the system determined that the difficulty of hell was a 100% certainty of death. Not to mention a single person clearing it. Even if the world's strongest 5-man team came, they would be defeated in front of this powerful formation. Not to mention the gold level. Just clearing out these void crawlers and void predators is a big problem. Unless the level is far higher than these void monsters, it is difficult to clear out so many void monsters. Even if you are lucky enough to clear all these void monsters, you still have to face the golden void eye, whose attributes are far superior to the void plunder. Any mistake will make it impossible to pass. And this is still the ideal state without alarming the monsters before clearing them out. This is definitely impossible in reality, because as soon as Lin Bei fell into the cave, the huge Eye of the Void had already locked onto Lin Bei. Swish! The Eye of the Void attacked without warning. A beam of purple light shone towards Lin Bei. Evil light in the void. Lin Bei's face changed, and he had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he had taken out a bottle of steel mixture in advance and held it in his palm. At this moment, he crushed it without hesitation, and a golden bubble enveloped him. A gray beam of damage floated out from above Lin Bei's head. One hit. Just one hit. The Eye of the Void actually dealt a huge amount of damage of 9,999. If it weren't for Lin Bei's quick reaction, and if it weren't for the 100 damage reduction of the steel potion, this attack would have been enough to kill Lin Bei instantly. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lin Bei took out 2 bottles of potion and threw them over. A bottle of corrosion potion and a bottle of confusion potion. The 2 negative states together can cause a high damage per second of 2,100. At this time, this golden level health bar finally appeared in front of Lin Bei. 27480. 30,000 health? Lin Bei was a little surprised. The physical attribute of the Eye of Void reached an astonishing 1,000 points, which meant that the monster in front of him had 1,000 points of dual resistance. Such a thick bloodline and resistance would make the shooter despair and shed tears. Fortunately, his potion is not restricted by double resistance, and the damage it deals is fixed. Except that it cannot ignore shields and critical hits, it is no different from real damage. With the 100 damage reduction from the iron potion, Lin Bei simply stopped moving and started throwing potions around despite the damage from the Eye of the Void. At this moment, he was like a mobile bunker, constantly throwing out biological bombs. Within a few breaths, the entire void nest was covered with chaos potions, and the entire area fell into chaos. This also angered the void crawlers and void plunderers guarding the void nest, and they all made harsh clicking sounds and pounced towards Lin Bei. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down. The duration of the iron mixture was about to expire, but Lin Bei was not in a hurry. He muttered numbers and stretched out his hand to snap his fingers. As his countdown ended, all the monsters in the void lair let out unwilling roars one after another. Rays of white light flew out from the corpses of the monsters and scattered all over the ground. The entire cave was illuminated by the dazzling white light as if it were daytime. Kill the Eye of the Void and gain 2,000 experience points. Kill the Void Plunderer and gain 800 experience points. Kill the Void Crawler and gain 500 experience points. Gain 55 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 72 days of tradable life. Gain 63 days of tradable lifespan. Obtained item, Void Blood, gold. Obtained item, Void Wristband, blue. Obtained item, Void Mask, blue. Congratulations on successfully killing the Eye of the Void, gold, and successfully opening new maps. Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15. Silt Swamp, level 15. Ancient Ruins, level 20. National announcement. Player, I'm not the god of medicine, cleared the Hell difficulty upgrade trial, and became the first professional in the universe to clear the Hell difficulty upgrade trial. He was awarded the out-of-print title Warrior Who Cleanses Hell. National notice. Due to the player, I'm not the god of medicine, clearing the level to upgrade the difficulty of the trial Hell, new maps have been opened. Ghostface Stone Forest, level 15. Silt Swamp, level 15. Ancient Ruins, level 20. Players below level 10 will receive a temporary buff effect of 30 experience points. With a large amount of spoils collected and the upgrade copy completed, Lin Bei felt a black screen before his eyes and returned to the bottom of the 9-story stone tower. A pale blue light lit up from the top of the tower, gradually dispelling the nothingness in front of it and illuminating a vague mountain and forest. At the same time, 2 national announcements rang in the ears of all professionals. Lin Bei was not surprised at all. He would be given a title for his first clear of the normal difficulty and his first clear of the Hell difficulty, so it was not surprising to be given a rare title. Look at the properties. He clicked on the title column, and above the title of Progressing Rapidly, there was indeed a new title with the Flames of Hell. Warrior Who Cleanses Hell. Gain all attributes 10 times your own level. This is a reward for the brave. It's still a growing title. Lin Bei was a little surprised. As expected, the out-of-print series never disappoints. Don't underestimate the fact that it only adds more than 100 points to all attributes now, which is similar to the attributes added by the title of Rapid Progress. However, this title has very high growth potential, and the attributes added will increase in the later stages. After closing his personal panel, Lin Bei took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, passing the upgrade trial also allowed all players in Daxia to gain experience value bonuses. In fact, this temporary gain of 30 experience points is a special effect given to allow newly changed professionals to catch up with the level progress as quickly as possible. It has also appeared in the previous life and originally had no effect on anything. But now, less than 2 days have passed since the Battle of Gods and Demons began, and all players have received this temporary benefit, which is equivalent to reducing the difficulty of game upgrades in Daxia. Lin Bei didn't care about this, not to mention giving others a 30 experience bonus. Even if he gave others a 100 experience bonus, others would not be able to catch up with his level progress. However, I think other countries will have objections. After all, it is not only the Daxia area that has integrated the God and Demon War system. Now the whole world has integrated the God and Demon War system. Members of all countries are exploring and working hard to upgrade. Originally, everyone started from the same starting line, and their progress was not much different. But now that all members of Daxia have gained 30 experience points, it won't be long before it will surpass other countries and become the country that leads the world in level progress. What does lead level progress mean? Represents the supreme right to speak. It would be disastrous if other countries knew about this. They would definitely unite and do everything they can to suppress Daxia. However, Lin Bei could foresee that as long as Daxia could withstand the external pressure, once it grew up, the world's voice would completely fall into Daxia's hands. He still has a strong sense of belonging to this country, and this can be regarded as a contribution to the country. At this time, the entire Daxia was in an uproar because of these two national announcements. Damn it, the medicine god starts again. This is a rare title. The warrior who cleanses hell. This is so cool. No, I have a hard time defeating level 2 monsters, and medicine god has gone to cleanse hell? Why should he do that? A cheater. He is definitely a cheater from the Fengling Yueying sect. Chapter 2242 times the little red pill, Chen Jianxi's shock. Compared with the shock and complaints of ordinary professionals, the major forces accurately captured the key points of the two announcements. Experience value bonus. What a miraculous effect. It means that their upgrade speed will be greatly improved. And it's definitely not as simple as just a 30 bonus. This medicine god is too powerful. I have friends in Zyrizi, and their upgrade progress is similar to ours. Now I'm afraid they will be left behind by us. Indeed, this 30 experience bonus is really good, but Yao Shan is really powerful. He is already level 13, and he has opened a new map in just 2 or 3 days. If I didn't know that the rules of the game are out of control, I would suspect that he is an insider. He is indeed very powerful. Now he has opened up a huge gap with us. It is impossible to catch up with him. However, with Yao Shan here with us, we don't have to worry about the upgrade progress and the future confrontation with the national destiny. Some children from top forces were communicating with each other. They had been so discouraged by the god of medicine that they no longer had any unrealistic ideas like overtaking others. Their only wish now was to get to know the god of medicine and make friends with him, and by the way, get some useful things from him. At this time, in the military base, several senior executives are holding an emergency meeting via video link. What do you think about the medicine god clearing the level up trial and opening a new map? The old commander Hu Xinjian sat in the conference room, looking at his colleagues on the big screen with a serious expression. Chen Jianxi stood aside, also with a serious expression. With a 30% experience bonus, we should be able to quickly pull away from other countries. That's right. According to the news sent back by our external personnel, the upgrade progress of various countries around the world is similar to ours, and they are all still stuck within level 3. Now with the 30 experience value bonus provided by Medicine God, we are confident that we can widen the gap in a short time. I have given the order to shorten the rest time temporarily and complete the level 10 breakthrough as soon as possible. Our reconnaissance department is already investigating the new map. We haven't found the new map indicated by the system yet. Old leader, do you think we can ask Jianxi to contact Yaoshan? We guess that the new map is not available nationwide, but only in the area where Yaoshan is located. Several senior executives expressed their opinions one by one. Hu Xinjian nodded and said, "The god of medicine has helped us activate the experience boosting effect. We must seize the opportunity and raise our level as soon as possible. After all, no one knows when this effect will disappear. Children, please work hard during this period. You must work overtime. This is also an opportunity for us to gain a voice in the world. Your reconnaissance department should also put the reconnaissance mission aside for now and try to raise your rank first.
Yes.
Clear. Several people nodded quickly. After closing the connection, Hu Xinjian looked at Qian Jianxi. After a moment's silence, he said, "You go and notify each division and ask them to raise their levels as soon as possible. Also, check which division has opened the new map. Although we have no intention of investigating the details of the medicine god, we still need to be aware of it. Also, you should clarify your identity with Yao Shan and have a good chat with him. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, try to absorb him into our system."
Yes.
Qian Jianxi saluted, but his face showed an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. How? Hu Xinjian raised his eyebrows. Qian Jianxi scratched his head awkwardly and said with a chuckle, "Old leader, I have to show some sincerity when I go to talk to the god of medicine. I remember that the Northeast Division sent over a few level 8 materials not long ago, hee. You kid, you can't chat without gifts, right?" Hearing this, Hu Xinjian snorted coldly, but still opened the trading system. "Forget it. There's no use for us to keep these things. But if you can't exchange them for useful information, get out of here and stand guard." Hey, the old leader is wise. Qian Jianxi quickly agreed to the transaction request and accepted several high-level materials. This was submitted by the Northeast Division an hour ago. They also have someone who has changed his job to become an alchemist, but his level is too low now and he cannot make potions. It would be better to give it to the god of medicine. Maybe he can win his favor. Obtained item: Frost Tree Leaf. Obtained item: Heartbroken Grass. Obtained item: Vermilion Fruit. After getting the things, Qian Jianxi immediately opened the system chat box. He had many friends, but the only one pinned at the top was, "I am not the god of medicine." He said in a heroic and confident tone, "Master Medicine God, I have a few things here. Would you mind taking a look? Send item information: Frost Tree Leaf, level 10, Heartbreak Grass, level 8, Vermilion Fruit, level 10. At this time, Lin Bei, wearing a void suit, was collecting materials in the new map Ghostface Stone Forest. The Ghostface Stone Forest is the easiest of the 3 copies. It is a stone forest composed of countless huge stalagmites standing on the ground, in which live a large number of ghost-faced orb spiders, which like to lie on the stalagmites, hence the name Ghostface Stone Forest. In addition to the level 10 monster Ghostface spider, the most valuable things in the Ghostface Stone Forest are the various level 10 materials growing at the bottom of the stalagmites. Obtained item: Spotted Poisonous Mushroom. As Lin Bei activated the collecting technique, 3 black mushrooms with a few white spots on top appeared in his hands. 3 more. Lin Bei put the spotted poisonous mushrooms into his backpack. In just half an hour after arriving at the Ghostface Stone Forest, he had already collected a total of 30 spotted poisonous mushrooms. This small mushroom looks harmless on the surface, but it actually contains a strong poison. It is an essential ingredient for making the level 20 potion, 5 Poisons Mixture. The 5 Poisons potion is the poison potion with the highest damage within level 30, which can cause 180 damage per second to the enemy. With a 42-fold amplification, it means 7,560 damage per second. With such high damage, coupled with the 10-second invincibility of the steel potion, even a level 30 gold warrior is no match for him. Ding! Your friend Xianqianqianqiangang has sent you 2 new messages. At this moment, Lin Bei received a system prompt. Valiant and high-spirited? Lin Bei opened the message list and clicked on the red dot in front of the heroic name. He said in a heroic and confident tone, "Master Medicine God, I have a few things here. Would you mind taking a look? Item information: Frost Tree Leaf, level 10, Heartbreak Grass, level 8, Vermilion Fruit, level 10. Huh. Lin Bei's eyes lit up when he saw the information about the 3 items. Not to mention the 2 level 10 materials, Frost Tree Leaves and Vermilion Fruits. The Heartbreak Grass was exactly what he needed. However, he had fought his way to the Ghostface Stone Forest and hadn't seen a single piece. He didn't expect that the military had actually collected this scarce material. It still has to be the military. No matter how strong you are, you can't compare to the power of the military. I am not a god of medicine. How to sell? Lin Bei was very direct. Since he sent him the information about the item, he must want to sell it to him. I just don't know what the military wants. The message came quickly with great enthusiasm. He is very proud and confident. Smiling foolishly, if Boss Yaoshan likes it, just take it. There is no need to talk about whether to sell it or not. Heroic and confident. To be honest with you, I am actually from the Kyoto military region. My name is Chan Jianxi, and I want to work with you, Yaoshin, to explore a new world after the integration with the game. Heroic and confident. Our military is definitely a trustworthy partner, and the energy we can provide is unmatched by other corporate groups. I hope Yaoshin can consider it carefully and give us a chance to cooperate. After Chen Jianxi finished speaking, a look of nervousness appeared on his face. I am not a god of medicine. How to cooperate? Lin Bei had long thought about cooperating with the military, and he was quite happy with the high-spirited words. But this was just like dating. He couldn't just rush in and get close to the other person the moment they opened their mouth. He had to be strategic and tactical. Anyway, the military is begging him to cooperate now, and being appropriately aloof can actually elevate his status. Seeing that Yaoshin did not directly refuse, Chen Jianxi's face lit up and he quickly replied. Heroic and confident. The god of medicine should be a pharmacist. I wonder if you can provide us with some high-quality potions. We can purchase them in large quantities, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Heroic and confident. As for the equipment, if you can sell it to us first, we can increase the price. Heroic and confident. If we collect high-grade materials, we can also give priority to supplying them to you, medicine god. You should be aware of the power of our military. In this regard, our efficiency is definitely higher than your own exploration and collection. Seeing those heroic and high-spirited words, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Potion? He does have a lot. It's just that the effects of these potions are somewhat scary. If they were really sold to the military, it would probably shock many people. I am not the god of medicine. I can give you some small red medicines and small blue medicines, but I don't want money. You have to exchange them for materials. Apart from the little red potion, he didn't want to expose other potions for the time being. The main reason is that what Xianqianqianqiangang said is very right. When it comes to collecting materials, his own strength can never match that of the entire military. Instead of spending time and effort collecting them himself, it is better to exchange them from the military. The most important thing for him now is upgrading and refining medicine. As long as he raises the level and the enhancement effect, he will be invincible in this world. With great vigor and vitality. Nothing else? The corner of Chen Jianxi's mouth twitched. There were quite a few alchemists in their area, and they were not short of small red and small blue medicines. If he sent out so many high-end materials and only got a few bottles of small red and small blue medicines in return, his old leader would scold him to death. Seeing the message sent by Xiongqiang, Lin Bei smiled slightly and directly sent the item information of Xiahongjiao. Little Red Medicine, Level 1. Chapter 23 Void Demon Cauldron, Void Killer Set. Chen Jianxi was a little confused. What was so good about the Little Red Medicine? He already had some. This thing is a basic potion given by the system. The amount of blood it restores is very low, and it can't withstand the damage from monsters at all. However, he still subconsciously clicked on the item information sent by the god of medicine. Little Red Potion, Level 1 after use. It restores 420 health points per second for the user and lasts for 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Chen Jianxi looked confused and slapped himself hard. I didn't drink yesterday, so why am I dizzy? Feeling a sharp pain on his face, he quickly opened his eyes and looked towards the system panel. When he saw the information about the Little Red Medicine on the panel, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. What the hell? Recover 420 health points per second? Another 10 minutes? Is this definitely a small red potion, not a super invincible big red potion? Chen Jianxi looked at the name of the potion carefully and found that it was indeed the Little Red Medicine. His breathing suddenly became rapid. He is worthy of being called the god of medicine. The potion he concocts is so terrifying. No wonder medicine god could reach level 13 so quickly. With such a potion, he would have no problem reaching level 5, if not level 13. Must get it. Chen Jianxi couldn't help but curl his lips. He had already imagined his old leader's shocked expression after seeing the properties of this potion. He said with great enthusiasm, "We want as many potions as you can get. I wonder how much the god of medicine wants to sell them for. I am not a god of medicine. 3 materials above level 10 for 1 bottle. With high spirits and confidence, deal." Chen Jianxi agreed without hesitation. This Little Red Medicine is so perverted. With this Little Red Medicine, are you still worried about not being able to raise the level? By then, there will be no problem collecting any materials. Moreover, if the god of medicine can refine such a powerful Little Red Medicine, he can definitely refine other powerful medicines. We must not let this little bit of profit damage the relationship between the two parties. I am not the god of medicine and I am asking for a deal with you. The system prompt sound brought Chan Jianxi back to reality. He quickly agreed to the transaction, put the 3 materials on, and locked them. Seeing this, Lin Bei also put 3 bottles of small red medicine into the trading column. Both parties pressed the OK button at the same time. Transaction successful. This is our first cooperation, and I have a message for you. Tomorrow I will put 2 pieces of blue quality level 10 equipment on the shelves. Remember to prepare the tradable lifespan. After leaving a message, Lin Bei closed the chat box and opened his backpack. Looking at the 3 materials in his backpack, he immediately left the periphery of the ghost face stone forest and sat down cross-legged at the back of the trial tower. Make a tribulus potion. The Caltra potion has a large range of effect and does quite a bit of damage. After use, it can deal 28 points of damage per second to enemies in the area. After a 42x increase, it will deal 1,176 points of damage per second. It is a very useful large-scale monster-clearing potion and is suitable for use in these 3 new maps. Unfortunately, there are only 2 thorn fruits now. Even if the passive ability of Rui Kong Kong Shu is triggered, I can only refine 4 bottles at most. Start refining. Tribulus terrestris, guttate, and poisonous Tribulus terrestris potion. Obtained item. Tribulus potion. Refine again. Obtained item. Tribulus potion. Rui Kong Kong Shu. Obtain the poisonous Tribulus potion. Trigger the wish to be empty-handed. Lin Bei was delighted. 3 bottles of poisonous Caltra potion were already a very good result. It's a pity that I didn't get any evolution points. It's a good time to count the spoils. After putting away the 3 bottles of Tribulus terrestris potion, Lin Bei began to organize the items in his backpack. After leaving the upgrade trial, I went straight to explore the ghost face stone forest. I didn't have time to organize my backpack, and there were too many miscellaneous things, and the space in the backpack was almost not enough. Throw all this equipment to the auction house later. Looking at the equipment stripped from his body, Lin Bei muttered softly. What he was wearing now was all blue void clothes. He had obtained a lot of equipment in the void nest before and put together a complete set of void suits. I have to say, the attributes of this void suit are really high. Void leggings, blue gain 100 points of dual resistance, full attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is 10 or above. Void wrist guard, blue gain 100 points of adaptive attack power, full attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guard, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute. Void, level requirement is above level 10. Void boots, blue movement speed, agility, gain the skill void shuttle. When worn together with void leggings, void bone armor, void wrist guards, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute. Void, level requirement is 10 or above. Void bone armor, blue dual resistance, constitution. When worn together with void boots, void leggings, void wrist guards, and void mask, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is 10 or above. Void mask, blue all attributes. When worn together with void boots, void bone armor, void wrist guards, and void leggings, it has an additional set attribute, void. Level requirement is 10 or above. Check out the career dashboard. Codename: I am not the god of medicine. Editable. Occupation: Alchemist. Level: 13. Experience: 890. Health: 4,300. Constitution: 430. Strength: 330. Agility: 360. Spirit: 330. Current free attribute points: 0 points. Once you put on these 5 pieces of equipment, your 4-dimensional attributes will increase sharply. And this set attribute can reduce 30 damage from void monsters. The attributes of this set of equipment are actually quite abnormal, because there are more void monsters as the game progresses, and wearing such a set of equipment can greatly improve his tolerance rate. Compare it with the equipment I wore before. What a rubbish. What is this void blood for? At this time, Lin Bei looked at the pool of golden blood in his backpack again. This was the item that exploded after killing the Eye of the Void in the void nest. He didn't have time to check it before, and only remembered that it was of golden quality. Void blood, gold used on weapons to inject void power into them and forge them into void weapons of random quality. Random quality? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. This thing is quite good. The weapon void set can be combined into a stronger set, the Void Killer. Originally, in the upgrade trial, only an assassin's weapon, the Void Blade, dropped. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't complete the set. Unexpectedly, the void blood dropped from the void could be used to forge professional weapons directly. And it is of random quality. What does this mean? This means that it is possible to have the worst white weapon or the most awesome seven-colored sacred weapon. Forging. Lin Bei directly took out the rusty iron medicine cauldron and fused it with the blood of the void. The golden blood immediately turned into a ball of blood bubbles, wrapping up the rusty iron medicine cauldron. Along with dazzling white light, a blood-red three-legged medicine cauldron gradually appeared in front of Lin Bei. This medicine cauldron is red all over and is carved with extremely exquisite patterns. It looks mysterious and majestic and is thousands of times more beautiful than the previous rusty iron medicine cauldron. Void Demon Cauldron. Red? Red. It's actually red attribute. Lin Bei was delighted and quickly clicked on the equipment attributes. Chapter 24 Teaming up with Medicine God will definitely level up quickly. Void Magic Cauldron. Red when refining medicine. Inject the power of the void into it. The Void Refined Potion has twice the effect of the original potion. When worn with the Void set, it has a special effect, Void Killer. The level requirement is above level 10. Although there was no attack bonus, Lin Bei's face was full of surprise. He is an alchemist, and no matter attack, defense, or health recovery, it all depends on potions. This Void Magic Cauldron can actually double the benefit of potions. Can it be combined with Alchemy Mastery? After combining, will it be 44 times or 84 times? Lin Bei's smile was harder to suppress. Double Gain was definitely a rare attribute. He immediately took out a bottle of Chaos Potion and refined it with the Void Magic Cauldron. As the Void Demon Cauldron emitted a dazzling red light, Lin Bei obtained a brand new bottle of potion. Chaos Potion, magic after use, the area enters a state of chaos, and all creatures lose 840 health points per second for 40 seconds. Oh shit. Seeing the magical properties of the Chaos Potion, Lin Bei couldn't help but swear. It's actually an independent and superimposed double gain. This meant that the potion he would make in the future would directly increase from 42 times to 84 times. Moreover, with each level increase in alchemy proficiency, the potion's beneficial effect will increase fourfold. Unbelievable. Independent superposition can be scary. Lin Bei immediately refined all the potions except the little red medicine. As for the 48 bottles of small red medicine with 42 times amplification left behind, they were used to trade with the military. After all, the small red medicine with 42 times amplification was scary enough. If they were given the small red medicine with 84 times amplification, it would probably shock everyone. Faced with such huge temptations of benefits, it is hard to say what the military will do. He never tests human nature because human nature cannot stand the test. In fact, the military was indeed frightened by the little red pill with a 42-fold gain. At the Kyoto Military Region Command, Hu Xinjian's expression was more exciting than after singing Farewell My Concubine. He tightly clenched the small red medicine bottle in his hand, unable to believe that this was real. How did you do that? Hu Xinjian couldn't believe that there were alchemists in their area. On the contrary, there are a large number of alchemists in the division, working overtime to deliver small red medicines and small blue medicines to various departments. However, the small red medicines made by their alchemists are exactly the same as the small red medicines given by the system. Restores 10 health points per second for 15 seconds. How did I make the little red potion? The amount of blood recovery per second reached an astonishing 420 points, and it can last for 10 minutes. This is not a little red medicine at all. This is clearly the 9 transformation elixir that can bring the dead back to life. The total health restored by the ordinary little red potion in 15 seconds is not as much as that restored by this little red potion in 1 second. Who have you shown this to? After a while, Hu Xinjian stood up suddenly. Qian Jianxi hurriedly shook his head. Apart from the god of medicine himself, only you and I, old leader, have seen this little red medicine. Good. Hu Xinjian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "These 3 bottles of little red medicine are classified as 5-star secrets. Gather a team of alchemists and give them this bottle of little red medicine to see if they can crack the method of refining it. Also tell the people in each department, in addition to killing monsters to level up, keep an eye on the medicinal herbs on the ground. Regardless of whether you recognize them or not, and whether they are useful or not, collect them all for me." Hu Xinjian was extremely excited. With such a powerful medicine, there was no need to worry about not being able to develop in this gaming world. No wonder the medicine god upgraded so quickly. It turned out that he was helped by this powerful medicine. As long as the technical difficulties of this little red medicine can be overcome, Daxia will be the global overlord of the new era. Unfortunately, only the medicine god himself knows the method of making this little red medicine, and the military now has no ability to ask the medicine god to do anything. so they can only try to see if they can overcome the technical difficulties themselves. Different from the military's awe, ordinary professionals have more worship for the god of medicine. Ningxing, wild area. The medicine god is really powerful. He has upgraded again. Su Chun, who previously looked down on medicine god for reaching level 10 in one day and one night, no longer had any arrogance on his face. He sighed while attacking the monster in front of him. After 2 whole days of torture, he finally gave up on being stubborn and accepted the extremely high difficulty of the game. Originally, after seeing Medicine God reaching level 10 in one day, he thought that this game was not difficult. With his talent, even if he could not reach level 10 in one day, he should at least be able to reach level 9. However, the reality was too cruel, and the attributes of this monster were completely beyond his cognition. The 5 of them, with tanks, DPS, and a nurse, couldn't even beat the lowest level 1 mutant pheasant. He was chased by the mutant pheasant and ran away in panic. As expected of the number 1 person in Daxia, this is too powerful. Lin Shishir, who was coaxed back by Su Chun, also showed admiration and envy. She has suffered enough in the past 2 days. It was bad enough that she was bullied by level 1 monsters at the beginning, but now she is level 2 and still being bullied by level 1 monsters. There is no way she can defeat them with 2 people. Even if you have a full team, you still have to be extremely cautious. One mistake could result in the entire team failing. Fortunately, Tianmin's dog-licking neighbor Ma Xiaoshan had pretty good skills, and Su Chan called over a nanny fangirl, who together with Tianmin healed and shielded Ma Xiaoshan. The 5 of them barely made it to level 2. It's really amazing. If only we could team up with Medicine God, we wouldn't be in such a mess like we are now. Another nanny fan sighed. If Medicine God was willing to take her with him, she would do anything. Unfortunately, she didn't even know him. At this moment, Ma Xiaoshan, who was fighting the mutant black scorpion, shouted, "Stop chatting. Add blood to me. Why are you rushing me? My skill is on cooldown. If I had a skill, would I need you to tell me?" Hearing Ma Xiaoshan's words, the new nurse who was afraid of thunder frowned. She only had these 2 skills, which could not keep up with the speed at which Ma Xiaoshan's blood was losing. This guy's defense is too low. The 2 nurses couldn't protect him even if they used their skills. They snorted in fear of thunder, and a look of disgust flashed across their faces. If it weren't so hard to find warriors, she would have asked Su Chan to kick Ma Xiaoshan out and find a warrior of a higher level. Tianmin also shook his head. My skills are also on cooldown. After hearing what the 2 said, Ma Xiaoshan's face changed. After bearing 2 pincers of the mutant black scorpion, he immediately chose to retreat and escape. No, I can't bear it anymore without medicine, run. Ma Xiaoshan had died once and knew the rules of the game. Once he died, he would lose half of his lifespan. So he made a prompt decision to give up and run away. Seeing the soldiers running away, the 4 of them looked unhappy, but they had no choice but to follow them and retreat. Ma Xiaoshan, why did you run away? After pulling away the monster's hatred, Lin Shishir questioned with a frown. Su Chen's face didn't look good either. The mutant black scorpion was almost dead. It would be killed in a few more minutes. However, because Ma Xiaoshan suddenly fled, all their previous efforts were in vain. Tianmin frowned slightly. Ma Xiaoshan, what's your situation? Can you still fight? I'm out of medicine, and I'm only a little bit healthy. You don't have any skills to heal me, so I'll be dead if I can take another 2 hits. Hearing the questions from several people, Ma Xiaoshan couldn't help but frown. It was not like the 4 of them couldn't see his health bar. Can't you sacrifice for the team? Tianmin snorted coldly when he heard this. That's great. All our fighting during the day was in vain. Okay, my bad. Ma Xiaoshan sighed, looked at Tianmin and said, Xiaomin, don't be angry. I will definitely not run away next time. But without the medicine, you 2 can't nurse me. Does any one of you have the little red medicine? No, I don't have any left. Neither have I. I've used them all up. I don't have any left in my backpack either. Hearing this, all 4 of them shook their heads. The few bottles of small red medicine given by the system had already been used up by them. What should I do? I can't stand it without medicine. Ma Xiaoshan looked unhappy. At this time, Su Chen on the side suddenly said, the potion is too expensive, I can't afford it. Sure, go check out what Lin Bei does for a living and ask him for a few bottles of little red medicine. Chapter 25. Where does he get the courage from? How dare he do that? Lin Bei obeyed Lin Shishir's words. If the little red medicine given by the system had not been consumed, as long as Lin Shishir asked, Lin Bei would rush over to give it to her. However, after hearing this, Lin Shishir's face turned ugly. Lin Bei hung up on her not long ago, and even scolded her for being mentally ill on the phone. Now he asked her to go to Lin Bei to ask for the little red medicine. How could she put her face like that? She would never go there even if she was beaten to death. Sure, I know you don't want to see him right now, but you have to consider the overall situation. We have entered an era where everyone is changing jobs. Everyone is working hard to kill monsters and level up. Once we fall behind, it will be difficult to catch up with the main group. Besides, he must have been provoked by you when he said that on the phone before. After all, he is your brother. It is normal for a brother to not want his sister to fall in love so early. Just be generous and forgive him this time. Su Chan began to persuade. Although Lin Bei has always opposed Lin Shishir being with him, Lin Shishir has squeezed a lot of things out of Lin Bei for him in the past 2 years. As long as Lin Shishir asks, no matter how unhappy Lin Bei is, he will still agree to Lin Shishir's request. It's really wrong to fall out with such a good long-term meal ticket. I don't want it. Lin Shishir snorted softly. She cursed Lin Bei in her heart. When she thought of Lin Bei calling her sick and hanging up on her, she was furious. It's not like she can't live without him, Lin Bei. The earth will continue to rotate without anyone. She just wants to prove to Lin Bei that she, Lin Shishir, can play the game and raise her level without him, Lin Bei. Brother Su Chan, if there is no medicine, we can just go buy a few bottles. I still have a lot of living expenses for this month. The little red pill is too expensive and requires a tradable lifespan to purchase. Su Chan shook his head. He didn't have much money left, and he had to rely on Lin Shishir for food in the future. Moreover, Lin Shishir's living expenses were also given by Lin Bei. What's the difference between using Lin Bei's money to buy the little red medicine and asking Lin Bei for the little red medicine directly? Sure, he is your brother after all. Love without the blessing of family is doomed to be imperfect. Although he is always self-righteous and thinks that I can't give you happiness, I don't really care what he thinks of me. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. So you don't have to be so upset with your family because of me. In fact, Lin Bei is quite good to you. You and he are in such a mess, he must be upset and crazy, and he is just waiting for you to give in. Hearing this, Lin Shishir hesitated. With her proud personality, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to show weakness to Lin Bei, but she felt that what Su Chan said made some sense. Or, should she call Lin Bei again? Don't hesitate. He was the one who bowed his head before. Just treat this as a small way to satisfy his vanity. Seeing Lin Shishir showing hesitation, Su Chan hurriedly tried to persuade her. This game is too difficult. If he wants to rise in the new era, it is too difficult to rely on himself alone. If Lin Bei is willing to sacrifice himself to support them, he may have a chance to catch up with others and even overtake them. Then I'll call him again and let him stand up again. Lin Shishir nodded. In fact, she was a little afraid that Lin Bei would really ignore her. Now she didn't have the ability to be self-reliant and had to rely on Lin Bei for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In the past, she didn't have to consider anything, just shop, and shop. If she had no money, she would send a message to Lin Bei, and he would transfer the money within half an hour. But this time, Lin Bei has ignored her for several days. If Lin Bei really ignored her, who would she ask for living expenses? Besides, she was also planning to save money to give Brother Su Chan a new watch. Brother Su Chan was not angry with Lin Bei. Since Brother Su Chan said it so generously, he would just bow his head reluctantly. Go ahead and wait for your good news. Su Chan breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, as long as Lin Shishir was willing to lower her head and take the initiative to admit her mistake to Lin Bei would definitely not be able to hold back and would immediately change his expression and would treat Lin Shishir with concern as before. When the time comes, just ask for a few bottles of little red medicine and it will be easy to get them. It is even possible that they won't have to worry about their little red medicine anymore. Lin Shishir took out her newly bought top-of-the-line Apple phone, found Lin Bei's phone number, and walked aside. Although Lin Bei always prevented her from being with Brother Su Chan, he was still very nice to her in other things. For example, not long ago, when she said she wanted the latest model of Apple mobile phone, Lin Bei directly bought one for her in installments. Thinking of this, Lin Shishir took a deep breath and had already thought about how to tell Lin Bei later. She doesn't even need to bow her head. As long as she acts coquettishly to Lin Bei, he will definitely not be able to stand it. He will take the initiative to bow his head to admit his mistake to her, and then run to find her happily. Beep. The number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. Lin Shishir was slightly stunned when she heard the notification tone coming from her mobile phone. Did I hear it wrong? I clearly heard a beep just now. How come it became a call now? She frowned, hung up the phone and dialed again. Beep. The number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. It's exactly the same as the prompt tone just now. Lin Shirshir frowned, hung up the phone, opened WeChat, found Lin Bei's avatar, and started a voice chat. However, the next moment, Lin Shirshir's face showed a look of surprise. And within 1 second, his expression changed 4 or 5 times in succession, from astonishment to being stunned, to disbelief, and finally to anger. You are not the other party's friend and cannot initiate a voice call. The white prompt box on the phone screen made Lin Shirshir feel a little confused. How is that possible? Lin Bei actually blocked her? Where did Lin Bei get the courage from? How dare he? Isn't he afraid that I will never forgive him and never go home again? Lin Bei, just wait. I'm going to sever our brother-sister relationship, and I'll never go back to that broken home again. Lin Shirshir couldn't control her emotions for a moment and let out a sharp roar. She raised her hand to throw the phone away, but when she thought that the phone was worth more than 10,000 yuan and she only had 6,000 yuan left for living expenses, she put her hand down again. Lin Bei, Lin Shirshir, swear today, I will never forgive you again. Even if you kneel on the ground and beg for my forgiveness like before, I will never look at you again. From now on, you and I will have no relationship at all. Chapter 26. Massacre in the Ghost-Face Stone Forest. Lin Bei, who was far away in the trial tower, sneezed. He never expected that Lin Shirshir, who had just told him that they would go their separate ways in the future, would curse him from afar because she couldn't get through to him on the phone. He had even forgotten about her, and now he was only thinking about upgrading. After counting the spoils, Lin Bei stood up. The rewards from the upgrade trial were very rich. Not only did I get a complete set of void suit, but also 7 or 8 individual pieces, but most of them were void leggings. Beyond that, there's plenty of tradable life. Adding the previous 3,000 plus days of tradable lifespan, he now has a total of 4,889 days of tradable lifespan. This was already very rich in the early days. However, Lin Bei was not satisfied. This amount of tradable lifespan seemed like a lot now, but after reaching level 20, all aspects would need tradable lifespan to fill the gap. Mounts, pets, and secondary job changes all require a large amount of tradable life. He just doesn't use equipment, otherwise he would need a lot of refining stones to refine rare items. Moreover, he plans to spend a lot of money to buy a residence in the main city after opening the main city at level 20, so that he will not have to pay rent every day, and he can also obtain citizenship of the main city, which is more cost-effective in the long run. If I remember correctly, after the main city is opened at level 20, a 3-day investment and trading conference will be held in the main city. However, housing in the main city is very expensive. Even the shabby houses on the outermost edge have a trading lifespan of 3,000 days. Those with a larger area and better decoration may require a trading lifespan of several thousand days. The benefits are also extremely obvious. First of all, there is no need to pay daily rent. Ordinary professionals need to pay 10 days of tradable life every day to enter the main city. Once it is detected that the tradable life is insufficient, they will be expelled from the main city. If the tradable lifespan is 10 days per day, then the tradable lifespan is 3,650 days per year, and the tradable lifespan is 36,500 days per decade. It may not seem like a big deal in the short term, but in the long run, it is more cost-effective to buy out a residence. The second is the citizenship of the main city. With this identity, you can freely use and buy and sell various facilities in the main city, such as the teleportation array. Ordinary professionals will consume hundreds of days of tradable life to open a teleportation array, while citizens of the main city can open it once a day for free. In short, there are many benefits. After throwing the unused equipment to the auction house at the original price, Lin Bei packed up his backpack and came to the Ghost-Face Stone Forest again. Pull the monster. Confusion potion. He started his boring and tedious daily routine of killing monsters again. Fortunately, the Ghost-Face spider in the Ghost-Face Stone Forest has low health, and the current Chaos Potion has an 84-fold gain effect, so it can be easily killed instantly. Kill the Ghost-Face spider and gain 750 experience points. Kill the Ghost-Face spider and gain 60 days of tradable life. After clearing out the Ghost-Face spiders on the periphery, Lin Bei stopped in the center of the Ghost-Faced Stone Forest. A huge stalagmite that was more than 10 meters high stood above the ground like the king of this stalagmite forest. A huge ghost-faced spider was lying on the top of the stalagmite. When it noticed the person coming, it immediately jumped down from the stalagmite. Poisonous ghost-faced spider, level 15. Confusion potion. Lin Bei didn't take this highly poisonous ghost-faced spider seriously at all. It was just an elite monster and not much more powerful than an ordinary ghost-faced spider. The really powerful one is the silver-level ghost-faced spider queen hiding under this stalagmite. Not only does it deal incredibly high damage, it can also spin webs and spit silk to trap enemies. The only problem is that its health is a bit thin. But this is relative to Lin Bei. If an ordinary team of level 10 professionals were to fight the ghost-faced spider queen, it would take a long time and effort. Kill the poisonous ghost-faced spider and gain 1,000 experience points. Kill the poisonous ghost-faced spider and gain 100 days of tradable life. Before the elite monster, the highly poisonous ghost-faced spider, could rush to Lin Bei, it was killed by the high second damage increased by 84 times. With a shrill scream, a big hole exploded in the ground, and a big spider that was 2 or 3 meters tall crawled out from the ground. The upper body of this giant spider is in human form, but the lower body has 8 spider legs. It is a bit like the spider spirit in movies and TV dramas that is not powerful enough to completely transform into a human form. Ghost-faced spider queen, silver, bring it on. Lin Bei finally perked up. He first slapped a bottle of small red medicine on his body, then took out a bottle of corrosive potion and threw it at the ghost-faced spider queen. Bang! The corrosive potion shattered, and a string of red numbers immediately appeared above the ghost-faced spider queen's head. Half a tube of blood was lost in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghost-faced spider queen let out a roar and immediately spit out a large web towards Lin Bei. Traveling through the void. Lin Bei immediately activated the skill of the void boots, and his entire body disappeared into the void, then reappeared 2 meters away. This is a flash-like skill, very useful. The only problem is that the cooling time is a bit long, and you need to wait 5 minutes after use before you can use it again. At this time, a string of red numbers appeared above the ghost-faced spider queen's head again. 1600. With 10,000 HP, he couldn't even last 3 seconds in front of Lin Bei's corrosive potion. The next moment, the ghost-faced spider queen let out a shrill scream. Red numbers appeared above his head again, and the last bit of blood was drained away by the chaos potion, and his huge body fell to the ground crookedly. Kill the ghost-faced spider queen, silver, and gain 1,500 experience points. Gain 150 days of tradable life. Obtained item, ghost-faced spider queen's leather armor, green. Lin Bei clicked on the new equipment, took a look at it, immediately lost interest, and threw it directly into his backpack. Ghost-faced spider queen's leather armor, green, gained 30 points of dual resistance and physique. When the enemy attacks, the weapon will be stained with mucus, reducing the enemy's attack speed by 20 for 2 seconds. The level requirement is above level 15. This attribute cannot be said to be very bad. It can only be said to be not good at all. It is not even a little bit inferior to the void suit he is wearing. It feels like they are on a completely different level. The experience given is pretty good. After putting away his equipment, Lin Bei went to the periphery again and started a new round of boring daily monster clearing. Although the equipment given by the monsters in the Ghost-Faced Stone Forest are not very good, the experience points are not low. An ordinary monster gives 750 experience points. An elite monster gives 1,000, and a total of 1,500. There are still 2 hours before dark. At this speed, it should not be a problem to reach level 15 before dark. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Lin Bei smiled. He finally reached level 15. In the later stages, the experience required will increase significantly, and the upgrade speed will become slower and slower. That is to say, his damage is high enough. If it were an ordinary person, it would be good enough to level up by 1 level a week. For the next 2 days, Lin Bei basically stayed in the Ghost-Faced Stone Forest. At noon that day, Lin Bei, who had already reached level 18, had just sent the Ghost-Faced Spider Queen back to her hometown when he suddenly sent him a message in high spirits. I thought he had collected new materials and came to him to exchange for potions. When he clicked on the heroic chat box, he was slightly stunned. With high spirits and valor, Boss Medicine God, are you interested in exploring the hidden dungeon? Chapter 27. Is the Medicine God a military man? Hidden copy? Lin Bei immediately became interested. In the battle of gods and demons, there are many hidden copies, each with rich rewards. But he was just an ordinary alchemist in his previous life, so he had never entered the hidden copy. He only heard people talk about some things about the hidden copy. He didn't expect that the military had discovered a hidden copy. He really wanted to see what was in the hidden copy and what rewards he would get after clearing it. I am not a god of medicine. Hidden dungeon? Let's talk about it in detail. Heroic and confident. A cave was discovered in the northeastern division. After our people went in, they found a different world inside. with many herbs that they had never seen before. We originally wanted to collect them and ask you, the god of medicine, to take a look at them, but we didn't expect that there was a giant snake hiding inside. The giant snake's level reached 10, and we are only level 5 now, so we are no match for the giant snake, not to mention whether there will be stronger monsters later. So we would like to ask you, the god of medicine, to cooperate with us to explore this hidden copy. He said with great confidence, "Don't worry, this matter is absolutely confidential among us, and your whereabouts will not be disclosed." Heroic and confident, medicine god, please consider this. If you are willing to cooperate, we will split the things we get from the hidden copy 50 to 50. Seeing the message sent by the other party, Lin Bei frowned. Northeast Division? This hidden copy is in the Northeast region, which is not just a little far from him, it is very far away. Before the teleportation function was activated at level 20, it would be very troublesome to travel from one city to another, because the wild areas were filled with a large number of monsters. Although they did not pose any threat to Lin Bei, they would seriously affect the travel speed. Upgrading is the most important thing nowadays. If I really have to go to the Northeast and back, I don't know how much time will be wasted. I am not a god of medicine. Forget it. To be honest, I'm quite far away from the Northeast. Heroic and confident. If it's just a matter of distance, Yaoshin, you don't have to worry at all. I will personally pick you up by helicopter, and the round trip will not take more than 2 days. Helicopter? Lin Bei slapped his forehead, wondering how could he have forgotten about this. This heroic and vigorous representative represents the military. Sending a helicopter is not just a way to spray some water. I am not a god of medicine. If there is a plane to pick me up, I would consider going there. I am not a god of medicine. I have a condition. I can give up the equipment, but the materials inside must belong to me. Lin Bei added another condition. He didn't have much demand for equipment. The most important thing now, besides upgrading, was to have a large amount of materials for refining medicine. After all, evolution points are the basis for him to become stronger. An 84-fold increase may seem like a lot, but who would object to having their damage being higher? With high spirits, no problem. Heroic and confident, god of medicine, please send me the address. I will arrange a helicopter to pick you up now. I am not a god of medicine. Ningqing, Wanda Plaza. With great confidence. Okay, I'll go there right away by helicopter. Chun Jianxi curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. In fact, the military had already found out that Yao Shan was in Ningqing. He asked this because he didn't want Yao Shan to have a bad impression of the military. Now that Yao Shan could take the initiative to tell them where he was, it meant that the military had gained Yao Shan's trust. Soon, a large silver-gray helicopter took off from the sky above the Kyoto military region and flew towards Ningqing at an extremely fast speed. 3.5 hours later, the helicopter arrived over Ningqing Wanda Plaza under the cover of night. Although we have entered an era of universal job change, there are still many professionals who are not in a hurry to upgrade and remain in the urban area. Wanda Plaza, as the largest commercial street, is naturally bustling with people. A figure in purple clothes walked out of the street and came to the center of Wanda Plaza. Under the light, the purple clothes looked handsome and cool, and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Medicine God. It's the medicine God. This outfit is so cool. Oh my God, the medicine God is actually from our Ningqing. Although Lin Bei was wearing a mask and people could not see his appearance, the big words, "I am not the god of medicine," level 18. Above his head were particularly eye-catching in the dark. Drug God, can you sign an autograph for me? Drug God, do you know that someone is offering you 50 million to play with me? Oh my God, Medicine God is so handsome. Can you take a photo with me? Can Medicine God take me with him? A group of people immediately surrounded him, and some of the infatuated girls had stars in their eyes and wanted to stick to Lin Bei. Lin Bei frowned and was about to tell these people to get out when the sound of a propeller suddenly came from the sky. A large silver-gray helicopter circled down and a long ladder dropped down. Lin Bei grabbed the ladder without thinking and climbed up quickly. The helicopter also took off quickly and soon disappeared into the clouds. If I'm not mistaken, that was our Daxia military's Wuji 20, right? What is the Z-20? It's terrible to be uneducated. You don't even know about the Z-20? The Wuji 20 is a helicopter model used exclusively by the Daxia military. It is known as the king of low-altitude helicopters and is comparable to fighter jets. Hiss. Does this mean that Medicine God is from the military? Lin Bei left, but the crowd of onlookers were stunned. Everyone's eyes widened. They never expected that the god of medicine was actually a military man. It was just a game, and even the military was involved? Obviously, these people have not yet realized what the battle between gods and demons after it is integrated with reality means to the whole world. The news that the medicine god was a military man spread like wildfire. It soon spread throughout Ningxing and quickly fermented on the internet, especially a photo of the medicine god wearing purple and black equipment and hanging on the ladder of a helicopter, which was widely circulated by countless professionals. Some female professionals have become fans, and what started out as curiosity has turned into fanatical worship. The medicine god is so handsome. Woohoo, I want to give birth to a baby boy for him. Damn, I really want the medicine god's autograph. It turns out that the god of medicine is a soldier. He is so handsome and cool. My eyes are about to get pregnant. Similar words kept rolling in major post forums, and everyone was discussing this matter. The news that I am not a god of medicine appeared in Wanda Plaza and left on in Z20 helicopter even topped the hot search list. In the helicopter, Chen Jianxi looked at the mysterious young man beside him with an eager face. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect you, medicine god, to be so young. Although he couldn't see Lin Bei's face under the mask, he could roughly judge from his figure and temperament that Lin Bei was no more than 30 years old. Lin Bei didn't say anything. Chen Jianxi coughed dryly and asked, should we go to the sub-district first to select teammates and form a team, or go directly to the hidden dungeon in the northeast sub-district? Of course, he was more inclined to form a small team. In addition to allowing the team members to gain experience, the main reason was that there were only 2 of them, without a warrior to take damage in the front and a priest to heal, so he felt a little unsure. Let's just go to the hidden dungeon. Too many people would be a burden. Lin Bei shook his head. The monsters in the hidden dungeon are all quite strong. The highest level of current professionals is only level 5. Bringing 1 Chen Jianxi is already a burden, and bringing 3 more burdens would be too troublesome. He may not be able to protect them in a fight. Okay. Chen Jianxi looked at Lin Bei's indifferent expression and felt a little surprised. As expected of a level 18 boss, he faced the hidden dungeon without blushing or getting nervous, and didn't show any sign of nervousness at all. Even he couldn't compare to such calmness. Chapter 28. The Lost Land. Both of them dropped their jaws. 4 or 5 hours later, the helicopter landed in the Northeast Division. It is worthy of being the coldest place in the country. Although it is not winter yet, the temperature is already very low. Especially now it is early in the morning, when the sky is just beginning to brighten. The temperature is at least 10 degrees lower than that in Ningxing. Fortunately, the equipment in the Battle of Gods and Demons has a good warming effect. When Lin Bei and Chen Jianxi got off the plane, a group of professionals in military uniforms were already waiting at the airport. When they saw the two, they immediately came to greet them. Construction. The leader was a square-faced man with a resolute look in his eyes. After saluting the 2 men, the square-faced man looked at Lin Bei. This is the medicine god, right? Drug god. Let me introduce you. This is Lao Ma, the commander-in-chief of the Northeast Division. Chen Jianxi first introduced the square-faced man to Lin Bei, and then said to him, Old Ma, this is the #1 person in Daxia right now, the medicine god. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Medicine God. Lao Ma did not act like a commander-in-chief. Instead, he kept a low profile and took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Lin Bei. This is the #1 medicine god in the country. Now that games are integrated with reality, thermal weapons are completely ineffective against monsters and professionals. Level represents everything. Why should a level 2 little Karami like him put on airs with a level 18 big guy? After shaking hands with Lin Bei, Lao Ma turned around and looked at the professionals behind him. He smiled and said, all the highest level elites in our Northeast Division are here, so let's leave the decision of selecting people to boss Yaoshan. No need to choose. Too many people is not a good thing. Lin Bei shook his head. As I said, bringing 1 more person means 1 more burden. Their current levels are too low. Not only are they useless, they may even be more of a hindrance. Hearing this, Lao Ma was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked at Chen Jianxi. Master Yaoshan, do you mean just the 3 of us going in? I should have told you that the monsters in there have extremely abnormal attributes. Our level 3 team members were killed instantly without any resistance. If the 3 of us don't bring a nurse, I'm afraid. Lin Bei didn't say anything and also looked at Chen Jianxi. What 3 people? Didn't we agree that it would just be the 2 of them? Medicine God, this instance was discovered in the Northeast Division after all. If Lao Ma, as the commander-in-chief of the Northeast Division, doesn't go, Chen Jianxi was in a dilemma, as the copy was discovered by Lao Ma, and it would be unreasonable not to let Lao Ma join the team. 3 people will do. but I have to make it clear in advance that I will have the right to command after entering the dungeon. You must listen to me, and I cannot guarantee that I can protect your safety 100%. Lin Bei nodded and shook his head, giving the two of them a heads up in advance. He still doesn't know what the hidden copy is, nor does he know what monsters are in the copy. If he really encounters a monster of a particularly high level or with particularly abnormal attributes, he will not be able to protect both of them. There is only one bottle of iron potion left, so he must prioritize protecting himself. No problem. Lao Ma nodded first. Seeing this, Chun Jianxi nodded and said it was no problem. After reaching an agreement, Lao Ma immediately called a jeep and the three of them set off. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the edge of the twisted jungle, next to a giant rock more than 2 meters high. There is a gray vortex hidden in the grass next to the big rock. If you don't look carefully, you can't find this gray vortex at all. It was indeed a hidden copy that appeared randomly. In fact, Lin Bei preferred to call it a random copy, because it was unpredictable where this kind of copy would appear, what level it would be, and the duration was not constant. The entrance to the dungeon may disappear in 3 days, or it may remain here for 3 years. No one can say for sure. Let's go. Lin Bei walked towards the gray vortex. The moment he stepped on the gray vortex, his eyes went dark, accompanied by a dizzying feeling. When light reappeared, he had arrived in another space. Swish. 2 white lights flashed, and Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma also entered the copy. As soon as they entered the copy, the two entered combat mode. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma were both giant sword warriors. They stood on either side of Lin Bei, one on the left and one on the right, holding their giant swords tightly with a vigilant look on their faces. This is a forest, surrounded by tall, ancient trees. A faint mist rises in the air, adding a bit of mystery to the forest. Lost land? Lin Bei frowned and looked up at the sky. Through the overlapping branches of the ancient trees, you can vaguely see the gray sky, and a pale sun hangs in the sky, seemingly without any heat. The gray sky, the pale sun, the quiet and weird environment, these are the standard characteristics of the Lost Land. According to the setting in the Battle of Gods and Demons, the Lost Land is a world polluted by the void. The creatures in it are all affected by the power of the void, and their attributes are much stronger than ordinary monsters. There had been several Lost Lands copies in the past, but those were all midterm events. How come this time, just as we entered the era of universal job transfer, the Lost Lands copies popped up? The herb patch is not far ahead. Lao Ma pointed to the front left. Upon hearing that, Lin Bei immediately walked to the front left. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma felt a little unsure. Although Yao Shun was a level 18 boss, it would be troublesome if an alchemist walked in the front like this and was attacked by a monster. But due to Lin Bei's high level, the two of them thought about it and swallowed their words. Let's take another look. If someone can reach level 18, he must have some ability. Soon, a large medicinal garden appeared in front of Lin Bei. Different from the medicinal herbs in the wild, this medicine garden is square and the herbs inside are arranged in regular order, and you can tell at a glance that they are not wild. Heartbreak grass and poisonous thorns. Seeing the large amount of medicinal herbs in the medicine garden, Lin Bei suddenly became excited. With so many materials, I can make at least hundreds of bottles of Tribulus terrestris potion. I'll be rich now. Hiss. At this moment, a strange sound came to Lin Bei's ears. Immediately afterwards, a long green worm as thick as an arm jumped out from the medicine garden, twisting its body and rushing towards the three people quickly. Mutated bamboo leaf green, level 10. Level mutated monster. This place is indeed a lost land. Little red medicine. Lin Bei first took a bottle of small red medicine and then took out a bottle of confusion potion and threw it at his feet. The mutated bamboo leaf green was very fast and was close in the blink of an eye. As soon as it entered the chaotic area, its health bar immediately appeared, and a string of red numbers floated above its head. 1160. Seeing the mutated health bar of the bamboo leaf green snake, Lin Bei smiled. Although its attributes are much stronger than those of ordinary monsters, it is still far inferior to the void creatures. With this little blood, you will die if you can't even touch him. The fact was exactly as Lin Bei expected. As soon as the mutated bamboo leaf green Cretaceous crawled in front of him, before it opened its mouth to attack, its health bar was cleared by the confusion potion and its sturdy body collapsed weakly to the ground. Kill the mutated bamboo leaf green and gain 300 experience points. Because the experience was shared equally among 3 people in a team, the amount of experience given was not much, but it was enough to shock Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma. No? He died immediately? A level 10 monster. How come it suddenly died? Looking at the long green worm disappearing on the ground, both of them had a lot of question marks in their heads. They didn't even see clearly how Lin Bei made his move. They only saw Lin Bei throwing something on the ground. The mutated bamboo leaf green snake just approached and died on the spot as if it had a heart attack. Chapter 29. How did he know there was an elite monster ahead? Gained 63 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Bei picked up the tradable lifespans that exploded on the ground, went to the medicine garden, and started collecting herbs. Obtain tribulus fruit. Obtain tribulus fruit. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma looked at Lin Bei strangely, and they were shocked in their hearts. That was a level 10 monster, and it was killed in an instant so easily. But if you think about it carefully, the medicine god is already level 18, so it is completely reasonable for him to kill a level 10 monster in seconds. It's just that they were tortured too badly by the mutated pheasants and mutated black scorpions, and they couldn't adapt to such a fast monster spawning speed for a while. Don't just stand there. Help me. Lin Bei looked back at the two of them and said with a frown, "There are 2 large medicinal gardens, with at least 200 or 300 medicinal herbs. It would take him a long time to collect them all by himself." Why? After hearing this, the two of them stopped wasting time and immediately stepped forward to help. After more than 10 minutes, all the herbs in the herb garden were plucked clean. Qin Jianxi and Lao Ma gave all the herbs they collected to Lin Bei. This was agreed upon before entering the dungeon. All the herbs belonged to Lin Bei, and the other things were split 50 to 50 between the two parties. Let's go this way. After collecting the materials, Lin Bei pointed to the front left. This Lost Land dungeon looked somewhat familiar, like a dungeon called Lost City that he had played in his previous life, but he couldn't be sure yet and needed to go to the front to verify further. If it really is the Lost City dungeon, then this time it will happen. The soul of Xiang Yu guarding the pass will not only drop Lost Series equipment, but there is also a secret room next to the room with a hidden treasure chest. In the previous life, a warrior accidentally entered it and obtained a hidden profession scroll, which enabled him to directly open the hidden profession of magic warrior at the 3rd level of level 60. From an unknown ordinary professional, he became the #1 warrior of Daxia, ranked in the top 3 in Daxia's combat power ranking, and ranked in the top 10 in the world's combat power ranking. If you can get the hidden profession scroll, you can use it just in time for the second transformation at level 20. Soon, under the leadership of Lin Bei, the 3 arrived at a village. But the village was completely silent, without any sound or a single person in sight. The houses in the village had long been dilapidated, and the 3 even had a feeling that the houses would collapse as long as a gust of wind blew. Is it really the Lost City? Lin Bei took a deep breath. Just like he remembered, this was a lost village. The entire Lost City dungeon has a total of 6 areas, 5 of which are villages, guarding the Lost City in the middle. There is a level 20 elite monster in each village. Everyone be careful, there is a level 20 elite monster in here. Thinking of this, Lin Bei whispered a reminder to the two of them. Hiss. Level elite monster? The two were shocked. They were less than level 3, and this level 20 elite monster could kill them in one slap? Also, there is no sign of a monster. How did Lin Bei know that there was a level 20 elite monster here? Could it be that Lin Bei has been here? Or maybe he is at a higher level and can detect information that they cannot. What should we do? Should we go back first? Lao Ma lowered his voice and said, "They are not able to deal with monsters of this level. Even if Lin Bei is level 18, he is just an alchemist and has no warriors to take the damage. It is impossible for him to defeat a level 20 monster. They have suffered a lot of abuse in the past few days and are very clear about how perverted the attributes of the monsters in the battle between gods and demons are." Chun Jianxi didn't say anything, but turned his gaze to Lin Bei. In fact, he also wanted to go back first. The level of this monster was too high, and among the 3 of them, only Lin Bei had a high level. If a fight really broke out, he and Lao Ma would be a burden and would not be of any help at all. The best way is to go back, raise your level first, and then try this dungeon again after a few days. No, just follow me closely. Hearing what Lao Ma said, Lin Bei shook his head. He didn't even take a level 20 elite monster seriously. In the entire Lost City, the only thing that would attract his attention was the soul of Xiang Yu guarding the gate. After saying that, Lin Bei walked straight into the village. Medicine god. No. The two opened their mouths, but Lin Bei had already entered the village, so they could only swallow back the words that were about to come out of their mouths. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. This is not like an ordinary game. It is completely integrated with reality. If you die once, you will lose half of your lifespan. It is really unbearable. But they can't just abandon the god of medicine and run back, right? Since medicine god said so, He must be sure and confident. Let's go. Chun Jianxi shook his head and chose to believe in the god of medicine. This is a level 20 elite monster. If Yaoshin really finds a way to kill this monster, they as teammates can get a lot of experience and may even be able to level up 1 or 2 levels directly. That's all we can do. Lao Ma nodded and quickly followed. Roar. As soon as they entered the village, the three heard a roar. Then there was a dull bang. The house in front exploded, and a giant worm crawled out from the ground. This worm must be at least 4 or 5 meters long, with 2 circles of serrated teeth on the top. It looks like a chainsaw as it moves, and it looks very disgusting. Strong mutated worm, level 20. Oh my god. It's really a level 20 elite monster. Faced with this huge worm monster, even Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma, who had seen big scenes, couldn't help but swear at this moment. What the god of medicine said is so accurate. Compared to the shock of the other two, Lin Bei was much calmer. It's exactly the same as I remembered. Lin Bei looked at the worm and took out a bottle of confusion potion and a bottle of caltrip potion from his backpack. After all, it is a level 20 elite monster. The damage from chaos potions alone is not enough. Although it can be killed slowly, Lin Bei doesn't want to waste time here. He wants to go to the Lost City to find Xiang Yu's soul as soon as possible. Moreover, he now had a large amount of caltrips and guttate in his backpack, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough caltrips potion. Snap! Snap! The 2 bottles of potion fell to the ground almost at the same time. 2 streams of poisonous smoke rose up instantly, especially the poisonous caltrip potion, which had a very large range, covering an area of nearly 20 to 30 meters in radius. One loses 840 health points per second, and the other loses 2,352 health points per second. When added together, the damage per second is as high as 3192. Although this worm is a level 20 elite monster, it could not withstand such high damage and 90% of its health bar was reduced in an instant. 308. The worm was attacked and immediately rushed over with 3 people roaring. A hurricane with a fishy smell gushed out from the worm's mouth. Chun Jianxi's face changed drastically. Medicine god? Medicine god. How about we just go first? Lao Ma's face was also pale. The oppressive feeling from the worm was too strong, and he had no desire to fight at all. However, just as he said this, the worm, which had opened its bloody mouth wide, suddenly lost its strength and fell to the ground with a thud. Look at the worm's health bar again. Where is the health bar of elite monsters? Chapter 30. Another second? Another second? The 2 of them stared at the worm corpses on the ground with their eyes wide open, their expressions looking extremely interesting. My mom. That's a level 20 elite monster. Given the difficulty of the game battle of gods and demons, even a fully staffed team cannot be careless when facing elite monsters of the same level, as any slight mistake will result in failure. But Lin Bei actually killed a level 20 elite monster in seconds by himself? How on earth did he do it? He is only level 18. Jianxi, did you see how Yaoshin killed this elite monster just now? Lao Ma touched his cheek and felt it was a little stiff. He really couldn't imagine how the god of medicine did it. Chen Jianxi took a deep breath when he heard this. The god of medicine had just thrown 2 bottles of potion over. He didn't believe that Lao Ma didn't see it, but he, like Lao Ma, found it difficult to accept this outcome. What the hell? This is too easy. No wonder the medicine god was able to reach level 10 overnight. Is he still a human being? Potions. Are these potions the same as the little red potion? Suddenly, Chun Jianxi seemed to have thought of something. He had previously exchanged 3 bottles of small red medicine from the god of medicine. The effect was too strong and was completely different from the potions made by ordinary alchemists. It's like heaven and hell. Could it be that apart from the little red potion, the properties of other potions are also so abnormal? Kill the strong mutated worm and gain 500 experience points. It was also divided equally among the 3 people, but Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma had a 30 experience bonus, which made white light appear above their heads. 2 consecutive white lights. With an experience increase of 30, this strong mutated worm directly raised the 2 of them by 2 levels. Now it has reached level 5, completely surpassing the upgrade progress of other professionals. Gain 81 days of tradable lifespan. Obtained item, mutated worm blade. Lin Bei opened his backpack and took a look at the properties of the equipment. It was an assassin-type weapon, but unfortunately it was not a Lost Series equipment. Mutated Worm Blade, green attack power, causes a biting effect on the enemy when attacking, tearing 10 points of the enemy's armor each time, can be stacked up to 10 times. The level must be above 10. How can a level 10 monster drop level 10 equipment? Lin Bei was very disgusted. The attributes of this equipment were really not that good. It was far worse than the void equipment. Although the armor-piercing effect looks good, each attack can only break 10 points of armor, and this is not an archer equipment that can be stacked continuously. Ordinary assassins attack suddenly, with high burst in a short period of time, and then quickly hide to look for the next flaw. There is no chance of stacking 10 layers. Here you go. Lin Bei directly threw the equipment to Chen Jianxi and asked them to divide it among themselves. Chen Jianxi was holding the equipment, feeling a little dazed. Not buddy. This is a level 10 green outfit. You just gave it to us like this? If you don't know, you might think it's Chinese cabbage. This is so courageous. Lao Ma was also full of surprise. Was the equipment dropped by the elite monster given to them so casually? This is really a little cow standing upside down. So awesome. Let's go to the lost city ahead. Lin Bei ignored the two shocked people and walked through the village straight to the lost city ahead. The lost city was not far from the village. After about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at the lost city. This is a castle built on the hillside. It is not a huge city like in ancient times, but more like a private manor like in the West. The two were slightly excited, as this time they had truly witnessed the power of the god of medicine. Even the level 20 elite monsters were killed instantly. What is there to be afraid of? Just walk sideways. Looking at the castle in front of them, the two were no longer as uncertain as before, but instead seemed eager to try. Follow me closely, there are a lot of monsters in here. I can't protect you if you are too far away. At this time, Lin Bei spoke up to remind. There are a lot of monsters in the Lost City, and he has to use Confusion Potion and Caltra Potion to fight his way through them. Although the combined damage of the two potions is very high, accidents are inevitable. Hearing this, Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma nodded quickly, and the excitement on their faces was replaced by solemnity. The three of them walked along the path towards the castle and soon encountered the first group of monsters. They were three black bats floating in the air. They were as big as winter melons. When they saw the three of them, they immediately flew over with roars. Mutated Gulp Bat, level 23. When Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma saw the three level 20 monsters flying towards them, their scalps went numb. The previous excitement was gone, and he quickly took a fighting stance. Although the damage of the medicine god was very high, his skills had a cooldown time. How could one person deal with three monsters at the same time? Medicine god, can you handle two monsters by yourself? I'm afraid Lao Ma and I can only hold back one monster. Chen Jianxi smiled bitterly. The two of them were only level 5, and they only had a tattered weapon given by the system. Using their lives to hold back a monster was already their limit. Lao Ma nodded with a determined look in his eyes. At worst, he would just die and go back to the resurrection point. He would have leveled up 3 levels this time, so it would not be a loss even if he died and went back. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and glanced at the two of them as if they were idiots. Can you two defeat a level 20 monster? Where do these two people get the confidence from? They can ignore the level 20 monsters. Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma, two level 5 newbies, actually want to fight with a level 20 monster? Isn't this just like holding a lantern in the toilet to shine on shit? Seeking death? I can't defeat you. Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma looked at each other awkwardly. Then you just wait in the back to gain experience. I will deal with these 3 monsters. Lin Bei said calmly, then took out a bottle of poisonous caltrops and went forward. These 3 mutated Zubats are just ordinary monsters and do not require the combination of 2 potions. In fact, if Lin Bei spends some time, he can use the Chaos Potion to kill these 3 monsters. However, he had no shortage of Caltrop Potion now, and he was in a hurry to find the secret compartment in the secret room, so he directly used the Caltrop Potion with higher damage. Bang! The poisonous Caltrop Potion fell to the ground, and a light blue smoke exploded on the spot. In an instant, the entire path was covered. The 3 mutated giant mouthbats screamed and turned directly into 3 wisps of gray smoke. It seems that I remembered correctly. This thing has high damage, but it is also fragile. Looking at the red numbers appearing above Zubat's head, Lin Bei had already expected it. This mutated Zubat has high damage, and tanks of the same level dare not take it head-on, but its body is very fragile, and its health bar has only 2,000 health points. Well, Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma's mouths twitched and their faces felt a little stiff. Another second again and again? Looking at Lin Beiyun's comeback and thinking back to their heroic faces ready to die, he suddenly felt his nose turn red and looked like a clown. The Medicine God's Potion seems to be an area attack. The area covered by this smoke will be damaged. Old Ma looked at the path covered in smoke and felt numb all over. Such high damage, and it's an area attack? What about the plan for the battle between gods and demons? Come out and see if this makes sense. Is this reasonable? It seems so. Chun Jianxi was also shocked. This is really a bit abnormal, 2 to 3,000 damage per second, and it can also attack a large area. He suddenly understood why the medicine god was so powerful. If he were given a group attack skill with a large range and high damage, he could reach level 10 overnight and become number 1 on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, there is no if. He suddenly looked at Lao Ma and said, Lao Ma, do you think it is possible that everyone has misunderstood the profession of alchemist? The alchemist is not a support profession at all, but a powerful combat profession? Chapter 31, I'll give you some buffs. Follow closely. Lin Bei had no idea that these two people had so many thoughts in their minds. After getting rid of the 3 Zubats, he quickly walked towards the castle. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma hurriedly followed. The gate of the castle was ajar. With the arrival of the 3 people, this gate, which was covered with cobwebs and had not been opened for who knows how long, made a creaking sound and slowly opened a gap. It is called a gap, but it is only relative to the 2 tall doors. In fact, it is big enough for 3 people to pass through side by side. Lin Bei walked through the gate, followed closely by Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma. As the 3 of them entered the castle, the gate at the back slammed shut. Wipe. Seeing the scene in the castle, Lao Ma couldn't help but swear. Chun Jianxi felt his back door tighten, and he swallowed violently. Behind the gate, in the passage leading to the castle, stood 2 rows of 12 soldiers in golden armor. The moment the castle gate closed, the 12 golden-armored soldiers turned around at the same time and looked at the 3 people. A horrifying scene ensued. Under the 12 golden helmets were 12 gray-white skeletons. Emerald green flames were flickering in the empty eye sockets, which looked extremely weird. Mutated Sword King Guard, level 20. Mutated Spear King's Guard, level 20. These 12 skeleton soldiers are divided into 2 types, holding swords and spears respectively. Click, click, click. The next moment, 12 skeleton soldiers launched an attack. The sound of skeletons rubbing against armor echoed in the passage. Medicine God. Old Ma's face turned pale, and there was a slight tremor in his voice. Lin Bei directly took out a bottle of poisonous caltrip potion and threw it over. The poisonous fog immediately enveloped the entire passage. The 12 skeleton soldiers were attacked at the same time, and strings of red numbers appeared above their heads. Lin Bei strolled leisurely in the garden, threw the poison caltrip potion, and then walked towards the skeleton soldiers. When Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma saw this scene, they couldn't help but sweat. Are you so confident? The next moment, the health bars of these skeleton soldiers also appeared. 2675. 2675. With 1 point of health, you can only last 3 seconds in the caltrip potion. Lin Bei's timing was very accurate. Just as the skeleton soldier in front was about to chop him with his sword, the last bit of blood on the skeleton soldier completely disappeared at this moment. Bang! The flickering flames in the skeleton soldier's eye sockets suddenly went out, and the gray-white skeleton bones turned into ashes in an instant. The golden armor, which had lost its support, fell to the ground with a clang. Fall. Lin Bei muttered to himself. Rays of white light flew out from the golden armor and turned into trophies that fell to the ground. Kill the mutated broadsword Jinwu Guard and gain 300 experience points. Kill the mutated long spear Jinwu Guard and gain 300 experience points. Upgrade to level 6 with high spirits. The first war god in northeast China has been upgraded to level 6. Gain 45 days of tradable life. Gain 59 days of tradable life. Obtained item. Mutated Jinwu Guard's breastplate, green. Obtained item. Mutated Jinwu Guard's leggings, green. Lin Bei pocketed all the spoils, and Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma followed behind without any objection. They believed in Lin Bei. Since he had said before coming that the spoils would be divided equally, he would definitely share it equally with them. Even if Lin Bei gave them a share, they would not think it was a problem as individuals. After all, from the time they entered the dungeon until now, they had only followed behind to gain experience and not helped a bit. After passing through the passage, another large group of monsters attacked. The monsters in the castle are mostly humanoid, but they have all undergone mutations and are either skeletons or zombies, and their numbers are very large. It would be difficult to get through without a large-scale attack. Fortunately, Lin Bei had 2 range-damaging potions, the Chaos Potion and the Tribulus Potion, with which he pushed forward directly, leading Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma to crush them all the way into the depths of the castle. Warning: there is a strong guard ahead. It is detected that your level is too low. Please leave immediately. At this time, a prompt sound sounded in the ears of the three people. Is it just ahead? Chun Jianxi took a deep breath, and there was not much fear in his eyes. Instead, he became excited. The same goes for Lao Ma. They followed Lin Bei and pushed forward all the way. All the monsters were killed instantly. Now they felt they were terrifyingly strong. When I heard that it was right in front of me, I didn't feel any pressure. Instead, I was very curious about what the game of gods and demons looked like. Go this way first. However, at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly changed direction and turned to the other side. Medicine god? Aren't we going to fight? Seeing Lin Bei turn to the other side, the two were a little confused. Shouldn't the next plot be that Lin Bei takes them to the room, kills them instantly, and completes this hidden copy? Why did the god of medicine run away? Is it possible that medicine god is no match for that? Although they were confused, the two of them quickly followed. Without Lin Bei's protection, the two of them wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds against these level 20 minions. Lin Bei first turned left and walked straight along the long and narrow corridor until a mural of a pharaoh appeared on the left wall. Then he stopped. It is here. Seeing the mural, Lin Bei's face lit up with joy. In his previous life, the warrior once boasted in the forum that the entrance to the hidden compartment was this pharaoh mural. He followed the boasted location and indeed found the pharaoh mural. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Bei turned to look at Qin Jianxi and Lao Ma and said, "You two wait here for me. I'll be out in 3 minutes at most."
No.
Goodbye, medicine god. What will we do if you leave? When the two heard that Lin Bei was going to leave alone, their faces suddenly changed. They were only level 8 now. If a level 20 monster appeared later, they would not be able to hold on for half a minute, let alone 3 minutes. Lin Bei thought for a moment and said calmly, "It's okay. I'll add a few for you." After saying that, he took out 2 bottles of small red medicine from his backpack and threw them at the 2 men. He took out 2 more bottles of blood-activating powder and gave them to the 2 men. The potion he brewed not only had an 84-fold increase in effect, but also had an 84-fold increase in duration. A bottle of little red pill can last a full 21 minutes. The original duration of Huoshue powder was 20 seconds, but now it has become an astonishing 28 minutes. As the 2 bottles of potion fell on them, 2 more buffs immediately appeared in Chan Jianxi and Lao Ma's status bars. After adding, Lin Bei directly placed his hand on the pharaoh mural. Whoosh! He was sucked right in. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma looked at each other in surprise. The god of medicine asked them to wait, and they did not dare to go in rashly. They could only pray that no monsters would spawn nearby. However, the reality is that what you fear will always come true. Just less than half a minute after Lin Bei walked away, a white light suddenly flashed in the long and narrow corridor, and a mutated big mouth bat appeared not far from the two of them. Build. It's over. When they saw the mutated level 20 monster Zubat, their faces turned pale. The combined level of both of them is not as high as that of Zubat, so what can they use to fight him? Zubat spotted the two and immediately rushed over with a roar. What should I do? Fight it. The two looked at each other and made a decision immediately. As a soldier, I would rather fight the monster to the death than be a deserter. And the main thing is that this is a dead end. There is nowhere to run. Instead of being a coward and getting bitten to death by the monster, it is better to fight it openly. After all, they are already level 8. You are no longer the newbie who just left the novice village. Dry. The 2 men acted as soon as they said they would, and immediately rushed forward with their giant swords in hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they started fighting, they realized something was wrong. Damn it. How come my attack speed has become so fast? Me too. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma were both shocked. The hands holding the giant sword seemed not to be their own. Where did such great strength come from that could swing the giant sword to create an illusion? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 giant swords kept hitting Ghoulbat like raindrops. Although the attack power is not high, it cannot withstand the fast attack speed. Zubat's health bar begins to drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the big mouthbat bit Chun Jianxi and directly bit off half of Chun Jianxi's blood. However, Chun Jianxi had no time to react as the little red potion instantly restored his health. His health bar seemed to be performing magic, jumping back and forth between Zubat's attack and the little red potion's recovery. What a powerful blood recovery. What a fast attack speed. It feels great. Jianxi, I feel so strong now. Me too. I think I can kill any god that stands in my way. Their heartbeats were incredibly fast, their faces were glowing, and they felt the blood in their bodies was boiling. Chapter 32 Hidden Occupation Scroll, Top Grade Fusion Stone. Kill the mutated Zubat and gain 300 experience points. In the end, Chun Jianxi slashed the gnat with a sword, ending its short life. 2 white lights flashed and fell at the feet of the 2 people. Gained 45 days of tradable life. Obtained item. Spiked Fong of the Gulp Bat, green. Equipment exploded. Chun Jianxi picked up the object in the white light, his face showing excitement. This was the first time he got equipment from a monster, and it was high-level green equipment. What equipment is it? Lao Ma also came over and asked excitedly. Chun Jianxi took out the sharp fangs of the Zubat from his backpack and clicked on the equipment details. Goutbat Spiked Fong, green assassin weapon, attack power, agility, injects poison into the enemy's body when attacking. The poisoned person loses 10 health points per second, lasts for 5 seconds, level requirement is above level 10. What a pity. It's an assassin's weapon. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma sighed. They were both greatsword warriors, and they could not wear this assassin's weapon. At this time, Lao Ma suddenly looked at Chun Jianxi and said, Jianxi, I have an idea. You want to go out and kill monsters? Chun Jianxi summed up Lao Ma's thoughts in one sentence, because he thought the same way. Yes, the duration that Medicine God has given us is still quite long. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill some monsters and level up? Okay, I'll send a message to the Medicine God. The two hit it off immediately. Now that they have the buffs given by the God of Medicine, they must cherish this rare opportunity. Chun Jianxi sent a message to Lin Bei, Drug God. We are waiting for you outside the room. At this time, Lin Bei had ended the battle in the secret room. Several level 20 soldiers and a level 20 elite monster fell to the ground one after another, turning into white light and falling to the ground. Ding, you have a new message. Lin Bei didn't even look at the spoils at his feet, nor did he have time to pay attention to any new information. He walked straight to the altar where the treasure chest was placed in the center of the secret room. According to the boasting of the warrior in the previous life, the hidden profession scroll is in this silver treasure chest. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and placed his hand on the treasure chest. This treasure chest is about the size of a wash basin. It is made entirely of pure silver and radiates silver light from the inside out, making it look magical and extraordinary. Mysterious treasure box, 10,000. Lin Bei was slightly stunned when he saw the gray shield value appearing on the treasure chest. What does it mean? Does this treasure chest need to be opened violently? After thinking about it, Lin Bei controlled the void magic cauldron and fired a flat shot at the treasure chest. 9999. Countdown to treasure chest opening. 60 seconds. 59 seconds. Now Lin Bei was even more confused. What does this countdown mean? Although I don't know what's going on, I guess they are going to attack the treasure chest. Could it be that they want to clear the shield value of the treasure chest before the countdown ends? Thinking of this, he immediately took out a bottle of corrosive potion from his backpack. I don't know if the potion will work. Lin Bei felt a little unsure, as he was able to get here only thanks to the potion, whose properties were really appalling. It would be terrible if the potion didn't work. Bang! Corrosive potion shattered. It worked. Lin Bei was delighted when he saw the gray numbers floating above the treasure chest. The potion took effect. The high damage of the corrosive potion instantly cleared the gray shield value of the treasure chest. And every time an attack takes effect, the color of the treasure chest will change accordingly. When the shield value is reduced by 4,200 points for the first time, the color of the treasure chest changes from silver to gold. After the shield value is reduced by 4,200 points for the second time, the color of the treasure chest changes from gold to color. 55 seconds. When the countdown reaches 55 seconds, the last shield value is also eliminated. The treasure chest was still colorful, but the colors were more vivid and bright, making his eyes uncomfortable and his eyes a little wet. Bang! With a slight sound, the lid of the treasure chest opened automatically. An ancient parchment scroll and a stone as green as emerald lay quietly in the treasure chest. Pick up items. Lin Bei put the 2 items into his backpack and then couldn't wait to open the backpack to check. Hidden occupation scroll, sacred used in the job transfer array. It can provide the user with additional hidden occupation options. This scroll can be used during the first, second, and third job transfers. The first thing was an ancient parchment scroll, which was indeed the hidden profession scroll he wanted. But why is this hidden profession scroll of sacred grade? He remembered that the warrior in his previous life boasted that the hidden profession scroll was of bonus grade. He turned his gaze to the green stone that looked like jade. It can't be a fusion stone or a refining stone, Lin Bei muttered to himself. This stone looks very similar to the refining stone and the fusion stone, but the refining stone and the fusion stone are not so beautiful. The common ones are grayish white, and the rare ones are light blue. Fusion stone, Sacred can fuse the suit into new equipment, 100% inherit the original attributes, no equipment level limit, no limit on the number of times it can be used. No level limit on equipment, no limit on the number of times it can be used. When Lin Bei saw the introduction of this stone, his eyes almost popped out. This is indeed a fusion stone, but the properties of this fusion stone are too outrageous. Ordinary fusion stones can inherit 30 of the original attributes after fusing a set into a single piece of equipment. Rare fusion stones can inherit 50 of the original attributes. This is already very abnormal, but this sacred fusion stone can actually directly inherit 100. There is also no limit on the number of times it can be used. You should know that both ordinary fusion stones and rare fusion stones are disposable. A stone can only be used once, and it may not be 100% successful. This is also the reason why fusion stones are precious. The probability of them exploding is low, and there is no guarantee that the fusion will be successful. Especially for high-level equipment sets, if you want to fuse the sets together in the later stage, you need a lot of fusion stones. And now this sacred fusion stone has no limit on the number of times and the level. Doesn't it mean that the sets can be fused together 100% of the time? This value is too great, even more precious than the hidden profession scroll. This trip is totally worth it. Lin Bei was overjoyed and decided to be a little selfish. He wanted to keep both of these things. At most, he could give the military more preferential treatment, such as giving them some equipment or potions. First fuse the heaven-shaking bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, and see what equipment you can create. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately took out the out-of-print equipment, the heaven-shaking bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. These two pieces of equipment could be directly fused with the fusion stone, unlike the 4 sage powers which required the essence and blood of 4 sacred beings. As for Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma, they have Huashuesan and Xia Hongjiu on them, so as long as they are not killed instantly by a slap, they will be fine. Sky-shaking bow and cloud-piercing arrow fusion stone. Holy? It is detected that your out-of-print equipment, sky-shaking bow and cloud-piercing arrow, have not yet been upgraded to the maximum level. The upgrade method will change after fusion. Do you want to continue the fusion? Fusion. Lin Bei did not hesitate and chose fusion directly. The thunder bow needs to be worn on the body and attacked monsters to upgrade. He cannot wear it if he is not an archer. If he gives it to others, once they wear it, it cannot be traded anymore and can only be directly fused. As the 3 objects intertwined in the air, a dazzling green light suddenly made his eyes hurt and tears welled up in his eyes. Congratulations, the integration is successful. Obtained item, Thunderous Sunset, 0. Chapter 33 Platinum Boss, Soul of Xiangyu.
Success.
Lin Bei took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This is a rare piece of equipment. Many powerful people in the previous life did not have it, but I got it in this life, and I also integrated the set into new equipment. See what attributes. I don't know if there are any occupational restrictions. Call. Lin Bei let out a long breath and prepared himself for the worst. At worst, I can sell it to the military at a high price later. View properties. Shocking Sunset, out of print, 0. Artifact equipment, full attributes, obtains the skill. Annihilation Sun, no level requirement. Annihilation Sun. For a short period of time, you have the power of Annihilation Sun needed to pull off the Thunderous Sunset and charge a strike to the target, causing 99 times your own attack power in true damage, killing targets with less than 20 HP. The cooldown time is 24 hours. There is no occupation restriction, no level restriction, and it is a magic weapon that does not take up equipment slots. Lin Bei felt relieved and immediately put on the Sunset Sword. This was a rare artifact that could be upgraded. It required killing monsters 100 times to upgrade. The current properties are already very abnormal. God knows how terrifying the ultimate form of the Thunderous Sunset will be. Boo! As he put on the Zhentian Sunset, a layer of golden halo suddenly appeared around him, making him look very cool. The artifact formed by combining 2 out-of-print equipment is already so abnormal. What attributes would the 4 saint powers formed by combining 4 out-of-print equipment have? Lin Bei has never been so excited about the properties of the 4 saints' power as he is today. This is a common problem among men. It was obvious that he relied on potions to kill monsters and level up, and the quality of his equipment did not have much impact, but he just wanted to get a set of magical equipment that far surpassed that of other professionals. Just like girls like to collect various lipsticks and bags. No reason. I just like it. It's time to go. Lin Bei glanced at the secret compartment in the secret room, confirmed that no loot was missed, and left quickly. When I arrived at the corridor, I did not see Qin Jianxi and Lao Ma. He couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that something was wrong. I hope these two guys won't be sent back to the resurrection point by monsters. The team information didn't indicate that the two of them were killed. Lin Bei opened the team information in confusion, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. The health bars of these two people were like an electrocardiogram, sometimes half health and sometimes full, jumping back and forth repeatedly. Only then did Lin Bei remember that he had received a message reminder before. He only has one good friend now, Chen Jianxi, so the message should have been sent by Chen Jianxi. With high spirits and confidence, God of Medicine, we are waiting for you outside the room. These two guys. When Lin Bei saw the message sent by Chen Jianxi, he immediately understood where the two men were going. These two people must have discovered the powerful effects of the small red medicine and the blood-activating powder, so they ran outside to kill monsters. He didn't waste any time and headed straight in the direction where he was. The hidden profession file is already in hand. It's time to end the dungeon and try out the power of this thunderous sunset. 5 minutes later, two figures came into Lin Bei's sight. Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma were swinging their giant swords to chop monsters wildly. With the super attack speed bonus of the blood-activating powder, the two giant swords appeared as phantoms. It was hard to imagine where these two people got so much strength to launch attacks at such a high frequency. Let's look at their levels. Wow, it's already level 9. In just a few minutes, the two of them actually reached the next level. Drug God, are you done? Chun Jianxi killed the monster in front of him with one sword, and was about to help Lao Ma kill the monster when he suddenly saw Lin Bei's figure, and hurriedly called Lao Ma to meet him. Lao Ma also quickly dealt with the monster in front of him and hurried forward. Medicine God, you gave us too much. This attack speed is too fast. How much do you sell this potion for, Medicine God? Can you sell us a few bottles? The two of them looked hopeful and wanted to buy a few bottles of blood-activating powder from Lin Bei. This thing is invincible. Combined with the little red potion, they were able to challenge level 20 monsters from level 12, and they leveled up again in just a few minutes. If these potions can be mass-produced, the military's strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Not only will it be able to firmly control the domestic discourse power to maintain social stability, but it will also be able to occupy a dominant position internationally. I just have these 2 bottles. Lin Bei spread his hands. In fact, he has one more bottle, but he doesn't want to expose these potions too much. The recovery effect of the small red potion is already abnormal enough. If the military were to really see the specific properties of Huashuesan, they would be furious. The reason why he could sell the little red medicine to Chan Jianxi was because he represented the military. As a citizen of a country, he must always do something for the country, but Lin Bei is not a brainless patriot. The little red medicine is enough for the military to surpass other professionals. Just 2 bottles? Unfortunately, the effect of this potion is too strong. When they learned that there were only 2 bottles, the two did not doubt their authenticity, but just felt a little regretful. But they were soon relieved. How could a potion with such a strong effect be something that is available everywhere? Let's go to the room. Lin Bei walked past the 2 people and headed towards the last unknown area of the castle. After walking down a long staircase, the 3 of them arrived at a well-knit laboratory, which was equipped with all kinds of test tubes and equipment. However, the lights were flickering, which made it look a little creepy. A set of silver-white armor was placed on a high platform in the middle of the laboratory. What the hell is this place? It looks a bit like a scene from a foreign horror movie, but this armor is very similar to our ancient armor, which looks a bit weird. Old Ma frowned, while Chen Jianxi stared at the silver-white armor and analyzed seriously. Lin Bei looked at the silver armor with calm eyes. This is the armor of Xiangyu, the king of Chu. He knew that this was the copy of the lost city, the soul of Xiangyu. The armor in front of him is exactly the armor that the king of Chu wore when he committed suicide at the Wujiang River. I just don't know why it appears here.
What?
Who are you talking about? The two were shocked and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? How could the armor of King Xiangyu of Chu appear here? Snap, snap. Just then, a sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard. The two of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the silver-white armor that was originally placed on the bracket was floating up strangely at this moment. Each part floats where it should be, as if an invisible soul is supporting them. Swish. The next moment, 2 ghost lights lit up under the silver-white helmet. The information also lights up at this moment. Soul of Xiangyu, Platinum, Chapter 34. The terrifying power of the rare artifact. Xiangyu's soul? Chun Jianxi and Lao Ma were stunned when they saw the information. This was obviously a Western-style castle, and the laboratory looked very much like a scene from a Western horror movie, but the one guarding the gate was Xiang Yu, the king of Chu of their great Xia? So discordant. This was the only thought in the two people's minds. You two should be careful. He is not like those monsters. Lin Bei's face was solemn. He reminded the two of them while walking forward. The attributes of Xiang Yu's soul are very high. In the previous life, countless people failed in the Lost City, and most of them failed because of Xiang Yu's soul. Generally speaking, mutated monsters are one level weaker than void monsters. For example, a gold-level mutation is roughly equivalent to a silver-level void monster, and a platinum-level mutation is equivalent to a gold-level void monster. So logically speaking, the combat power of Xiang Yu's soul in front of him should be similar to that of the Eye of the Void in the Hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. However, in fact, it is the platinum-level soul of Xiang Yu, which is more powerful than the Eye of Void. Especially when the soul of Xiang Yu is low on health, it will release a skill called Strength to pull mountains and courage to overcome the world, which directly makes it immune to all control and magic damage. This step will make most professional teams helpless and fail directly. Not to mention the greatly enhanced attack power after Xiang Yu's soul releases skills. Kill. At this moment, Xiang Yu's soul let out a deafening roar. Its weapon was not the legendary Overlord Spear, but a big sword that was longer than an ordinary sword, and it slashed towards Lin Bei. Corrosive potion. Lin Bei quickly stepped back to avoid it and raised his hand to throw out a bottle of corrosive potion. Then, bottles of chaos potions filled the entire laboratory, and he added a bottle of Caltra potion with a larger damage range. Xiang Yu's soul was poisoned by the three potions, and his health bar began to drop rapidly. In an instant, 7,392 drops of blood were poisoned from Xiang Yu's soul. At this time, the health bar of Xiang Yu's soul appeared in front of the three people. 42608. 50,000 HP? Seeing this long blood bar, Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma couldn't help but scream, and even their voices became much sharper. Is Xiang Yu's soul so strong? It actually has 50,000 health points. With such a thick health bar, even if you just stand there and let them hit you, they can't hit you. At the same time, the two of them became more and more frightened. Lin Bei's damage was also ridiculously high, more than 7,000 DPS. Is he still a human being? You know, even if they were upgraded to level 9, the damage of each attack was just over 100. The reason why they were able to challenge level 20 monsters was entirely because of the high attack speed of the blood-activating powder, which allowed them to kill them by force. If they really have to fight on their own strength, they are nothing in front of a level 20 monster. Not to mention Xiang Yu's soul, he doesn't even have the courage to stand here. He can send both of them away with just one slap. While the two were amazed, Lin Bei had used potions to take away 1/3 of Xiang Yu's soul's health, and he was also hit by a sword from Xiang Yu's soul, and his health bar turned white, leaving only a trace of blood. It's exactly the same damage as calculated. Lin Bei was very adventurous. He calculated the damage of Xiang Yu's soul and found that with his current health, he would not be killed instantly. Therefore, he did not use the only bottle of iron potion left in his backpack, which was his only trump card. Now he had no raw materials to make iron potion, so he would save as many bottles as possible. In fact, this is a very risky move. Lin Bei is like dancing on a tightrope. Any mistake will result in him being sent directly back to the resurrection point. But the fact was just as he expected, the calculated damage was not deviated at all. After taking the sword, the little red medicine that Lin Bei had used in advance quickly restored his health. At this time, the health of Xiang Yu's soul has exceeded half. 20680. Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he immediately dived forward to distance himself from Xiang Yu's soul. The next second, red numbers appeared above Xiang Yu's soul's head again. There should have been 3 stages of damage, but as the first 2 stages of damage floated out, Xiang Yu's soul let out a roar, and his body suddenly grew a lot bigger, with a layer of silver halo covering the armor. The effect of the confusion potion disappeared immediately, and the third round of damage was not dealt at all. So the potion also makes me immune. Lin Bei took a deep breath, as if he had expected this. Although the potion has fixed damage and is not affected by magic resistance, the skill of Strength to pull mountains and unrivaled power, activated by Xiang Yu's soul, is an immunity skill, which makes it immune to all damage except physical damage. This is a very powerful skill. Elemental Mage becomes useless against the soul of Xiang Yu, and is completely useless. Try the Shaking Sunset. Lin Bei stood still, looking at the approaching soul of Xiang Yu, and directly activated the Sun Annihilation skill. A ray of golden light penetrated the castle directly and fell on him like a waterfall, forming a layer of golden film on his body surface, which looked extraordinary and magical. And part of the golden light condensed in the air and became a giant golden bow with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. Lin Bei immediately stretched out his left hand to hold the giant bow tightly and used his right hand to pull the bowstring back to a full moon. Buzz. At this moment, the golden light originally attached to his body seemed to have received some kind of call. All of them rushed towards Lin Bei's fingers that were holding the bowstring and turned into a golden arrow in an instant. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lin Bei shot the arrow at Xiang Yu's soul. Accompanied by a loud sound of breaking through the air, the golden arrow instantly pierced through the silver-white armor of Xiang Yu's soul, and a long string of red numbers floated up. There is also a kill icon behind the red number. Lin Bei's original strength attribute was 330. After wearing the shocking sunset, his strength attribute became 330. The damage of the annihilation skill is 99 times the attack power, and the enemy will be killed directly if his health is lower than 20, so the scene in front of us appears. However, in fact, the killing effect is not reflected at all, because even if the killing is not triggered, the damage of the annihilation skill is enough to kill Xiang Yu's soul, and there is still a lot of overflow. As the health bar was emptied, the two flickering flames under the helmet went out, and the silver-white armor seemed to have lost its support and fell to the ground with a clang. Kill Xiang Yu's soul, platinum, and gain 2,000 experience points. You have successfully cleared the Lost City dungeon, rescued Xiang Yu's soul trapped in the laboratory, and obtained the title, Little Overlord. As the system prompted, two silver-white light balls flew out and landed on the armor fragments. Chapter 35. The two of them were deeply moved. Given another title? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and opened the title column. Little Overlord, Platinum Strength, Agility, 10% chance to trigger Overlord Spear special effect when attacking, causing damage equal to 120 of its own attack power. Strength and Agility are increased by 100 each. The attributes are pretty good, but the attack effect at the back is of no use to him. His output methods all rely on various potions, and he doesn't need to level up at all. It is difficult to trigger this passive ability, and the effect of this passive ability is not that good. The damage of 1 times his own attack power is not as good as that of a corrosive potion. Closing the title bar, Lin Bei walked towards the armor to pick up the loot. At this time, Chen Jianxi and the other man, who were so shocked that they were speechless, finally came to their senses. What was that just now? Also, isn't Medicine God a pharmacist? How come I just saw him draw his bow and shoot an arrow like a sharpshooter, and he killed that creature in 1 second? Old Ma turned his head and looked at Chen Jianxi as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Jianxi also had a face full of confusion. He also saw Lin Bei bending the bow and drawing the arrow. At that moment, Lin Bei was bathed in golden light, holding a huge golden bow, pulling it to the full moon and shooting Xiang Yu's soul. He looked so damn handsome, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of Hui who shot and killed 9 golden crows. It seemed as if the legendary ancient god Hui should look like that just now. Lin Bei did not notice the two people's surprised looks. His attention was all on the fallen spoils. Gain 180 days of tradable life. Obtained item. Lost Overlord Gauntlet, blue. It is indeed the equipment of the Lost series. Lin Bei had already anticipated that Xiang Yu's soul, as a soul from the Lost City, would only drop Lost series equipment. The Lost series is not a specific set, but a large category. Just like the Void series, equipment of different levels can be combined into different sets. The Lost Overlord series is considered to be a relatively excellent set at level 20, only half a point inferior to the Void suit of the same level. View properties. Lost Overlord Gauntlets, blue strength. Wearing them together with Lost Overlord armor, Lost Overlord leggings, Lost Overlord iron boots, and Lost Overlord helmet can activate the set effect, Overlord power. It requires level 20 or above. Power of the Overlord. Physical damage increased by 20. The Lost Overlord set is an extreme output-oriented set. The attributes of the 5 pieces of equipment that make up the set are very simple, and they all increase strength, including the Overlord armor, which was originally supposed to have a defensive attribute, but it also increases strength. In the previous life, someone had collected the Lost Overlord set, which was indeed unparalleled in attack, but the body was too fragile. If it is worn by a warrior, he will often be killed instantly, while shooters do not require much strength, and in the later stages they will focus more on agility attributes. Only some assassins who take an extreme approach are suitable for the Overlord suit. Therefore, people in the past mostly wore some scattered parts. For example, the Lost Overlord Gauntlets is a very good scattered part. which has a 300-point strength bonus and does not take up important equipment slots. Lin Bei definitely wouldn't consider the Overlord's suit and wouldn't wear any of them. His output methods all rely on potions. It cannot be said that his strength attribute is completely useless, but it can only be said to be worthless. And with his abilities, he would definitely wear a more powerful void suit and be able to restrain void monsters. Give it to the military. After thinking about it, Lin Bei decided to give the lost Overlord Gauntlet to Chen Jianxi. It was originally agreed that the spoils would be divided equally between the two parties, but he could break his word and steal the lost Overlord Gauntlet. But that's not necessary. He is now cooperating with the Daxia military. Isn't this narrowing his path? If you open the layout, it's just a level 20 blue outfit. If they cooperate well, the military will definitely ask him for help first if they find this kind of random copy in the future. Wouldn't what you get then be more valuable than a mere blue item? Medicine God, is there any equipment explosion? At this time, Chen Jianxi's voice came from behind. Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma walked over with a hint of shock in their eyes. When they saw Lin Bei nod, their eyes suddenly became hot. The equipment dropped by the platinum-level soul of Xiang Yu must be at least blue quality. However, although the two were curious, they resisted the urge to come over and take a look at the attributes. This was killed by the god of medicine, and they didn't even dare to touch the hair of Xiang Yu's soul. Naturally, the equipment that exploded had nothing to do with them. To be honest, the fact that they were able to reach level 9 this time has already exceeded many expectations. Moreover, the god of medicine had already given him a piece of equipment before. If he were to set his sights on the equipment now, it would be a bit greedy. I'll give these to you. Lin Bei took out 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack. In addition to the lost Overlord gauntlets, there were also several pieces of equipment dropped by the mutated Jinwu guards. After hearing this and seeing the 5 pieces of equipment in Lin Bei's hand, they were slightly stunned. All of this for us? Is it fake? God of medicine, you are not kidding us, right? The two were extremely excited and quickly scratched their ears and asked, Medicine God, you said, give all these to us? 5 pieces of equipment. And they saw clearly that one of them was exploded by Xiang Yu's soul. The platinum-level equipment that was dropped, the medicine god just gave it to them when he said so? Didn't we agree to split it in half beforehand? You guys also helped me collect herbs, and I can't use this equipment, so why not give it to the country? Lin Bei smiled when he heard this and handed the 5 pieces of equipment to Chen Jianxi. As a citizen of Daxia, I should also make some contributions to the stability of Daxia. Hearing this, their eyes lit up and they were deeply moved. Look, the god of medicine is so visionary. For the stability of Daxia, equipment worth millions was given to their military without hesitation. At this moment, they both wanted to say that the god of medicine deserves to be enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple. In this case, we won't refuse. I will take these equipment back and ask the leaders to distribute them uniformly. Thank you, medicine god, for supporting our military. We will definitely live up to your support. If you need me, Chen Jianxi, in the future, as long as it does not violate the principles, as long as you, medicine god, say a word, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Me too. Lao Ma also nodded quickly, rubbing his hands and said, Drug god, can you give me a friend position? Hearing this, Lin Bei looked at Lao Ma. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. In his previous life, these big shots wouldn't even look at him, but now they were so servile and begging him for the status of friend. Sure enough, only the strong deserve respect. However, when Lao Ma saw Lin Bei looking at him silently, he thought that Lin Bei was unwilling to give the friend a seat. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his expression became a little unnatural. As the commander-in-chief of the Northeast Division, he had never been treated so coldly before despite his high position. But there was nothing he could do, because the other person's rank was so much higher than his, alas. Lao Ma smiled awkwardly. He seemed calm on the surface, but in fact he felt extremely enriched inside. Just then, a new notification popped up on the system panel. Bite. I am not the god of medicine and I have sent you a friend request. Chapter 36. 100 times gain. Sweeping the mud swamp. Medicine god. Seeing the friend request, Lao Ma was slightly stunned. His mood suddenly changed from complicated to excited, and he couldn't help but look up at Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and said, It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lao Ma's mood suddenly improved. Although I can't see the appearance of the god of medicine, it is enough to get his affirmation and have him actively add me as a friend. After distributing the spoils, Lin Bei searched the dungeon again, but did not find any large areas of medicinal herbs, so he and the other two exited the dungeon. He refused Lao Ma's invitation to dinner and returned to Ningxing on Chan Jianchi's armed helicopter. Drug god, I also have to go back to the Kyoto military district to report. Chun Jianxi saluted Lin Bei, then quickly boarded the helicopter and disappeared into the horizon. This time he gained 7 or 8 pieces of equipment and raised the level to level 9. The harvest was extremely rich. He even imagined how excited his old leader would be when he saw what he brought back. In fact, Hu Xinjian, who was in charge of the Kyoto division, had already slapped his thigh excitedly in the command room. Level 9. These two guys entered a dungeon with Medicine God and directly reached level 9. Hu Xinjian was so happy when he saw the 2 more people on the level ranking list. You know, a day ago these 2 were only level 3 like other professionals, and now the highest of the others is only level 4. But these 2 have already risen to level 9, ranking second only to the God of Medicine. There are only 3 people on the ranking list, 2 of them are from their military, and there is also a medicine god who has been working closely with their military. As the commander-in-chief of the military, how could he not be happy? All this is thanks to the god of medicine. I don't know what kind of legendary figure the god of medicine is to be able to do this. Who says it's not true? Look at our soldiers who have been working day and night, and now the highest one is less than level 4. Yao Xin not only upgrades quickly himself, but also the efficiency of the newcomers is so high. The masters are among the common people. We have to admire them. Several leaders were amazed. They had personally experienced how difficult it was to kill monsters, so they naturally understood the significance of bringing Chan Jianxi and the other 2 to level 9 in just half a day. H.U. Lin Bei sneezed as he stepped on the corpse of the ghost-faced Spider Queen. After getting off the plane, he did not go home. Instead, he found a noodle shop, ate 2 large bowls of noodles, and then went straight to the wild area. After getting the hidden profession scroll, the next step is to raise the level to 20 as soon as possible, and then go to the main city for the second job after it is unlocked. He is extremely looking forward to it, not knowing what hidden profession he can switch to in the second job. According to the example in the previous life, the attributes and skills of the magic warrior and the third level warrior are very different, at least 10 times. Don't worry about it for now, just raise your level to 20. Now that he was only a little bit away from reaching level 19, Lin Bei looked at the empty ghost-faced stone forest and decided to go to the silt swamp to kill monsters. It takes a lot of experience to reach level 20. The monsters in the mud swamp have higher attributes than those in the ghost-faced stone forest, so they naturally give more experience. The main thing is that he just killed the ghost-faced spider queen, and he can't just sit here and wait. First, make the poisonous caltrip potion. After walking a few steps, Lin Bei stopped again. He found a safe place, sat down cross-legged, and began to make the potion. The caltrip potion has a large range and high damage, and is very useful. I happen to have a lot of raw materials in my backpack now, so I can refine more to avoid having insufficient supplies. Moreover, the level of the poison caltrip potion is high, and it may even give a few evolution points when it is refined. Lin Bei immediately took out all the raw materials from his backpack. The void demon cauldron was suspended in front of him, sucking in the poisonous caltrips and heartbreak grass. Accompanied by bursts of red light, a bottle of poisonous caltrips potion fell into Lin Bei's hands. Obtained item. Tribulus potion. Obtained item. Tribulus potion. Obtained item. Tribulus potion. Before long, Lin Bei had used up all the raw materials in his backpack. The medicinal herbs collected from the outskirts of the Lost City are mainly Tribulus terrestris, with a slightly smaller amount of Gelsemium elegans. A total of 89 bottles of poisonous thornberries potion were refined, and 32 thornberries were left. I made 89 potions and got 4 evolution points. Lin Bei frowned. The evolution points given by refining the poisonous caltrip potion began to decrease. Before, 7 or 8 bottles would give 1 evolution point, but now refining 89 bottles of the potion would only give 4 evolution points. This is also related to the fact that his level is approaching level 20. It is estimated that after the second transformation, the reward for refining the poisonous caltrip potion will be even less. Evolution points, all used to evolve Alchemy Mastery. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 1. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5. Alchemy Mastery Silver Level 5, Level 18, can refine potions below Level 15, gaining a 50x benefit. It's Silver Level 5. When combined with the effect of the Void Demon Cauldron, it's a 100-fold gain. Lin Bei stood up, full of energy. Now the potion he brews will have a 100-fold benefit effect. Damage and recovery can be greatly improved. To the silt swamp, Lin Bei walked slowly and confidently towards the muddy swamp. Soon after leaving the ghost-faced stone forest, the ground became soft. The tall trees around were replaced by low bushes, and the smell of rotting plants floated in the air. Apart from this main road where people can stand, the surrounding area is all soft silt, with bubbles constantly bubbling out of it, and the entire area seems lifeless. However, Lin Bei knew what dangers were hidden in the mud. Bang! Suddenly, the mud not far away exploded. A fish-shaped monster that was more than 1 meter long flew out of the mud. In its long mouth were 2 rows of fine fangs, and it bit Lin Bei's arm fiercely. Mutated man-eating loach, level 15? The man-eating loach bit Lin Bei's arm and took away 48 points of his blood. This attack power is much stronger than the ghost-face spider in the ghost-face stone forest. You know, now Lin Bei is wearing the shocking sunset, which adds 999 points to all attributes. What is the concept? 1 point of physique means that Lin Bei has at least 999 points of dual resistance. The ghost-face spider, which is also at level 15, can't break his defense at all. Even if a professional of the same level comes, they may not be able to reduce his health. This man-eating loach can actually bite off 48 points of his blood. Not simple. Lin Bei took out a bottle of confusion potion without hesitation. The confusion potion instantly killed half of the man-eating loach's health. 100. The health bar is not thick, only 2,000 points of health. As if realizing that Lin Bei was not someone to be trifled with, the mutated man-eating loach turned around and wanted to burrow back into the mud. It hadn't tasted fresh flesh and blood for a long time, but it wanted to live even more. However, the chaos potion gave it time to regret, but did not give it a chance to survive. The next moment, another red number floated up. The mutated man-eating loach's belly suddenly turned white and it fell into the mud. A beam of white light flew out and landed not far from Lin Bei's feet. Kill the mutated man-eating loach and gain 850 experience points. Gain 80 days of tradable life. After collecting the dropped tradable lifespan, Lin Bei glanced at the calm mud layer, and without hesitation took out bottles of confusion potion and caltrip potion, and began to spread the entire mud swamp. Chapter 37. Kill the mud crocodile instantly and activate the main city mission. In an instant, the tranquil mud swamp was in chaos, and a large number of man-eating loaches flew out of the mud, trying to find a safe area. Of course, there were also some ruthless man-eating loaches that locked onto the hatred value and opened their long and narrow mouths, trying to bite Lin Bei to death. No matter what choice they made, they all fell into the mud with their stomachs turned upside down after 2 seconds. Congratulations! You have reached level 19. A large amount of experience came in, filling the last bit of space in the experience bar. At the same time, Lin Bei also gained a large amount of tradable life and equipment. Boom! There was no time to count the spoils as the mud in the distance suddenly exploded again, and this time the noise was much louder than that caused by the man-eating loach. Mud spots scattered all over the sky, and a giant crocodile that was more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Lin Bei. The giant crocodile was covered with thick mud, as if it had put on a thick layer of armor outside its hard body. Roar! The giant crocodile roared at Lin Bei and rushed towards him quickly with its thick limbs. Mud crocodile, silver, level 20. This level 20 silver is the strongest monster in the mud swamp, the mud crocodile. Because of its high health, defense, and attack power, many professional teams have failed here in the past. In comparison, the fragile ghost-face spider queen is much easier to fight. Corrosive potion. Lin Bei directly used his most powerful attack method at the moment, a corrosive potion that could cause 5,000 points of damage per second. As the potion took effect, the mud crocodile's health bar immediately appeared in front of Lin Bei. 35000. A mere silver, yet he has a staggering 40,000 HP. However, Lin Bei was not surprised. As a reborn person, he naturally knew that the blood volume of the mud demon crocodile was astonishing, and the defense of this thing was also ridiculously high. It's just that the potion has fixed damage, so it doesn't show how amazing its resistance is. If any other professional were to come, they might not be able to break through the defense of the mud demon crocodile at all. Snap! Snap! With 2 crisp sounds, Lin Bei threw out another bottle of caltrip potion and a bottle of confusion potion. The 3 potions took effect at the same time, and the mud crocodile's health bar began to drop rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, only a layer of bloody skin was left. Roar! At this moment, the mud crocodile raised its head and let out an angry roar. Sound waves began to vibrate in all directions with it as the center. At the same time, Countless mud spots flew out and turned into hard mud thorns in the air, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. These are the two skills of the mud crocodile: roar of the crocodile and mud attack. Normally, a skill should be released randomly every 2 minutes, and another skill will be released randomly every time 20 health points are lost. The damage of these two skills is very high, which is why ordinary professionals are prone to failure. At this moment, the mud crocodile had lost more than half of its health in an instant due to the 3 potions. The mechanisms of the two skills overlapped, so it was natural that the two skills would be released at the same time. He had anticipated this and directly gave himself a bottle of small red medicine. In fact, there is a skill to defeat the mud crocodile. When the mud crocodile releases the roar of the crocodile, the professional only needs to lie in the mud to avoid this multi-stage damage skill. For mud attacks, you need to find cover in advance. For example, in this mud swamp, there are many dense bushes or some huge rocks, which can be used to avoid mud attacks. There was no need for Lin Bei to dodge. With the high recovery amount of the little red medicine, he could just take it head-on. The roar of the demonic crocodile is a multi-stage damage stack. If the entire skill is fully utilized, the damage is indeed very high. But precisely because it is a multi-stage attack, the little red potion can replenish the health when the first attack ends and the second attack has not yet been triggered. Therefore, these two skills are almost harmless to Lin Bei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the sonic attack of the demonic crocodile's roar came shaking. The air around him seemed to be vibrating, and Lin Bei was submerged in the invisible sound waves. His blood bar suddenly began to beat like an electrocardiogram. Lin Bei is very confident because his health is very high due to his physique, which has all free attributes added. Although the skill damage of this mud demon crocodile is high, the single-stage damage can only take away 1/10 of the blood at most. Even if the damage of another skill, the mud attack, is added, there is no need to worry about being killed instantly. Moreover, there are 3 kinds of potions with high poison damage, and the mud crocodile will die on the spot within 2 or 3 breaths. Facts proved that Lin Bei's calculation was correct. Soon the mud demon crocodile let out a wail, its limbs lost support, and its huge body fell heavily into the mud. Since they are all dead, their skills will naturally be interrupted. Rays of white light flew out from the huge body of the mud demon crocodile and fell to the ground, glowing brightly. Kill the mud crocodile, silver, and gain 1,500 experience points. Get 113 days of tradable life. Obtained item: mud demon crocodile leather armor. Obtained item: mud crocodile's magic wand. Lin Bei picked up the spoils on the ground, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This mud crocodile gave 1,500 experience points, and you still have to kill them. It gives much more experience than killing other monsters. According to this progress, you only need to jump across the mud swamp and the Ghost Face Stone Forest 5 or 6 times to reach level 20. Go to the Ghost Face Stone Forest. After making a plan, Lin Bei immediately headed to the Ghost Face Stone Forest. What followed was the boring daily routine of killing monsters, which continued until it got dark again, and then a white light appeared on Lin Bei's body. Upgraded. Lin Bei spoke softly, without much joy. Now his upgrade speed began to slow down, mainly because in the middle stage, too much experience was required for each level up, and it was difficult to achieve the situation of upgrading 5 levels in one day like before. Unless you challenge those high-level maps, or wait for the system to refresh the high-level world. For example, if he is level 20 now and kills a level 100 elemental dragon, it is possible for him to level up 10 levels, let alone 5 levels. But this is impossible. Not to mention whether Lin Bei can defeat the elemental dragon, the rules will not allow the refresh of level 100 monsters before someone passes the level 90 upgrade trial. Congratulations on reaching level 20. It has been detected that the main city has not been opened in your area, and the main city mission has been activated for you. Main city mission. The dormant main city requires a huge amount of energy to activate. If you can defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins and take the energy stone of the Ancient Ruins guarded by the Guardian, you can successfully activate the main city. Task rewards. Title of Main City Founder. First-class citizenship of the main city. Chapter 38. Complete the mission and prepare to go to the main city. Defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins. Lin Bei muttered softly. In his previous life, he was just an alchemist. He only knew that the main city could be opened at level 20, but he had no idea what the main city mission was. However, he knew about the Ancient Ruins, and its name was the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, but he had never heard of the energy stone of this Ancient Ruins before. Let's go check out the Ancient Ruins. Lin Bei paved the way smoothly and cleared out all the monsters in the entire silt swamp again. Then he crossed the silt swamp and went to the ancient ruins, which was the most difficult of the 3 level 10 maps. Different from the other 2 maps, which all have level 15 monsters, the monsters in the ancient ruins are all level 20, and the Guardian of the ancient ruins is a level 25 gold. The attributes are not too outrageous, but this Guardian has a very passive ability. If a professional wants to defeat the Guardian of the ancient ruins, he must empty a blood bar within 10 minutes. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, a powerful energy will overflow from the ancient ruins and directly restore the Guardian's health to full. Therefore, any team that can pass this map will basically pass it safely. The team that can't pass will never pass no matter how they fight, because if the health bar cannot be cleared within 10 minutes, they either give up and leave to reorganize the team, or fall into a vicious circle of insufficient damage. Lin Bei had never played this map before, but he had watched some pioneering videos on the forum. Because many teams cannot pass the ancient ruins due to insufficient output, and the alchemist profession has almost no damage. Not only the alchemist profession, but also some guardian professions with poor equipment and greatsword warriors with low tank output and insufficient damage are not wanted. On the contrary, the assassin profession, which is unpopular in other dungeons, has become a hot profession when clearing ancient ruins because of its high single target burst. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the ancient ruins. Compared with the ghost face stone forest and the mud swamp, the environment here is the most comfortable. A piece of gray land with some stone statues standing around it, some in human form and some in animal form. Some were buried underground with only half of their bodies exposed, while others lay scattered on the ground, looking desolate. From time to time, energy of various colors erupts from the ground, like a colorful fountain, which looks very beautiful. Some monsters made of stone were wandering aimlessly in the area. Mutated Stone Monster, level 20. A humanoid stone monster locked onto Lin Bei. Lin Bei also saw the name of this humanoid stone monster, a very appropriate name. Tribulus Potion. Lin Bei didn't waste any time and directly threw out a bottle of poisonous caltrip potion. There are several stone monsters nearby, so we just send them all back underground. The stone monster locked onto Lin Bei, opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, then rushed over with big strides. Its body was very heavy, and every step it took made a dull thumping sound. No one knew what force was driving these heavy stones to form such a stone monster. The caltrip potion works just as well as ever, and the range was very large, instantly covering several other stone monsters. 5200. Ordinary monsters all have 8,000 HP? Lin Bei was a little surprised. No wonder assassins were so popular in this map. This monster's health bar is so thick, even thicker than the Jinwu Guard's health bar in the Lost City. With only one shooter and one mage as the back row, the output is indeed not enough. However, in front of the caltrip potion that amplifies the effect 100 times, no matter how thick the health bar is, it is not enough. In just 3 or 5 breaths, the health bars of the 6 stone monsters here were emptied one after another. The magic power that drove the stones disappeared, and their huge bodies fell to the ground and turned into stones scattered on the ground. Rays of white light flew out and fell to the ground. Kill the mutated stone monster, level 20, and gain 999 experience points. Kill the mutated stone monster, level 20, and gain 999 experience points. Gain 78 days of tradable life. Gain 109 days of tradable lifespan. Obtained item, stone monster's source of magic, green. After picking up the spoils, Lin Bei looked at the stones on the ground and felt calm. The monsters in the ancient ruins were no more than this. He didn't think any more about it and directly took out bottles of potions and began to spread them across the entire ancient ruins. The monster density here is not as high as the previous 2 copies, but the experience given is relatively higher. Lin Bei pushed forward all the way and killed all the monsters in the ancient ruins. On the distant mountain, a huge humanoid stone monster was becoming extremely violent. Lines of colorful energy overflowed from the ground and drilled towards its body made up of countless stones. The originally gray body now gradually glowed golden as energy accumulated. Bang! The 2 iron chains that bound it were stretched straight and were torn apart by it. Roar! The stone monster let out a roar, then leaped down from the top of the mountain. It has never accumulated so much energy like today. It feels like its body is about to explode, and it must release this energy as soon as possible. The best way to release energy is to beat up the invaders who break into the ruins. Boom! Lin Bei only heard a loud bang, and in the distance it seemed like something fell from the sky and hit the ground like a cannonball. Amidst the flying dust, a huge stone hand stretched out, followed by the huge body of a giant stone monster, which quickly crawled out from the sunken underground and rushed towards Lin Bei with a roar. It has locked out the intruder. Guardian of the Ancient Ruins. Gold. Level. Level 25. Gold level? Lin Bei frowned. He remembered that the video guide said that the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins should be silver level. But the name and level match, so this should be it. Without thinking anymore, he threw the 3 bottles of medicine at the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins in no particular order, and then hurried forward. With the little red medicine on him, he was too lazy to pull it, and directly started to fight with the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins. This big guy only looks intimidating, but in fact his attack power is not very high. And he has the property of the setting sun to protect him, so he is not afraid of monsters of the same level at all. 21200. This stone monster has thick skin and flesh, and 30,000 health may not seem like a lot, but you have to know that you have to kill it within 10 minutes. Otherwise, no matter how much damage you have dealt to it before, its health will be restored to full due to the infusion of magic. For other professional teams, dealing 30,000 damage within 10 minutes is, if not harder than climbing to the sky, it is also an epic level of difficulty. However, Lin Bei was not worried. The 3 bottles of potions combined had already reached an astonishing 8,800 points of damage per second. These 30,000 HP can only last for a few seconds. It was almost an instant kill. The health bar of the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins was rapidly decreasing, and it was also coming out of its previous state of rage. It even had the urge to escape, and its hatred value began to waver. Lin Bei was not surprised. The monsters in the early stage were all ignorant and only knew how to fight to the death. As time goes on, these monsters become more anthropomorphic. Even in the very late stages, those level 60 monsters will turn around and run away if you can't defeat them, greatly increasing the difficulty of killing monsters. Those void monsters are so cunning that they make people scratch their scalps. Lin Bei was not worried that the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins would escape, because his damage was high enough. Even if the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins turned around and ran away at this moment, the poison damage from the corrosive potion would be enough to clear the remaining blood bar. Sure enough, the next moment the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins lost all energy. The moment its health bar was emptied, its huge body fell apart, huge rocks fell down, and the ground was shaking. Amidst the white light, a golden light flew out from the boulder and landed at Lin Bei's feet. Kill the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins, gold, and gain 1,400 experience points. Get 200 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Guardian Stone Helmet. You have defeated the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins and obtained the quest item, the Energy Stone of the Ancient Ruins. Please go to the main city as soon as possible and inject the Energy Stone into the core of the main city. Chapter 39. The Founder of the God-Level Main City. Boom. On the small map, a small white dot began to flash. Lin Bei looked at the small map and confirmed that was the location of the main city. The ancient ruins were not far away, only half an hour's journey away. He no longer hesitated, put the spoils into his backpack, and walked towards the main city. More than half an hour later, a magnificent city appeared in front of Lin Bei. But now this huge city appears translucent, as if it is in a fantasy. Lin Bei walked forward and gently touched the translucent wall, but his palm did not touch anything. The main city before it was activated is not in the real world? Lin Bei was a little surprised. At this time, a white dot appeared on the small map again and kept flashing. Not too far in front of him, Lin Bei simply passed through the translucent wall of the giant city and walked towards the location where the white was flashing. Soon after, he stood in front of a disc with a diameter of more than 2 meters. This is the only physical thing in the imaginary giant city. No one knows what it is made of. There is a cylindrical depression in the middle, which is just big enough to hold the ancient relic energy stone. Lin Bei opened his backpack and took out the ancient relic energy stone. Ancient Ruins Energy Stone. A stone that contains the magical energy of ancient ruins. The magical energy can be used to drive the energy core of a super city. Can be refined? Lin Bei was slightly stunned. The introduction of the ancient relic energy stone is very simple, but what does this refinable next to it mean? After thinking about it, he clicked the refinement button. Who knew that the next moment, the void magic cauldron actually appeared and sucked in the light blue energy stone in a whoosh. Oh my god. Lin Bei was a little anxious, because this was the quest item to activate the main city. If I lose it, who knows whether I will get it back if I defeat the Guardian of the Ancient Ruins for the second time. Buzz. The void demon cauldron vibrated, and a deep blue light shone out from it. Immediately afterwards, a blue energy stone that was brighter than the previous one fell into Lin Bei's hands. Seeing that the energy stone was intact, Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Etc. Could it be that this so-called energy stone can be refined like a potion? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly clicked on the property introduction of the energy stone. Ancient Ruins Energy Stone. A stone that contains the magical energy of ancient ruins. The magical energy can be used to drive the energy core of a super city. The level has really improved. Seeing that the level of the energy stone had been upgraded, Lin Bei's face was filled with disbelief. This thing is obviously just a piece of stone. How can it be refined like a potion? Also, this energy stone can now drive the energy core of a super city. Will there be any impact if it is placed in this supercore? In Battle of Gods and Demons, there are 6 city levels, which correspond to the main cities of levels 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and 120 respectively. The higher the level of the main city, the larger its scale. Not only can it accommodate more professionals, but its functions will also be more complete. Lin Bei looked at the azure cylinder in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it into the cylindrical depression on the disk. Never mind, let's activate the main city first. Buzz. As the energy stone was embedded, the entire disk began to vibrate violently. The next moment, a large amount of magical energy overflowed and the core of the city began to operate. The originally translucent giant city gradually became a solid entity at this moment. The process was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the magnificent main city stood on this land. National announcement. I am not the god of medicine has opened the main city number 001. Nearby professionals can go to the main city for supplies. National announcement. Since I am not the god of medicine successfully opened the main city number 001, I will be awarded the title of God-level main city founder. National announcement. Since I am not the god of medicine but the first creator of a god-level main city, I will be awarded first-class citizenship. 3 consecutive national announcements passed before the eyes of all professionals in Dacia, accompanied by fireworks effects. You have obtained the first-class citizenship of main city number 001 and can freely buy and sell buildings in the city. Boom. A white light flashed on the small map. It was suggested that Lin Bei could go there to buy and sell buildings in the city. God-level main city? Looking at the announcement passing by, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Isn't a level 4 main city a level 5 city? Even if the energy stone can activate a level 4 main city, the core is still the core of a level 5 city. How come even the city level has been upgraded? The god-level main city is the highest level city. After the doubt comes the surprise. Level 1 main city has many functions that level 2 main cities do not have, such as basic health recovery and basic magic recovery. Level 1 city has 10 times the basic recovery. For example, normally 1 health point is recovered per second, and 10 times means 10 health points are recovered per second. The level 001 city has a 100-fold recovery, which means that within the scope of the main city number 001, the health and mana recovery of professionals will be 10 times higher than that of professionals in other main cities. For example, a level 1 city will issue 100 days of tradable life each month, instead of 30 days of tradable life in a level 2 city. Of course, when you rest and replenish supplies in the main city, the fees you have to pay will increase accordingly. This had no impact on Lin Bei because he was a first-class citizen and did not need to pay accommodation fees. Go to the second turn first. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Bei followed his memory and walked towards the central square of the giant city. Those who help professionals to change their jobs for the second time are in the central square. Soon, a huge pentagonal square came into view, but at this time the pentagonal square was deserted, with only a few second-level people chatting with each other to pass the time. Lin Bei walked up to an old man with a white beard. The old man with white beard is called Changchun Taoist, and he is responsible for the secondary job change of the alchemist profession. However, now the old man's face is flushed and his body is staggering, as if he drank fake wine. Hello, I want to make a second job change. Lin Bei looked at the old man and said. The old man glanced at Lin Bei, yawned, and turned his face away. Hello, senior. I want to change my job for the second time. Lin Bei was not angry and spoke again. Unexpectedly, the old man got angry and turned around and said impatiently, Go over there and make 3 bottles of potion. You can change your job after completing the task. Prepare the materials yourself and don't bother me. The old man is right. The normal process is to accept the second transfer task, and then you can proceed to the second job transfer after completing the second transfer task. But this time, Lin Bei is not switching to an ordinary profession, but a hidden profession. Senior, if I have this, is the job transfer task also to go there to make potions? Chapter 40 SSS Level Hidden Profession, Medicine God, Hidden Career Scroll? When the old man saw the hidden profession scroll in Lin Bei's hand, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he sobered up a lot. Hidden profession scrolls are rare, and if you have one, you won't be able to refine simple basic potions in the job change mission. I will summon the altar for you in a moment. You can refine the potion according to the altar's prompts. What hidden profession you can obtain depends entirely on the quality of the potion you refine. After saying that, the old man squatted on the ground and began to set up the magic circle. Soon he drew a mysterious and complex magic circle, which was much more complex than the magic circle summoned by Lin Bei during his first transformation. Buzz. As the magic circle was activated, white light began to overflow. An altar slowly emerged in the magic circle. Just like the process of the giant city changing from illusion to reality, this altar also gradually changed from a translucent state to a tangible physical altar. Go ahead, kid. The old man pointed at the altar and motioned Lin Bei to enter the altar. Seeing this, Lin Bei did not hesitate and placed his hand on the altar. Swish. A suction force was used, and Lin Bei was sucked into a strange space. Everything here was gray. The sky and the earth were all gray and white. Looking around, there was thin gray fog all around, and the scenery in the distance could not be seen clearly. In the entire space, there was only a gray vortex in front of us. Job transfer task. Please refine a bottle of stiffness potion. Tip. This task will select a suitable hidden profession for the professional based on the professional's time, success rate, and quality of the potion. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Bei smiled. These three indicators are all related to the Alchemist weapons. For example, the rusty iron cauldron given at the beginning of the game has a 100% success rate for refining level 1 potions, but the success rate for refining level 10 potions will drop significantly. Time and quality will also be affected, but Lin Bei does not need to consider these at all, because his void magic cauldron is of red quality, and he will not feel any difficulty even in refining a level 40 potion. Moreover, he can evolve his skills infinitely, and the potions he refines have a 100-fold benefit. It is unknown what hidden profession the 100-fold benefit potion he refines will allow him to transfer to. At this time, 3 materials emerged from the vortex. They are autumn moonflower, which is a level 15 material, black amaranth, which is a level 20 material, and cassava root, which is also a level 20 material. These are the 3 raw materials for making the stiffness potion. Start making it. Lin Bei summoned the void magic cauldron and sucked the 3 materials into it. The next moment, the void demon cauldron emitted bursts of white light, quickly refining the raw materials and condensing them together, causing a strange chemical reaction. 5 seconds later, a bottle of black potion flew out from the void demon cauldron. Lin Bei was about to reach out to take it when a suction force suddenly came from the vortex and directly sucked the black potion in. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Lin Bei felt the entire space shake. Control potion rating. Level. Job transfer task. Please refine a bottle of big red medicine. Lin Bei was delighted when he saw the grade rating, but he was stunned when he saw the raw materials appearing again in the vortex. Do you want to refine it again? Just practice it. Lin Bei directly sucked the raw materials into the void magic cauldron and began to refine the big red medicine. The principles of the big red medicine and the small red medicine are the same, except that the raw materials are more advanced. At this moment, as the refining begins, the void demon cauldron vibrates violently again. The same scene happened with the stiffness potion, which was sucked into the gray vortex as soon as it was made. Recovery potion rating. Level. This time, Lin Bei clearly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking, as if he was extremely shocked by this rating. Job transfer task. Please refine a bottle of corruption potion. Damage potions. Are you planning to ask me to make several types of potions at once? Lin Bei looked at the prompt that popped up again and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. No matter what, you have to do it according to the system's task requirements and refine them all at once. Lin Bei drove the void magic cauldron again, sucked away the materials for refining the corruption potion, and began to refine the corruption potion. This is a more advanced damage potion than the corrosive potion. It can deal 200 damage to the enemy per second. After a 100-fold increase, it means 20,000 damage per second. It is very useful to use it later. However, the materials needed for this potion are hard to find. At least they are difficult to find in the current level of the map. Soon, the corruption potion was refined. Whoosh! The potion was sucked away by the vortex. Damage potion rating. Level. Job transfer task. Please refine a bottle of blood-activating powder. Sure enough, I have to make several types of potions. This time Lin Bei understood. He had already refined control potions, recovery potions, and damage potions, and now he was asked to refine enhancement potions. Doesn't this mean he had to refine several types at once? If he guessed correctly, the next one would be defense potion. As expected, after Huashuesan was given an advanced evaluation, the system issued the last task. Refine the defensive potion steel flask. There was no other way. Lin Bei could only refine the defensive potion steel mixture according to the requirements of the job transfer task, and also received a level 1 rating. You have successfully completed the job transfer task. Task rating, level. Matching you with a suitable hidden profession. Buzz. The next moment, a dazzling light flashed in the gray vortex, and golden streaks flew out from it, whizzing into Lin Bei's body at a rapid speed. Lin Bei was too close, leaving him no room to hide. Moreover, he knew clearly in his heart that this was the beginning of the second job transfer, and he immediately became excited, wondering what hidden profession he could transfer to this time. He was not worried that the second-level career would be bad, because the second and third levels would only add new skills and attributes and would not affect the skills and attributes that had been learned before. Soon, the transfer process was completed. As the last ray of golden light poured into Lin Bei's body, a layer of golden light curtain appeared on his body surface. This scene was very similar to the scene when he used the Annihilation of the Sun skill. Ding! You have successfully changed your job to Medicine God, Hidden, God-level Alchemy. Refining potions ignores the grade and can refine 20 current grade bottles of potions at the same time. Medicine God's exclusive formula, Super Red Medicine, Super Blue Medicine, World-Destroying Orchid, Iron Fortress, Flame Capsule, Ice Capsule, 5 Elements Riot. Medicine God's exclusive space, God-level Medicine Garden. Chapter 41 Exclusive Formula, Portable Space. Medicine God? Lin Bei had a strange look on his face. This profession seemed quite appropriate for his code name. And this professional skill. He can actually refine potions of his own level at the same time, which can greatly improve his efficiency in refining potions. But what surprised him most was this so-called God-level exclusive formula. What the hell are Super Red Medicine and Super Blue Medicine? He had only heard of Advanced Big Red Potion and Advanced Big Blue Potion, which were mid to late stage potions that could only be made at level 60. Both potions could restore 500 health points and mana points per second respectively. It is a popular recovery potion in the middle and late stages, mainly to fill the vacuum period of the nurse's skills and prevent insufficient milk. Just by hearing the names of Super Red Medicine and Super Blue Medicine, it feels like they are more powerful than Advanced Red and Blue Medicine. Lin Bei immediately looked forward to it. The recovery effect of Super Red and Blue Medicine must be stronger, plus his own 100-fold increase. An exciting picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He was standing alone in the void, surrounded by all kinds of benefits, including a big red potion that restored 10,000 HP per second, a steel potion that reduced damage by 100, and blood-activating powder with various properties. Countless void monsters rushed towards him, but he suppressed them with one hand. Even the 100-level void monsters had to kneel down in front of him. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are also the World-Destroying Orchid and the Blazing Flame Capsule. Just by looking at the names you can tell that they are ridiculously powerful. He had never even heard of the potions mentioned in these exclusive formulas before, but the names were very domineering and it was obvious that they were not ordinary things. View recipe. Super Red Medicine. Heart-Nourishing Grass Red Fire Vine Sacred Spring. Super Blue Medicine. Magic Spring of Spiritual Grass Magic Stone Grinding Powder Spiritual Flower. After seeing the formulas of several medicines, Lin Bei directly closed the system panel. Wipe. No wonder the name is so domineering. It actually requires so many rare raw materials. Red Firevine and Earth Spirit Flower are both level 40 materials, and the Sacred Spring and Magic Spring can only be obtained in the level 60 copy of the Lost Temple. As for the Magic Stone Grinding Powder, he had never even heard of it. Never mind. Anyway, these potions are of no use now. Lin Bei quickly put these prescriptions behind his mind. At this stage, the large and small red medicines were enough. After the 100-fold gain, it was more than enough to clear the level 60 dungeon. The most important thing is that he has triple poison damage from the Confusion Potion, Corrosive Potion, and Tribulus Potion. No matter how strong you are, they are like paper in front of him. In many cases, there is no need to use the Recovery Potion at all. It is estimated that the biggest use of the red and blue medicines will be to sell them to the military in exchange for tradable lifespan. By the way, what is that portable space? Lin Bei looked at the upper left corner of the system panel, where there was an icon similar to a farm. Open. As his mind moved, the space around him suddenly became distorted. The next moment, he appeared in a small courtyard. 10 pieces of divided black soil were neatly arranged in the courtyard. Each piece of black soil was about 10 meters square. The courtyard was very spacious, even larger than his grandfather's vegetable garden in the countryside. Medicine God Portable Space, Level 1. Current herb growth rate 200. Portable space? Lin Bei was stunned. Does this mean this is his private space? He thought about it and returned to the gray space again. Whoosh. After switching back and forth twice, Lin Bei couldn't help but get excited. So, can't he grow herbs in it and achieve herb freedom from now on? And the growth rate is 200, which means that the herbs that take 2 days to mature in the outside world can mature in just 1 day in the portable space. You know, in the game rules of gods and demons, herbs also need to grow. They can't just be refreshed directly. However, compared to shortening the time required for growth, this is also the reason why high-level materials are scarce in the middle and late stages. Lin Bei had thought about this before. Even if he upgraded faster, the efficiency of collecting herbs by one person was ultimately limited. With this portable space, you don't have to worry anymore. But how do you plant the herbs in it? Where can I get the seeds? Just as Lin Bei had this question in his mind, the system voice came to his ears. Current planting method, transplanting. Transplantation. Transplant external herbs into the God-level herb garden. Success rate 100%. Tip. The mother plants of herbs in the God-level herb garden reproduce and spread at a rate of 1 plant per day. If they are not picked after 10 days of maturity, they will be recycled by the system and automatically exchanged for seeds. Can plants from the outside world be transplanted into the portable space? It can also reproduce automatically, and even automatically convert into seeds after maturity? Lin Bei was extremely surprised. This portable space was quite useful. Try it. After returning to the gray space from the portable space, Lin Bei planned to go out and find a plant to try. Young man, I wonder what profession you changed to the second time? At this moment, the old man's drunken voice came to my ears. The gray space suddenly twisted, like a broken mirror, breaking into pieces again and again until it completely disappeared. Lin Bei returned to the main city. The drunken transfer was looking at him with a smile, and without his consent, fired a detection spell at him. Fuck, a god-level profession? The next moment, the old man jumped up. The drunkenness on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. His originally narrow eyes were now wide open. He stared at Lin Bei in disbelief and took several deep breaths in succession, making an outstanding contribution to accelerating global warming. Ah, I never thought that I, an old man half buried in the ground, would see a god-level profession again. The old man sighed, as if lost in memories. Soon he shook his head again and patted Lin Bei's shoulder earnestly. Young man, with great ability comes great responsibility. Work hard to upgrade. Thank you for your teachings, senior. I'll leave now if I have nothing else to do. Lin Bei clasped his fists perfunctorily and just wanted to find some herbs outside as soon as possible and transplant them into his personal space. The old man waved his hand, and Lin Bei turned and left without hesitation. But after walking a few steps, he stopped again and looked at the wishing tree in the center of the square with a strange expression on his face. I wonder if the wishing tree can be stored in the portable space? Lin Bei suddenly had an idea and immediately put it into action. Anyway, there is no one else in the main city now, so he might as well give it a try. Although the wishing tree is of no use other than making it look good, Lin Bei just wants to give it a try. Soon, he arrived under the wishing tree. Young man, do you want to pray? There stands a girl in a red dress under the wishing tree. She is responsible for making wishes to the wishing tree. It's okay, I'll just take a look. Lin Bei shook his head and awkwardly went to the other side of the wishing tree. When he placed his hand on the wishing tree, a transplant button actually appeared before his eyes. I'll just give it a try. At worst, I can transplant it out for her later. Muttering softly, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and directly pressed the transplant button. Chapter 42. City Lord's Shock. Unlock NPC Favorability. Swish. The wishing tree that was originally rooted in the center of the main city square disappeared without a warning, leaving only a confused tree standing next to a big pit. Lin Bei also entered the portable space. I saw that one of the 10 pieces of black soil in the portable space was completely covered by a big tree with lush branches and leaves. The golden leaves looked shining against the backdrop of the black soil. For some reason, Lin Bei always felt that the leaves of the wishing tree seemed fuller after entering the portable space. Wishing tree, Level 99. Current status. Growth stage. Distance to fruition. 3,223 days. At this time, the attributes of the wishing tree emerged. There's still a result period? Seeing the properties of the wishing tree, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. How come he didn't know that this wishing tree could still bloom and bear fruit? More than 3,000 days. When he saw that there were still more than 3,000 days left until the fruit-bearing period, he immediately understood that it was probably the 200 growth rate in the portable space that shortened the growth cycle. If calculated at double the rate, it would be more than 6,000 days. 16 or 17 years ago, no wonder I haven't heard of it. What kind of fruit can a wishing tree bear? What is its use? Shaking his head, Lin Bei suddenly gave up the idea of sending the wishing tree back. This is a level 99 plant. What if the fruits it bears have miraculous uses? Moreover, the portable space can increase the growth speed and greatly shorten the fruiting period of the wishing tree. Otherwise, you have to wait for 16 or 17 years in the main city before it blooms and bears fruit. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei left the central square directly. He did not leave the main city, but came to the location marked by the system previously, which was the place where buildings in the city could be bought and sold. City Lord's Mansion. A huge castle came into Lin Bei's sight. Lin Bei had seen this castle in his previous life, so he was not too shocked at this moment. He just didn't expect that the place where buildings were bought and sold was actually the City Lord's Mansion in the main city. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Shouldn't you ask the City Lord for help when buying or selling the main city buildings? Thinking of this, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and walked towards the City Lord's Mansion. Two soldiers wearing silver armor and holding spears stood at the door. When they saw Lin Bei approaching, they immediately shouted, "City Lord's Mansion. No entry for idle people. I would like to ask to see the City Lord and purchase a property in the city." Lin Bei clasped his fists towards the two soldiers. Hearing this, the two soldiers looked Lin Bei up and down, and suddenly their faces changed. First-class citizenship? Please wait a moment, sir. I will go and ask the City Lord for instructions. After recognizing Lin Bei's first-class citizen status, the two soldiers' attitudes immediately softened a lot, and they even changed their address from idler to sir. Is first-class citizenship so useful? Looking at the soldier's back as he went in to report, Lin Bei couldn't help but mutter to himself. In his previous life, someone wanted to enter the City Lord's Mansion, but was thrown out by the guards. He had first-class citizen status, so he was not afraid of not being able to see the City Lord, but he did not expect that this status would be so useful. "Sir, please come in." Soon, the soldier came back. Lin Bei straightened his chest and followed the soldiers into the City Lord's mansion and came to the meeting room. "The City Lord is waiting for you in the meeting room." The soldier stopped at the door of the meeting room and gestured for invitation. Lin Bei didn't waste any words and walked straight into the meeting room. The decoration style of the meeting hall in the City Lord's mansion is simple and elegant. A long wooden table is placed in the center of the hall. A graceful figure in silver armor is sitting in front of the wooden table with her legs crossed. City Lord. Shangguan Feishue. Level 60. You want to buy a property in the city? Shangguan Feishue looked Lin Bei up and down and frowned slightly. You are not a native of the main city number 001, right? How did you get the status of a first-class citizen? The citizenship review of the main city is very strict. How did Lin Bei, an outsider, obtain first-class citizenship without her consent? Greetings, Lord City Lord. Lin Bei clasped his fists and couldn't help but take another look at Shangguan Feishue's chest. I didn't expect that the mayor of the main city number 001 was actually a woman and a beauty with such exaggerated body proportions, especially the pair of headlights on her chest, which gave people a very strong sense of impact when wrapped in armor. Noticing Lin Bei's impolite gaze, Shangguan Feishue frowned. Ahem. Lin Bei quickly looked away and displayed the hidden title column. As the title with the flame special effect appeared above Lin Bei's head, a trace of surprise appeared on Shangguan Feishue's originally cold face. God-level main city creator. It was you who activated the main city number 001. The warrior who cleanses hell? Before she could recover from her shock, the title obtained by passing the hell level upgrade trial appeared above Lin Bei's head. Shangguan Feishue was now completely distracted. She stood up suddenly and stared at the titles above Lin Bei's head. Her expression changed from shock to suspicion and finally to appreciation. You passed the hell level up trial? She couldn't believe that Lin Bei could actually pass the hell level difficulty upgrade trial with a 0 chance of survival. What kind of potential is this? Yes. Lin Bei nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Shangguan Feishue took a deep breath and then asked, Where are the people who participated in the trial with you? Why didn't they come? She couldn't wait to meet this magical team and figure out what kind of 5 people could come together to pass this impossible hell-level upgrade trial. Others? Lin Bei was slightly stunned when he heard this. Don't get me wrong. I just want to see what kind of legendary team can pass the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. Shangguan Feishue smiled and began to explain. Even though she is level 60, she can't help but want to make friends with such a promising person. Lin Bei touched his nose with a strange look on his face. He cleared the level by himself, so he didn't have any teammates. I don't have any teammates. No teammates? You mean you're playing alone? Shangguan Feishue frowned, obviously not believing what Lin Bei said. She was already shocked that she had passed the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial. She couldn't accept that someone could pass the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial alone. How is this possible? But looking at the fancy title on Lin Bei's head, she had to admit that Lin Bei was not lying, because the system would not lie. Young man, your feat is truly astonishing. She took another deep breath, trying to calm herself, and the raised curves of the armor rose and fell. As the mayor of the main city number 001, in order to thank you for repelling the void monsters and passing the hell-level difficulty upgrade trial alone, I decided to give you a piece of real estate as a thank you gift. Young man, you can choose any building in the main city to live in, except for the city lord's mansion, of course. At the same time, from Lin Bei's perspective, a pink heart slowly appeared above Shangguan Feishue's head, followed by a string of pink numbers. Favorability, 40. Shangguan Feishue's favorability towards you. Chapter 43, Monopolizing the Potion Industry in the Main City. Lord City Lord, are you sure? It's any random building? Lin Bei touched his nose with a strange look on his face. Any building in the main city except the City Lord's mansion? Then if he takes over the potion shop or equipment forging shop, wouldn't he be able to become a unicorn with a monopoly? All professionals in the entire main city number 001 have to work for him. He originally just wanted to buy an ordinary building to have a place to stay in the main city and put an end to his previous life. He didn't expect the city lord to be so generous and let him choose whatever he wanted. Of course, my word is my bond. Shangguan Feishue smiled, opened her backpack and took out a blank deed. This is a blank deed issued by the city lord's mansion. It has absolute authority over the main city number 001. If you like any building, just stick the blank deed on it and follow the instructions to complete the transfer. Thank you so much, Lord City Lord. Lin Bei hurriedly took it and said goodbye to Shangguan Feishue while suppressing his excitement. Then I'll go choose a place to live. Nice. Nice. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lin Bei finally stopped suppressing the excitement in his heart and shouted out loud. Then he went straight to the only pharmacy in the main city. With the support of the official pharmacy in the main city, he could sell potions unscrupulously without worrying about being targeted by anyone. With the quality of the potions he makes, plus his monopoly position, won't he be making a fortune by then? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. When I arrived at the drugstore, there was a clerk with a mustache standing at the door. There are prices on it. Pick what you want. The mustache clerk yawned lazily and still stood at the door, with no intention of serving Lin Bei. Lin Bei glanced at the mustache and jokingly said, "You are so lazy at work. Aren't you afraid of being fired by your boss?" TSK. This is the property of the city lord's mansion. The city lord doesn't come here once a year. The clerk with a mustache was stroking his sexy mustache slowly. Suddenly, he glared at Lin Bei and said, "No, who do you think you are? If you don't want to buy anything, get out of here." Hee. Lin Bei smiled and directly pasted the blank deed on the wall of the drugstore. Do you want to transfer this building to I'm Not the God of Medicine? Yes. Lin Bei chose yes without hesitation. Ding. Drugstore has been transferred to I'm Not the God of Medicine. The title deed takes effect immediately. What are you doing? The clerk with a mustache frowned, pointed at Lin Bei and shouted, "Hurry up and leave or I..." He was stunned when he had just said half of the words. What the hell? Where did this guy come from and how did he transfer the ownership of the drugstore? The city lord sold the drugstore? A series of question marks popped up above the mustache clerk's head. How come Lin Bei became his boss in such a short time? The city lord gave me the drugstore. Is there any problem? Lin Bei looked at the mustached clerk with a smile and raised the signed deed in his hand. No problem. Of course no problem. Boss, please come in. The mustache man's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. The arrogance on his face immediately turned into flattery. He first nodded and bowed, making a pleased gesture, and then trotted into the store and wiped the stool with his sleeve. Boss, Please sit down first. I'll make you some tea right away. Uh-huh. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This is too anthropomorphic and is exactly the same as some villains in real life. Soon, the man with a mustache brought a cup of tea. Lin Bei took the tea and began to check the current situation of the drugstore. Take these little red potions off the shelves. We won't sell these junk potions anymore. The small red and small blue pills in the drugstore were removed and replaced with small red and small blue pills with 100 times the amplification. These are what we'll sell from now on. One bottle of small red pill can extend the lifespan by 100 days, and one bottle of small blue pill can extend the lifespan by 50 days. 100 days? The mustache clerk twitched his mouth and looked at Lin Bei as if he was a fool. A bottle of small red medicine is worth 100 days of tradable life? Boss, are you out of your mind, or have you been squeezed by the door? Previously, a bottle of small red medicine was worth only 2 days of tradable life. How come the small red medicine you got is made of gold? Why are you selling it so expensive? It's over. It's over. The new boss will drool even if he is cured. For now, we'll set the price at 1 bottle per 100 days, and then we'll raise the price based on the situation. Lin Bei glanced at the mustached clerk and said calmly, "Puff." Hearing this, the clerk with a mustache almost vomited blood. Will the price increase depend on the situation? My dear boss, this store will be ruined by you sooner or later. The clerk with a mustache was in tears and even began to worry whether Lin Bei could pay his salary on time. I want to see why this little red medicine is so expensive. He picked up a small red potion from the counter and opened the potion properties. Little red medicine. After use, it will restore 1,000 health points to the user every second, lasting for 25 minutes. Restore 1,000 health points? Looking at the properties of the potion in front of him, the clerk with a mustache almost vomited blood again. This was not just a small red potion. Even the big red potion in the store was not even 1/10 as effective. He continued to read on, and when he saw that the duration was in minutes, he was completely stunned. 425 minutes? The clerk with a small mustache looked at the small red medicine in his hand, slapped himself hard, and after making sure that he was not dreaming, he looked at Lin Bei in shock. Boss, where did you get this magic medicine? 100 days of tradable life is too cheap. This magic medicine should be sold for 150 days, not 200 days of tradable life. Lin Bei took a sip of tea and said calmly, 200 days? Then let's set the price according to your request. As long as you can sell it, I'll give you a commission of 1% per bottle. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. I will never be as lazy as before. Just wait and see, boss. I will definitely make our store flourish. The clerk with a mustache had a fawning look on his face, which was completely different from his previous attitude. I'll leave the store to you. Do your best. Lin Bei patted the mustached clerk on the shoulder and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he stopped again. Boss, what do you want? The mustached clerk followed behind like a pug. Nothing. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head, but I still like your rebellious look at the beginning. Please recover. Hearing this, the mustache clerk immediately put away the smile on his face. Boss, take care. Chapter 44. Do you want me or her? At the same time, Ningxing, wild area. The medicine god is really not a human being. He has already reached level 20. Yeah, the medicine god is too abnormal. It took us half a day to kill a monster. How did he kill monsters so quickly? Alas, comparing yourself to others makes you feel depressed. Others have already opened a level 20 main city, but we haven't even broken through level 5 yet. Su Chun sighed as he bent his bow and shot an arrow at the mutant black scorpion's anus. He was arrogant at first and thought he could level up as quickly as the god of medicine, but after a few days of torture, his edges were soon smoothed out. Oh, it would be great if we could team up with Yao Shan, so we wouldn't have to stay here and fight level 2 monsters. Lin Shishir sighed when she heard this, with envy in her eyes. They finally reached level 3, but ended up being unable to defeat level 3 monsters, and could only fight level 2 mutated black scorpions. Heh, are you feeling wronged? If you weren't holding us back, would we have to fight a level 2 monster here? Hearing this, the beautiful warrior that Su Chun had just brought in was unhappy. Lin Shishir is both novice and playful, with no output at all, and Lin Shishir's best friend seems to have a bad brain and often cannot replenish her health. If it weren't for Su Chen's sake, she would have wanted to kick Lin Shishir and Tian Min out of the team. As long as 2 normal people are replaced, it will definitely not be a problem to kill level 3 monsters. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by me holding you back? Lin Shirshir was furious when she heard this, and quickly looked at Su Chun and said, Brother Su Chun, look at her. She must give me an explanation. Su Chun frowned, not knowing who to help for a moment. Wang Jie was originally level 3. Yesterday, in order to get Wang Jie to join him, he said all the good things he could in his life before she agreed to come and lead them. They were able to reach level 3 thanks to Wang Jie's help. And what Wang Jie said was right. Lin Shirshir's behavior was indeed a bit eye-catching. But Lin Shirshir is his girlfriend, so he can't say anything. Aren't you the one holding us back? If I hadn't led you, you would still be in the safe zone. I don't mind fighting level 2 monsters with you guys, but you're the first to complain? Wang Jie snorted coldly, turned to look at Su Chun and said, Su Chun, if I had known that you brought these 2 burdens with you, I wouldn't even come here. Look at what kind of teammates you found. Sister Wang, don't be angry. Su Chun quickly patted Wang Jie on the back and whispered, she is young and naive. Sister Wang, don't bother with her. There are many people outside. I will talk to her when we get back. Who is ignorant? Brother Su Chun, what do you mean by this? Are you helping this old woman to deal with me? When Lin Shirshir heard Su Chun's words, her emotions exploded. She never thought that Su Chun would actually say that she was immature. It's obvious that this old woman is too sensitive. She just said that the upgrade speed will definitely be faster if she teams up with the god of medicine. But this old woman started to act sarcastic. It's obvious that this old woman did it on purpose. This old woman just wants to snatch Brother Su Chun from her. Who are you talking about, old woman? Wang Jie is also amazing. Although she is 4 or 5 years older than Lin Shirshir, she is in very good shape. Everyone who sees her would praise her for her natural beauty and beauty. How dare this little bitch call her an old woman? Who are you talking about? Whoever you are talking about knows the answer. You old woman, you are so shameless. You want to eat young grass, right? Fuck you, you little slut. I'm going to rip your mouth off. The two of them were talking back and forth, and as they talked they became more and more angry, and it seemed that they were about to start a fight. That's enough. Su Chen's face looked grim, and he forcibly separated the two. Then he looked at Lin Shirshir and said through gritted teeth, Shirshir, you are too ignorant. If it weren't for Sister Wang leading us, we would both still be level 2. How could you say that to Sister Wang? Apologize to her now. I don't. Brother Su Chun, you asked me to apologize to this old woman. Are you in love with this old woman? Lin Shirshir pouted her lips and her eyes were red. How could I possibly like? Su Chun realized something was wrong when he was halfway through his words. He quickly looked at Wang Jie and said, No, Sister Wang, I don't mean anything else. Shirshir, don't talk nonsense. Sister Wang and I are innocent. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Apologize to Sister Wang. Although he prefers the younger Lin Shirshir, Wang Jie is not only versatile, but also has much higher combat power than them. He also hopes to follow Wang Jie to level 10. If Wang Jie hadn't led the team, with the fighting power of him, Lin Shirshir and Tian Min, they wouldn't be able to reach level 10 even after a month of hard work here. I don't want to apologize to this old woman. Lin Shirshir's eyes were red and she was about to cry. She felt that Brother Su Chun had changed. He used to obey her in everything, but now he asked her to apologize for an old woman. Why does your mouth stink so badly, you little slut? You are a jerk born by a mother but not raised by her. The anger that Wang Jie had just suppressed was ignited again. This little slut keeps calling me an old woman. Even a clay man can still have some temper. Does she really think that she is easy to mess with because she has a good temper? Su Chun, I will give you 2 choices today. Either you team up with me and kick them both out, or you team up with them and I'll go on my own. Sister Wang, don't be angry. Su Chun smiled bitterly, feeling like the sky was falling. On one side is his angry girlfriend, and on the other side is the beautiful boss who is leading him everywhere. He really doesn't know who to choose. We were happily killing monsters together just now. How did it turn out like this? For the first time, he felt that Lin Shirshir was the kind of person who would do this. Shirshir, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before. Su Chun grabbed Lin Shirshir and pulled her aside, whispering, Shirshir, don't be angry. We can't find teammates now. Just bear with it for a while. When we are all level 10, we won't take her with us. Well, you should go and apologize to Sister Wang first, and that will be your last straw. I don't want to. Shirshir, be obedient. Lin Shirshir pouted her lips, and under Su Chen's coaxing, she looked at Wang Jie reluctantly and said, I'm sorry. You remember to apologize now? Too late. Wang Jie rejected Lin Shirshir's apology directly with a sneer on her face, and issued an ultimatum to Su Chen, Su Chun, I ask you again, will you choose her or me? Sister Wang. Su Chun sighed helplessly. Humph. Brother Su Chun will never choose you, old woman. Just give up on this idea. Seeing Su Chun looking at Wang Jie, Lin Shishir immediately straightened her chest, walked forward, hugged Su Chun's arm tightly, and looked proud. Wang Jie didn't say anything, but just stared at Su Chun silently. She believed that Su Chun was a smart man and knew what was the wise choice. Su Chun looked at Wang Jie, then turned to look at Lin Shishir beside him, and said with some guilt, Shishir, why don't you and Xiaomin go back and rest first? Wait until I raise my level, then I'll take you on my own, okay? Chapter 45. How much tradable life does he have? Brother Su Chun? Lin Shishir looked at Su Chun in surprise, and suddenly felt that he was extremely strange. Is this still the brother Su Chun who is gentle and considerate to me? Why does he seem like a different person? Sure, go back and rest first. I'll take care of you once you reach level 10. Su Chun held Lin Shishir's hand and gently stroked it, coaxing her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. You have to think about the overall situation. Now the battle between gods and demons has come to reality. If I don't work hard to upgrade, how can I support you and our family in the future? Listen, I'm just going to give in to her temporarily. When I reach level 10, we'll go solo. By then, no one will take anyone with me. Just you and me, okay? No. You continue brushing with her. I'm going back to school. Lin Shishir shook off Su Chen's hand and walked towards the safe area angrily. Sure. Su Chen frowned, but did not chase after him. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Jie and said, It's okay, Sister Wang. I asked her to go back and rest first. She might be too tired from killing monsters these past 2 days, so her temper is not very good. I will talk to her when we get back. Xiaomin, I'd like to trouble you to enlighten Shishir. He looked at Tianmin again, motioning for Tianmin to catch up and comfort Lin Shishir. Tianmin smiled and had no intention of leaving. It's okay. She has a strong ability to adjust her emotions. She will be fine in a while. I want to brush for a while longer. Okay, then let's recruit another person to continue? Su Chen nodded and looked at Wang Jie. Wang Jie snorted lightly. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Tianmin staying, she felt relieved when she thought that Tianmin had abandoned Lin Shishir in order to upgrade. You guys fix it first. I'll shake my bestie over here. At this time, Lin Shishir was walking alone on the road, her little face full of anger. Damn Su Chan, come over and comfort me. She kicked the pebbles on the ground away with her feet. She was angry and a little nervous. She would do the same when they had quarreled in the past, but she would not walk far before Su Chan would catch up with her and apologize to her. Just then, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from behind. Call. Lin Shishir took a deep breath and couldn't help but clench her fists. The anger in her heart had subsided a lot. In fact, what Brother Su Chun said is not wrong. Upgrading is the most important thing now, and Brother Su Chun upgrades for himself. Brother Su Chun said that as long as he reaches level 10, he will kick that old woman away and only take himself with him in the future. Okay, as long as Brother Su Chun apologizes to me and gives me a way out, I will forgive him. The footsteps behind were getting closer and closer until they were right next to her ears. Lin Shishir clenched her fists tightly, but still couldn't help turning her head to look back. Why don't you just level up with that old woman? Why are you following me? But she had only said half of her words when she froze in place, and the anger that she had just suppressed suddenly surged up again. Because the person catching up with him was not Su Chun at all. A man wearing glasses walked past Lin Shishir quickly. After hearing Lin Shishir talking to herself, he pushed up the frame of his glasses and whispered, There's something wrong. Ah. Lin Shishir felt like she was about to explode. Su Chen didn't catch up with her. He didn't chase her because of that old woman. Xiaomin. Lin Shishir was about to cry, so she squatted on the roadside and called Tianmin. Tianmin will definitely not follow that old woman again. At critical moments, best friends are still better. What a crappy boyfriend. He is not reliable at all at critical moments. Sure. Go back to the dormitory and have some sleep first. I'll come back to see you later. I'll just leave it at that for now. Tianmin's voice came from the other end of the phone, but before Lin Shishir could reply, a system notification tone came from the phone. Wow. Lin Shishir couldn't hold it in any longer. He squatted on the ground, hugged his legs, and started crying. What a shitty boyfriend. What a shitty best friend. They're all fake. If it were Lin Bei, he would definitely scold the old woman and take her away. Damn Lin Bei. You always lowered your head on your own initiative before. Is it so difficult to lower your head to me this time? She thought of Lin Bei again. She used to find Lin Bei annoying because he always tried to stop her from being with Su Chan. Now thinking back, what Lin Bei said does not seem to be without reason. Damn Lin Bei, stinky Lin Bei. You win this time. I'll take the initiative to apologize to you, okay? After crying for a while, Lin Shirshir wiped the tears from her face and prepared to go find Lin Bei to apologize. Humph, just wait. Even without you, I can still reach level 10. She took out her cell phone, thought for a moment, put it back in her pocket, stood up and walked quickly towards the safe area. Half an hour later, a taxi stopped under an old residential building. Lin Shirshir got off the taxi and looked at the familiar residential building with mixed feelings. It had only been a month since she last went home, but why did it feel like she hadn't been home for several years? After hesitating for a moment, she mustered up the courage to go forward. I took out the key hidden under the carpet, opened the green-painted security door, and a familiar smell rushed into my nose. This was the smell of the medicine sachets that Lin Bei bought online. She used to hate this smell so much that she secretly threw away the sachets several times. But every time she came home from bloodletting, the sachets emitting a strange smell would reappear. Now that I smell it, it doesn't seem like it has a particularly bad smell. Lin Bei. She locked the door and called out softly. The room was silent except for the ticking of an old-fashioned clock. Elder brother? She shouted again, louder and louder. Still getting no response, Lin Shirshir frowned and walked towards Lin Bei's bedroom. The door of the room was open, and there was no one inside. She returned to her room and looked at the tidy room. She felt her nose a little sore and quickly took out her cell phone, found Lin Bei's number, and dialed it. Beep. The number you dialed is in progress. Damn Lin Bei. You still haven't pulled me off the blacklist. Lin Shirshir angrily threw her phone aside and covered her head with the quilt. At this time, Lin Bei, who had left the drugstore, returned to the city lord's mansion. Are you sure you want to buy Manor 001? Shangguan Feishua looked at Lin Bei in surprise and confirmed again. You have to think carefully. Manor 001 requires a tradable lifespan of 5,000 days. This price is enough to buy 2 or 3 small estates elsewhere. Just now, Lin Bei found her again and wanted to buy the best and most expensive villa in the main city of number 001. She was very puzzled. She had just given Lin Bei a blank land deed. If Lin Bei wanted manor number 001, why didn't he transfer the ownership directly, but came back to her to buy it? Could it be that you think it's too expensive and are afraid that I won't agree? Sure. Faced with Shangguan Feishua's doubts, Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. Since you are moving here, you naturally have to live in the best house in the main city of number 001. Otherwise, what is the point of working hard to upgrade and make money? Isn't it just to be above thousands of people and eat the best food and drink the best drinks? Although the 5,000-day tradable lifespan was almost all of his assets, he still decided to grit his teeth and buy it. All right. Shangguan Feishua sighed and extended a trade invitation to Lin Bei. Soon, the two completed the transaction. I really didn't hesitate at all. Seeing that Lin Bei paid 5,000 days of tradable life without even thinking about it, Shangguan Feishua couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows. Days of tradable lifespan, not 5 days. With so many tradable lifespans, even she would have to think carefully before deciding whether to spend the money. How could Lin Bei be so free and easy? How much tradable life does he have? Shangguan Feishua looked at Lin Bei and developed a strong interest in this young man. Shangguan Feishua's favorability towards you. Shangguan Feishua's favorability towards you. Chapter 46. Prepare to move and say goodbye to the past completely. Buying a garden also increases favorability? Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if he had been tricked by this woman. I should have bargained earlier. Wrong. He quickly dismissed the idea. If Shangguan Feishua really cheated him, she would probably think he was a fool. How could her favorability increase? I see. This woman must have been shocked by my lavish charm. Haha, woman. The deed has been signed and cannot be returned or exchanged. You are now the new owner of Manor 001. Shangguan Feishua looked at Lin Bei with some suspicion. This kid was frowning and grinning foolishly. Why did he look a little bit unintelligent? Thank you, Lord City Lord. Lin Bei came back to his senses and clasped his fists towards Shangguan Feishua. I'm going to my new home. Bye. You. Shangguan Feishua opened her mouth, but Lin Bei only gave her the back of his head. This kid is really resolute and decisive. Shangguan Feishua looked at Lin Bei with more and more admiration in her eyes. With such a decisive character, it was no wonder that he could reach level 20 so quickly and pass the Hell level upgrade trial. His whole body was full of plus points. Go back and move, and say goodbye to the past once and for all. Lin Bei sighed, and couldn't help but think of Lin Shirshir, and suddenly sneered. Given Lin Shirshir's clumsy skills, even with someone to guide her, she can only be level 3 at best. Without his strong support, what would she be? Oh, Lin Bei sneered again, and completely dispelled Lin Shirshir's figure. Once they moved to the main city number 001, they would completely say goodbye to the past. Ding. Shangguan Feishua's favorability towards you. Why did my favorability increase again for no apparent reason? Damn, is this woman impressed by my handsomeness? Lin Bei's mouth twitched, and he should have remembered that there was no such a good strategy. In the previous life, a powerful boss spent an unknown amount of money and used all kinds of tricks to conquer a person. It took him 5 years to barely raise his favorability to 100 points. The result was just to turn a chance encounter into a casual acquaintance, and apart from a few more changes in tone, it did not unlock any intimate interactions. That big guy was really persistent. He spent an unknown amount of money over the next 5 years and finally raised his favorability by more than 100 points. Lin Bei used to spend all his time making potions and hanging out on forums. I heard that he was only 20 or 30 points away from turning their casual acquaintances into close ones. Who cares? He shook his head to clear the thoughts from his mind. Lin Bei quickly came to the purchased manor number 001, changed the access permissions so that only he could enter, took a quick look around, and prepared to move back to Ningcheng. As expected of manor number 001, the entire garden covers a huge area, and it feels like it is more than enough for more than a dozen people to live in. Go home. After leaving the main city number 001, Lin Bei headed straight to Ningcheng. Who is this person? He is dressed so cool. Why does he look so familiar to me? Does he look like the medicine god who was attacked by the Z-20 that day? Don't tell me, they really look alike. As soon as Lin Bei appeared in the safe zone, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. It's just because the void suit he's wearing is so eye-catching. The Dark Style series suit, coupled with the very childish mask on his face, makes people turn their heads to look at him. Someone took out his mobile phone and compared it with the incident of the Z-20 helicopter picking up people, which was very popular on the forum. It turned out that the medicine god who was picked up by the Z-20 was wearing the Dark Style suit in front of him, and his figure and temperament were exactly the same. What do you mean by similar? It's obviously the same. Is this the god of medicine? When people realized what was happening, the entire safe zone exploded. Many people took out their mobile phones and took photos of Lin Bei crazily. Some ordinary women followed behind him, as if they wanted to strike up a conversation with him. People are afraid of being famous, just as pigs are afraid of being fat. The ancients were right. Lin Bei looked at the huge crowd behind him and rubbed his teeth helplessly. They could only speed up and rush towards the small alley on the side. Seeing this, the professionals following behind also quickened their pace. The ordinary women did not hesitate anymore and chased into the alley with fanatical looks on their faces. Drug god, I like you. Can medicine god guide me? I can do all the moves. Me too, god of medicine, please guide me. I'll do anything for you. Listening to the outrageous remarks behind him, Lin Bei felt sick all over and got goosebumps all over his body. There's a dead end ahead, sisters, come quickly. Someone shouted, and the group of ordinary women became 2 points faster, even breaking the locking threshold of the game rules. There was indeed a dead end ahead, but it was not because Lin Bei was in a panic. He came to this dead end on purpose. Facing a 3-meter-high brick wall, Lin Bei had no intention of slowing down and seemed to be planning to ram his head into the brick wall and die, traveling through the void. The next moment, Lin Bei activated the skill of Void Boots. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared just before it hit the brick wall. Only a medicine bottle was left, falling from mid-air and landing with a thud at the feet of these ordinary women. The confusion potion took effect immediately, covering the ordinary women in the front. Strings of red numbers floated above their heads, and they were instantly sent back to the resurrection point. Ah! Accompanied by screams, the alley soon fell into silence. The professionals who came later all turned pale, and no one knew what had happened. But they just watched with their own eyes as dozens of female professionals were wiped out in an instant, and no one dared to move forward even half a step. At the same time, Lin Bei appeared at the back of the dead end. Red spots of light followed closely. The coat above his head was originally white and could be folded and hidden, but now it revealed itself and turned into a gorgeous blood red. Because you attacked other professionals in the safe zone, you have been marked as a killer. Killer? Other professionals will not be marked when attacking the killer in the safe zone. and the killer will lose an additional 10 lifespans after being killed. Just be a killer. These flies are too annoying. Lin Bei looked calm, as he had expected this. After entering the city, there were obviously fewer professionals. After entering the era of universal job transfer, everyone went outside to kill monsters, and the city became much quieter. Only some older generations who were not interested in upgrading were still sticking to their original posts. For example, the taxi that Lin Bei stopped was driven by a man in his 50s. He did not recognize Lin Bei's identity at all, and was not afraid of the blood-red code above Lin Bei's head. Half an hour later, Lin Bei arrived at the door of his house. Bang! When he turned on the light, he immediately noticed something was wrong. There were 2 lines of wet mud footprints on the floor. Is there a thief in the house? Lin Bei's first reaction was that there was a thief in the house. Moreover, over in the bedroom, I seem to be able to faintly hear sounds similar to short videos or live broadcasts. What kind of thief is so bold? He hasn't been back for just a few days. Does he really treat this place as his home? Lin Bei frowned, took out a bottle of corrosive potion, and quietly walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 47, Sister? I don't have a sister. The light was on in another bedroom, and the wooden door covered with the blue Fat Man poster was ajar. The sound came from inside. I advocate letting this struggle between desire and despair run its course if we can't stop it, but she likes to walk through the door and turn off the lights before leaving. At this moment, a familiar cell phone ringtone sounded from the crack in the door. Lin Bei frowned. This was Lin Shishir's cell phone ringtone. Lin Shishir was back? Oh, aren't you going to break up with me? How dare you come back with such a licking face? Are you annoying? I can level up without you guys. Lin Shishir's voice came. She hung up the phone and said angrily. After confirming that it was Lin Shishir who was inside, Lin Bei put away the corrosive potion. He did not open the door to confront Lin Shishir, but turned back to the bedroom. There was no point in arguing with someone like Lin Shishir, and he had already decided to cut off all contact with her. Back in the bedroom, Lin Bei quickly packed up his things. There is a wooden sword made by my father when I was a child, an amulet that my mother got from the temple a few years ago, and several family photos. Looking at the family of 4 in the family portrait, he thought for a moment and tore off Lin Shishir's photo. It's much more pleasing to the eye this way. After putting the things into his backpack, Lin Bei found the house deed from the cabinet. Then he quietly left the home where he had lived for more than 20 years. Standing downstairs in the community, looking at everything familiar, he couldn't help feeling deeply moved. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Lin Bei no longer hesitated, quickly left the community and came to a nearby real estate agency. I have a house to sell. After entering the era of universal job transfer, most people went out to kill monsters and level up, and few people stayed at their posts. The Little Red Riding Hood real estate agency, which originally had more than a dozen employees, now has only one fat lady left. Houses can't be sold at the current prices. When the fat lady saw a customer coming, she stood up from the sofa and said helplessly, house prices have been falling in the first place, and the advent of the era of universal job transfer has further accelerated this trend. House prices are now extremely low. A house that used to cost millions can now be sold for only 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. If she didn't understand the abilities of this profession, she would have gone out with the young people to explore the world. It doesn't matter. Just help me get rid of this house. Lin Bei threw the door on the table. The fat lady laughed when she heard this. If she didn't care about the price, it would be fine. She took the property deed, took a look at it, and frowned. Fengrong community. This is an old community? The housing prices here are very low. 92 square meters. What's your price range? Lin Bei pondered for a moment and estimated a price in his mind. Although all walks of life have become somewhat sluggish since entering the era of universal job transfer, this is, after all, a fusion of games and reality. Professionals cannot really go without food and drink like in the game. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are still essential. So this is only temporary. In the middle and late stages, all industries will flourish. 200,000, fixed price. Lin Bei looked directly at the fat lady and added, I don't care about anything else. If it works, I'll leave the key here. If not, forget it. 200,000? The fat lady glared and said, You must be kidding me. This house is worth more than 300,000 yuan at least. No kidding, it's just 200,000. Do you want it? Yes, I'll give you the money now. Hearing Lin Bei's words, the fat lady immediately took out a stack of agreements from the side. She was even afraid that Lin Bei would go back on his word, so she said, Leave the property deed here and don't worry about the rest. I'll find someone to handle the transfer. Okay, no problem. Lin Bei picked up the pen and quickly signed his name on the paper. Bite. China Merchants Bank, 200,000 yuan has been credited to your card. After signing, Lin Bei received a text message reminder. After leaving the keys and the property title, he left. The real estate agency had its own channels to handle the transfer of ownership, so he didn't need to worry about it. In the evening, Lin Bei returned to the main city number 001. He used the 200,000 yuan he got from selling the house to buy daily necessities. Currently, no other professionals have moved into the main city number 001, so it can be said that the city is in a state of disrepair. If you don't prepare some food and drink, you will starve to death in the garden. It's time to prepare for the level 20 upgrade trial. Lin Bei was barbecuing in manor number 001 while thinking about his next itinerary. Now that he has completed the second transfer, the next step is to pass the level 20 upgrade trial and unlock new maps and functions after level 20. This time he still planned to try the Hell level difficulty upgrade trial, so before entering the trial, he had to be fully prepared and have all kinds of potions ready. The level 1 upgrade trial is definitely much more difficult than the level 10 upgrade trial. We need to find a way to get some materials for the steel mixture. Lin Bei thought about it, opened the forum and posted a message in it. I am not a medicine god. I am looking to buy various herbs at high prices. If you have any herbs you don't recognize, you can ask me to identify them. The price is fair, and I will never cheat you. You are welcome to harass me. After posting, Lin Bei turned off the anti-harassment function. After all, a person's power is limited, especially in the early stages when intermediate herbs are too scarce. Oftentimes, encountering them depends entirely on luck. Instead of searching for them yourself, it's better to spend some tradable life to buy them from others. Then he opened the chat box again, contacted Xianqianqianqiangang and the number 1 war god in northeast China, listed various medicinal herbs, and asked the military to help search and purchase them. Just then, the cell phone in Lin Bei's pocket rang. Hello? Hello. Is this Mr. Lin? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded familiar, like the fat lady from the real estate company during the day. Yes, it's me. Lin Bei hummed. Mr. Lin, we are here to clear the house tonight. Why are there still people living in your house? Could you please take care of this matter? The fat lady was a little anxious. She had paid all the money, but the collection team said that there was a little girl living in the house, and she refused to leave no matter how they persuaded her. People living there? Who? I don't know. How could you not know? That little girl said she is your sister. Why don't you call her? Sister? I don't have a sister. The house is yours now. You are such a big agency, but you can't even handle such a small matter? Aren't you going to call the police? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then the fat lady confirmed again. Mr. Lin, are you sure you don't know the girl in the house? We don't want to cause any misunderstanding. If you are sure you don't know that person, we will use special means to ask her to leave. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but sneer. Whatever you do to me, it's none of my business. I am absolutely certain that there is no misunderstanding at all. Chapter 48. Huangquan Series Copy, Orchid Vine and Red Spider Lily. The next morning, Lin Bei lay on the luxurious solid wood bed and opened the forum. The post that I posted yesterday has gone viral, with over 1 million replies, which has made Lin Bei feel overwhelmed. The number of people who sent him private messages is too numerous to count. It depends on when we go. Lin Bei smiled bitterly. He underestimated the power of netizens. Especially after opening more than a dozen private messages, most of them turned out to be useless nonsense. Occasionally, 1 or 2 attached herbal properties were also basic herbs such as yangxing grass and yangling grass. It seems that the idea of purchasing medicinal herbs from the entire network is not so easy to achieve. Lin Bei simply closed the private messages on the forum and randomly flipped through a few pages to see if there was anything new recently. Soon, his attention was caught by an anonymous post. This post was very popular. Within less than 5 hours of being posted, it had received over 100,000 replies and was ranked second on the forum's hot search list, second only to the post he made last night. Snow under the shallows. 10,000 people wrote in blood to beg the god of medicine to take a look. Please forgive my ignorance. What kind of herb is this? The title of this post is very interesting. Not only does it take advantage of the popularity of Dying to Survive, but it is also a very intriguing clickbait title. Even if the herbs were replaced with something else, Lin Bei still had the urge to click in. When I opened the post, what caught my eye was a pitch-black photo. This photo looks ordinary at first glance, but if you look closely, you can't see anything clearly, just a black area. Continuing to scroll down, there are 3 or 4 dark photos in succession. Lin Bei frowned and was about to label the post as a clickbait and leave, when he suddenly glanced at the last photo and felt that it looked familiar. Orchid vine. Soon, Lin Bei found the things in the photo in his memory. It turned out to be level 40 material, orchid vine. Orchid vines are very rare. Even after opening the level 60 map in his previous life, Lin Bei had only seen them a few times. The main reason is that this thing can only be used to make a limited number of potions, and can only be used as an auxiliary material for some potions. If it were in his previous life, Lin Bei would not have any interest in the orchid vine. But in this life, he is transformed into a hidden professional medicine god. There are many other alchemists with exclusive prescriptions that I don't know about. The world-destroying orchid among them requires the orchid vine to make, and the orchid vine mostly grows in places with heavy yin energy. Maybe other materials needed for the world-destroying orchid can be found nearby. View exclusive prescriptions. Lin Bei clicked on the recipe for the world-destroying orchid. Destroying orchid, Higanbana orchid vine inchi grass. The three materials are all level 40 and very rare, and all grow in places with heavy yin energy, such as the Yellow Spring series dungeons, which are of the same level as the Lost series dungeons. But whether it is the Lost series or the Yellow Spring series, they are all copies after level 30, unless they appear in the form of random copies like the Lost City copy in the Northeast Division. Wait, that photo just now? Suddenly, Lin Bei seemed to have thought of something and immediately slid to the first photo. He enlarged the photo and looked at it carefully several times. My heart suddenly trembled. Is this not a large area of orchid vines? Could it be that someone has discovered a random copy of the Huangquan series? He couldn't quite believe it. It was already extremely rare to find a Lost City copy in the early days, and now there was a random copy of the Yellow Spring series. This development trend is quite different from the script in the previous life. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone discovering random copies of the level of the Lost series and Yellow Spring series in the early days. Of course, it is also possible that he is not at a high enough level and is not well informed. Let's get in touch. If it's really a Huangquan series copy, maybe there's a chance to refine the world-destroying orchid. Lin Bei clicked on the poster's avatar and sent a private message to Chen Xiaxie. Ding. Qiangxiax requests to add you as a friend. Not long after the private message was sent, Qiangxiax sent a friend request to Lin Bei. Agree. Lin Bei added Qian Xiaxue as a friend. Shallow Snow. Hello, medicine god boss. Do you know this herbal boss? Pictures. Pictures. Qian Xiaxue sent 2 more photos, which were of higher resolution than the ones posted in the post. Lin Bei recognized at a glance that this was indeed the level 40 medicinal herb orchid vine. I am not a god of medicine. This herb is called orchid vine. Where did you see it? Qian Xiaxue. The boss is indeed a boss. This was found by my friend in a special copy in the wild area of Haiqing. There are many vines like this, and there are also flowers like this next to them. Light snow. Pictures. Pictures. Qian Xiaxue. I wonder if Yao Shan is interested in this copy? There really are red spider lilies? Lin Bei was surprised when he saw the photos sent by Qian Xiaxue. Although the photo was taken from a distance, he recognized it at a glance. The flower growing on the riverbank with only flowers, but no leaves, was the red spider lily. Red spider lily. The leaves fall and the flowers fade. The leaves grow and the flowers fade. And that riverbank should be the symbol of the Huangquan series of copies, the underworld Huangquan. I just don't know which copy of the Huangquan series this is. I am not a god of medicine. Interesting. Qin Xiaxue. To be honest with you, we have explored the route before, and the monsters there are too strong. They wiped us out with just one skill. If you're interested, we are willing to pay 10 million each and ask you to lead us through this dungeon. Qian Xiaxue. The equipment will be given to whoever is suitable for it, and all the herbs will belong to you, the god of medicine. Is that okay? Seeing the message sent by Qian Xiaxue, Lin Bei frowned. In fact, he didn't really want to bring anyone, but the things in this copy were indeed tempting, and he really wanted to know what level of potion this exclusive prescription contained. I am not the god of medicine. No money required. 1,000 days of lifespan can be traded per person. Equipment is divided equally, and the herbs belong to me. I am not the god of medicine. You must follow my instructions in the dungeon, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Shallow Snow. 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. We don't have that much tradable lifespan. Poor person, god of medicine. Do you think 20 million per person is okay? I am not a god of medicine. If you don't have it, forget it. Come to me when you have enough. After saying that, Lin Bei directly closed the dialogue box. He has already seen through the situation. This Qian Xiaxue should be a rich second generation, but it is useless for him to ask for money now. In the middle and late stages, the currency will depreciate significantly and will eventually be completely replaced by tradable life, becoming waste paper that is so painful that even wiping shit won't hurt your butt. Qian Xiaoxue didn't say anything else. Just when Lin Bei was about to give up, Qian Xiaoxue sent him a new message. Qian Xiaoxue. Okay, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan is 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. Then we'll make it a deal. Qian Xiaoxue, medicine god. Then shall we go pick you up? I am not a god of medicine. Coordinates. Lin Bei directly sent Qian Xiaoxue the coordinates of the main city number 001. Chapter 49. Medicine God. Can I take a photo with you? What the hell is this coordinate? Is he kidding us? In the wild area, a black armor-tracked vehicle drove slowly by, and the two people sitting in the back seat spoke with some complaints. They had been walking in the wild area for nearly an hour, but had not yet reached the coordinates sent by Medicine God. The level of the monsters around them was getting higher and higher, and they felt a little uneasy. Don't talk nonsense. The Medicine God doesn't have time to tease you. A female mage dressed in black and wearing a cool ghost mask on her face shook her head and said, "Don't forget, Medicine God is already level 20. Isn't it normal to spawn level 20 monsters deep in the wild? I'll see the God of Medicine later, so stop talking nonsense. If anyone dares to disrespect the God of Medicine, don't blame me for not saying it in advance." "All right, Sister Wolin, how dare we disrespect the God of Medicine?" "That's right, Yaoshin is a level 20 boss. How dare we, a few level 5 little Karami, disrespect a level 20 boss?" The two of them scratched their heads and laughed at themselves when they heard this. They are telling the truth and are just complaining now. It is an honor for them that a level 20 boss is willing to lead them, so what else is there to complain about? Another hour passed, and a long shadow appeared on the horizon. The soldier driving the car suddenly saw his eyes light up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, look, what's ahead? Is that a city?" Upon hearing this, Chao Ruolin and the two people in the back seat all raised their heads and looked forward. As the tracked vehicle got closer, the long shadow on the horizon gradually rose higher, and finally a huge city with no visible boundaries appeared in front of the four people. Hiss! Looking at the magnificent giant city, the four of them couldn't help but take a deep breath, forcibly accelerating the process of global warming. This was shocking. They had never seen such a magnificent city. The key point is, how could there be a city here? They had never heard of it before, and it was not marked on the map. It was like walking into a folded space. Player Chen Xiaxia failed the upgrade trial and cannot activate the permission to enter the main city number 001. Please try the tower as soon as possible and complete the upgrade trial. Player Chen Xiaxia failed the upgrade trial and cannot activate the permission to enter the main city number 001. Please try the tower as soon as possible and complete the upgrade trial. Such a prompt suddenly appeared in front of Chao Wolin and kept flashing in front of her eyes. Did you receive the prompt? You received it too? They said I didn't pass the upgrade test and don't have permission to enter the main city number 001. Hey, this city in front is the main city number 001 activated by the God of Medicine? The other three people also received the same prompt as Chao Wolin. They were only level 5 and not qualified to enter the main city number 001. Only professionals who have completed the upgrade trial will be able to activate the authority to enter the main city. This is also for the sake of professionals. The difficulty of future copies will become increasingly higher. The Void series of copies, in particular, make people feel desperate. If you don't familiarize yourself with them in advance, when the day of the Void invasion comes, many people won't be able to survive even a week. Wait a minute, I'll talk to the God of Medicine. Chao Ruolin quickly opened the dialogue box, and she pinned "Dying to Survive" to the top of the page and showed special concern to her. Qian Xiaoxue, Yaoshin. We are outside the main city 001, but we don't have the permission to enter the main city 001. Awkward, embarrassing. I am not a god of medicine. Well, wait. Soon I got the reply that I am not the god of medicine. Chao Ruolin took a deep breath and became obviously a little nervous. The god of medicine asked us to wait. He will come out soon. There was a slight tremor in the voice. Call? The other three also took a deep breath. They were about to meet their idol, and it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. I don't know what kind of person the god of medicine is and whether he is easy to get along with. 5 minutes later, Lin Bei, dressed in a purple and black suit, walked out and caused the four people to exclaim as soon as he appeared. So young. Oh my god, this set of equipment of Medicine God is so cool. It's exactly the same as in the photo. This outfit is really cool. Why do I feel like he looks familiar? The four of them did not dare to delay. They opened the car door and got out, heading towards Lin Bei. "Hello, medicine god. It's you." Chao Ruolin took the lead and stepped forward, extending her hand to Lin Bei. When Lin Bei saw Chao Ruolin, he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Qian Xiaoxue was actually Chao Ruolin. He remembered that in his previous life, Chao Ruolin did not seem to be called by this code name. "Well, drug god, do you know me?" Chao Ruolin was also stunned when she heard this, and her beautiful eyebrows under the mask frowned slightly. She also felt that the medicine god looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him or which friend he was. "I don't know you, but I've heard of you, Miss Chao." Lin Bei held Chao Ruolin's hand and shook it gently, then smiled and said, "Let's go. I can't wait to see the copy you found." Yeah, okay." Chao Ruolin withdrew her hand, her heart beating faster. She took a deep breath, looked at the three friends around her and said, "Drug God, these are my three teammates. Chao Daji, codenamed Big Tornado Old Black, Sword and Shield Warrior, my cousin. Song Yuan Shu, codenamed Shujian Jianghu, Ranger Shooter, a good friend of mine. Lu Wenba, the eldest son of Haiqing Lu Real Estate, codenamed Old Lu Next Door, is a guardian by profession, and he was the one who discovered the dungeon." Chao Ruolin introduced the other three people to Lin Bei. Except Lu Wenba, the other two were natives of Ningqing. Lin Bei had some impression of them, but not a deep one. "It seems that Song Yuanshu is Chao Ruolin's bootlicker?" "Hello." Lin Bei smiled and shook hands with the three of them. "Qian Xiaoxue requests to team up with you. Do you agree?" At this time, Chao Ruolin sent a request to form a team. Lin Bei did not refuse and joined the team. Just as he was about to get in the car, Chao Daji suddenly rubbed his hands a little embarrassedly and said, "Drug God, can we take a photo together?" Lin Bei glanced at Chao Daji upon hearing this, and Chao Daji quickly explained, "You are my idol. Let's take a photo together so I can brag to them in the future. Is it okay, medicine god?" Lin Bei nodded. After getting Lin Bei's approval, Chao Daji immediately took out his mobile phone and moved closer to Lin Bei, taking several pictures. Ahem. Chao Ruolin coughed twice and glared at Chao Daji. In fact, she also wanted to take a photo with the god of medicine, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Drug god, get in the car." She took the initiative to give up the most comfortable passenger seat, sat in the back seat, and said to Chao Daji, "Daji, you sit in the trunk?" "No, sister, don't mess with me." The corners of Chao Daji's happy mouth suddenly drooped. 2 minutes later, Chao Daji got into the trunk reluctantly. The armor-tracked vehicle started and turned around to drive in another direction. Chapter 50. Fight against the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost. After 5 hours of driving, the armor-tracked vehicle finally stopped near Haiqing. Lin Bei lamented that although the car was stable, it was too slow. Compared to the armed helicopter that Chen Jianxi used to pick him up, the speed was much slower. "Oh, it's too slow." Another 5 hours of upgrade time wasted. "What are you complaining about? Medicine God's time is not more precious than ours." Medicine God didn't say anything. Hearing the two people complaining, Chao Ruolin glared at them fiercely. She already felt a little embarrassed that she had wasted so much of Medicine God's time. With Medicine God's upgrade speed, he could level up by 1 level in 4 or 5 hours, but these two people were still bringing up irrelevant issues. "It's okay. When you reach level 28, you can unlock the mount system. With a mount, your leg strength will be greatly improved." Lin Bei jumped out of the car and spoke to the two of them while stretching his muscles on the spot. Hearing this, the four of them looked sideways at Lin Bei. "Mount system? This game also has mounts." The four of them showed longing looks. It would be really cool if they could ride all kinds of fancy mounts like in ordinary online games. "Medicine God, what kind of mounts do you have? Can you tell us about them?" Chao Daji came close to Lin Bei, his face full of curiosity. He really admired Lin Bei more and more. He felt that Lin Bei was like a prophet. Others had to figure out the rules of the game bit by bit, but for Lin Bei, it was a piece of cake. People who didn't know him would think that Lin Bei had played this game before. "Only things you can't imagine." Lin Bei chuckled and said something very tantalizing. "Where is the entrance to the dungeon?" Then he changed the subject. Since Lu Wenba parked the car here, it was obvious that the entrance to the copy was nearby. However, he glanced around and found nothing unusual. "Here." Lu Wenba and Chao Ruolin spoke at the same time, pointing to a dense bush in the distance. Then Chao Ruolin took the lead, pushed aside the outer branches, and a gray vortex only the size of a palm appeared in front of everyone. This entrance is really secret. Seeing this introduction, Lin Bei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Random copies really all depend on luck. I don't know how these guys found this entrance. Well, go in. Lin Bei stepped forward and placed his hand directly on the gray vortex. Whoosh. Are we just going in like this? Before Chao Wolin could finish her words, Lin Bei disappeared before her eyes. She also wanted to talk to Medicine God about the situation in the copy, but she didn't expect Medicine God to be so confident and went straight into the copy. As expected of a big boss, Chao Daji gave a thumbs up and then also stepped forward to enter the dungeon. We can't be cowardly. Let's go. Chao Wolin shrugged helplessly. At this time, Song Yuanshu frowned and said, "This guy is too confident." He went in directly without understanding the situation. "Wolin, let's move back a bit. I feel like the medicine god might die here." He had been into this dungeon and witnessed the horror of the monsters inside. He still felt palpitations when he thought about it now. Although the medicine god was 15 levels higher than them, the monsters inside were level 40 monsters. The medicine god would definitely be defeated this time. I feel the same way. Lu Wenba sighed and shook his head. He may have found some shortcut, so he upgraded so quickly. Your character and other qualities are not good enough, and it won't be long before others overtake you. Then he looked at Chao Wolin and said, "Wolin, this person is not worth it for you, and me to spend too much effort to make friends with him. Let's go." Chao Wolin looked a little unhappy, but didn't say anything more. Contrary to Lu Wenba's opinion, she felt that the medicine god must have enough confidence, so he went directly into the copy. Who is the god of medicine? The creator of the god-level main city. The warrior who cleanses hell. Could such a person be an arrogant person with bad character? It's nothing more than his invincible confidence. Maybe the god of medicine doesn't even take this copy seriously. Suppressing the thoughts in her mind, Chao Wolin went straight into the copy. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu looked at each other and followed in. At this time, Lin Bei was standing on a yellow-brown land with a serious look in his eyes. It was indeed a copy of the Huangquan series, with the iconic yellow-brown earth, the gray sky without the sun and the moon, and the long river winding for who knows how many miles, Huangquan. Medicine god, that patch of black vines is just ahead. Chao Wolin entered the copy and pointed forward and said. Lin Bei nodded, and after everyone entered the dungeon, he said calmly, "The level of this dungeon should be quite high. Follow me closely. If you run around and get sent back to the resurrection point, don't blame me for not saving you." Having said that, he stepped forward. If he remembered correctly, all the copies in the Huangquan series were to go forward along Huangquan. According to the different levels of the copies, they were Wangxiangtai, Gamingwen, Naiha Bridge, and 10 Courts of Hell. Even the lowest level Wangxiangtai is at least a level 30 or 40 copy. Soon, a group of 5 people arrived at the place where Chao Wolin took the photo. A large area of orchid vines were intertwined and rooted in the underworld. There is a level 30 ghoul here. Chao Wolin pointed at the orchid vine in front of her and said with lingering fear. It was here that they were sent back to the resurrection point by a skill of the level 30 zombie. Lin Bei hummed lightly when he heard this, but did not stop. Why? Seeing Lin Bei walking straight forward, Chao Wolin couldn't help but frown. That was a level 30 corpse ghost, and the damage was ridiculously high. Wouldn't it be courting death if he just walked up to him? It would be fine if Yaoshan was level 30, or if Lin Bei was a warrior. But Yaoshan is just a level 20 alchemist? Are you serious? Could it be that the medicine god is really like what Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba said? He's courting death if he goes forward like this. Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu also stopped, not daring to take another step forward. Only Chao Daji didn't understand what was going on. He didn't know why he was so careless. He raised his eyebrows and followed. Boom. The next moment, huge waves surged up from the yellow spring in the distance. A corpse ghost that was 4 or 5 meters tall crawled out from the turbid yellow spring. Its flesh and blood had been corroded by the yellow spring, leaving only a white skeleton, which looked extremely creepy. Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost, level 30, Corpse Poison Attack. As soon as the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost climbed ashore, it launched an attack on Lin Bei. A gray-green poisonous mist spewed out of its mouth and rushed towards Lin Bei and Chao Daji at an extremely fast speed. Medicine God. Chao Daji's heart tightened. Last time, he was sent back to the resurrection point by this corpse poison. This corpse poison not only causes extremely high damage, but also lasts for a long time. Once it touches the body, death is inevitable. Unfortunately, the speed of this poisonous fog is extremely fast and it is impossible to avoid it. Call. The next moment, the two were overwhelmed by the corpse poison. Go! Seeing this, Lu Wenba immediately stepped back. Chao Wolin was also pulled by Song Yuanshu and ran wildly to the back. out of the attack range of the corpse poison. Well, after retreating to a safe distance, Lu Wenba sighed helplessly, while Song Yuanshu said sarcastically, Wolin, this guy is no good either. Chao Wolin pursed her lips, feeling a little disappointed. Her worship of the god of medicine suddenly became less fanatical. Seeing that Chao Wolin didn't say anything, Song Yuanshu couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. Previously, Chao Wolin kept talking about the god of medicine, and he had been feeling resentful for a long time. Now that he saw that I was not the god of medicine and embarrassed myself in front of Chao Wolin, he felt relieved.
Fuck.
Fuck. This blood recovery is too strong. However, just as he was secretly rejoicing, Chao Daji's exclamation suddenly came from the front. The three of them raised their heads at the same time and looked forward in confusion. I saw Yaoshin and Chao Daji standing in the corpse poison mist with a light red halo surrounding them. The blood bar above Chao Daji's head was like an electrocardiogram, constantly fluctuating violently. Red and green numbers floated out alternately, and Chao Daji stood in the corpse poison, but he was not hurt at all. Chapter 51. Mortals versus Zombies. The four are stunned. How is this possible? Impossible. This corpse poison is extremely harmful. How could he possibly withstand it? Seeing Chao Daji standing in the corpse poison without any harm, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba's eyes almost popped out, with disbelief on their faces. They had been sent back to the resurrection point together by the corpse ghosts earlier, so they naturally knew how terrible the damage of the corpse poison was. Even though Chao Daji was a sword and shield warrior, he could only hold on for 1 or 2 seconds longer than them. They were clearly sent back to the resurrection point together before. So how come Chao Daji can withstand the corpse poison now? The only difference between this time and last time is the addition of a medicine god. The three of them couldn't help but look at the medicine god. It didn't matter if they looked at him, but they almost had cerebellar atrophy, and the shock on their faces became even stronger. The medicine god doesn't lose blood? The properties of the medicine god are too exaggerated. Oh? Seeing the single-digit red number floating above Lin Bei's head, the three people were stunned. This is a level 30 monster. Even if the medicine god is level 20, he is still 10 levels lower than the corpse demon. How can he defeat a level 30 monster? In response to the three people, Lin Bei took out a bottle of corrosive potion. Bang! There was a crisp sound that only Lin Bei and Chao Daji could hear. The originally jade-white bones of the Yellow Springs corpse ghost were immediately corroded by the corrosive potion and turned black, emitting wisps of black smoke. 35000. What the hell? What the hell? Chao Daji stood beside Lin Bei and shouted, fuck, twice in a row. The first, F***CK, was because the Huangquan corpse ghost had a health bar of up to 40,000. Last time, he was sent away without even seeing the Huangquan corpse ghost health bar. Now, seeing the super thick health bar of 40,000, his mind was filled with confusion. With such a thick health bar, even if you just stand here and let him hit you, it will take 3 lives for him to die. But then he was shocked by the damage of Medicine God and shouted out the second, F***CK. 5,000 HP in 1 second? At level 30, can such high damage be dealt? Are you serious? Is this reasonable? Whoosh. Lin Bei took out 2 more bottles of potion and threw them at the Yellow Springs corpse ghost. Bang. There were 2 crisp sounds, and 2 different kinds of gray smoke rose up at the same time, instantly engulfing the Yellow Springs corpse ghost. The god of medicine also uses poison. When Chao Daji saw the gray smoke, his heart trembled. This smoke looks similar to the poison spit out by the Yellow Springs corpse ghost. It should also be poisonous smoke. The next moment, 3 strings of red numbers floated above the head of the Huangquan corpse ghost. Each string of numbers is up to 4 digits. Fuck. Chao Daji felt numb. With this kind of damage, he suddenly understood why Medicine God upgraded so quickly. Who can bear to carry such a strong poison with you? Moreover, the range of the latter 2 potions is so large, even larger than his villa. It must be so fun to kill monsters with them. I'll ask the god of medicine later if I can buy 2 bottles. Chao Daji's eyes rolled and his mind became active. In the blood-replenishing medicine bottle just now, it restores hundreds of blood in 1 second. This is not blood restoration. This is a direct blood transfusion into the blood vessels. When he thought about the beautiful scene of the future, where he would pull a group of monsters over and then take out a bottle of potion from his backpack and throw it into the group of monsters, Chao Daji's smile suddenly became harder than ever to suppress. Roar! The Yellow Springs corpse ghost let out a roar. It was angry. How come in a split second, half of my blood was gone? This tiny ant could actually cause such horrible harm to myself. Damn it. Kill. The next moment, the yellow spring corpse ghost pounced towards the two of them, raised its huge palm high, and then slammed it down fiercely, just like the legendary palm technique that fell from the sky. The pressure from this palm strike was so strong that the air was compressed, making a crackling sound as if it could not bear the weight, as if it was going to beat the two people into meat paste. Medicine God. Chao Daji was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. His voice trembled, and his pants were almost wet. If he hadn't known that he wouldn't really die, and that even if he was beaten into a pulp, he would only lose half of his lifespan when returning to the resurrection point, he would have shouted for his mother long ago. Lin Bei was not afraid at all. Facing the skeleton palm that was coming down on him, he kicked Chao Daji behind him out of the coverage of the palm, then straightened his back and punched upwards with force. Bang! The huge palm collided with the small fist, making a loud bang. The visual effect of this scene was extremely shocking. The palm as big as a mountain was actually held down by the small fist and could not move down any further. Lin Bei stood there without moving. He has the full attribute blessing of 999 sunset, so there is nothing to be afraid of. If they really had to compete in strength, he might not be inferior to this Yellow Springs corpse ghost. Moreover, in the game rules of the battle between gods and demons, if you can't break the defense, you can't break the defense. Even if you are a titan, your attack power is not as strong as my defense, and your attack power is just a tickle on me. At most, the visual effect is shocking. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chao Daji looked at the medicine god who was fighting against the corpse ghosts with his mortal body and uttered 3 exclamations of national quintessence again. The 3 people at the back were also shocked, their hearts filled with horror. Chao Wulin couldn't help but look at Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba, wanting to see what expressions these two had. Snort. Didn't you just say that the medicine god has a bad character? Why do you have this expression now? You useless losers who were killed in one blow by the corpse ghost actually have the nerve to comment on the god of medicine. Are you here to make fun of me? Look what it means to fight against gods and demons with a mortal body. Just as several people were shocked, the 3 potions caused damage to the Yellow Springs corpse ghost again and directly emptied its health bar. Crash. A pile of skeletons were scattered on the ground, as if it was raining bones. If Wonkai from next door saw this, he would probably be so happy that he would sneezes in his dreams. Kill the Yellow Spring corpse ghost and gain 1,000 experience points. Such a high level of experience. Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Logically speaking, 5 people should not have so much experience. Although Huangquan Shirgui is a level 30 elite monster, it is shared by 5 people after all. If it was just him, he should have around 1,500 experience points. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at Chao Daji and others. Swish. Swish. At this time, a white light of upgrade was emitting from Chao Daji's head, and he was upgraded by 2 levels directly. However, Chao Wulin and the other 2 in the distance did not show any reaction. Lin Bei immediately understood. Because Chao Wulin and the other 2 were too far away, they could not share any experience even if they were in the same team. This was a balancing mechanism to prevent someone from slacking off in the team. This was a good deal for Chao Daji. Since he was so many levels lower than the Yellow Springs corpse ghost, it should have triggered an experience bonus, allowing him to level up 2 levels at once. Shit. I leveled up. Shit. I leveled up again. Chao Daji looked at his system panel, his mouth almost crooked with excitement. It's only been a short while, and I've already leveled up 2 levels. It's so cool to team up with Medicine God. Chapter 52. I have the final say on how to divide it. Chao Daji was very happy, but the 3 people behind regretted it too late. They watched Chao Daji get promoted 2 levels in a row, but they didn't get anything at all. What's going on? We are all on the same team. Why don't we get any experience? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba looked grim, and their hearts were bleeding. When they thought that Chao Daji was 2 levels higher than them, they felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. They can accept that their own level is low, but they cannot accept that their friends who are not as good as themselves are higher than themselves. It's all your fault. Chao Wulin was a little angry and walked forward quickly. If these 2 people hadn't believed in the god of medicine, she could have been promoted 1 or 2 levels like Chao Daji, but now she hasn't gained anything at all. He is capable of doing nothing but causing trouble. If you're afraid of death in the future, just stay away and don't delay my upgrade. After leaving a message, Chao Wulin came to Lin Bei, gave him a thumbs up and said, Medicine God, you are really amazing. You can actually kill monsters 10 levels higher than before? Of course. I feel like it wouldn't be a problem for Medicine God to surpass 10 levels, or even 20 levels. Before Lin Bei could speak, Chao Daji on the side answered first. The damage just displayed by the Medicine God can only be described as outrageous. The three potions mixed together can cause nearly 10,000 damages in 1 second. Not to mention level 30 monsters, he felt that even if there were level 40 or even level 50 monsters here, Yaoshin could slowly kill them. It would just take a longer time. The key is that the god of medicine also has this clanging blood transfusion bottle, which makes him completely invincible in fighting monsters. He finally understands why the god of medicine is called the god of medicine. Lin Bei ignored them, stepped forward and started picking up the spoils. There were several white light balls scattered among the skeleton. It seemed that this yellow spring corpse ghost had exploded a lot of things. Gained 200 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost's Bone Blade. Obtained item, Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost's Bone Armor. Obtained item, a drop of turbid yellow spring water. 2 pieces of equipment, 1 material, and 200 days of tradable life. This big guy really drops a lot of loot. These 2 pieces of equipment alone are worth a fortune. Although it was only the lowest level Huangquan Corpse Demon outfit in the Huangquan series, it was already a very rare divine outfit in the early stage. He remembered that in his previous life, when people just reached level 30, a Huangquan Corpse Demon Bone helmet exploded and was auctioned for a sky-high price of 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Bone blades and bone armor are obviously more valuable than bone helmets. As for this drop of turbid yellow spring water, all Yellow Spring series monsters will drop it upon death, but from his previous life until Lin Bei's rebirth, he had not figured out what this material was used for. Medicine God, did the equipment explode? Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba came over with eager faces, rubbing their hands and saying, "We don't have any other intentions. We are just curious about what good stuff this big guy can drop. Can you take it out for everyone to see?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei glanced at the two of them indifferently and had no intention of taking out his equipment. When they were fighting the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost just now, only Chao Daji stood by his side. The other 3, including Chao Wolin, all hid far away. Now that the equipment has exploded, they remembered to come over. Yes, when we came in, it was agreed that both sides would split it 50 to 50, but even if they split it, it would be given to Chao Daji, instead of letting these 3 people get it for free. What are you looking at? What were you 2 doing when we were fighting monsters just now? At this time, Chao Daji stood up. He stared at the 2 and shouted, "The Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost was killed by Medicine God alone, and the spoils that exploded should belong to Medicine God alone. What qualifications do you 2 have to ask Medicine God to take out the spoils?" "Chao Daji, why are you everywhere? We just wanted to take a look. We didn't say anything else." The 2 men looked unhappy. They didn't expect Chao Daji to jump out to help Lin Bei. Who is he in cahoots with? "Medicine God, I will help you collect herbs." Chao Daji glared at the 2 of them, smiled at Lin Bei randomly, and walked forward to start picking orchid vines. He was not targeting the person but the matter. It was clearly the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost that was killed by the Medicine God himself. What qualifications did the 4 of them have to ask the Medicine God to hand over the thing? And are these 2 idiots really stupid? They offended the God of Medicine because of 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. What if the God of Medicine gets upset and doesn't want to take them with him? Didn't you see that the God of Medicine helped him level up 2 levels in one go? With this upgrade speed, not to mention 2 pieces of equipment, even 10 pieces of equipment cannot be exchanged. Daji is right. These spoils should belong to Yaoshin. Chao Wolin suddenly spoke. She also felt that Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba were going too far. They were the ones who flirted the fastest just now, but now they came over to share equipment with her in a flattering manner. How could they be so embarrassed? It sounds like curiosity, but in fact it is just asking for the spoils. Don't just stand there. Help the Medicine God collect the herbs. After saying that, she ignored the 2 of them and started collecting orchid vines. In the battle of gods and demons, all professions can collect materials, but their levels are not as high as Lin Bei's, so the collection speed is much slower. These 2 siblings are okay. Lin Bei thought to himself that his favorability towards Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu had dropped to freezing point. If it weren't for Chao Wolin and Chao Daji, he would have wanted to give the 2 of them a bottle of confusion potion and send them back to the resurrection point. Lin Bei is not a stingy person, but he hates it most when others ask him for things. "It's good enough that I'm willing to lead you. If I give you things, just take them. If I don't, just shut up." Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he began to quickly collect orchid vines, and while the 4 people were not paying attention, he secretly transplanted 2 orchid vines into his personal space. Soon, A large area of orchid vines were collected by several people and put into their backpacks. Bring your things here. Chao Wulin collected the orchid vines collected by the three people and traded them all to Lin Bei. Yulan vine, level 40, a strange vine that grows beside the yellow spring. It lives by absorbing the water of the yellow spring and contains a terrifying power. After taking a quick look at the property description of the orchid vine, Lin Bei put all the orchid vine into his backpack. A total of 391 pieces of orchid vine. A lot of harvest. We are one step closer to creating the world-destroying orchid. Lin Bei felt much better. He took out the bone blade of the Yellow Springs ghost from his backpack and threw it to Chao Daji. This equipment belongs to you. This is... What the hell? Chao Daji looked at the huge white bone blade in his hand and was stunned at first. But when he saw the introduction of the bone blade properties of Huangquan Corpse Ghost, he immediately started to recite the quintessence of Chinese culture. Medicine God. This is inappropriate. Although he was reluctant, Chao Daji still shook his head. No reward without merit. He didn't help at all, so there is no reason for him to want this priceless equipment. Since we agreed on a 50-50 split, then it's 50-50. Lin Bei glanced at Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba and said calmly, but I have the final say on how to divide it. You guys have no objection, right? No problem. Chao Wulin was the first to come to her senses and quickly shook her head. Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba's back teeth were almost broken from biting the food. It was 1,000 times more disgusting than eating a dead rat, but in order to avoid being kicked out of the team, they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Chapter 53. You deserve it for not listening. The five-man team continued to move forward. They encountered a lot of skeleton soldiers along the way. Under the large scale and high damage of the Chaos Potion and the Culture Potion, the five of them just pushed through. Finally, after walking for nearly half an hour, Lin Bei stopped. There is a sea of flowers in front of us, with scarlet flowers blooming on green stems. The flowers look very strange. They are not like ordinary petals, but many slender branches surrounding the flower buds, which are very beautiful. And in the sea of flowers, there stands a big flag. What is that? Chao Daji asked, pointing at the big flag in front. Chao Wulin, Song Yuanshu and Lu Wenba looked at each other, shook their heads and looked at Lin Bei. The soul-calling banner. Lin Bei stared at the big flag and said in a calm voice, the first and most difficult one in the Huangquan Wangxiangtai dungeon is the 1,000-mile soul-calling banner. The reason why this level is difficult is that there is no skill involved. You can only rely on brute force and attributes. You need to smash the soul-summoning banner after it activates its skill and before the real soul tide arrives. Otherwise, once the real soul tide comes, even a level 40 professional will find it difficult to withstand it. But for Lin Bei, this is a piece of cake. He lacks everything except damage. The 3 potions triggered at the same time can cause up to 8,000 damage per second, and the Confusion Potion and Culture Potion can also cause area damage. Even if the Soul Tide comes, there is no need to be afraid. He even wanted to wait for the Soul Tide to come deliberately, so that he could gain a lot of experience. You know, although the experience of each Soul Tide monster is not particularly high, the number is terrifying. A wave of souls can at least gain half a tube of experience. Just do it. Lin Bei made up his mind and waited for the soul tide to come. You guys wait here for me. This is a bit tricky and could be dangerous. As he spoke, Lin Bei took a few steps forward, drew a line on the ground and said, don't cross this line before I smash this flag. He had to wait for the soul tide to come, so he couldn't be distracted to protect Chao Wulin and the other 3. This was the range of the soul tide that he estimated. Even if there was an error, Chao Wulin and the others were on the edge and could escape to a safe area. But if they crossed this line, once the soul tide comes, with Chao Wulin and the others' 4-dimensional attributes, they will be torn into pieces in minutes. Medicine God. Chao Wulin opened her mouth, but Lin Bei had already strode towards the sea of flowers, so she could only swallow back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Why don't you let us pass? Can it be more dangerous than the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost? Song Yuanshu frowned, stared at Lin Bei's back and said, I think he has something against us. So he wants to take all the experience and spoils of this flag for himself? Indeed, this chess piece can be very dangerous. Lu Wenba also nodded. At this time, Lin Bei had already walked up to Daki, but Daki didn't react at all. It was obvious that Lin Bei was exaggerating. In all likelihood, it was as Song Yuanshu said, he had something against them and didn't want to share his experience and equipment with them. No, can you please stop judging others by your own standards? Chao Daji was somewhat dissatisfied with the 2 people's mean words and couldn't help but complain, The god of medicine doesn't let us cross this line. There must be a reason for it. You are so narrow-minded. Why didn't I notice you like this before? No, Chao Daji, are you fucking stupid? Song Yuanshu frowned, stared at Chao Daji and cursed. Whose group are you from? Why do you always speak for outsiders? I helped you advance 2 levels, so you accepted me as your godfather, right? You're kneeling and licking me like a lapdog. You're really embarrassing for the Chao family. Who the hell are you scolding? Chao Daji was not willing to be outdone. The two were about to fight. Chao Wolin snorted coldly and shouted, "Shut up! Song Yuanshu, if you cause trouble again, leave my team now. Daji, you should also stop talking." Chao Wolin pulled the two apart, then looked at the line drawn by Lin Bei and said, "The god of medicine asked us to wait here, so we will wait here. If any of you don't believe in the words of the god of medicine, you can follow and see. I have no objection, but if you encounter danger, don't blame others." In fact, she also had some doubts. The god of medicine had already started fighting with this flag and did not see any danger. However, she did not want the god of medicine to misunderstand her and chose to listen to him. 49000. In the distance, Lin Bei had already started fighting with the soul summoning banner. However, he did not use all 3 potions at the same time, but only used the chaos potion. Otherwise, he was afraid that the soul summoning banner would not be strong enough and would be shattered by him before the soul tide arrived. As the damage spread out, the Qinli soul calling banner immediately launched an attack. A faint red light flickered on the blood-red flag, and a blood-red skull flew out of it, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Lin Bei. Bang! The blood-red skull bit Lin Bei's shoulder and knocked away 35 points of his blood. The damage was actually not low, but because Lin Bei's dual resistance was too high, he only lost 35 points of blood. If it was Chao Daji and others, this damage would be enough to send them back to the resurrection point. And this is only the normal attack of the soul summoning banner. When its health drops to 80 and it summons the soul tide, its true horror will be revealed. However, this scene in the eyes of Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu made them even more certain that the god of medicine wanted to monopolize the experience and spoils of war. Maybe the reward given by this banner is particularly good, so the god of medicine is making alarmist remarks to scare them. Let's go and take a look. At this time, Song Yuanshu nudged Lu Wenba's arm and gave him a wink. Seeing this, Lu Wenba turned to look at Chao Wolin, and unable to hold back his curiosity, he nodded. Then he and Song Yuanshu crossed the line on the ground and walked towards the Sea of Flowers. You too. When Chao Daji saw the 2 people cross the line, he couldn't help but frown. Chao Wolin also frowned, but she stopped Chao Daji and shook her head. Let them go. They won't give up unless they suffer a little loss. I'm afraid that they won't just suffer a little loss, but will be sent back to the resurrection point directly. I don't think so. I don't think the damage of that big flag is that high, Chao Wolin said while looking at Lin Bei's back. She saw that Lin Bei only lost 35 points of blood in one go, so she didn't call Lu Wenba and the others. The medicine god only loses more than 30 points of blood at a time. Even if their attributes are not as high as the medicine god, the maximum they can lose is 300 points of blood at a time. Could it be possible that the properties of the medicine god are more than 10 times higher than theirs? At this time, the health of the soul calling banner has dropped to 79. Boom. The soul summoning banner changed its attack method, and circles of ripples spread rapidly in all directions with the soul summoning banner as the center. Skill: Summon Soul Tide. The next moment, blood-red skeletons floated up from the underworld and pounced towards Lin Bei and Lu Wenba behind him. There were so many of them that they were countless. And this is just the beginning. When the real soul tide comes and tens of thousands of evil souls cover the sky, that is called despair. What the hell is this? Run! Lu Wenba's face changed. Just as they approached the Sea of Flowers, they saw blood-red skeletons with ferocious bloody mouths rushing towards them. The 2 men ran as fast as they could, but how could they be faster than those evil spirits? Almost in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a dozen evil spirits, which began to bite the 2 of them brutally. Medicine God, help me! Help, Medicine God, save me! The 2 men screamed miserably, and the health bars above their heads began to drop rapidly. Facing the 2 people's cries for help, Lin Bei didn't even look at them. In fact, he had already noticed that the 2 people had crossed that line, but he was too lazy to waste his words on it. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. They didn't listen to the advice, so it's no wonder that he watched them die without helping. Chapter 54. Flowers bloom on the other shore. In just a few seconds, the 2 were torn to pieces, and the sound was stringy. Two white lights flew out from the fragments of the corpse, and more than a dozen evil spirits pounced on them, sucking the lifespans in big gulps. Although the souls of Lu Wenba and Song Yuanshu returned to the resurrection point, their complexions were extremely bad. It was not because of their mood that their complexions were bad, but their complexions were much worse. He looked like he was still recovering from a serious illness, or like his young energy had been sucked away by a female ghost. Fuck it. The god of medicine didn't save us. Song Yuanshu kicked a small stone beside him and said indignantly. Lu Wenba sighed and said with a wry smile, "Forget it. It's our fault that our level is low. Let's see if we can find a way to get back to the dungeon." This time when they entered the dungeon, the two of them gained nothing and even died once. "I have to find a way to get back to the copy quickly, otherwise it will be a huge loss." Snort. Song Yuanshu snorted coldly and clenched his fists, saying, "I really misjudged Chao Daji before. How could this guy be so good at licking? It's a good deal for a fool like him." When he thought that Chao Daji not only got promoted twice, but also got a piece of Huangquan series equipment, while he got nothing, he felt a pain in his liver. In the copy, when Chao Ruolin and Chao Daji saw the two men killed, their faces suddenly changed and they hurriedly looked for the figure of the medicine god in the soul tide. At the same time, I was horrified. What was going on? How come so many evil spirits suddenly appeared? Can the god of medicine withstand them? They remembered clearly that the medicine god had just been under that big flag, but now the place was flooded by countless evil spirits. If the medicine god can't hold on, they will have to leave the copy quickly. Otherwise, once they attracted the monster's hatred, they would be sent back to the resurrection point in minutes. The two of them had already lost half of their lifespan and did not want to die a second time. "Sister Wolin, please look at the team formation interface." At this moment, Chao Daji suddenly shouted excitedly. Chao Wolin was startled. She was slightly stunned when she heard what Chao Daji said, and then she opened the team formation interface. "Sister Wolin, look, the medicine god is still here, and he hasn't lost any blood at all." Chao Daji's face was filled with excitement, and he danced with joy, saying, "The medicine god is really powerful. He was surrounded by so many monsters, but he didn't lose a single drop of blood." Strangeness. Chao Wolin also discovered something. Yao Shen was not kicked out of the team like Lu Wenba and the others, which means that Yao Shen is still in the dungeon, but his health bar is motionless. Is it true as Daji said that Yao Shen did not lose a drop of blood? How is this possible? With so many evil spirits, how is it possible that not a single drop of blood is shed? Suddenly, she thought of the potions used by the god of medicine, and it seemed that two of them were area attacks. Could it be that these evil spirits were killed by the potion's range poison attack before they even got close? Chao Ruolin's heart trembled. She felt that it was very likely. Yao Shen had shown extremely strong output ability when he fought the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost before, so it seemed reasonable that these monsters could not get close to him. But this is a bit too intense. She looked at the large number of evil spirits in front of her again, and suddenly envy appeared in her eyes. With so many monsters, how much experience do I need? In fact, just as she guessed, Lin Bei stood under the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner and directly spread a large amount of chaos potion. Those evil spirits could not get close to him at all and would be destroyed in the chaos area. Kill the evil spirit and gain 15 experience points. Kill the evil spirit and gain 15 experience points. After all, evil spirits are just summon creatures, and the experience they give is very limited, but there are so many of them that there are at least tens of thousands of evil spirits in this soul tide. The experience bar climbed up slowly, like a thermometer when you have a fever. In just a few tens of seconds, it was almost full. However, he had deliberately reduced the damage and only used one potion to fight the enemy, but the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner still couldn't withstand it, and its health bar soon reached the bottom. What a pity. Lin Bei looked at the evil spirits pouring in from afar with some reluctance and sighed. So much experience, what a shame. 5 seconds later, the health bar of the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner was completely emptied. Boom. The blood-red flag exploded with a loud bang, leaving only a wisp of green smoke that slowly drifted away in the air. Kill the Qianli Soul Calling banner and gained 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 21. An upgraded white light lit up above Lin Bei's head. Class. The experience points given by the Soul Tide were almost filling up the experience bar, and with the addition of the 2,000 experience points given by the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner, Lin Bei was directly promoted to level 21. Pick up the loot. Lin Bei felt a little unsatisfied. It was really fun to gain experience here. Get 511 days of tradable life. Obtained item. The remaining pole of the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner. Blue. Obtained item. A drop of turbid yellow spring water. It actually gave more than 500 days of tradable lifespan. Lin Bei was a little surprised that this 1,000-mile soul-calling banner actually gave so much lifespan. You know, the previous Eye of the Void and the Soul of Xiangyu only gave 200 or 300 days of tradable lifespan. And what is the broken pole of this 1,000-mile soul-calling banner? Equipment? Open the backpack and check the items. The remaining pole of the 1,000-mile soul summoning banner, Blue Mage Weapon, Intelligence, Magic Recovery increased by 110% chance to summon a small soul tide when releasing skills, level requirement is above 30. Small Soul Tide. Summon 9 evil souls to indiscriminately attack enemies within the range for 10 seconds. The evil souls have 20 of the user's attributes. This equipment has really good attributes. Lin Bei nodded and put the equipment into his backpack. The panel attributes of the broken pole of the 1,000-mile soul-calling banner are average. After all, it is a level 30 equipment. The addition of 200 points of intelligence may seem like a lot, but it is actually not that much. But this 10% chance to summon a small soul tide is a bit powerful. Summoning 9 evil souls with 20 attributes of their own can increase the damage a lot. He didn't plan to give the equipment to Chaowolin. He had already been generous by giving Chao Daji a Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost's Bone Blade. Besides, his experience of clearing the dungeon this time was not very good. There was absolutely no joy in working with the military. Medicine God, are you okay? Chao Daji and Chaowolin came over. Lin Bei shook his head, stared ahead, and said calmly, "There is only one more, and we will pass the level. The Huangquan Wangxiangtai dungeon is not difficult and the map is very simple. Apart from some miscellaneous monsters, there are only 2 elite monsters, the Yellow Spring Corpse Ghost and the 1,000-mile Soul Summoning Banner, and 1 copy." If Lin Bei remembered correctly, the copy of Huangquan Wangxiangtai should be gold level, in Shieguwei. Is that it? Chao Wolin was slightly stunned. This was too fast. Apart from the majority of experience points given by those miscellaneous monsters, she hasn't gained anything yet. Why is it ending soon? Don't worry, the rewards from Inxiegue will be generous, and your trip will not be in vain. Lin Bei seemed to see through Chao Wolin's thoughts and spoke. Then he looked up at the vast sea of flowers around him, his eyes becoming fiery. Higanbana, level 40 flowers bloom on the other side of the river. Flowers bloom, but leaves are not visible. Leaves are present, but flowers are not visible. Love is not a cause and effect, but fate determines life and death. Do you want to collect it immediately? Chapter 55. Bombarding and paving the way. There is such a large area of red spider lilies, as many as the orchid vines. It is really worth coming to this copy. Looking at this sea of flowers, Lin Bei's mood obviously improved a lot. He immediately transplanted 2 red spider lilies into the portable space, and then began to collect them quickly. With these red spider lilies, the only thing missing was the Inchi grass, and then he could refine the exclusive potion for the medicine god profession, the world-destroying orchid. Erosion grass likes energy. Generally, in areas where erosion ghosts are active, there is a high probability that erosion grass will grow there. In other words, it is very likely that he can collect all 3 materials in this copy. Seeing this, Chao Wolin and Chao Daji also joined the collection. A few minutes later, a large area of red spider lilies were picked, and like the orchid vines, Chao Wolin handed them all to Lin Bei. Looking at the 268 red spider lilies in the backpack, the bad experience caused by Lu Wenba and the others disappeared at this moment. He couldn't wait to kill the Inxie ghost and find the Inxie grass to refine the world-destroying orchid. Let's go. The main event is coming. Lin Bei looked into the distance again and took out 2 bottles of confusion potion from his backpack. Chao Daji and Chao Wolin helped him collect orchid vines and red spider lilies, and the coordinates of this copy were also provided by the 2 of them, so he still had to help them level up. Follow me closely. This wave should allow you to level up 2 more times. Thank you, medicine god. Hearing this, the 2 were shocked. It sounds so easy to upgrade 2 levels. If they work outside for 3 to 5 days, they may not be able to upgrade 2 levels. Bang, bang, bang. Without stopping along the way, Lin Bei applied the chaos potion as if it were free. Chao Daji and Chao Wolin followed closely behind, feeling extremely painful. This potion had extremely high damage effects, and it would be such a waste to just spread it around. Since it is a range attack, you should pull the monsters together first and then use potions. This way you can save at least half of the potions. Even if you made it yourself, you can't waste it like this. Even Chao Wolin, the daughter of the Chao group, felt that Lin Bei was wasting money. This bottle of potion was worth at least 100 days of tradable life, which would be hundreds of thousands if converted into money. Hundreds of thousands more. She became numb as she watched Lin Bei throw out bottle after bottle of confusion potion. Even she has never spent so much money. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at a valley. Huang Quan made a turn in the valley and rushed along a long and narrow canyon. At the bend, there stood a very tall platform. At first glance, it is hard to count how many steps there are, as if they are as high as the mountain next to it. This is the Wangxiang Terrace. The copy of Yin Shieguei is on it. Lin Bei pointed to the top of the platform and said, "The damage of this is not high. You can join me in farming it." "Uh-huh." The two nodded, then looked at Lin Bei suspiciously. "This isn't a lot of damage? Why does it sound like Medicine God has been to this copy before?" Lin Bei did not notice anything unusual about the two people and continued to introduce this dungeon. Because this platform is called Wangxiang Tai, it is the first stop for the dead souls to go to the underworld. Once you step onto this platform, you have entered the realm of the underworld. Living people are not allowed to enter the underworld. Once you enter the underworld, you will lose health at a rate of 1 per second. If you don't have enough means to recover, you may have to return to the living point before you reach the top of the stage. Losing blood at a rate of 1 per second? Chao Daji and Chao Erwolin's faces changed slightly. 1 per second may not seem like a lot, but it kept dropping. They had no means of recovery and could only turn their eyes to the god of medicine. Lin Bei knew what the two were worried about, so he took out 2 bottles of small red medicine from his backpack and restored their health. "Let's go." He took out another bottle of small red medicine and threw it on himself, then walked quickly towards the platform. Along the way, we didn't encounter any monsters. Because the blood loss of 1 per second is enough to stop most professionals. If some monsters are deployed, no one will be able to pass this dungeon. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the top of the platform. On the square-high platform, a huge ghost was floating in the air. It was wearing a tattered cloth shirt, had a green face and fangs, and was extremely ugly. Swish. Suddenly, the ghost opened his eyes. Those were 2 eyes like copper bells, with light blue flames dancing in them. They stared at the 3 people and licked their lips. The taste of humans. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since a living person dared to set foot in the underworld. A cold and hoarse voice came from all directions. It was a very strange feeling. The ghost was clearly in front of him, but the voice seemed to be right next to his ear. It felt like something was lying on my back, whispering in my ear, which was creepy. Damn, what the hell is this? Chao Daji got goosebumps all over his body. This is a bit too scary. Although Chao Erwolin didn't say anything, her clenched fists betrayed her nervousness. Only Lin Bei had a calm expression, because his attention was not on the Yinxia ghost at all, but was looking at a few dark blue grasses growing out of the cracks in the blue bricks and stones to the right rear of the Yinxia ghost. There are only 4 or 5 shady grasses. However, with the medicine god's exclusive portable space, a lot of them will grow quickly. I'll draw the hatred, and you two can deal as much damage as you can. Note that when its health drops to 70, it will release skills, so remember to run away in advance. After saying that, Lin Bei rushed directly towards the Yinxia ghost. Upon hearing this, Chao Daji hurriedly swung up his huge rusty iron sword, holding the rusty iron round shield in front of him, and followed. Chao Erwolin also waved her staff and began to chant the fireball spell. Lin Bei took the lead in attacking, throwing a bottle of confusion potion at the Yinxia ghost. Bang! The chaos potion took effect and the ghost immediately lost 1,000 health points. However, the next moment, with a whoosh sound, the Yinxia ghost actually escaped from the chaotic area, then opened its bloody mouth and launched a series of sonic attacks towards Lin Bei. I forgot, this thing has a long attack range. Lin Bei sneered, not panicking at all. He simply threw out the dozen or so bottles of chaos potions left in his backpack, and the chaos area instantly covered every corner of the platform. At the same time, the poisonous caltrip potion was spread all over the platform, and the corrosive potion accurately hit the Yinxia ghost's forehead. No matter how far the attack distance is, can you still get off the stage? Chapter 56. Refining the Medicine God's exclusive potion, the world-destroying orchid. Swish, swish, swish. After receiving the damage, the Yinxia ghost immediately moved to the side. However, it soon discovered that no matter how it dodged, it could not escape the attack of the poison, because every corner of the Wangxiang Terrace was filled with terrible poisonous fog. Its health bar began to drop rapidly. 3 strings of red numbers kept floating up from above the Yinxia ghost's head. Ah! The Xia ghost let out a scream that pierced through gold and split rocks, causing pain in the eardrums of the three people, and red numbers also floated above their heads. Large-scale indiscriminate attack, the Ghost King roars. Although the single target damage is not too high, the advantage is that the range is large enough. Anyone standing on the Wangxiang Terrace will be harmed. It is originally a very useful group attack skill. But after it worked on the three people, the Xia ghost was dumbfounded. What happens if there is no blood loss? This is the Wangxiang Tai, and it just used the Ghost King's roar. Why don't these three people lose blood? Wrong. It's not that these three people didn't lose blood, but as soon as they were hurt, they immediately recovered. Is this kind of blood recovery reasonable? Fireball. In response to the Xia ghost, Chao Wolin chanted the fireball spell. A fireball the size of an adult's fist fell from the sky and hit the Xia ghost in the face with a bang. No defense. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. But the Xia ghost exploded directly. 100 demons parade at night. It immediately released its strongest skill. Its originally tall body exploded and turned into countless basin-sized bat-like ghosts, sweeping towards the three people. Run to the edge. Lin Bei growled at the two of them. Each of these ghosts transformed by the Xia ghost has the attributes of Xia Ghost 100. No one can withstand hundreds of them charging together. But this skill has a loophole. Most of the ghosts are concentrated in the center of the Wangxiang Terrace, and there are fewer at the edges. It is easy to dodge them as long as you are not clumsy. Even if you can't dodge them, you have a small red potion with 100 times the benefit, so you won't die if you are hit by one or two ghosts. But it is different in the central part. Even if Lin Bei has high double resistance, he will lose to the northwest without using the iron potion. After hearing Lin Bei's words, the two of them immediately ran towards the edge of the platform. Lin Bei himself also came to the nearest side, constantly dodging at the edge to avoid the ghosts rushing towards him. 5 seconds later, all the ghosts gathered in the center of the Wangxiang Terrace again, forming the huge body of the Xia ghost with a green face and fangs. But at this moment, its big head was full of questions. It was clearly the first time it saw these three people. But why? These three people seemed to have seen through its underwear. Even his strongest skill, the night parade of 100 demons, is countered by us, so there is no point in defeating him. Seeing that his health bar was about to reach the bottom, Inshiegue's mentality exploded. Annihilation of the sun. Lin Bei did not give it any chance to resist and directly launched the skill of Shocking Sunset. Lin Bei held a large golden bow in his hand. Countless golden rays of light fell from the sky, hitting Lin Bei like raindrops, and turned into a layer of golden armor covering Lin Bei's body. Fuck, what kind of skill is this? When Chao Daji saw this skill from behind, he immediately started to perform the quintessence of Chinese culture. This skill is really cool. It feels like a god descending to earth. Even Chao Wolin, who was always calm, covered her mouth and said, "Oh my god, this is..." The Xia ghost sensed something was wrong and looked down at Lin Bei. This one glance directly made its already broken mentality explode. The power of God. How can he have divine power? Why? The Xia ghost's eyes almost popped out, and he screamed madly in his heart. Can't fight. Can't fight at all. Kill me. It had never wanted to be killed as much as it did at this moment, so as to end this unfair battle. Whoosh! As Lin Bei released the bowstring, all the golden light gathered on the bow at this moment, turning into a sharp golden arrow, which shot towards the Xia ghost at lightning speed. Bang! The golden arrow pierced through the chest of the Xia ghost, and the huge body with a green face and fangs exploded with a bang. If you look closely, you can see a smile of relief on its ferocious face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 or 5 white light balls flew out from where the Xia ghost exploded and scattered on the Wangxiang Terrace. Kill the Xia ghost, gold, and gain 2,800 experience points. Lin Bei gained 2,800 experience points. Chao Daji and Chao Wolin both had experience gains and gained more, especially Chao Wolin, who was promoted by 2 levels directly, from level 5 to level 7. So much loot. Chao Daji looked at the white ball of light on the ground with a look of joy on his face. But he did not touch the spoils, but waited for Lin Bei to come and pick them up. Seeing this, Chao Wolin suppressed her curiosity and also looked at Lin Bei. Without Medicine God, they couldn't even defeat the first monster, the Yellow Springs Corpse Ghost. It was already a great honor to be able to level up in the dungeon with Medicine God. These spoils should be distributed by the God of Medicine. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and picked up the spoils directly. Gain 186 days of tradable lifespan. Obtained item, Cloak of the Dark Ghost, blue. Obtained item. Soul fragment of the Erosion Ghost. Obtained item. A drop of turbid yellow spring water. Since you can't use this equipment, I won't give it to you. After checking the properties of the Inxia Ghost Cloak, Lin Bei said to Chao Daji and Chao Wolin, "This is an agility-attributed piece of equipment and is definitely not suitable for two people to wear." "No problem." The two nodded, not daring to say no. After distributing the spoils, Lin Bei quickly stepped forward and transplanted all the Inxi grass on the ground into his personal space. In the end, he only found 10 Inxia grasses on the Wangxiang Terrace. Fortunately, his portable space had an automatic division and reproduction function, and it wouldn't take long to reproduce a large area of Inxia grass. Otherwise, only 10 Inxia grasses would only be enough to refine a bottle of destroying orchid. After leaving the copy, the three of them got on the armored tracked vehicle parked on the side of the road. This time, Chao Daji didn't need to get into the trunk because he was still needed to drive. After wandering for half a day, he finally returned to Ningqing County. After saying goodbye to the two, Lin Bei headed straight for the main city number 001. He was not in a hurry to refine the world-destroying orchid, but waited for the Eclipse grass to reproduce in the portable space. This time, he collected a lot of red spider lilies and orchid vines, but too little Eclipse grass. Wait for these 10 Inxia grasses to reproduce for 2 days, and then it won't be too late to take out some of them to refine the world-destroying orchid. In a flash, 3 days passed. There are already a few professionals who have reached level 10. They are naturally the first echelon and sent a message to Lin Bei 2 days ago, asking about the difficulty selection of the upgrade trial. Lin Bei told Xiong Changqiang very clearly that if he didn't want to lose half of his lifespan, he should just choose the normal mode, and if he was willing to take some risks, he could try the difficult mode. As for modes above horror, don't even think about it. In 3 days, the fission should be almost complete. Lin Bei sat on the bed and entered the portable space. The trees grew into 20, and the 20 trees grew into 40. Now there is a small patch of lush green grass in the medicinal garden. But for some reason, all the other herbs have reproduced by dividing. But the wishing tree is still alone, with no intention of dividing at all. Without hesitation, Lin Bei took out 9 plants of Inxia grass and prepared to refine the world-destroying orchid. He took out 9 more red spider lilies and 9 pieces of orchid vines from his backpack. Looking at the 27 raw materials in his hand, he was looking forward to it. What kind of properties would this medicine god's exclusive potion, the world-destroying orchid, have? Lin Bei directly activated the void magic cauldron and sucked in the 27 raw materials. As expected of a potion specially made for the god of medicine, the refining time this time was exceptionally long, a full 2 or 3 minutes, before the void magic cauldron began to vibrate. However, unlike the previous overflowing white light, this time what came out of the void magic cauldron was billowing black smoke. Buzz. Finally, the lid of the void demon cauldron flew away. A bottle of pitch-black potion slowly flew out from the void magic cauldron and landed in Lin Bei's hands. The shape of this medicine bottle is very strange. It looks like a skull. When you hold it in your hand, you can feel a strong energy fluctuation. It is obviously not an ordinary object. Check out the item properties. Lin Bei held his breath and clicked on the potion's properties. World-destroying orchid, exclusive. Chapter 57. If medicine god can pass, why can't we? Destroying orchid, exclusive launches a devastating attack on the target area, causing 100,000 explosion damage to enemies in the area, and then a hellflower will rise at the spot. All enemies in the target area will enter a poison state, losing 20,000 health points per second for 10 seconds. 100,000 points of explosion damage? Lin Bei took a deep breath. This attribute was too incredible. All monsters below level 1 will be killed instantly. Even monsters above level 60 will have half of their health removed by the explosion. Moreover, the world-destroying orchid also has a poisoning effect that lasts for 10 seconds, causing a loss of 20,000 blood points per second, with a total damage value of 200,000. Lin Bei couldn't think of any monster that could withstand such damage. Unfortunately, it only lasts 10 seconds. Lin Bei smacked his lips. Unfortunately, among the potions, only the duration of the big red potion and the big blue potion was improved, while the duration of other potions did not get a boost. If the duration of the world-destroying orchid was a little longer, he felt that he would be invincible. Even the 4 sacred beasts would be as fragile as paper in front of him. Even though it only lasts for 10 seconds now, it can still instantly kill all monsters below level 60. This is not a potion at all. It's clearly a nuclear bomb. I need to refine a few more bottles of iron potion, and then I can go for the upgrade trial. Lin Bei clenched his fists and thought to himself. The level 1 hell difficulty upgrade trial is much more difficult than level 10, so you must be fully prepared. But now that I have the world-destroying orchid, and if I can refine a few bottles of steel potion, I will basically be able to do it. Lin Bei immediately took out the remaining 32 Tribulus terrestris fruits from his backpack. Start refining. Obtained item, iron and steel mixture. Obtained item, iron and steel mixture. Rui Kong Kong Shu. Obtain steel potion. Obtain 1 evolution point. 15 bottles of iron potion, enough for a while. After consuming 13 thorn fruits to refine 15 bottles of steel mixture, Lin Bei collected the remaining thorn fruits. He was quite tanky now, and did not need the steel mixture very much. It is better to save the remaining thorn fruit to make the thorn poison potion. I also gained an evolution point. Lin Bei opened the skill panel again, and added the evolution points he gained to alchemy mastery. The amplification effect increased from 100 times to 104 times. He then counted and refined all the potions in his backpack. Of the 3 commonly used potions, only the small red potion is still in sufficient stock. The Chaos Potion has been used up in the Huangquan Wangxiangtai dungeon, and there are only more than 40 bottles of the poisonous Caltra Potion left. Open the auction system. Lin Bei threw all the equipment below level 20 in his backpack up there, leaving only 2 pieces of equipment, the newly acquired Huangquan Corpse Ghost Bone Armor and the Inxia Ghost Cloak. These equipments can be sold for at least tens of thousands of days of tradable life. Moreover, people's levels are gradually rising, and the demand for equipment above level 10 is getting greater and greater. The most important thing is that after a period of accumulation, people have a lot of tradable lifespans. Therefore, the price of equipment will only be higher than before. Lin Bei said that the tradable lifespan of tens of thousands of days is too little. After throwing the equipment up, Lin Bei sent a reminder message to Xianqi Yanqi Yanqi Yangang and the Northeast No. 1 War God respectively, and then opened the auction system and started to buy goods in large quantities. Purchase Yank Cinco. Purchase Yank Cinco. Purchase Yangling Grass. Purchase Red Fruit. Buy Gelsemium elegans. Except for the basic raw materials, Yangxin Grass and Yangling Grass, he bought all the herbs above level 10, as long as the price was within a reasonable range. In the end, he bought 1,000 plants of Yangxin Grass, 879 plants of Yangling Grass, 4 red fruits, 13 plants of Gudian Grass, and 3 sections of Yulan Vine. Make a Chaos Potion. Lin Bei did not rest and refined 100 bottles of Chaos Potion in one breath. Currently, Chaos Potion has the best cost-effectiveness. It can be used as a grenade in the dungeon to bomb indiscriminately without feeling bad about it. After preparing the potions, Lin Bei left the main city and went to the second trial tower outside the main city. Exactly the same as the first trial tower, a black ancient tower stood in an open space a few kilometers in front of the main city of number 001. Behind the ancient tower was a blur. Only by passing the level 20 upgrade trial can you unlock new maps after level 20. Enter. Lin Bei did not hesitate and went straight into the trial tower. Normal, it is recommended to form a team of 2. Difficulty, it is recommended to form a team of 5. Horror, highly dangerous. Nightmare, extremely dangerous. Hell, 10 deaths without resurrection. There were still 5 options. Lin Bei didn't even think about it and directly chose the Hell level difficulty. As he chose the Hell level difficulty, a prompt box immediately appeared in front of him. Tip: the Hell level difficulty is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to enter the Hell level difficulty upgrade trial? Warning: once you enter, the probability of death is 99. Lin Bei ignored the warning and chose to confirm. The reason why he was so well prepared was because he was heading for the Hell level difficulty, so naturally there was no need to hesitate. Swish. The space around me became blurry for a moment, and then I felt dizzy. When he stepped on the ground again, he came to a mine tunnel. Void Mine Tunnel. Lin Bei had been to this place in his previous life, but this time it was a Hell level. There were many more void monsters here than in the Void Nest, and the difficulty was much greater. Roar. Lin Bei had just adjusted to the dim light in the mine tunnel when a roar came from the front. A level 20 void crawler rushed over, shaking its head. Although its body looked very bulky, its movement speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, it was close, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Bei's calf. Bang! The Chaos Potion fell to the ground, submerging the void crawler. 5960. Seeing the health bar of the void crawler, Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. The health of a level 20 void crawler was twice that of a level 10 void crawler. Fortunately, I prepared enough confusion potions and Caltra potions Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with these meaty creatures. Without wasting the poison caltrip potion, Lin Bei chose to fight with the Void Crawler. His dual resistances were very high, and the Void Crawler bit him for a long time but didn't take away much health, while the Chaos Potion easily emptied its health bar. Roar! A miserable cry was heard, and the Void Crawler fell to the ground with a thud. Kill the Void Crawler and gain 1,000 experience points. The health is twice as thick, and the experience given is also twice as much. Seeing the experience given, Lin Bei nodded. It was a lot more than expected. Keep moving forward. Lin Bei picked up the tradable life on the ground, holding a bottle of Confusion Potion in each hand, and rushed towards the mine ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The Chaos Potion was spread all the way, and a large number of Void Crawlers and Void Plunderers were killed. Lin Bei's experience bar rose rapidly, and soon increased by half a bar of experience. When Lin Bei was sweeping the Hell Difficulty Level 20 upgrade trial, a Level 10 team far away in Kyoto also came to the trial tower in the Kyoto division. There are 5 difficulty levels in total. Which difficulty should we choose? The captain is a sword and shield warrior. He just checked the difficulty of the upgrade trial and actually wanted to challenge the Hell level difficulty. But I was a little worried. What if I couldn't get through? After all, if one died in battle, he would lose half of his lifespan. He couldn't make the decision alone, so he had to listen to everyone's opinions. If you ask me, let's challenge the Hell difficulty. That's right, Yaoshin can pass it alone, so why can't the 5 of us pass it? Boss, let's go with the Hell difficulty. We should be the first batch to enter the upgrade trial besides Medicine God. If we can pass the Hell difficulty, it will definitely cause a sensation across the country. After hearing the captain's words, the 4 team members spoke up one after another. They were surprisingly unanimous in their opinions and wanted to challenge the Hell level difficulty. Are you sure you want to challenge the Hell difficulty? The sword and shield warrior looked at his 4 teammates and confirmed again. The 4 of them said firmly, "Confirmed." The sword and shield warrior no longer hesitated after hearing this and shouted, "Okay, Hell difficulty is Hell difficulty. If Medicine God, an alchemist, can clear Hell difficulty alone, there's no reason why we can't. It's decided, let's do Hell difficulty." After saying that, he placed his hand directly on the trial tower. Choose Hell difficulty. Chapter 58. Dare to challenge the Hell level trial? Die. Swish. A suction force came, and the surroundings began to spin. 5 people appeared in a primeval jungle. Looking at the towering ancient trees around them, the 5 people looked around curiously. I thought the Hell level difficulty was terrifying, but now it seems like it's just that simple. The girl in the team codenamed Love's Milk waved her staff and greeted the audience in the live broadcast room. Brothers, we are about to prepare for the Hell difficulty upgrade trial, so please be patient. She was a live streamer earlier, but had never been very popular. However, after entering the era of universal job transfer, she became popular overnight for live streaming her leveling training in the wild areas. She is now one of the most popular anchors in the gaming section of a certain fish game platform, and millions of people watch her team's live broadcast every day. In fact, the 5 of them had already started building momentum 3 days ago, announcing on various media platforms such as forums and Weibo that they were about to embark on the Hell level difficulty trial. So she turned on the live broadcast long before she came in. 1,690,000 viewers are in the live broadcast room, eagerly waiting to see what this hellish difficulty upgrade trial is like. Enter the dragon. This so-called Hell difficulty level doesn't seem to be that difficult. Sao de Shaoyin Yin Lang. The environment can reveal nothing. The monster's attributes are the most important, so be careful. Hee, little cow, don't just stand there. Move forward quickly and see what the attributes of the monsters here are. A large number of barrages were jumping rapidly in the live broadcast room. Even some great players who had previously created a huge wave in the online gaming world have entered the live broadcast room of Ihan Yunai. They have all reached level 10, but are not in a hurry to rush into the upgrade trial. Instead, he was waiting and watching, wanting to see how other people performed first. After all, if he died once, he would lose half of his lifespan, and lifespan was extremely important both to the individual and to the game. If something went wrong, the loss would be too great. There just so happened to be a 5-member team that was going to live stream their exploration, so they were naturally happy to come over and experience the Hell difficulty upgrade trial from a first-person perspective. In a villa in Kyoto, Qian Ming sat opposite a man who had also reached level 10 on the sofa. Qian Ming, what do you think of Lao Nyo and his team's difficulty in clearing the Hell? The man, codenamed Jinglong, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, looked at Qian Ming, and asked. The captain of the 5-man team that was broadcasting the new land, the sword and shield warrior codenamed Bull Demon Overlord, was the son of a big boss in the Beijing circle. He had previously established a club in the esports circle and had some friendship with Qian Ming. Qian Ming was watching the live broadcast. When she heard this, she looked up and shook her head, saying, "I don't think they will do well. I think they will fail. I don't need to say much about how powerful the monster's attributes are. I only considered the difficult mode before. As for the hell mode..." Having said that, Qian Ming shook her head helplessly. Although no one knew how the medicine god got through, how could an ordinary person figure out that he could surpass her by more than 10 levels? Maybe he found some special mechanism, or maybe he had even better micromanipulation than her. In short, they are much better than them. Just because others can pass the hell difficulty level doesn't mean they can too. People still need to have some self-knowledge. Haha, you don't think highly of them? Jinglong laughed loudly upon hearing this, playing with the teacup and saying, "I think the same as you do. Lao Nyo and the others are too reckless. It might be possible to challenge the horror difficulty, but the hell difficulty is indeed a bit too difficult. But I guess they just want to use this to increase the popularity of their club. If they find that it's not going to work, they will definitely choose to withdraw. After all, regardless of whether this land reclamation is successful or not, they can still gain a lot of traffic." Qian Ming nodded, seeming not interested in it. At this time, Jinglong suddenly whispered, "My old man just got the inside information that many people in the military have passed the upgrade trial, and they all chose the normal mode." Oh. Qian Ming finally showed an interested look. At this time, the steady and powerful voice of the Bull Demon Overlord came from the live broadcast. "Let's go and take a look at the front. Is it about to start? Watch the live broadcast first." Jinglong raised his eyebrows and immediately entered the live broadcast room of Ihan Yochia. At this time, in the Void Nest copy, Captain Yoamoba Wang shook his head, winked at his 4 teammates, and walked into the copy first. He did not let his guard down like the female mage did. He held the shield tightly in his left hand to protect himself, and held the sword in his right hand in an attacking posture, ensuring that he could immediately release skills to counterattack if he encountered any situation. The other 3 also looked around vigilantly. Only Ai Hinyo Nai, who was doing a live broadcast, walked at the back and chatted with the audience in the live broadcast room with a relaxed look on his face, creating a good show effect. Suddenly, a strange crackling sound came from the distance. Click, click, click. Immediately afterwards, a purple monster more than 2 meters long crawled out of the primitive jungle. Its body was covered with purple bone spurs, and it looked like a giant hedgehog. Its huge eyes had only whites but no eyeballs, which looked extremely weird. It is the unique monster in the Void Lair, the Void Crawler. Prepare for battle. The Bull Demon Overlord immediately made battle arrangements and went forward with another warrior in the team. The 3 people at the back also quickly formed their formation. Ai Hinyo Milk stopped chatting with the audience and waved his staff with a serious face and began to chant his skills. "Kidnap a girl and take her home. Let's start." Lucky Bamboo. Damn, what kind of monster is this? It's so big. Family reunion. Awesome, the main film begins. As the Void Crawler appeared in the camera, the barrage of comments began to roll even more frantically, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 3 million and was still rising rapidly. "Move it!" The Bull Demon Overlord shouted loudly. Boom. The 3 people at the back immediately launched an attack. First, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the Void Crawler. Immediately afterwards, an arrow shot out, aiming directly at the head of the Void Crawler. 2 strings of red numbers floated up one after another, and the Void Crawler's health bar also appeared in front of the 5 people. Holy crap! 3,500 HP? The other soldier couldn't help but swore. A Thundercall spell only dealt 22 points of damage, and the shooter's normal attack was ridiculously low, dealing only single-digit damage. The Void Crawler has 3,500 health points, so there's no point in beating it. When the Void Crawler was attacked, it immediately made a strange crackling sound, and the bone spurs on its body suddenly flew out and shot towards the Bull Demon King and the other man in the front. "Prepare to give us both some blood." The Bull Demon Overlord shouted loudly and immediately activated the shield skill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen bone spurs fell from the sky, and strings of red numbers instantly floated above the 2 men's heads. In the blink of an eye, both of them lost half a tube of blood. "Give us some blood." The Bull Demon King's face turned pale, and he shouted as he retreated. One skill took away half of their lives, even when they had their shields activated. The key point is that this is only the first monster encountered in the Hell difficulty. He couldn't help but feel like retreating. Anyway, the traffic has been obtained. Even if they fail, people will remember the 5 of them. It is not worth dying here. Rejuvenation. The guardian in the team immediately waved his staff and cast a rejuvenation spell on the Bull Demon King. Then he looked at the other warrior and was about to release other skills to restore his health when the Void Crawler in the distance suddenly rushed towards the 2 of them. Charge. Void Crawlers are extremely fast. The team's formation was instantly overturned, and the 2 people at the front were directly knocked out. Red numbers appeared above both of their heads at the same time, and their health bars were completely emptied by the collision skill. Grass. Give me some blood. I'm going to die. Chapter 59. The value of the medicine god's single pass trial is still rising. It's too late. Run, boss. The guardian in the team turned pale and yelled at the Bull Demon King. He only has 2 healing skills in total. He just restored the health of another teammate. At this moment, both skills are on cooldown, and he can only release the rejuvenation skill again after 5 seconds. Hearing the words of the guardian, the Bull Demon Overlord was immediately in despair. Run away. If I hadn't. Before the Bull Demon Overlord could finish his words, he let out a scream and fell to pieces. The other soldier wasn't in a much better situation. The huge impact force threw him high into the air, and he crashed into 2 or 3 trees in succession, and his body was smashed into a meat patty. Fuck, the boss is gone. The guardian turned pale, looked at the pieces of meat on the ground and screamed, Boss Lou is gone too. Click, click, click. There was a strange clicking sound in my ears. He turned his head stiffly and saw that the Void Crawler had already crawled close to him, and its big, smelly mouth bit into his chest. One normal attack directly took away nearly 300 drops of blood. Run. At this time, the voice of teammates came to my ears. The guardian finally reacted and immediately took out a bottle of small red medicine from his backpack, slapped it on his forehead, turned around and ran. Click, click, click. The Void Crawler pounced and dug its huge claws into the guardian's back. The guardian staggered and moved faster. He put all his attribute points into intelligence, and his health bar was as thin as paper, with less than 800 health in total. These 2 fierce attacks had already taken away half of his life. If it happens again, I'll have to go to the resurrection point like the boss and Mr. Liu. Rejuvenation is done. Suddenly, he saw that the rejuvenation technique had finished cooling down. He was overjoyed and immediately waved his staff to fight back. Green numbers floated above his head, and looking at the blood bar that had risen a little, the guardian couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a strange crackling sound rang in my ears. Bang! A huge force suddenly surged and knocked the guardian away. The Void Crawler's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it released its collision skill again. The guardian's slender body flew high into the air, then fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball. The damage numbers floated up, sending the guardian away directly. What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die. When Ai Hinyonai saw this scene, her eyes suddenly turned red. Her teammate died in front of her, and his death was so miserable. They were either smashed to pieces or turned into a pulp. Although she knew that they could be resurrected, the extremely real scene frightened her. At this moment in the live broadcast room, the speed at which the barrage scrolled was no longer something the naked eye could keep up with. Everyone was frantically swiping the screen, with various floating screens telling Ihanyoha to run away quickly, but just a few seconds later, the live broadcast screen fell into darkness. The sound of loving to drink milk also stopped at this moment. Kidnapped a girl and brought her home. What happened? The little cow died too? The way of the dragon. Damn. The team is wiped out? Hee. Holy shit. This hell mode is too scary. This is only the first monster, and the little cow and the others are already wiped out? Sauda Shaoan Yin Lang. I told you. The monster's attributes are the most important. The attributes of this monster just now are too abnormal. It is much stronger than our level 10 professionals. Lucky Bamboo. This is too tragic. I want to go home to find my mother. Family reunion. Send. The comments in the live broadcast room were still scrolling rapidly, and everyone was discussing the upgrade trial of the Hell mode. All of them were shocked by the monster's powerful combat power. You know, this is the first monster. There's no way there's only this one monster in such a large dungeon map, right? There must be at least one. The first monster is so powerful. How perverted will the next ones be? They dared not even think about it. In the Kyoto villa, Qian Ming and Jing Long were shocked. Although the two had a premonition that Nyoamoba Wang and his men would not be able to pass the hell difficulty, they were still shocked when they saw how miserable the team was. I couldn't help but put myself in their shoes. If it were them, would we have a chance of winning against this void crawler? After a moment, the two looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They made various assumptions, but found out in despair that there was no chance of winning at all, as their equipment was not much better than that of the Bull Demon Overlord squad. One normal attack deals 299 HP, and there are two skills with decent damage. Even if it were them, they could only hold on for 1 or 2 more seconds at most. What's the difference? Even if I spend a lot of money to buy the 2 pieces of equipment sold by the god of medicine. So what? This is just the first monster. There will be a second, third, and fourth monster later. There is no chance of winning at all. How did medicine god get through? Thinking of this question, the two were shocked again. Previously, they didn't know how difficult the hell difficulty was. They just thought it was awesome that Yao Shun could clear the hell difficulty alone. But now it's different. They know how terrifying the hell difficulty is. But because of this, the difficulty of medicine god's single pass through hell has increased significantly. It's not just Qin Ming and the other person. They are also on the top floor of a 100-story building in the Magic City. A group of big men and their descendants gathered together. They were also shocked at this moment. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. You guys, just go to normal mode. Finally, the white-haired old man sitting in the first seat spoke, looking at his younger generations and shaking his head. Each death means losing half of one's lifespan. Although he had high hopes for his younger generations, he immediately changed his mind after seeing the brutal live broadcast of the pioneering work by Nyomo Ba Wang and others. Having 30% confidence is called challenging the limit. If you don't even have 1 confidence and still want to challenge it, you are a fool. If we say that the only places in the entire Daxia that are full of smiles are the 2 headquarters of the Kyoto Division and the Northeast Division, they had already passed the normal mode upgrade trial, and now seeing the tragic scene of the Bull Demon Overlord and others being wiped out, they were instantly overjoyed. They had thought about trying the hell difficulty earlier, but luckily they asked the god of medicine and were told to just choose the normal mode. Fortunately, at the same time, his admiration for the god of medicine became even more fanatical. Only Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma understood in their hearts that you know nothing. The power of the medicine god is not what you can imagine. That is not called power. That is called super invincible cool spiral power. But they still don't know that the medicine god they're talking about is currently in the level 20 hell mode upgrade trial, killing his way through the entire map. Chapter 60. That monster can't really be a dragon, right? Level 1 hell difficulty upgrade trial, void mine. The pitch black, bottomless mine tunnel was filled with the power of the void, and was filled with weirdness and ominousness. The medicine bottle in Lin Bei's hand emitted a faint fluorescence, barely illuminating the mine tunnel in front of him, but it also made him extremely conspicuous in the darkness. Click, click, click. Dense crackling sounds continued to be heard, and he could sense that there were a large number of void monsters in front of the mine tunnel. Kill. Lin Bei growled, swung his arm, and threw the potion out. The next moment, void crawlers appeared one after another, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were covered by chaos potions, and red numbers kept floating up. Fortunately, we have prepared enough, and the potions are barely enough. Looking at the wonderful scene in front of him, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, all the fear came from insufficient firepower. These monsters with abnormal attributes were nothing but a piece of paper in front of the 104-fold amplification potion, and Lin Bei had the blood recovery potion of the small red potion. So he directly withstood their output and rushed into the depths of the mine. Kill the Void Crawler and gain 1,000 experience points. Kill the Void Crawler and gain 1,000 experience points. Kill the Void Plunderer and gain 1,200 experience points. Occasionally there is a Void Plunderer which is stronger than the Void Crawler. The Void Crawler cannot resist this kind of high-damage fragile monster and will be killed instantly as soon as it shows its head. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at the end of the mine tunnel. This wave of void monsters directly increased his experience bar by half, and he also gained 7 or 8 pieces of void equipment. They were all level 10 blue clothes that he was wearing. They did not bring any improvement to him, so he could only take them to the auction house in exchange for tradable lifespan. At the end of the mine tunnel is a huge bronze door. The bronze door opened a crack, and dazzling purple light scattered from behind the door, illuminating the dark mine passage. Click, click, click. A familiar yet slightly different voice came from behind the door. The crackling sound was louder than those made by the void crawlers and void plunderers. Although Lin Bei was still some distance away from the door, The sound was as clear as if it was right next to his ear. Lin Bei frowned, holding the caltrip potion in his left hand, and took out a bottle of steel mixture with his right hand. After waiting for a while, the crackling sound still sounded from time to time, but no monster came out. Do we have to go in to trigger new monsters? Lin Bei complained and slowly walked towards the bronze door. When he came to the crack in the door, he took a deep breath and pushed the bronze door open with force. Chirp chirp. As soon as he stepped into the bronze door, 3 purple light beams blasted towards Lin Bei, leaving him no room to dodge. Eye of the Void. Lin Bei's face changed drastically, and he immediately crushed the steel mixture in his hand. A khaki shield enveloped him, and the next moment 3 beams of light mercilessly bombarded him, and 3 strings of gray numbers immediately floated above his head. Seeing the 3 strings of gray numbers floating above his head, Lin Bei's face turned grim. This bronze door is a fucking trap, the kind that has a guaranteed death chance. If he hadn't prepared the steel mixture in advance, he wouldn't have been hit by all 3 beams of light. Just 1 beam of light would have been enough to kill him instantly. Who the hell can withstand such damage? This is because he was wearing the Void suit, which had the 30 damage reduction effect of the Void Killer, otherwise the damage would be much higher. This hell mode was never intended for people to pass through. No wonder it was rated as a 100% chance of survival. Bang! Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Bei immediately threw the poison caltrip potion over, and then took out the chaos potion and threw it forward. In front, 3 huge purple vertical eyes were staring at Lin Bei. Go to hell. Lin Bei looked at the 3 eyes of void and took out 3 bottles of corrosive potions and threw them over. The 3 void eyes suffered heavy poison damage at the same time, and red numbers kept floating above the vertical eyes. Chirp chirp. At the same time, the 3 void eyes attacked again. But this time it was not a beam of light, but 3 balls of light, which hit Lin Bei at an extremely fast speed. The damage of the Eye of the Void's normal attack is not low either, but the duration of the steel potion has not yet ended, and the 3-stage attack still failed to cause any substantial damage to Lin Bei. 18103. Fortunately, the health bar of this Eye of the Void has not changed and is still at 30,000 health points. Under the dual effects of 104 times the gain and the Void Killer, Lin Bei's damage to the Eye of the Void reached an astonishing 11,897 points per second. 3 seconds later, the 3 eyes of the Void let out unwilling screams and were sent back to the Void by Lin Bei. At this time, the effect of the steel mixture on his body began to flicker and was about to disappear. Kill the Eye of the Void, gold, and gain 4,000 experience points. Kill the Eye of the Void, gold, and gain 4,000 experience points. Kill the Eye of the Void, gold, and gain 4,000 experience points. Gain 108 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 179 days of tradable lifespan. Gain 88 days of tradable life. Obtained item, Void Blood. This time, killing 3 Void Eyes did not give any equipment, but gave 3 Void Bloods. This golden material can infuse weapons with the power of the Void and forge them into new weapons of random quality. However, the double effect of the Void Demon Cauldron can be superimposed with the effect of Alchemy Mastery, so he will not risk reforging it. If he forges out a piece of junk, it will be a waste. But if you don't need it yourself, you can sell it to others, or keep it and forge other equipment later. After killing the 3 Void Eyes, Lin Bei finally had time to observe the scene behind the bronze door. It seemed that this was not the Earth space, but another parallel space. A huge purple-black crack spanned the sky, as if someone had torn a huge hole in the sky. A faint purple light scattered from the crack, illuminating the purple-black Earth. Lin Bei frowned, staring at the crack. To be precise, he was staring at the purple clouds below the purple crack, which were reflected by the purple light. Just now he seemed to see something flashing by outside the clouds. The figure was very large and long, and looked very much like the mysterious creature in the legend of Daxia, the dragon. The next moment, the figure appeared again. This time Lin Bei saw it clearly. The figure was as slender as a snake or a dragon, twisting and floating in the clouds. It's not really a dragon, is it? Lin Bei took a deep breath and took out the world-destroying orchid from his backpack. This should be the gatekeeper of the level 20 upgrade trial. If its attributes are too abnormal, maybe using the world-destroying orchid to destroy it directly would be a better choice? Roar. At this moment, a low roar that could pierce gold and split rocks came from the sky. The figure floating in the clouds twisted its body and finally revealed its true face. Chapter 61 Void Devourer. I seem to have seen my milk. Roar. There was a roar that pierced through gold and split rocks, and Lin Bei's heart was trembling. When Lin Bei saw the true appearance of the mysterious creature floating in the clouds, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It was not the dragon as expected, not even a Jiaolong, but a big loach. That's right, the mysterious creature looks exactly like a loach. Its slippery body is just purple-black in color, with long, thin fins on either side and 4 whiskers blowing in the wind, making it look funny, well, domineering. But it was very big, at least 10 meters long, as thick as a bucket, and had huge, scary fangs in its mouth. Circling in the air, it rushed towards Lin Bei on the ground. Void Devourer, Platinum level Void. Lin Bei took a deep breath, feeling a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen this kind of monster. This kind of void creature had never appeared before. How about trying the properties first? Lin Bei did not use the world-destroying orchid immediately, but instead threw a bottle of corrosive potion when the opponent swooped down. Wind Blade Cutting. The Void Devourer released his skills, and wind blades condensed out of thin air, like translucent sharp blades, sweeping towards Lin Bei. The wind blade covers a very large area, leaving no room for dodging. Iron Potion. To be on the safe side, Lin Bei immediately crushed a bottle of steel mixture. Damage reduction. No matter how high the damage is, you will not be killed instantly. Ding ding ding. The next moment, the wind blade attacked. A large number of wind blades hit the steel mixture shield, making dense impact sounds. Maybe it's because Lin Bei has high dual resistance. The damage of each wind blade is not that high, but there are too many wind blades. 5 seconds later, the wind blade dissipated. Lin Bei made a rough estimate and found that at least hundreds of wind blades hit him. In other words, without the iron potion, even with all his equipment, he would not be able to withstand the wind blade skill. The property is indeed very abnormal. Basically, they don't intend to let anyone pass. Lin Bei stared at the Void Devourer above and couldn't help but sigh. After the corrosive potion took effect, although it caused high damage to the Void Devourer, the health bar of the Void Devourer was simply despairing. 186480. 200,000 blood. Even Lin Bei, who was called a cheater, felt that it was ridiculously strong. Even if all 3 potions are used at the same time, it will take more than 10 to 20 seconds. Lin Bei weighed the world-destroying orchid in his hand, considering whether to give it a try. Although the damage was clearly written on the panel, he was still very curious about what effect this potion would have when thrown out. Just give it a try. Soon, Lin Bei made a decision. You can make potions again if they are gone, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. And he was really curious and wanted to see with his own eyes whether this thing was like the fireworks that Eagle Sauce set off in his little life. Thinking of this, Lin Bei tightly grasped the only bottle of world-destroying orchid and threw it hard at the Void Devourer. Meteorite falling. At this time, the Void Devourer also let out a roar. Activated the skill again. Huge rocks with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters appeared out of nowhere and smashed towards the area where Lin Bei was. The speed of the world-destroying orchid and the boulder were both very fast, and they were about to collide with each other. Seeing this, Lin Bei's face changed. Fuck. I couldn't help but swear and quickly turned around and ran towards the safe area. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise was heard. Immediately afterwards, a powerful impact force swept over at an extremely fast speed and instantly passed Lin Bei. However, the impact did not cause any harm to him. It was as if both parties were not in the same space, and the force passed directly through his body. But other things were not so lucky. Everything hit by the shock wave was turned into powder at this moment. Even the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in, and Lin Bei fell directly into a deep pit. What the hell? He stood firm and turned his head to look back. With just one glance, the whole person froze in place. I saw that a huge pit was blasted out on the originally purple-black earth, revealing the deep yellowish earth that had not been polluted yet. And in the sky, a huge flower of hell bloomed. The clouds floating in the sky were directly shattered, and even the crack across the sky was affected. The purple light inside fluctuated violently, and for a moment it seemed that something emerged from it, but it quickly concealed its shape. The big loach with 200,000 blood points was directly swallowed by the flower of hell and turned into ashes. Kill the Void Devourer, Platinum, and gain 8,000 experience points. As the system prompt sounded, golden lights fell from the sky and landed in a deep pit not far from Lin Bei. This was the first time that Lin Bei encountered a dead monster and left no trace. Congratulations on successfully killing the Void Devourer, Platinum, and successfully opening new maps. Tiger Roaring Hill, level 20. White Bone Land, level 25. Ponzi Cave, level 30. National announcement. Player, I'm not the god of medicine, cleared the level 20 upgrade trial, Hell difficulty, becoming the first professional in the universe to clear the Hell difficulty upgrade trial, and was rewarded with Dragon Egg infected by the power of the void. National notice. As the player, I'm not the god of medicine, cleared level 20 and upgraded to the trial Hell difficulty, new maps have been opened. Tiger Roaring Hill, level 20. White Bone Land, level 25. Ponzi Cave, level 30. Players below level 20 will receive a temporary buff effect of 30 experience points. Immediately afterwards, two national announcements rang in my ears. Originally, Lin Bei had expected this and was not too surprised, but he did not expect that after passing the Hell difficulty level 20 upgrade trial, he would be given a pet egg. After reaching level 1, the pet system will be enabled. However, like pets and mounts in Battle of Gods and Demons, you need to go to the main city to learn the capturing technique and then go to the wild to capture them. The degree of freedom here is extremely high. Any monster you see can be caught using the capture technique, but the success rate is very touching. Lin Bei had never heard of a situation where pets were given eggs directly. The dragon egg infected by the power of the void. The name itself tells you it is not simple. That's a dragon. There are very few dragon-shaped monsters in the battle between gods and demons. Each one is an extremely terrifying existence. Anyway, as far as Lin Bei knows, the weakest dragon-shaped monster is the one in the level 40 copy of the Dragon's Nest. A breath of dragon flame can directly kill a level 40 Divine Sword and Shield Warrior's Lord-level Western Dragon. There is also the Sacred Azure Dragon in the East China Sea Monster copy, which shakes the sky. Thinking that the level of this dragon egg should not be too low, Lin Bei couldn't help but get excited. This dragon egg should be at least at the level of a Western Dragon. At that time, he waved his hand and a giant dragon appeared from the sky. He doesn't even have to do anything. These ordinary people have to kneel down and call him daddy. Just think about it, it's cool. Lin Bei quickly took out the dragon egg. View properties. Chapter 62 Hu Xinjian's concerns. A round egg appeared in Lin Bei's hand. It's only the size of a goose egg, covered with dense scales, and feels numb to the touch. This dragon egg was originally light blue in color. As one can guess from its name, it was probably infected by the power of the void, and most of it has turned purple-black. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void. Platinum. Status. Incubating. 1 day. Tip. Dragon eggs have the ability to devour. Feeding them items, equipment, medicine, materials can shorten the hatching time and improve the quality. Depending on the quality of the items fed, the probability of shortening the hatching time and improving the quality varies. It can actually be upgraded in quality. When Lin Bei first saw that the quality was only platinum, he was a little disappointed. I didn't expect that this dragon egg could actually devour objects to shorten the hatching time and improve the quality. If it was fed with the 100-fold amplification medicine he refined, what quality could be improved to? Go out first and try again later. Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Bei put the dragon egg away. Then he quickly stepped forward, picked up all the spoils that had exploded into his backpack, and left the trial copy. Shortly after Lin Bei left, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the purple crack across the sky, grabbed the huge pit on the ground through the air, and free golden light emerged in the huge pit. The power of God. There are still remnants of ancient gods in this world. Interesting. How long has it been since I tasted the blood of the ancient gods? At the same time, as the two national announcements were made, the whole of Daxia was in an uproar. What's going on? The medicine god has fought his way through the hell-level ascension trial again? Oh my god. Not long ago, a team failed in the hell difficulty, and Yaoshin cleared it alone. Is the difference so big? No. Why is the medicine god so powerful? Did you miss the point? Isn't the reward the main point? That's a dragon egg. Dragon egg? Does this game have a pet system? Of course. What game doesn't have a pet system? I guess there will be a mount system in the future. Everyone was discussing the difficulty of the medicine gods killing through hell. This topic quickly dominated the charts on various social media platforms, with the top 10 hot searches all related to dying to survive, reaching an unprecedented level of popularity. I posted our Daxia's level ranking and equipment ranking on the internet before, and a group of people scolded me for bragging, saying that they were only level 7 or 8 and it was impossible for anyone to be level 20. Just now I posted the medicine god's clearance of the level 20 hell mode, and they are bombarding me. Go and see the joke. Aren't you bullying an honest person? I'm so happy. Why didn't you post the news that we got 30 experience points online so they can be envious? Do you want to keep our foreign friends awake? One of the posts was very popular and it rushed to the top of the hot search list. Many people responded below. All the envy and jealousy turned into deep pride at this moment. Didn't you say that we in Dacia are backward? Isn't it said that even if the gods and demons are fighting for supremacy on the same starting line, we in Dacia cannot keep up with you? We have medicine god. Do you have it? We have a 30 experience gain. Do you have it? Laugh. Why aren't you laughing now? Kyoto Division, General Command Room. Hu Xinjian and a group of senior executives were sitting at the conference table, discussing intensely the matter of Medicine God killing his way through the level 20 upgrade trial. Fuck. Medicine God is so damn powerful. Too fierce. How difficult is the hell difficulty upgrade trial? Someone has tried it before, and Medicine God has just killed his way through the 20th level hell difficulty upgrade trial. It's so fierce that it's almost inhuman. The god of medicine is from our great Xia. We are lucky to have him. Have you heard of a legend? Whenever we in Dacia encounter a crisis or bottleneck, there will always be a person who cannot be measured by common sense to lead us through the bottleneck, through the crisis, and even lead an era. Don't talk nonsense, but the medicine god is indeed incredibly powerful. It was hard to imagine that several high-ranking military officers in their 40s and 50s were discussing the god of medicine with excitement and saliva flying on their faces like young men in their early 20s. Well, listening to what everyone said, Hu Xinjian sighed heavily. Mr. Hu, why are you sighing? Everyone turned around and looked at Hu Xinjian, who was sitting in the middle seat, with a puzzled look on their faces. Yao Shen is from Dacia and has a good relationship with their military. Why does Mr. Hu look unhappy? He is indeed very strong. Hu Xinjian rubbed his brows and smiled helplessly, but it is precisely because he is too strong that I have to worry about him. It would be a good thing if such a person who is at the forefront of the times could remain the same as he is now, but what if he has other ideas? Who among you can stop him? Mr. Hu, are you saying? Chun Jinshi frowned and swallowed the words back. But no one present was a fool, and they immediately understood what Mr. Hu meant, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. Several people looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Old leader, did someone say something? At this time, a man wearing glasses standing next to Hu Xinjian asked. Hu Xinjian sighed, I won't hide it from you. There is someone above us who is very dissatisfied with our upgrade progress and the way we get along with Medicine God. He asked us to absorb Medicine God into the organization and proposed a policy of choosing one of two options. If Medicine God is unwilling to join the organization, then what? Are they crazy? Chun Jinshi's face changed. He knew best how powerful Medicine God was. Forcing Medicine God to join the military would only backfire and might even force Medicine God to the opposite side. Pushing such a tough guy to the opposite side will definitely cause great turmoil in society and lead to big chaos. I also think this is inappropriate. I knew I would be suspected. I guess even if Yao Shen agrees to join the organization, he will be closely monitored and may even be controlled and used as a guinea pig for research. Mr. Hu, please tell the higher-ups that we must not make enemies with the god of medicine. If it was not so bad before, the worst that could happen is that we could just set up a trap and kill him. But now in this era of universal job transfer, even the dead can be resurrected. Believe me, we only have one chance to deal with such a fierce man. If we really fall out, what awaits us will be an unimaginable nightmare. Several people disagreed with the above request, saying that doing so would be tantamount to playing with fire and getting burned. Hu Xinjian rubbed his brows and nodded. Of course I understand. What I am most worried about now is that the higher-ups will bypass us and send other departments to contact the god of medicine. Chapter 63. Feeding with 100 times potion, the dragon egg is upgraded 3 levels. Under the trial tower, Lin Bei did not go to the newly opened map, but found an open space to sit down and took out the dragon egg infected by the power of the void again. Try feeding it. He took out another bottle of small red medicine from his backpack. As soon as the medicine bottle touched the dragon egg, it was sucked in by a strong suction force. A layer of red glow appeared on the originally purple and green dragon egg. Lin Bei didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the dragon egg seemed to be a circle larger than before, and the scales on the dragon egg became clearer. You're done eating? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and checked the properties of the dragon egg again. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void. Platinum. Current status. Incubating, 1001 days. Current vitality, 99. Lin Bei was slightly surprised to see that the incubation time was shortened by 1,000 days. Although he guessed that the potion with 100-fold amplification could shorten the incubation time significantly, but being able to shorten it by 1,000 days was beyond his expectations. What does this extra vitality mean? The dragon egg shook slightly, as if responding to Lin Bei, or as if asking for food. Try on the equipment. Lin Bei shook his head and suppressed his doubts deep in his heart. However, he did not continue to feed the medicine bottle, but took out the Void Series equipment that exploded in the Void Mine. These equipment overlapped with what he was wearing, so there was no need to replace them. He originally wanted to sell it to the military, but now he plans to feed it to dragon eggs to see which can shorten the time more, equipment or potion. He picked up a Void Staff and placed it next to the dragon egg. However, this time, the dragon egg did not quickly devour the Void Staff, but instead gently touched the Void Staff, as if it was somewhat dissatisfied with the food not being delicious enough. Do you want to eat? If not, then you'll be hungry. Lin Bei frowned and tapped the dragon egg lightly with his staff. The dragon egg then felt a suction force, sucking the Void Staff into it. A faint purple light appeared on the dragon egg and quickly merged into it. The dragon egg changed again, and the purple-black area on the eggshell spread a little bit. Dragon egg infected by the power of the Void, Platinum. Current status, incubating, 1,131 days. Current vitality, 99. The incubation time has only been shortened by 130 days, and the vitality has not changed at all. However, the void power on this dragon egg seems to be a bit stronger. Lin Bei looked at the purple and green dragon egg in his hand and muttered softly, I don't know what changes will occur if the entire dragon egg turns purple and black. Generally speaking, the attributes of void creatures are much stronger than those of ordinary creatures of the same level. This is vividly reflected in the copies. A gold-level void can be compared to a platinum-level ordinary one. The richer the power of the void, the stronger the combat power will be in theory. It should be beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Bei directly threw all 8 pieces of void equipment in his hand to the dragon egg. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 8 pieces of void equipment were swallowed by the dragon egg. This time the changes were more obvious. The purple-black area expanded by half an inch, and only a palm-sized green area remained on the entire dragon egg. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, platinum. Current status, incubating, 2056 days. Current vitality, 99. After seeing the properties of the dragon egg, Lin Bei could be sure this time that the equipment would not increase the newly appeared vitality value, so it was probably related to the potion. Lin Bei took out a bottle of small red medicine that could increase the power by 100 times and threw it to the dragon egg. The dragon egg shook slightly, and the little red medicine was sucked in as soon as it touched the dragon egg, as if it liked this food very much. As the red mist was absorbed by the dragon egg, Lin Bei looked at the attributes again. It's increased to 198. As expected, the newly appeared vitality value increased by 99 points to 198 points. After confirming that the little red potion could increase the vitality of the dragon egg, Lin Bei directly took out all the little red potions with 100 times amplification in his backpack, leaving only dozens of bottles of little red potions with 42 times amplification that he planned to sell to the military. Then, Lin Bei began to feed the dragon eggs continuously. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 15 bottles, until 18 bottles were fed in one breath, and a dazzling white light flashed on the dragon egg. Milky white rays of light intertwined together, like a small cocoon of light. Swish. After a few minutes, the white light cocoon was completely absorbed by the dragon egg. A purple-black dragon egg, much larger than the previous one and about the size of a wash basin, appeared in front of Lin Bei. At this time, the scales on the dragon egg became clearer. Lin Bei could even feel the rich life energy overflowing from the eggshell. It seemed as if it was breathing, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It was very different from before. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, emerald. Current status, incubating, 13,056 days. Current vitality, 1180. Emerald? The quality has improved. Seeing that the dragon egg had turned into emerald quality, Lin Bei stood up directly from the rocking chair, feeling very surprised. A bottle of small red medicine can upgrade the dragon egg to a higher grade. Moreover, there seems to be no limit to the number of times you can feed the dragon eggs every day. Doesn't that mean the quality of the dragon eggs can be improved infinitely? It is possible to be promoted to the king level, or even the divine level. Lin Bei felt extremely excited at the thought that he might have a pet that could rival the sacred level Azure Dragon. Feed quickly. Lin Bei no longer hesitated and directly fed all the hundreds of bottles of potions in his backpack to the dragon egg. Swish. After feeding 24 bottles of small red medicine, the dragon egg was once again wrapped in a white light cocoon. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, diamond. Current status, incubating, 37,056 days. Current vitality, 3,564. Keep going. After clearing out all the small red potions that amplified the power 100-fold, the dragon egg was upgraded again. This time, the light cocoon was no longer white, but turned into dazzling golden light. And this time the light cocoon existed for a long time. Half an hour later, the golden light gradually faded away, and a giant dragon egg half a person's height appeared in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei looked at the giant dragon egg on the ground with excitement, his heart full of anticipation. Above the diamond level is the Lord level, and the Western dragon with fire attribute is a Lord level. View properties. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, Lord. Current status, incubating, 97,056 days. Current vitality, 9,504. This is only at the Lord level, and it's about to hatch. Lin Bei's happiness didn't last long before he started to worry, as he wanted to continue improving the quality of the dragon eggs. However, the incubation period has reached more than 97,000 days. If there are 3 or 4 bottles of small red medicine, the dragon egg will hatch. 3 or 4 bottles of small red medicine will definitely not be able to upgrade the dragon egg to the next quality. Well, is it possible that I, Lin Bei, am destined to never own a sacred level pet? Well, what kind of existence are sacred level creatures? They are holy beasts and alien species that have existed since ancient times. How could they become pets of professionals? Lin Bei shook his head and felt relieved. If it is destined to be yours, you will eventually get it. If it is not destined to be yours, don't force it. But now all the red medicines in the backpack have been used up, but there are still a lot of blue medicines. He took out the blue medicine, refined it, and threw a bottle of blue medicine to the dragon egg. Give it a try, and see if it can improve your vitality like the little red medicine. The effect is the same. After the dragon egg swallows the small blue potion, the increased value is the same as the small red potion. Lin Bei didn't hesitate anymore and directly fed 3 more bottles of blue medicine, shortening the incubation days to today. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, Lord. Current status, incubating, 100,000 days. Current vitality, 9,904. The half-human high dragon egg shook violently, and the eggshell scattered dazzling golden light. It seemed that a long shadow could be seen vaguely, floating in it, trying to break the eggshell to see this colorful world. The dragon egg has reached the hatching conditions. Do you want to hatch it immediately? Chapter 64. You can continue feeding. Strange phenomena appear in the sky. Yes, can I still choose not to hatch? Lin Bei hesitated for a moment and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. I originally thought that the dragon egg would hatch automatically when the incubation period came, but I didn't expect that I could choose it freely. If it doesn't hatch, can I continue to feed it to improve its quality? Thinking of this, he took out another bottle of blue medicine and placed it on the dragon egg. Whoosh! The dragon egg sucked in the little blue medicine again. You can also swallow it. Lin Bei was delighted and quickly checked the properties of the dragon egg. The vitality has indeed increased. Feed it quickly. He quickly took out everything in his backpack. While it is still possible to feed it, hurry up and feed it more to see if the quality can be improved. Lin Bei did what he said and fed all the blue medicines he had stored to the dragon egg. He had refined a lot of small blue medicines before, but later found that they were of no use at all, so they had been gathering dust in his backpack. Now, after refining them, they came in handy. A total of 67 bottles of small blue medicine were fed to the dragon eggs. Buzz. The dragon egg made a buzzing sound and shook violently, as if it was about to break out of the shell. But soon, golden light enveloped the dragon egg. It calmed down again and began to absorb the golden light cocoon outside the eggshell. This time it took more than an hour for the light cocoon to be completely absorbed by the eggshell, and the dragon egg was upgraded from Lord level to King level. It's only 1 level away from the sacred level. Lin Bei opened the auction system and started shopping like crazy, purchasing a large amount of Yangxin grass at the auction house. Buy 199 plants of Yangxinko. Purchase 263 plants of Yangxinko. Purchase 79 plants of Yangxinko. In a frantic shopping spree, Lin Bei spent more than 400 days of his tradable lifespan to purchase thousands of Yangxin grasses. All of them are refined into little red medicines. Lin Bei controlled the void magic cauldron and began to quickly refine the little red medicine. Moreover, after he changed to the medicine god profession, he broke through the upper limit of refining only one material at a time. Now he can refine materials of his own level at the same time, which means he can refine 21 materials at the same time. This greatly improved his efficiency in refining potions. Get the little red pill. Get the little red pill. Soon, Lin Bei refined all the Yangxin grass into small red medicines. The bottles of small red medicine were neatly placed on the ground, and the ruby red color looked beautiful in the sunlight. Without hesitation, he picked up bottles of small red medicine and fed them to the dragon eggs. The energy required to upgrade from the king level to the sacred level seemed to be extremely huge. After drinking 100 bottles of potion, there was not even a single ripple. Feeding 200 bottles of potion to the dragon egg only caused the dragon egg to shake slightly. It was not until all 312 bottles of small red medicine were swallowed by it that it showed some reaction. The originally dark scales on the eggshell now emitted a hint of golden light and turned into dark gold. Not enough? Lin Bei was a little dumbfounded. This dragon egg is too greedy. It's as if he didn't eat anything after drinking more than 300 bottles of potions. 300 bottles aren't enough? Then give me another 300 bottles. He opened the auction system again. The price of Yangxin grass was not expensive anyway. He didn't believe that this dragon egg could eat him bankrupt. After feeding another 300 bottles, the dark golden scales on the dragon eggs seemed to come alive, swimming slowly on the surface of the eggshell, shining brightly. Lin Bei's face turned a little dark, and he opened the auction system again. 300 bottles followed by another 300 bottles. In the end, Lin Bei could no longer remember how many bottles of little red medicine he had fed to the dragon egg. Anyway, 1/3 of his tradable lifespan was directly consumed. Finally, after it got dark, the dragon egg on the ground finally showed signs of change. Colorful clouds formed around it, surrounding the dragon egg on the ground. This time, the process was even longer. It lasted for the entire night until the next morning, when the bright and colorful clouds surrounding the dragon egg gradually disappeared. The dragon egg also grew from half a person's height to more than one person's height. Lin Bei looked at the dragon egg that was half a head taller than him, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. This was most likely a sacred-level dragon egg. If its attributes were not strong enough, all those potions he had used would have been wasted. View properties. Dragon egg infected by the power of the void, sacred level. Current status, incubating, 100,000 days. Current vitality, 193,457. Sacred level done? Although he had expected it, Lin Bei still couldn't help but get excited when he saw the words, sacred level. A sacred level pet, who knows its value? Just as he was about to hatch the dragon egg, he suddenly had an idea. Are there any higher level creatures above the sacred level? Lin Bei quickly shook his head. The sacred level is already the noblest bloodline in the world. How could there be a creature of a higher grade than the sacred level? Although he thought so, his hands were not honest at all, and he opened the backpack again. But at this moment, he didn't even have a bottle of the little red medicine. Let's just forget it. Lin Bei suppressed the idea of continuing to buy things. Even if there were higher grades above the sacred level, he couldn't afford them. The upgrade to the divine level cost him 1/3 of his tradable lifespan. If he were to upgrade to another level, he would have to sacrifice his life. Hey, how could I forget about this? Suddenly, Lin Bei let out a light exclamation and took out 3 drops of void blood from his backpack. This material can infuse equipment with void power, and feeding it to dragon eggs should also be able to provide void power. With these 3 drops of void blood, the remaining blue area should be able to be completely covered. If it can absorb void equipment, then it should be able to absorb void blood as well, right? He muttered to himself and tentatively placed 3 drops of void blood on the dragon egg. Suddenly, a suction force appeared and the dragon egg actually sucked away the 3 drops of void blood. The purple-black area on the dragon egg immediately began to expand, constantly compressing the cyan area. In just a moment, it completely covered the cyan area. The entire dragon egg turned purple-black, and dark golden scales slowly floated on the surface of the eggshell, looking magical and extraordinary. At this moment, a large amount of purple-black light mist suddenly gushed out of the dragon egg. In the blink of an eye, the entire dragon egg was wrapped up. What's going on? Before Lin Bei could react, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Snap! There was a loud thunder, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A large amount of dark clouds began to gather, and purple thunder dragons appeared in the clouds, roaring angrily and the dark clouds became lower and lower. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Lin Bei looked up at the sky, then looked at the dragon egg on the ground wrapped in black mist, his face full of surprise and doubt. What is going on? Boom. In response, there was a flash of purple lightning. It fell directly from the dark clouds and struck the dragon egg wrapped in black fog. A large amount of purple-black light fog dissipated, and a crack appeared on the dragon egg. Lin Bei's face changed, and he quickly gave the dragon egg an order to hatch it immediately. But what shocked him was that when he focused his eyes on the dragon egg, there was no instruction on whether to hatch it. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck. There were more and more cracks on the eggshell, and at the same time, a terrifying aura overflowed from the cracks, making Lin Bei, who was standing by, feel palpitations. As if sensing that the creature in the dragon egg was about to be born, the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, and bolts of lightning struck again and again, as if to wipe out the creature in the dragon egg in its cradle. At the moment the lightning struck, the dragon egg exploded with a bang. The eggshell turned into countless pieces and shot away into the distance. A purple-black figure flew out of the eggshell. Facing the lightning, it not only did not retreat, but flew rapidly towards the lightning. Chapter 65, Genesis-Level Pet, Chaos Dragon. With a childish roar, a half-meter-long black dragon soared into the sky and swallowed the lightning in one gulp. It circled in the air and once again raised its head and roared at the dark clouds. Ouch! The voice was obviously not loud, and even sounded a little childish. But the dense dark clouds seemed to be frightened and rolled back toward the sky strangely, disappearing without a trace in a few breaths. Congratulations, you have successfully hatched the dragon egg infected by the power of the void, and obtained the pet, Chaos Dragon, Genesis. Genesis level? Lin Bei was a little frightened. I didn't expect that the sacred level creatures are not the strongest. There are creation level creatures above them. But he soon became excited because this creation level creature was a pet he hatched. Come over. Lin Bei waved at the little black dragon hovering in the air. The little black dragon roared and flew towards Lin Bei. After flying around him for a circle, it landed on Lin Bei's palm. Do you want to sign the contract? Once a pet contract is signed, it cannot be changed. Yes. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and chose yes directly. A golden light emerged from the little black dragon and transformed into a golden rune that merged into the little black dragon's body. The same changes were happening to Lin Bei. A golden rune appeared between his eyebrows and then quickly disappeared. As the contract was signed, he immediately felt a strange feeling similar to blood connection. Ouch! The little black dragon rubbed Lin Bei's wrist affectionately, his ruby-like eyes full of trust. View properties. Lin Bei couldn't wait to see the attributes of the creation-level pet, because this was the first creation-level creature he had seen in his 2 lifetimes as a human. You know, even the Azure Dragon in the East China Sea Dragon Palace, which can destroy a full-strength level 60 team with 1 skill, is only a sacred-level creature. Chaos Dragon, Creation, Current Level, Level 1, 0. Health, 20,000. Magic Value, Infinite. Physique, 2,000. Strength, 2,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 2,000. World-destroying dragon might. Talent water can carry a boat, but can also overturn it. And a creature that created the world can also destroy the world. The Chaos Dragon has the strongest bloodline in the universe. Low-level creatures will be suppressed by the bloodline, and the damage they receive will be increased by 30, and the damage caused to the Chaos Dragon will be reduced by 30. Vajra Physique, Talent Chaos Dragon has the strongest physique in the universe, immune to 30 physical damage, completely immune to magic damage, and gains all attribute bonuses with each upgrade. Calling Wind, Skill Chaos Dragon summons a hurricane, indiscriminately attacking the target area, causing physical damage equal to 3 times the agility, and continuously pulling all enemies in the area. The duration is 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. Raincall, Skill Chaos Dragon summons heavy rain, indiscriminately attacking the target area, causing magic damage equal to 3 times the spirit, and shattering the enemy's dual resistance by 20. The duration is 10 seconds, and the dual resistance shattering effect lasts for 15 seconds. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Thunder and Lightning, Skill Chaos Dragon summons a thunderstorm, indiscriminately attacking the target area, causing magic damage equal to 3 times the spirit. Enemies damaged by the thunderstorm have a chance to enter a paralyzed state, freezing in place for 1 second. The skill lasts for 10 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 seconds. Source of darkness, skill Chaos Dragon stimulates the void bloodline in its body, increasing all attributes by 10 times in a short period of time, and reducing the cooldown time of all skills by 50. It lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown time of 7 days. What the hell? Seeing the attributes of the Chaos Dragon, Lin Bei couldn't help but recite his traditional Chinese culture. Even though he had lived 2 lives as a human, he was still shocked by the abnormal attributes. You have to know that the Chaos Dragon is only level 1 now, and its 4-dimensional attributes are so abnormal. If this person were on the same level as him, I couldn't imagine how abnormal his attributes would be. There are also these 4 skills, each of which deals 3 times the attribute damage, plus a 30 damage boost to other creatures, which means it can cause 7,800 damage per second at level 1. So terrifying. As expected of a creation-level creature, he was born invincible in his class. Lin Bei felt that he wouldn't have to kill monsters by himself anymore. Once the Chaos Dragon's level caught up, he could just use some skills in the dungeon and those ordinary monsters would kneel down and call him daddy. My Great Xia Dragon is still the most beautiful, and its attributes are much stronger than those of the Western giant lizards. Lin Bei looked at the Chaos Dragon lying in his palm, his smile becoming harder and harder to suppress. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. It has to be said that the Chaos Dragon is indeed deeply rooted in the hearts of the people of Daxia. Its slender body is supported by 4 vigorous dragon claws, and it is covered with a thick layer of purple-black dragon scales. On its ferocious dragon head, a pair of dragon horns snake up, making it look both majestic and handsome. But it was too small, less than half a meter long, and it was still a baby dragon. I'll call you Xiaohei from now on. Lin Bei patted its little head and said with a smile. Xiaohei opened his little mouth full of fangs and howled at Lin Bei, as if expressing his dissatisfaction with the name. Come on, Xiaohei. Follow me to Tiger Roaring Hill to test your fighting ability. Ouch! Xiaohei flew up, circled around Lin Bei, and wanted to protest. Lin Bei simply ignored Xiaohei's dissatisfaction and walked quickly towards Huxiagang. Ouch! Ultimately, it seemed that protesting was of no use. Xiaohei let out a howl, accepted this not-so-domineering name, and followed with his swaying long body. The man and the dragon soon disappeared into the mountains and forests. At this time, professionals in various major regions have completed the upgrade trials one after another. With the experience of the Bull Demon Overlord team's failure, most professionals honestly chose the normal mode. Although the process is also bumpy, but as long as there are no suckers to hold them back, the normal mode is still easy to pass. After clearing the upgrade trial and unlocking a new map, some professionals became arrogant. In fact, the difficulty of this game is not that difficult. It is a bit difficult at the beginning if you don't understand the rules, but once you figure out how to play, the game is actually very simple. That's right. It felt really difficult when we first upgraded from level 1 to level 2, but now it feels okay. Aren't we already level 10 in just a few days? I don't know if you've noticed, but Medicine God's level hasn't changed in several days. Don't tell me. I found it too. Huh. I guess he was just lucky and found a place in the novice area, so he quickly reached level 20. Now that he has gone to the new map, it can't be used, so he is naturally stuck there. He turned into a troll on major social media platforms and made sarcastic comments about the fact that Medicine God had not upgraded in 2 days. Naturally, the fans of the God of Medicine would not accept this, and a fierce war of words began. However, these fans were also very curious about what the God of Medicine was doing. The Medicine God, who used to level up 10 times a day, has been silent for 2 days. Is it really like what those little black guys said, that the Medicine God's level is stuck at level 21 and can't be raised? Chapter 66. After 2 promotions, Xiao Haizi's face is swollen. Just when the entire network was questioning the Medicine God Lin Bei had already brought Xiao Hei to Huxiagang. Level area, Tiger Roaring Post. As soon as he entered the Tiger Roaring Hill area, Lin Bei heard the roar of a tiger. The voice is deep and powerful, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. Soon, a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes appeared not far from the man and the dragon. Its mighty and majestic body was more than 2 meters tall and 3 or 4 meters long. Strong Tigress, level 20. When Lin Bei saw the white-browed tiger, the big beast also saw Lin Bei and Xiao Hei, who was floating beside Lin Bei. Roar! The moment she saw Xiao Hei, the sturdy tigress was so frightened that she peed her pants. She fell to the ground and growled anxiously. Go, let me see your fighting ability. Lin Bei put his hands behind his back and said to Xiao Hei. Upon hearing that, Xiao Hei flew out whoosh. The sturdy tigress saw Xiao Hei flying over and immediately growled a warning. It wanted to bite the little black bug to death with one bite, but its intuition told it not to do that. And for some reason, after seeing the little black bug, its limbs couldn't help but tremble. There was also a voice in my heart telling it to run away immediately and not stay for even a second. Boom. Xiao He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of black phlegm at the sturdy tigress. A fist-sized black fireball appeared in an instant and hit the sturdy tigress mercilessly. 3450. This sturdy tigress had a total of more than 8,000 drops of blood, and Xiao Hei's ordinary attack directly killed more than half of it. Roar! The sturdy tigress let out a roar, finally breaking through the fear in her heart, and pounced towards Xiao He. Boom! But before it could get close, Xiao He opened his mouth and spit out another black fireball. The black fireball whizzed away, leaving a long black tail under the influence of the wind, and collided with the sturdy tigress that pounced on it in midair. The black fireball exploded, instantly clearing the remaining health bar of the sturdy tigress. This tigress even owed Xiao He more than 1,000 blood points. Woo-woo-woo. The sturdy tigress let out a wail, and her huge body fell heavily to the ground, turning into 2 balls of light. Kill the strong tigress and gain 990 experience points. Kill the strong tigress and gain 1999 pet experience points. Ding. Your pet Xiao He has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Your pet Xiao He has reached level 3. Because Xiao He is only level 1, and this tigress is a level 20 monster, Xiao He can benefit from the experience boost from killing a monster of a higher level. With a little experience, Xiao He was able to level up 2 levels. View properties. Lin Bei opened Xiao Hei's attribute panel. He was a little curious about the growth potential of this creation-level creature. Nickname, Xiao He. Race, Chaos Dragon. Creation, current level, level 3, 8. Health, 40,000. Magic value, infinite. Physique, 4,000. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Seeing Xiao Hei's attributes, Lin Bei froze in place. What the hell? 1 level up to add 1,000 points to all attributes? Is this the growth potential of a creation-level creature? You know, ordinary professionals are only given 5 free attribute points when they level up. The gap is too big. If Xiao He reaches level 100, he will have all attributes of 100,000 even without any equipment. 100,000 points of physical fitness equals 1 million drops of blood. Don't think that this health bar is not thick enough. Although the Void Devourer also has 200,000 drops of blood, it only has a high physical attribute and its attack power is not that good. But Xiao He has all the attributes. Not only can its health reach up to 1 million, but its attack power can also reach an astonishing 200,000. What does this mean? This means that even if Xiao He does not use any skills and just uses ordinary attacks to spit out black phlegm, professionals at the same level 100 will not be able to withstand it. Too perverted. Xiao He, let me see your world-destroying skills. Lin Bei was very excited. This was his pet. With this divine pet, plus his exclusive potion for the god of medicine, he would not be at all vulnerable even if the real void descended. Hearing Lin Bei's command, Xiao He let out a roar and flew towards the depths of Huxiagang. Lin Bei also hurriedly followed, and the man and the dragon rushed in. Xiao He was so powerful that after reaching level 3, he could kill ordinary monsters instantly. In just a few minutes, the man and the dragon were standing at the deepest part of Tiger Roaring Hill. A giant tiger was walking around in its territory when it suddenly felt a fear from the depths of its soul. It raised its head and looked forward. Then a man and a dragon were seen rushing towards it quickly. Roar! The giant tiger with half its body purple and black and the other half pure white let out a roar, suppressing the fear from the depths of its soul, and suddenly pounced towards Lin Bei. Silver Tiger King, Platinum level 25. At the same time, with the roar of the Tiger King that could pierce gold and split rocks, more than a dozen sturdy tigresses suddenly appeared around and rushed towards Lin Bei at the same time. Lin Bei's heart tightened, and he quickly took out a bottle of caltrip potion and a bottle of steel mixture. But he didn't use it immediately, just in case. Release skills, call the wind. Lin Bei issued an order to Xiao He, and Xiao He immediately circled towards the sky and made a dragon roar that was different from the previous ones. The next moment, a hurricane with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared out of nowhere and instantly swallowed up the silver-striped Tiger King and the dozen or so sturdy tigresses it summoned. Strings of red numbers kept floating in the hurricane. Times the agility damage, which is equivalent to that of Xiao He, who is already level 4, and can deal up to 19,500 damage per second. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters except the Silver-Striped Tiger King were killed instantly, and the Silver-Striped Tiger King's health bar was also rapidly decreasing. Just 2 seconds later, the Silver-Striped Tiger King let out a wail and fell to the ground with a bang. Insanely strong. Lin Bei was very happy because he had Xiao Hei to kill monsters. As long as the monsters are not ridiculously strong, he is basically useless and Xiao Hei can kill them all by himself. Push forward. After clearing Tiger Roaring Post, Lin Bei turned his attention to 2 other new areas. On that day, the 3 new areas, Tiger Roaring Hill, White Bone Land and Ponzi Cave, were in chaos. It was either windy and rainy, or there were thunder and poison. The monsters in the 3 areas were terrified. They didn't know what was happening and thought the end of the world was coming. Lin Bei's experience bar also rose rapidly in this devastating monster-killing mode. 3 hours later, Mrs. Bones died tragically under a thunderstorm and disintegrated into a pile of skeletons. Kill the White Bone Lady, Platinum, and gain 2,000 experience points. Kill the White Bone Lady, Platinum, and gain 188 days of tradable life. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 23. Ding. Your pet Xiao Hei has reached level 10. Xiao Hei is now level 10. Compared to his own level reaching 23, what made Lin Bei happier was that Xiao Hei reached level 10. Chapter 67. Is this the sacred fusion stone you mentioned? Although the drop rate in high-level areas has become lower, the attributes of this thing are really good. Lin Bei looked at the dozen or so pieces of equipment in his backpack and couldn't stop smiling. These are all tradable lifespans. Once they are put on the auction system, they will all be sold out in less than 3 minutes. At this efficiency, wouldn't it be possible to achieve eternal life? I didn't expect that the thing that the greatest emperor of all time had failed to accomplish in his lifetime would be completed by me. Take inventory and see if there is anything suitable for me to wear. This void suit can be melted directly. Lin Bei muttered quietly. He has the sacred fusion stone, which can fuse the suit together. The fused suit 100 inherits the original familiarity and only occupies 1 grid, and can have the original suit attributes. Just do it. Lin Bei immediately took Xiao Hei back to the main city number 001 and went straight to the weapon shop in the main city. If you can't fuse the suits yourself, you need to find a weapon master at the weapon shop. Soon, Lin Bei returned to the main city number 001. The weapon shop was a large shop. Standing at the door was a beautiful woman named Lu Qianqian, whose skirt only reached her thighs. When she saw Lin Bei, she immediately bent down and said, "Welcome to Linlang Pavilion. Do you want to buy equipment or fuse equipment?" Fusion equipment. Lin Bei spoke. Lu Qianqian made a gesture of invitation and nodded. Then I will take you to find the weapon master Mr. Shangwan. When you enter Linlang Pavilion, what catches your eye are all kinds of equipment. Almost all the equipment that Lin Bei had obtained before were on display here, such as the Twisted Tree Monster's breastplate, the Stone Monster's source of magic, and even the equipment he obtained today, but the prices were very high. Walking through the display area and down the stairs to the basement, one sees an old man with gray hair standing next to a huge furnace with his hands behind his back. "Mr. Shangwan, this customer wants to fuse equipment. This is our store's weapons master, Mr. Shangwan." Lu Qianqian introduced the two to each other with a smile and then left. "You want to fuse your equipment?" Shangwan Feihong asked calmly while looking at the furnace, and then he looked at Lin Bei. With just one glance, his eyes widened. He rushed to Lin Bei and said, "Equipment containing the power of the void. And it's a complete set. Where did you get these equipment?" When saying this, Shangwan Feihong's saliva was flying and his tone was extremely excited. This is the first time that Lin Bei comes here to fuse equipment. Is there any secret about this void equipment? In his previous life, he was only concerned with refining potions for Lin Shishir. Any equipment he had was given priority to Lin Shishir and Su Chan. If the extra equipment had good attributes, Lin Shishir would sell it in exchange for tradable lifespan. He could only wear the remaining junk equipment, and if it weren't for him making potions, Lin Shishir and the others wouldn't even want to take him with them to kill monsters. Therefore, he had never been to a weapon shop before, and had no idea what the fusion equipment was all about. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Bei looked at Shangwan Feihong and said, "Why do you care where I came from? Just tell me whether this set of equipment can be integrated." "Yes, of course." Shangwan Feihong's face was flushed with excitement. He rubbed his hands and said to himself, "I never thought that I would be able to see a complete set of void equipment in my lifetime, and I can combine them into a set with my own hands. Give me the equipment." "Do you want to take down the equipment and hand it over to Weapon Master Shangwan Feihong?"
Yes.
Lin Bei took off his equipment without hesitation, leaving only a set of short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Shangguan Feihong got a complete set of void equipment and immediately started the giant furnace, constantly muttering something about how this life was worth it. Seeing Shangguan Feihong throwing the equipment into the furnace one by one, Lin Bei was just about to take out the sacred-level fusion stone when he saw Shangguan Feihong take out an ordinary fusion stone from somewhere and threw it in. Bang! When the furnace door was closed, extremely hot ground fire gushed out and began to heat the furnace. Shangguan Feihong's face was full of nervousness and anticipation, his eyes staring straight at the furnace. Although he could not see anything, he seemed to be able to see through the furnace and see the void suit inside. Buzz! The furnace vibrated slightly, and the temperature around it became higher and higher. 5 minutes later, the furnace suddenly made a muffled bang and the furnace door was blown open. A thick black smoke rushed towards him and instantly submerged Shangguan Feihong. Fortunately, Lin Bei was not that close and dodged the black smoke attack in time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The firefighting system in the basement was activated and the black smoke was quickly sucked out. Shangguan Feihong, with an afro and a face that looked like it was covered in carbon powder, looked at the blown-open furnace door and muttered, "How could this happen? Why did the furnace explode? Why did the fusion fail? Why did the fusion fail?" Lin Bei was slightly startled and looked inside through the furnace door. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw several pieces of void equipment lying quietly in the furnace without being damaged. "Old man, what's going on? Can you do this?" He was speechless. Is this old man capable of anything? How can I fuse equipment and still fail? Fortunately, the equipment was not damaged. Strange. How could this happen? How? I know. Shangguan Feihong ignored Lin Bei and kept muttering to himself. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, turned around, grabbed Lin Bei's arm and shouted, I know what's going on. It's a problem with the fusion stone. This is void equipment. It contains the power of the void, and ordinary fusion stones cannot melt the void power contained in it. Young man, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I can't integrate this equipment." He looked at Lin Bei and sighed helplessly, then shook his head and said, I remember that my master once told me that the power of the void does not belong to our world. Equipment containing the power of the void cannot be fused with ordinary fusion stones. We must use the legendary sacred fusion stone. But the top-grade stuff like the holy fusion stone only exists in legends. Even I, an old man, have only heard of it from my master and seen it in books. You should give up this idea. Alas, what a pity. What a pity. Shangguan Feihong's face was full of regret and helplessness. He finally saw a complete set of void equipment, but there was no way to integrate them into the final state. It was such a pity. If he could combine them into a real set, his reputation in the forging world would be greatly enhanced. Sacred fusion stone? Hearing Shangguan Feihong's words, Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Isn't this thing in his backpack? How come it only exists in legends? Thinking of this, he directly took out the sacred-level fusion stone, held the green gem in his palm and asked, Well, old man, is this the sacred fusion stone you mentioned? Chapter 68 Primary Void Set. Shangguan Feishua's Troubles. I have never seen the old man of the holy fusion stone. You? Shangguan Feihong had a look of disdain on his face, but when he turned to look at Lin Bei and saw the green gem in Lin Bei's hand, he was frozen in place. Even the words that were on the tip of my tongue just couldn't come out at this moment. This is. After a moment, Shangguan Feihong snatched the green gem. He looked at it carefully for a long time before he raised his head to look at Lin Bei, then looked at the green gem in his hand. He repeated this several times before he stared and said, This is the holy fusion stone? No, little brother. Who are you? Where did you get this fusion stone? Shangguan Feihong's worldview was about to collapse. Who on earth was this guy in front of him? Not only was he wearing the strongest void suit of his class, he also had a sacred fusion stone in his hand that even he and his master had only seen once. So cool. Unexpectedly, he not only saw a complete set of void equipment today, but also saw the sacred fusion stone that is rarely seen in a century. Now he wants to use this fusion stone to fuse the entire set of void equipment into a real suit. Before Lin Bei could speak, Shangguan Feihong's doubts were dispelled by excitement. Just wait, I'll give you the fusion suit. Shangguan Feihong waved his hand and ran towards the furnace like a madman, without even having time to tidy up his appearance. Soon, the furnace started up again. This time's vibration was obviously different from the last time. Although the frequency was high, it was not severe. Another 5 minutes passed. Boom. There was a crisp sound from the furnace, and Shangguan Feihong's eyes lit up. It's done. Without caring about the high temperature of the furnace, he directly opened the furnace door, reached out and took out the void suit and the sacred level fusion stone that had already been integrated into one. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel his anus tighten when he saw it. As expected, he is the weapon master, Iron Hand. How much? Lin Bei asked. Shangguan Feihong looked at the suit in his hand that looked like a purple gem with an obsessed look on his face, and waved his hand and said, "It is worthy of being the strongest void equipment of the same level. This is definitely the best masterpiece of my life. Talking about money is too vulgar. I only have one request." After saying that, he looked at Lin Bei with hope, raised a hand and said, "You must engrave my name on the suit." Sure. Lin Bei laughed when he heard that. After getting Lin Bei's consent, Shangguan Feihong immediately raised his hand and started carving on the gem. He used his fingers as a knife to carve his name on the purple gem. This move made Lin Bei stunned, but he soon felt relieved. Didn't he see that the other person just put his hand into a furnace with a temperature of thousands of degrees? It's not surprising that Iron Hand can use his fingers as swords, right? Here you go, little brother. After engraving the words, Shangguan Feihong handed the purple gem to Lin Bei. Primary void set, blue all attributes, physique, agility, dual resistance, movement speed, gain 100 points of adaptive attack power, additional skill, void shuttle, additional effect when worn with void weapons, void killer, required level 10 or above. Void shuttle, ignore terrain and shuttle to any location within 10 meters. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Void killer, reduce damage caused by void monsters by 30, increase damage to enemies by 10. If the enemy is a void monster, increase damage by 30. After the fusion is completed, the appearance of the set is a purple gem. However, this gem contains all the attributes of 5 pieces of equipment and can be worn regardless of the position. Normally, each professional can wear 12 pieces of equipment, namely wrist guards, arm guards, gauntlets, clothes, armor, belts, leggings, shoes, necklaces, rings, masks, helmets, crowns, cloaks, and weapons. Artifacts are not included, and they all have fixed positions. The wrist guards can only be worn on the wrist and cannot be worn anywhere else. But the suit is different and can be worn in any of the 12 positions. Thank you, old sir. Lin Bei clasped his fists and put the purple gem on his wristband. It is I who should thank you. The old man waved his hand and sent Lin Bei out with a smile. Lu Qianqian was surprised when she saw it. How could someone as proud as Master Feihong come out in person to see someone off to the door? And why did Master Feihong look so reluctant? Little brother, if you need void equipment in the future, remember to come find me. Shangguan Feihong's favorability towards you. Shangguan Feihong's favorability towards you. Current favorability, 80. Wow, the favorability has increased? But this old man had no good feelings towards him before. Lin Bei smiled and didn't look back. He just raised his arm and waved. He turned a corner and came to a deserted place. He opened his backpack again. Now, except for the wrist guards and weapons, all other equipment slots are empty. First, pick out a few rags from your backpack and put them on. Higher attributes are always better. Silver Striped Tiger King leather armor, green physical fitness, when attacked, reduces the damage of the next attack by 1, can be stacked up to 5 times, level requirement is 20 or above. Rubbish, no? After just taking a look at the attributes, Lin Bei threw it directly into the corner of the backpack. Among the panel attributes of the Silver Striped Tiger King's leather armor, only 100 points of constitution are worth looking at. As for the attribute that can stack damage reduction, it seems okay at first glance. If you look closely, it's just a lump. When you are attacked, the next damage will be reduced by 1. It needs to be stacked 5 times to reach 5, which means you need to be attacked 6 times to fully stack the damage reduction. With the abnormal attributes of the monsters in Battle of Gods and Demons, by the time the damage reduction is fully stacked, the monsters will have lost so much health. What's the point of reducing the damage by 5? This is a level 20 piece of equipment. It's simply a fighting Kuin among the trash Kuin. The Tiger Fang Dagger of the Silver Striped Tiger King only adds 80 points of strength and 5 points of damage increase? Rubbish. The Bone Armor of the Bone Demon, 80 points of dual resistance, 50 points of physique. Not as good as the Void Bone Armor on me. Rubbish. The Bone Demon's Bone Staff, a mage weapon. Rubbish. The Skeleton Mask of the Bone Lady adds 100 points of physique. Yeah, this one is okay. After throwing 4 or 5 pieces of equipment into the corner, I finally saw an equipment with decent attributes. Madam Whitebone's skull mask, blue increases 100 points of physical fitness, can temporarily transform into Madam Whitebone and hide the codename and title. After the transformation, 100% of the original attributes are inherited. The transformation lasts for 50 seconds, and the cooling time is 1 hour. This transformation skill is quite interesting. If used properly, it may have unexpected effects. Put it on first. Well, it's a little ugly, but it's okay. As he put on the skeleton mask of Lady Whitebone, a mask made of human skull suddenly appeared on his face. When worn on his face, it looked like a skull when viewed from the front, which was extremely creepy. Continue. The spider silk robe of the Silk Fairy is not bad. The spider silk gloves of the Silk Fairy are also okay. Lin Bei looked at several other pieces of equipment. The attributes of the equipment dropped from the Spider Cave were pretty good, stronger than those from the Tiger Roaring Hill and the Whitebone Land. Pansy Shaoxian's spider silk robe, blue physical fitness, absorbs 10 incoming magic damage and stores it in the form of energy. When the energy stored reaches 100, you gain a shield that can resist the next magic damage. Pansy Shaoxian's spider silk gloves, blue physical fitness, double resistance. Very simple attributes, and the panel values are also acceptable. After putting it on, Lin Bei's appearance changed. A long robe appeared on him, and white gloves appeared on his hands. His originally ordinary hands looked much thinner and longer after putting on the gloves. Lin Bei threw all the remaining equipment into a corner, preparing to throw them into the auction house. Hey, young man, why are you here? At this moment, a pleasant and familiar voice came from behind Lin Bei. Lin Bei was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked back. Shangguan Feishue, wearing silver armor and carrying a long sword, was standing behind him. When Lin Bei turned around, Shangguan Feishue smiled slightly, and the sadness on her face was swept away a lot. What a coincidence, Lord City Lord. Lin Bei nodded to Shangguan Feishue and said with a smile, Lord City Lord, are you out for a walk? Shangguan Feishue shook his head and sighed. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked. Someone heard creepy howling coming from the mine. I sent the city guards to investigate, but they lost contact with them. It's really worrying. Ding. Triggering the mission. Bloody mine. Task description. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked. Someone heard creepy howling coming from the mine. The city lords sent the city guards to investigate, but even the city guards lost contact. Please go to the mine as soon as possible to investigate and rescue the city guards trapped in the mine. Task reward, 300 days of tradable lifespan. Do you accept the Bloody Mine mission? Chapter 69. The relevant departments came to the door. Just a 300-day tradable lifespan as a reward? Seeing the mission reward, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Shangguan Feishue is the mayor of the main city number 001, and the drugstore was given to him. It is of course good to be able to help the mayor share his worries, but the reward for this mission is too lame. It's just a waste of time. You might as well make potions at home or go to the Boneland and Ponzi Cave to upgrade. Any piece of equipment that drops has a tradable lifespan that is much longer than this. However, he had never heard of this mission copy and didn't know what level of copy it was. If it was a high-level copy, it would not be impossible for him to go there. Anyway, in this kind of mission, everything that drops belongs to the player. The Bloody Mine. I've never heard of such a quest instance before. How about going and taking a look? Lin Bei muttered quietly. At this time, Shangguan Feishue suddenly said, I told them a long time ago that no one would claim this little reward. Young man, can you help me go to the mine and take a look? I will personally give you another treasure as a thank you. Ding. Triggering the mission. Bloody Mine. Task description. A few days ago, a mine outside the city was attacked. Someone heard creepy howling coming from the mine. The city lords sent the city guards to investigate, but even the city guards lost contact. Please go to the mine as soon as possible to investigate and rescue the city guards trapped in the mine. Task reward, 300 days of tradable lifespan. Bright Moon Pearl, red. Do you accept the Bloody Mine mission? Seeing the beads emitting soft light in Shangguan Feishue's hand, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows and felt a little moved. The Moon Pearl is a red quality treasure. Treasures are different from equipment and are rarely seen in the battle of gods and demons. Most of them are functional items. For example, the Moon Pearl is a treasure that can illuminate the night. As long as you wear it in the treasure grid, the Moon Pearl will automatically emerge and emit moonlight in a dark environment, like a bright moon dispelling darkness for the wearer. It is equivalent to a smart large-range flashlight, which is quite useful. Okay, I'll take this mission. Lin Bei nodded and stretched out his hand, saying, but you have to give me the moonlight pearl first. It will be useful when we go down to the mine. Sure. Shangguan Feishui reached out and took out a snow-white bead. Bright moon pearl, red treasure equipment, with pine trees lining the mountain and a moon dotted in the center of the waves. After wearing it, it will dispel darkness within a 100-meter radius and increase the wearer's vision by 10. There is no limit to the required level. After receiving the moon pearl, Lin Bei put it on his body. The moon pearl disappeared, leaving only an almost transparent moon behind it. It could not be seen during the day unless you looked carefully. Only at night would it emit bright moonlight and illuminate the darkness. Moreover, this thing has the effect of improving vision. After wearing it, Lin Bei clearly feels that he can see farther and more clearly. Ding! The mission location has been marked for you. The system sounded a prompt, and a red mark appeared on an unexplored location on the map. Unexplored areas will be covered by the fog of war, and nothing can be seen on the map. Okay, I'll leave right away. Lin Bei looked at Shangguan Feishui and said with a smile. The worry on Shangguan Feishui's face eased a little. Then I'll pay my respects to you, young hero. Shangguan Feishui's favorability towards you. Current favorability, 70. Can this also increase favorability? Lin Bei thought to himself, then waved his hand and quickly returned to the manor. Shangguan Feishui also waved her hand and watched Lin Bei leave. She felt relieved. Young man, you can cleanse the hell-level void dungeon. You should be able to bring out all the victims. Shangguan Feishui's favorability towards you. Lin Bei naturally didn't know what Shangguan Feishui was thinking. Seeing that his favorability had increased by 5 points for no apparent reason, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you really attracted by my handsome looks and mature charm? After returning to the manor, Lin Bei entered the medicine god's exclusive personal space. After 2 days of division and propagation, the 3 kinds of herbs each occupied a large area of the medicinal garden, growing lushly and much more flourishing than outside. The more there are, the faster they will divide, and then they will increase exponentially. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. With the division effect of this portable space, he could refine the world-destroying orchid infinitely without worrying about insufficient raw materials. Unfortunately, the number of medicinal gardens in the portable space is limited. The wishing tree occupies 1 garden. The remaining 9 gardens can only be used to plant more than 300 medicinal herbs, according to a rough calculation. A medicinal garden can hold about 40 medicinal herbs. First, refine 2 bottles of world-destroying orchid for backup. Lin Bei quickly collected 3 kinds of raw materials and prepared to refine the world-destroying orchid. Because he only planted 3 plants of the orchid vine and the red spider lily, after 3 days of division, there were only 24 plants of each, which was only enough for 2 bottles of the world-destroying orchid at most. However, the inchi grass had grown all over the entire medicinal garden. Lin Bei directly harvested 36 plants, leaving the basic quantity of the 3 herbs to the same amount. Refining. Lin Bei controlled the void magic cauldron and sucked in 18 herbs of each type. A few minutes later, the void demon cauldron shook violently, and 2 bottles of world-destroying orchid flew out of the cauldron. Obtained item. World-destroying orchid. Get 1 evolution point. Gained 1 more evolution point. Lin Bei was delighted. The probability of this exclusive formula of the god of medicine giving evolution points was really high. It's almost like it was refined. This time, Lin Bei did not evolve his alchemy mastery skill, but instead used his evolution points on the gathering technique. Now his gathering skills are still too weak. He can only collect materials and items within 1 meter in front of him, and there is a limit of 5 materials and items at a time. It will take a lot of time if he encounters a large area of herbs outside. I just don't know how much the efficiency can be improved after 1 evolution. Gathering skill black iron 1, current approximate points, 0. Gathering skill black iron 1. Gather materials and items within 2 meters in front of you. Up to 10 materials and items, cooling time 5 seconds. The skill effect has also been increased by 2 times. Lin Bei was very happy. At present, the 104-fold increase in the potion was enough. It would be better to improve the gathering skill, which would greatly increase the efficiency. Then he checked the potions in his backpack. A lot of potions were consumed last time when feeding the dragon eggs. Open the auction system and start shopping. He refined 100 bottles of each of the big red potion, chaos potion, and corrosive potion, triggered Rui Kongkong 78 times, and obtained 78 additional bottles of potions. Unfortunately, the raw materials for the poison tribulus potion were too rare, so he didn't buy much and only refined 50 bottles. I have to refine more world-destroying orchids. All these potions only give me 1 evolution point. Lin Bei rubbed his brows helplessly and used his evolution points on the collection technique, increasing the collection range to 4 meters. There is also Rui Kong Kong Shu, which has been triggered 92 times, and it can be upgraded with another 8 times. Everything is moving in a prosperous direction. Lin Bei was in a good mood and decided to set out immediately to explore the bloodstained mine. But as soon as he walked out of the city gate, a group of people in uniform came to meet him. There were 3 people in the lead, one wearing a police uniform and the other 2 wearing gray jackets. They didn't look like ordinary people by the looks of their demeanor. The 3 looked at the code above Lin Bei's head, and after confirming that they had found the right person, they showed their ID cards. "Hello, medicine god. I have heard of your great name for a long time. The name of the medicine god is well known, and today I see that he is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if medicine god has time to come back to the city with us and chat for a while?" Chapter 70. Interview? Threat? Seeing the 3 people's ID cards, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Except for the man in police uniform, the other 2 were of very high ranks, a level he would never be able to reach in his entire life. What are they trying to do? Interview? How do they know the exact location of Main City 001? Questions popped up in his mind, but he quickly suppressed them and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. I have something to do, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you 3 back to the city. I wonder what the 3 of you want to see me about?" Upon hearing this, the 3 of them frowned and their faces became darker. "It seems that you haven't realized what our presence here means." One of the men, who was wearing a gray jacket, narrowed his narrow eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses and stared at Lin Bei and said. Not only was the tone a bit colder, it even had a hint of discomfort. Another person also spoke up, looking at Lin Bei and said, "You should understand what we represent. I hope you can cooperate with us and not make things difficult for us." To be honest, he didn't take Lin Bei seriously from the bottom of his heart. As the official team of Daxia, they have the best technical team in Daxia and countless passionate young people willing to serve the motherland. There is no difficulty or obstacle that they cannot overcome. Isn't the so-called god of medicine just a few levels ahead at the beginning? As long as they are given some time, with so many passionate young people coming forward one after another, he is absolutely confident that they will be able to surpass Lin Bei and regain the absolute right to speak in this game. No matter how powerful one person is, he cannot compare to the people of a country. If we can recruit them, it will be good for both of us and save trouble. But if they are out of control, we can still take extraordinary measures. However, at the moment, Medicine God's level is too high and his combat power is too strong. So the best way is to recruit him and achieve the goal without bloodshed. Drug God, the 2 leaders have come from afar just to talk to you. Why don't you come back to the city with us? Let's sit down and have a good chat. Seeing that the atmosphere between the 2 sides had become a little cold, the man in police uniform quickly smiled and spoke to smooth things over. He is a native of Ningxing. Ningxing has produced a young talent like Yaoshan. If Yaoshan joins the organization, he will definitely be trained vigorously, and he will also be able to hold his head high with Yaoshan. But if Yaoshan has a quarrel with his superiors, it would be a small matter for him to be trained as well. If these 2 people take their anger out on him, it would be troublesome. "I told you, I don't have time," Lin Bei said with a frown. He didn't have a good impression of these 3 people, especially the 2 men in gray jackets. They looked superior, and their words were mostly aggressive. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart. Why does he have to go back to Ningxing? We came all the way here, god of medicine. Is this how you treat our guests? The man in the gray jacket codenamed 2 Sleeves Clean Wind said in a cold voice. Lin Bei's anger immediately rose. "Did I ask you to come? If you have anything to say, just say it here. Don't beat around the bush." "You?" Liang Xiao Qingfeng's face changed, but he was held back by his companions. Another person, codenamed Wu Wei, stopped his companion and looked at Lin Bei and said, "In that case, I'll get straight to the point. On behalf of Daxia and Bureau 749, I sincerely invite you, Yaoshan, to join our bureau and work together for social stability and the prosperity and great rejuvenation of our motherland." At this point, Wu Wei pushed up the frame of his glasses and said with a smile, "Bureau 749 may not be able to give you a high position or generous salary, but as long as you join Bureau 749, you are a member of the country. With the country's endorsement, you can boldly do what you want. How about it? If possible, come back to Kyoto with us." Wu Wei made a gesture of invitation. Although there was a smile on his face when he said this, it sounded like he was saying that you have to go whether you want to or not. "I'll think about it." Lin Bei nodded, but did not immediately reject Wu Wei. After all, it is an official invitation from the country. Even if you have no intention of joining, it is not easy to refuse it in public. Medicine god. Hearing this, the smile on Wu Wei's face gradually turned into seriousness. The voice became serious again. You are now facing the country. As a citizen of the country needs you now. Are you going to abandon the country? The country needs you, and it's up to you whether you agree or not. Liang Xiao Qingfeng snorted coldly and made his point clear. However, these words made Lin Bei laugh. If the country really encountered an unsolvable crisis, he, as a person who was born and raised in Daxia, would naturally not abandon the safety of the country. But this does not mean that he has to unconditionally comply with unreasonable demands. And he really couldn't understand why the official people were still being aggressive since he had already given priority to cooperating with the military. Why does he have to join the organization? As a free man, can't he contribute to the country? If that's the case, then we have nothing to talk about. Lin Bei glanced at the three of them and said calmly, I'll say it again, I will not join any organization. You three can rest assured that I will never do anything that is detrimental to the motherland. If the country is in danger and needs my help, I will never stand idly by. I also hope that the country will not force me to do things I don't like. Also, let me say one more thing, don't dream of doing something meaningless. If I really want to leave, no one can stop me. The last sentence is both a threat and a warning. Don't do stupid things out of self-righteousness. Hearing this, the three of them looked unhappy. They had good thoughts when they came, believing that the god of medicine would definitely not refuse the country's invitation. After all, who would refuse to eat the emperor's food? But reality slapped them in the face. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Bei glanced at the three people, then walked around them and walked forward. The police officers following behind looked at each other. No one dared to reach out to stop him. They could only watch Lin Bei walk further and further away. Wow, that's a level 23 boss. The highest of them is only level 10. How can you stop them with your head? Asshole. He's so crazy. Who gave him the guts to refuse the country's invitation? He was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, and his cheeks were swollen. Today was a great humiliation, but they didn't dare to stop them. They were now level 23. If they really forced themselves into a corner, it would be troublesome to send them back to the resurrection point. Wu Wei shook his head and said coldly, Don't worry, he will pay the price for being so arrogant. The higher-ups would never allow such an uncertain factor to remain outside like a time bomb. Chapter 71. Deep underground, the world boss is attacking the city. After Lin Bei left the main city, he headed straight for the red location indicated on the map. This is an unfamiliar area, located to the west of the main city 001, in the opposite direction of the three new maps. Soon, a mine appeared at the end of the site. As Lin Bei approached, a fence made of steel wire and iron spikes came into view, but there was a big hole in the wall, stained with blood and tufts of dark yellow fur. The gate is on the other side. Lin Bei saw the gate of the mine, which was on the right side of the fence wall with a big hole in it, and was locked from the inside. He had no choice but to crawl into the mine through the big broken hole. When entering the mine, the first thing you see is three headless corpses lying on the ground, not far in front of the big hole. The three corpses are very close to each other, and the wounds on their necks are very irregular, which looks very scary. The scene here is extremely real, because it is not fictional, but a real tragedy that happened. The only difference is that the people who died were not the players who had just joined the game. Headless corpse. Clue. The head of the corpse looked like it had been violently ripped off by something. Clue. The clothes on the body are those of a miner. Clue. The blood has dried up, so he must have been dead for several days. Judging from the blood dripping on the ground, the murderer must have gone to the inside of the mine. Three clues appeared in front of Lin Bei's eyes, but he didn't care and walked forward in the direction of the blood dripping. This is the difference between a mission copy and an ordinary copy. You need to follow the mission instructions, explore the mission plot bit by bit, and finally complete the mission goal. It is not as simple as directly killing in an ordinary copy. The mine was not big, and Lin Bei quickly arrived inside the mine. The direction in which the blood was dripping pointed to a downward mine tunnel. Without hesitation, he started the cable car and sat on it. The cableway made a dull sound and started moving again. As we went deeper into the mine, the surroundings suddenly became dark, with only the mining lamps on both sides emitting a dim yellow light. At this moment, a ball of white light rose behind him. The moon pearl took effect, emitting a bright light and dispelling the darkness in the mine. Xiaohei. The mine tunnel was extremely confined, so Lin Bei summoned Xiaohei out. Ouch. Xiaohei stretched and looked at the long mine tunnel curiously. Suddenly, Xiaohei seemed to have discovered something and stared ahead with alert eyes. What's wrong, Hei? Lin Bei noticed Xiaohei's abnormality and asked. Xiaohei didn't say anything, just stared straight ahead. Huff, huff. Suddenly, a heavy breathing sound came from the front. Then, under the illumination of the moon pearl, two unsteady figures walked up the cableway. Mutated City Guard member, level 30. Mutated City Guard member, level 30. A prompt appeared in front of Lin Bei, and he immediately assumed a fighting stance, took out a bottle of confusion potion from his backpack and threw it over. The confusion potion hit two figures accurately. At the same time, Xiaohei also let out a howl and spat a mouthful of black phlegm at one of the figures. Two waves of damage flew out one after another. Xiaohei's normal attack came later but arrived first, directly clearing the health bar of a monster. Xiaohei is now level 10, and his strength attribute has reached an astonishing 11,000, which means 22,000 attack power. In addition, he has a 30% increased damage to low-level creatures. Even if the mutated City Guard member has armor to reduce damage, he will still be killed instantly. In comparison, Lin Bei's confusion potion is a bit weak. Even with a 104-fold increase, it only dealt 1,040 points of damage, which is completely incomparable to Xiaohei. Okay, that's a big difference, right? Lin Bei simply put the potion in his hand away and directed Xiaohei to attack another mutated member of the City Guard. Roar! At this time, another mutated member of the City Guard who was attacked let out a roar and rushed towards Lin Bei. It's just that because it's uphill, its speed is not fast. Puff. Xiaohei spat out another mouthful of black phlegm and sent it away. The mutated corpse of the City Guard member. Clue. The neck seems to have been bitten by something, with 2 rows of black teeth marks, a bit like a snake bite. Lin Bei closed the clue prompt box, and suddenly a bright light flashed before his eyes. There seemed to be something on the corpse that reflected the light of the moon pearl. As the cableway approached the corpse, Lin Bei reached out and picked up the reflective object. Obtained item. City Guard's nameplate. It turned out to be an identity badge of the City Guard, with the member's name engraved on it. There was also one on another corpse, and Lin Bei picked it up as well. Obtained item. City Guard's nameplate. I put the 2 nameplates into my backpack. These should be quest items, and I never know what they might be used for. Ah! At this moment, a shrill roar suddenly came from deep in the mine. Lin Bei's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but look towards the darkness at the end of the white light. Is there anyone alive in there? Suppressing his curiosity, he directed Xiaohei to be alert to his surroundings while taking out a bottle of steel mixture and a bottle of world-destroying orchid from his backpack. While Lin Bei was concentrating on exploring the mission copy, the border between the Ningqing safe zone and the wild area had become a mess. Run! Go! A large number of professionals originally gathered at the edge of the safe zone, which was originally the safest place. No monster will cross the boundary line into the safe zone to attack professionals. However, just now, a monster suddenly fell from the sky and appeared at the junction of the safe area and the wild area, and started killing the players here. In just 2 or 3 minutes, hundreds of people were sent back to the resurrection point. Lin Shisher stood in the safe zone, looking at the huge foot falling from the sky, and for a moment she even forgot to escape. No. It was not until the strong wind created by her feet blew up her hair that she woke up from her dream. The next moment, she was trampled into a meat patty and returned to the resurrection point. The world. This is the world. Hurry back to the city. This world is level 20. We can't beat it. The top disciples who changed their jobs first recognized this gigantic monster, and their voices rose several tones. In a level 20 world, the attributes were ridiculously high, and it was simply not something that Karami, who had just reached level 10, could resist. Staying here will lead to death. Roar. The world is a giant with 3 heads, a green face, fangs, and a mace in his hand. At this moment, he let out a roar and stepped directly into the safe area. With one blow of the stick, a large number of low-level players were directly killed, and some of the higher-level ones were also hit to the point where only their skin was left. They would die if they were even slightly touched. The world is under siege. It's over. I'm dead now. Medicine God. Where is the medicine God? Medicine God, come quickly. The monsters are attacking the city. Chapter 72 Chaos in various places. Not only Ningqing, but actually 4 or 5 cities in the entire Daxia were attacked at the same time. This is the first time the world has been refreshed. Originally, level 20 monsters would not be spawned directly. Instead, Corresponding monsters would be refreshed based on the highest level professionals in the Dacia area. Because the four-dimensional attributes of the world's monsters are much higher than those of ordinary monsters, some are not much weaker than void monsters, and it is difficult for professionals of the same level to beat them. Players in the area need to work together to kill them. But because Lin Bei's level was far ahead, the first world was level 20. Go ahead, hold on. The police arrived at the scene quickly. 10 full teams, totaling 50 people, rushed upstream towards the world. Let's go together and distract their attention. We must not let them enter the city. There are still many elderly people and children who are not good at upgrading in the city. Once they are allowed into the city, it will inevitably cause great casualties, although one death will not be real death. But what if we let them enter the city and massacre at will, causing death 2, 3, 4, or 5 times? Roar! Under attack, the monster stopped advancing and swung its mace at the police. Run! The team leader's face changed, and he shouted loudly. The 5 men immediately fled in all directions and rolled out of the attack range. Although they retreated in time, one of the soldiers was still hit and lost 2/3 of his blood by a single blow. At the same time, the world's health bar appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the monster's health bar, everyone despaired. 99996. 100,000 blood. However, their attacks failed to break the world's defense and only dealt 4 points of force damage. How do we fight this? 10,000 physical fitness? We can't break through the defense at all. How can a level 20 monster be so powerful? The group of people were dumbfounded. It was not that there were no level 10 people among them, but the main attribute of a level 10 professional was only over 100 points at most. They can't break the defense at all right now. How can they fight? This monster has 100,000 HP. Unless tens of thousands of people attack it at the same time, perhaps they can kill it by deducting its HP. Retreat first. When the police commander saw this situation, he was stunned. They are here to maintain stability, not to die. This monster cannot be defeated at all. The 10 fully strength teams were scared away before they even started fighting and quickly evacuated towards the city. Fortunately, there were not many people in the suburbs at this time. Those who ran fast had already returned to the city, and those who ran slowly were also sent back to the resurrection point by the world. How's it going? At this time, more than a dozen cars were parked on the edge of the city. Several leaders in jackets walked over quickly. Seeing the police officers evacuating, they couldn't help but frown. Didn't I tell you to stop the monsters? Why did you retreat so quickly? I can't fight. The police commander shook his head and said helplessly, this monster is too strong. Its physical attribute is as high as 10,000 points. Our attack is no different from hitting an armored vehicle with a matchstick. It can't break the defense at all. What kind of monster is so powerful that a level 10 professional can't break through its defense? At this time, a man in a gray jacket came over and asked with a look of disbelief. He already knew that the monster was a level 21. Although level 20 was higher than the professional police officer's level, it was not so high that it could not be broken through. Moreover, as the police, even if they are not the opponent, they should not withdraw like this. The police's duty is to protect local peace. If the police withdraw, what will happen to the ordinary people outside? Captain Song, your 749th Bureau, has done extensive research on monsters. Do you know what's going on? Why did the monster suddenly cross the boundary and enter the safe area? The first leader to speak was the mayor of Ningqing. He looked at the leader in the gray jacket and asked. If Lin Bei were here, he would definitely recognize the leader in the gray jacket as the Qingfeng from Bureau 749 who was blocking outside the main city of number 001. After they suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Bei, they returned to Ningqing. They were discussing with the mayor how to force the god of medicine to surrender when they received news that a monster had appeared in a safe area and was heading towards the city. So I rushed over immediately. Hearing this, Liangxiu Qingfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Logically speaking, monsters won't enter the safe area. And according to our understanding, except for the monsters in the Hell difficulty upgrade trial, the monsters outside will not have attributes that are too high to break the defense. I wonder if Director Li has seen it wrong. The police commander-in-chief was the police officer who accompanied Liangxiu Qingfeng to the main city number 001. He became anxious when he heard this. I must be seeing things. That monster really has 100,000 HP. Director Li, that monster is coming. Just then, the men pointed into the distance and shouted loudly. Everyone turned around to look, and when they saw the huge figure of the world, they were all frightened and broke out in cold sweats. This was the first time they had seen such a big monster. Hurry up, let's stop it together and never let it enter the city. Liang Xiuqingfeng's face changed slightly, and he immediately pointed at the monster and shouted. However, everyone remained indifferent, because they knew very well that they were no match at all, and going up would be tantamount to suicide. What are you still standing there for? Liang Xiuqingfeng turned around and saw that everyone was indifferent. He couldn't help but shout angrily, as people's police officers, how can you be so cowardly? Have you forgotten the oath you took when you joined the organization? Leader, if you don't lead the charge, we will definitely follow you. A young police officer couldn't help but said unhappily. These words immediately made Liang Xiuqingfeng Hongwen feel angry. Who? Who said that? No one paid any attention to him. Even some younger police officers couldn't help but say shabby in their hearts. Now is the era of universal job change. They stayed here purely out of voluntarily to defend their country. Otherwise, they would have left and formed their own team long ago. Why would they listen to your high-handed orders here? If we want to stop them, why don't you go? Alas, this monster's attributes are so strong. I'm afraid only the god of medicine can stop it. Captain Song, how about you report this and ask them to contact the medicine god? The mayor sighed helplessly. They couldn't contact the god of medicine either. Liang Xiuqingfeng frowned when he heard this, but he had no better idea, so he could only open the system panel and find Hu Xinjian. Friends in the game can also make voice and video calls to each other, and it uses holographic projection technology, which is much more convenient than using mobile phones. However, many people don't know about this function and are more accustomed to using mobile phones to communicate. The Bureau has specifically researched this function, which is much safer than mobile phones, so now they all use this method of contact. Soon, Hu Xinjian agreed to the video call. An old man in camouflage clothes, and with a worried look on his face appeared in front of Liang Xiuqingfeng. Mr. Hu, we're in big trouble. A level 20 monster has appeared in Ningqing, crossing the safe zone and heading towards the city. Can you help contact Yaoshan and ask him to come over and help deal with this monster? However, when Hu Xinjian heard this, a hint of shock appeared on his worried face.
What?
Ningqing has also appeared in the world? Chapter 73 The God of Medicine is angry. It's the work of Bureau 749. The world? What do you mean, Mr. Hu? Has this happened in other places as well? When he heard Hu Xinjian's words, Liang Xiuqingfeng's face changed. Hu Xinjian sighed upon hearing this. According to the information we have received so far, worlds have appeared in at least 4 places, and many people have been killed or injured. Kyoto is fine for now. The Northeast Division has sent out military forces to block the attack, but the effect is not very good at the moment. At this point, Hu Xinjian paused and said, we have already contacted Yaoshan, but have not received a reply yet. He had asked Chen Jianxi to contact Yaoshan, but he didn't know what happened this time. In the past, Yaoshan would reply within 10 minutes if not immediately. This time, it's been almost half an hour and there's still no reply. Send some people to stop them first. I will contact the troop station near you and ask them to help you. After saying that, Hu Xinjian hung up the video call. He then sent a video call to Chen Jianxi, because the Northeast Division was the first to report the dangerous situation. As the highest-ranking and most powerful officer in the entire army, Chen Jianxi naturally felt obliged to do so and immediately rushed to the Northeast Division by helicopter. Even after listening to the description from the Northeast Division, Hu Xinjian also gave the small red medicine that the god of medicine sold to the military to Chen Jianxi. With the blessing of the small red medicine and the high levels of Chen Jianxi and Lao Ma, it was not difficult to kill that world. Who would have thought that other worlds would appear later on? Together with Ningqing, there were already 4 places in danger waiting for rescue. However, the number of small red medicines was limited, and Chen Jianxi did not have the ability to clone himself, so he contacted the god of medicine immediately, hoping to ask the god of medicine for help, but the god of medicine has not responded yet. Old leader, I was just about to call you. Soon, Chen Jianxi's figure was projected holographically. Hu Xinjian was delighted when he heard this and quickly asked, did the medicine god reply to you? What's the situation over there now? How long will it take to reach the Northeast Division? Alas, the medicine god did reply, but Chen Jianxi gave a helpless smile. Hu Xinjian's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, but what? What did the medicine god say? He doesn't have time? Or he doesn't want to help? What can I say, Chen Jianxi hesitated to speak and finally said helplessly, the god of medicine said that he is doing a task in the dungeon and can't come out now. And the people in Bureau 749 are very powerful, let them solve it. It should be that the people from Bureau 749 have contacted the god of medicine, and it seems that things are not going well? What? These idiots from Bureau 749. Hu Xinjian understood immediately after hearing this and couldn't help cursing. I was wondering why they went to Ningqing. It turns out they want to find the medicine god. The higher-ups actually asked other departments to contact the medicine god. This is really troublesome. These worlds are ridiculously strong. If the god of medicine is unwilling to help, I'm afraid many people will be killed or injured this time. These? Are there other places where worlds have appeared? Chun Jianqi was slightly stunned and asked quickly. Hu Xinjian nodded. As soon as you left, other places reported the danger. Now, in addition to the Northeast Division, there are at least 4 other places where worlds have appeared, including Ningqing where the medicine god is. Someone from Bureau 749 just contacted me and asked me to contact the god of medicine and ask him to help me. These idiots, don't they know that they have offended the god of medicine? They still ask us to ask the god of medicine for help. If this ruins our relationship with the god of medicine, I will not forgive them. Jinshi, talk to Yaoshan again and ask him not to be angry. I will report this matter to the higher-ups and give him an explanation. If medicine god really can't get out, you should talk to him and buy him a few bottles of potion. You have to get rid of these worlds no matter what, otherwise the impact will be too great. As long as the medicine god is willing to sell, lifespan is not a problem. Okay, then I'll contact the medicine god again. Chun Jianqi nodded helplessly. Ever since he learned that Bureau 749 had offended the god of medicine, he had not asked the god of medicine for help again, because he knew it was useless to ask for help. You had just offended him, and now you are asking him to take action. Do you really think I'm made of clay? I have no temper at all, and I have to listen to you in everything. But there is no other way. For the sake of national stability, I can only contact the god of medicine again. At this time, Lin Bei had already reached the bottom of the mine. According to the mission instructions, he rescued 3 surviving members of the city guard and 1 miner. According to the miners, they accidentally dug up a bronze door while mining here. The door seemed to lead to another world. However, before they could dig out the bronze door, a monster rushed out from it. A massacre took place in the mine tunnel, and everyone died. He was the only one who managed to escape by hiding in a narrow crevice. The city guards also explained that they encountered a monster that looked like a kangaroo, but its head was like a horse's. The monster killed anyone it saw and was extremely fast. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the dark mine tunnels, and many people suffered from its killing. Looks like a kangaroo with a horse's head? Lin Bei frowned, and the image of a kangaroo with a horse's head appeared in his mind. How come he had never heard of such a monster? Ding, you have new message. Just then, a figure passed by in front and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei was just about to open the message panel when this unexpected event occurred, and his attention immediately shifted to the darkness in the distance. It's coming. The miner couldn't help but scream. The 3 city guards also looked nervous. They drew their swords from their waists and looked forward vigilantly. What is that? Lin Bei frowned. He had just taken a quick glance and indeed saw a dark shadow. Suppressing his doubts, he took out a few bottles of small red medicine and gave one to each of the 4 people. This mission required him to rescue the people trapped inside, so he naturally couldn't let them die here. Swish. After walking a few steps forward, the black shadow appeared again. This time it did not disappear into the darkness, but rushed directly towards the 5 people. When it rushed into the range of the moon pearl, Lin Bei finally saw its appearance clearly. Looking at the figure rushing towards him, he almost vomited blood. Isn't this a void reaver? How does it look like a kangaroo? Can you describe it in a more abstract way? But how could a void monster appear here? Void monsters will only appear in the Void series of copies. This is the real Earth, not another folded space. Void monsters should not appear here. That door. Could it be that the door connects to the Void world? Without thinking too much, Lin Bei immediately summoned Xiaohei. Kill it in seconds. Xiaohei let out a roar and pounced forward. Oh! A mouthful of black spit flew out, with an attack power of up to 22,000, directly sending the Void Plunderer back to its Void home. Young man, it's coming. What should I do? It's dead now? The 4 of them widened their eyes, looked at Lin Bei, then at the Void Plunderer, and finally at Xiaohei next to Lin Bei, and performed a Sichuan opera face changing in front of Lin Bei. This is a dragon? Chapter 74. Void monsters can also cooperate? Is this a dragon? Does the world really have creatures like dragons? When the 4 saw Xiaohei's appearance clearly, they were stunned. Ouch! Xiaohei seemed to dislike being stared at like this. He swayed to Lin Bei's side and landed obediently on Lin Bei's shoulder. Let's go. Lin Bei ignored the four people, picked up the dropped tradable lifespan, and continued walking forward. The four of them looked at each other, all with shocked expressions on their faces. Oh my god, that's a dragon. They didn't expect that the legendary dragon actually existed and was raised like a pet by people. These two things were completely beyond their understanding, constantly impacting their worldview. Soon, Lin Bei led the four people through the mine tunnel and came to a huge mine cave. Here is where the door was found. There it is. The miner pointed to the front of the mine and said, looking in the direction of his finger, a narrow crack came into view. The crack had obviously been dug by humans, and the outer edge had been widened a lot, but the project was only half completed. Wait for me here. Lin Bei left the other four behind and went into the crack alone. According to the miners, only one monster came out of the door, and after the Void Reaver was killed, there should be no danger in the mine. Passing through the narrow crack, a 10-meter square cave comes into view. In the cave, there is a bronze door lying flat, with a faint purple glow leaking out from the gap in the door. The ground of the cave near the gap has been stained purple-black. Ooh! As soon as he approached the bronze door, Xiao He became agitated. Lin Bei looked at the bronze door and felt that it looked familiar. This door seemed to be somewhat similar to the doors of the two upgrade trials, but also somewhat different. Could it be that this door also leads to the Void Copy? But how could the bronze door leading to the Void Copy appear in this place? You should know that the attributes of Void creatures are very powerful, so they are only in specific copies. They will not come out to harm people. Otherwise, with their abnormal properties, ordinary professionals will not be their opponents and will only be slaughtered. Mysterious bronze door. Clue. Suspected to lead to a mysterious world. Clue. The door was ajar, and it seemed someone had gone in. Mission objective. Help the city guard members trapped in the mine to escape. Current progress 3. We're still short of 6 city guard members? Seeing this newly emerged mission target, Lin Bei frowned. Does this mean that they ran into the world inside the door? Thinking of this, Lin Bei's face changed. He was the most qualified person to speak about how perverted the Void Copy was, and the 3 city guards outside were obviously weaklings. If they encountered the Void monsters, he could not think of a second possibility except being slaughtered. Bang! Lin Bei squatted down and pushed hard. The bronze door made a dull bang and was pushed open a wide gap. Xiao He, go explore the way first. Lin Bei pulled Xiao He off his shoulder and threw him into the world inside the door. Ooh! Xiao He let out a howl and flew back, expressing his dissatisfaction with Lin Bei's behavior. Seeing that Xiao He was fine, Lin Bei went inside. Passing through the bronze door was like entering another world. Lin Bei was originally in a mine deep underground, but now he was standing on a charred piece of land. This should be a mountain. The bronze door is embedded in the cliff behind. A faint green light flows into this world through the crack of the door. After thinking about it, Lin Bei closed the bronze door again, leaving only a small gap. Then he began to observe this strange world. It was different from the Void Copy he entered during the 2 upgrade trials. This world was extremely real. There was a charred earth beneath my feet and 3 purple suns floating in the sky. This was a mountain with all kinds of plants taking root on it. But these plants are purple and black, which looks a bit weird. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Lin Bei heard the sound of fighting. He was slightly startled and immediately took Xiao He and quietly approached. 2 minutes later, Lin Bei hid behind a huge rock and found the source of the fighting sound. Fuck, can the Void monsters cooperate? When he saw the 2 fighting parties clearly, he took a deep breath. I saw an open space below, with 2 Void Devourers in the front and 2 Void Predators harassing on the flanks, protecting the Void Eye in the back, and their target was actually a Titan giant. The Titan was about 2 or 3 meters tall, with bronze skin all over his body. Apart from his large size, he was not much different from an Earthling. He was holding an iron rod in his hand and was frantically attacking the Void creatures. The 5 Void monsters cooperated well with each other. The Void Devourer with thick blood stood in the front to resist damage. The Void Reaver harassed on the flanks and occasionally went up to tickle the Titan giant, and the Void Eye in the back continuously shot out light balls to deal damage. If they were replaced with human form, it would be like a full-strength team of professionals fighting. This seriously impacted Lin Bei's worldview. In his cognition, whether it was a Void monster or an ordinary monster, they were just monsters without intelligence. However, this scene made him doubt his life. These 5 Void monsters were clearly just like humans. Not only did they cooperate with each other tacitly, but they also kept communicating in a strange language that he had never heard of before, but which he could strangely understand. This scene is very similar to the scene of professional hunting. The Eye of the Void is level 20. There is also a level 23 Void Reaver, and the remaining 3 are all level 25. Lin Bei secretly looked at them from the boulder, then looked at the Titan. This is also level 25. Could it be that this game is mutual? The human world hunts various monsters, and the Void world hunts humans? A bold and terrifying idea emerged in Lin Bei's mind, making him shudder. 10 minutes later, the Titan let out a wail and fell to the ground with a thud. Exactly the same scene as when humans killed monsters. 2 balls of light flew out from the Titan's corpse and fell on the charred ground. Ooh! Xiaohei suddenly nudged Lin Bei, but his voice immediately aroused the vigilance of the 5 void monsters. Wipe! Lin Bei covered Xiaohei's mouth with his hand, but it was too late. 5 void monsters immediately surrounded the boulder. It's over. We've been discovered. Ooh! Hearing Lin Bei's words, Xiaohei struggled hard to break free and howled viciously. It seems to be saying, what are you afraid of? Just kill them. Xiaohei, prepare to fight. There is no other way. This is the only way. Lin Bei stood up directly from the boulder with the poisonous caltrip potion in his left hand and the world-destroying orchid in his right hand. Seeing Lin Bei, the 5 void monsters started communicating again in strange tones. Lin Bei had never heard of this language before, but the strange thing was that although he clearly could not understand it, he knew what it meant in his heart. Another 2-legged monster. It's just right to catch them. Together with those 2-legged monsters, we will present them to the queen. Chapter 75, Pretending to Go Deep. Again? Lin Bei was about to fight back, but suddenly stopped, and they directly recalled Xiaohei. According to what these 5 void creatures meant, those city guards were captured by them. Thinking of this, Lin Bei immediately raised his hands and said, "Surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." The 5 void creatures seemed to understand Lin Bei's words and stopped approaching. Whoosh! The next moment, the void crawler in the front opened its mouth wide and spit out a ball of mucus towards Lin Bei. The mucus turned into countless silk threads in the wind and tied Lin Bei up tightly. Status: bound? 100. There was a restraint sign above Lin Bei's head, and a blood bar appeared in front of him. The thread-like thing that trapped him has 1,000 points of blood. He should be able to escape by destroying these 1,000 points of blood. You can take out the medicine bottles in the backpack, and you can also summon Xiaohei. Lin Bei tried it and found that he had the ability to fight back, so he simply gave up resisting. Judging from the looks of these 5 monsters, they have no intention of killing him, so it would be better to show weakness to the enemy first and see what they are going to do. Maybe we can also find out the whereabouts of those city guards. A lowly and inferior species. Such a despicable species that is so greedy for life and afraid of death. I really don't understand why the gods would protect these ants. Stop talking nonsense and take this ant back. The 5 void creatures communicated with each other, and their words were full of disdain. It was not directed at Lin Bei, but came from the contempt between races. A void crawler bit the silk thread and threw the trophy onto its back, and then the 5 void creatures left here at an extremely fast speed. Nearly half an hour later, the 5 void monsters stopped. Lin Bei silently calculated in his mind that these monsters were faster than humans, and they probably walked nearly 30 kilometers in half an hour. Turning around, a tribe nestled in the mountains and beside the water came into view. It was similar to an ancient human tribe, but inhabited by strange void creatures. The 5 monsters carried Lin Bei to the tallest animal hide tent in the tribe and said in strange words, "Dear Queen, we have captured another 2-legged monster." Soon, the animal skin tent was lifted up by a purple-black claw, and a humanoid void creature walked out. To say that she is in human form only means that she has some similarities with humans. Overall, she is more like a void creature, such as her purple-black skin, 6 long legs as slender as spiders, and the antlers that rise from her head. Only the face looks a bit like a human, but this monster has only 1 purple vertical eye and no white of the eye, which looks very weird. Another 2-leg? The monster, who was honored as the queen, licked her tongue, which scared Lin Bei. That tongue must be half a foot long, too scary. Also, why is this guy licking his tongue? Is he planning to eat himself? First, lock him up. When the Black Cloud Tribe comes to socialize and exchange ideas, we will host a banquet for the queen of the Black Cloud Tribe. The monster queen pointed at the tent opposite and said while licking her tongue, "Yes, your majesty." The void crawler carrying Lin Bei lowered its head and swung Lin Bei to the ground. Then he picked up Lin Bei and threw him into the opposite tent. A foul odor hit him, and Lin Bei quickly twisted his body and sat up, looking into the tent. The 6 city guards were indeed here, bound by the strange silk threads just like him, with despair on their faces. They ate, drank, defecated and urinated here, and the foul smell came from there. Alas, another one has been caught. These monsters deserve to die. Seeing another companion being captured, the 6 members of the city guards couldn't help but sigh. But his body was bound by silk threads, and apart from his verbal skills, he could not cause any substantial harm to the void monster. Little brother, why haven't I seen you before? Are you a miner in the mine? At this time, a member of the city guard found that Lin Bei was a stranger and couldn't help but ask. The reason they appeared here was to rescue the miners trapped in the mine. Lin Bei was not a member of the city guard, so he naturally mistook Lin Bei for a miner in the mine. Lin Bei did not answer him, but looked at the task panel. Mission objective: help the city guard members trapped in the mine to escape. Current progress 9. All trapped city guard members have been found. Please lead them to a safe area. As the system prompt appeared, Lin Bei heard a map prompt sound, but it did not appear on the foggy map in front of him. This shows that this place and the Earth do not belong to the same space. After confirming that these were the 6 members of the city guard, Lin Bei immediately summoned Xiao He and broke the restraints on his body. You. Seeing Lin Bei escape from trouble, several people were stunned. They were unable to react for a moment. It was obvious that Lin Bei was bound by the mysterious silk thread just like them. They had tried various methods before, but were unable to break free from the silk thread. Little brother, how did you break the thread? Help us cut this thread. We're saved. We have a chance to escape. Seeing Lin Bei escape from trouble, the 6 people's eyes suddenly showed a strong desire to escape. Follow me closely in a moment. As Lin Bei spoke, he directed Xiao He to break the silk threads. At this time, the 6 people saw Xiao He floating beside Lin Bei and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this a dragon? Oh my God, the legendary creature actually exists. Little brother, aren't you a miner in the mine?" The 6 people reacted and realized that possessing a dragon was definitely not as simple as being a miner in a mine. Shangguan Feishue asked me to come and save you, Lin Bei said to the 6 people, then opened the tent and walked out. Little brother. Seeing Lin Bei walk out so arrogantly, the 6 people hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Little brother, there are many monsters in this tribe. We can't just leave. Let's wait until they are all asleep at night, and then we can quietly leave. Yeah, little brother, you don't know. These monsters are very scary. We are no match for them at all. Besides, there are many monsters here. If they find us trying to escape, we will probably be torn to pieces. The 6 people had fear on their faces. They had experienced the power of the void monster. Before, the 6 of them were no match for a void monster, and they accidentally entered the door when they were being chased. As soon as I came to this world, I was captured by 5 monsters and had no power to fight back. If those monsters hadn't wanted to kill them directly, they would have already become blood food in their stomachs. After hearing what the 6 people said, Lin Bei paused. He turned around and looked at the 6 people, shook his head and said, "Leave? Who said I'm leaving? Follow me closely, or I won't come to save you a second time." Chapter 76: Horrifying Speculations. Little brother. The 6 people wanted to say something, but Lin Bei had already walked out. The 6 people looked at each other, but finally gritted their teeth and followed. They were sent by the city lord. Maybe they can defeat those monsters. Lin Bei walked out of the tent and went straight to the tallest tent opposite. He had some guesses in his mind. Could this be the world where void creatures were born? And has the game of battle between gods and demons also descended into this world? This is absurd. Even though he has lived 2 lives as a human, he has always believed that the monsters in the battle between gods and demons are all fictionalized by the rules of the game. The various ghosts in the Lost World series and the Underworld, including the most difficult void copy, are all materialized by the rules of the game. But everything he saw made him change his mind. The void world is real, and the void creatures are as flesh and blood as humans, and they also incorporate the same game rules of the battle between gods and demons. They are just like humans on Earth, and can fight monsters and upgrade, becoming stronger and stronger. It's just that the monsters in their eyes are bipedal monsters like humans. This speculation can be supported by the fact that the 5 void creatures killed the Titan. However, he still needed to further confirm these things. Thinking of this, Lin Bei directly opened the tent and walked in. You? The queen of the tribe turned her head sharply when she heard the noise. When she saw Lin Bei appear in the tent, a hint of surprise flashed in her purple vertical eyes. Xiao He. Lin Bei did not hesitate and directly commanded Xiao He to release his skills. Call the wind. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere in the tent, turning the tall tent upside down in an instant. The queen of the tribe was submerged by the hurricane, and strings of red numbers floated above her head. At the same time, Lin Bei also threw a bottle of corrosive potion at him. The queen of the tribe was attacked and a red blood bar appeared above her head. Void Pain, level 40. 27440. It turns out that this monster is called Void Pain. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and stared at the monster in the hurricane. In just 2 breaths, more than half of the Void Pain's health was knocked down. Although this thing had tens of thousands of dual resistances, it was no match for Xiao Hei's super high attributes and blood suppression. Coupled with Lin Bei's 104-fold amplification potion and the Void Killer effect, it was almost an instant kill. The next moment, the tribal queen Void, who was at level 40, fell to the ground with a wail of pain. 2 white lights flew out of her body and fell not far from Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't pick it up, but stared at the painful corpse on the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds. By the time 10 seconds had passed, the wind-calling skill had long since disappeared, leaving only the overturned tent and the mess on the ground. The Void's painful corpse still lay on the ground, and did not turn into a shadow and disappear like the previous monsters. It is indeed so. Lin Bei rubbed his teeth and felt a little fucked up. This monster is truly dead. It did not turn into a shadow and return to the resurrection point, but it is truly dead. He walked forward and found that the monster's body was still warm. What's going on? Respected queen. You killed the queen? At this time, a large group of void monsters were attracted by the noise caused by the hurricane. Seeing Lin Bei and the painful corpse of the void under Lin Bei's feet, these void monsters went crazy instantly. How dare you, you despicable creature, attack the queen. Tear him apart. Avenge the queen. The surrounding void monsters rushed towards Lin Bei like crazy, wishing to tear Lin Bei to pieces alive. At this time, the 6 members of the city guard had just walked out of the tent when they saw a large group of void monsters rushing towards them. They were immediately frightened and turned pale, and almost collapsed to the ground. Xiao Hei. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and immediately took out 2 bottles of potion and threw them out. The Caltra potion and Chaos potion quickly submerged all the monsters. At the same time, Xiao Hei flew into the sky and let out an angry dragon roar. Call for rain. Control thunder and lightning. Under Lin Bei's command, Xiao Hei used 2 skills in a row. In an instant, raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky, and a large number of dark clouds gathered and turned into thunderstorm clouds that covered the area. These raindrops hit the ground like sharp arrows, and the lightning bombarded the ground mercilessly. Coupled with the high poison damage of the double potion, these monsters had no time to react and were instantly killed by the quadruple damage. Rays of white light flew out from the monster's body. The entire tribe was dead silent, and was illuminated by a large number of light balls. The 6 city guards were terrified, staring blankly at the corpses on the ground. When they looked at Lin Bei again, they suddenly felt that the young man in front of them was extremely domineering, even more domineering than the city lord. So many horrible monsters. Were they all destroyed just like that? Let's go. Lin Bei quickly picked up the large amount of spoils on the ground into his backpack, then waved to the 6 people. The 6 people finally reacted and immediately followed Lin Bei away. When he came, Lin Bei deliberately confirmed the direction. Now he led the 6 people and rode non-stop, heading straight for the mountain where the bronze gate was. An hour later, the 7 people finally found the bronze door. Walk. Lin Bei didn't hesitate. He opened the bronze door and rushed in. After all 6 people passed through the bronze door, Lin Bei immediately pulled the bronze door shut until it was tightly closed, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Can we just destroy this door? He thought about it and asked Xiao Hei to attack the bronze door. A mouthful of black phlegm was spat on the bronze door, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any ripples. It seems that it is not possible. Seeing that there was no effect, Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. This door has no health bar, so it seems that it cannot be destroyed directly. In fact, even if it can be destroyed, it won't make much sense. Although he doesn't know how many doors connect the Earth and the Void World, he can be sure that there are definitely more than one. Moreover, the tribes of void monsters are so close to the mountain, they should not be unaware of the existence of this door. They have never entered the Earth's space. Perhaps there is some kind of restriction? At this time, Lin Bei thought of the Void Plunderer in the mine. He couldn't help but frown. Those void monsters were obviously very smart and could think independently like humans. Why was the Void Plunderer in the mine tunnel like an ordinary beast, with an undeveloped look? Also, Those void monsters in the upgrade trial don't seem to have any intelligence. Doubts came to Lin Bei's mind one after another, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Both the void world and the human world exist in reality. Since void creatures can be truly killed, what about humans? Will there be a day when professionals will become like those void monsters in the void world, unable to be resurrected? Chapter 77. Take the blame and ask the god of medicine for help. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lin Bei quickly left the mine with 9 city guards and 1 miner. As soon as I returned to the main city number 001, I saw 2 armed helicopters parked at the city gate. A group of people in camouflage uniforms surrounded the city. 2 people were in the middle and were being lectured by an old man. Look, it's the god of medicine. The medicine god is there. Just then, someone spotted Lin Bei returning and immediately shouted. Everyone looked towards Lin Bei with delight on their faces. The old man who was giving the lecture was even more delighted and walked quickly towards Lin Bei. Medicine god. The old man took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, I am Hu Xinjian, the commander-in-chief of the Great Xia army. I have long heard of the name of the god of medicine, and today I finally see him in person. Chun Jianxi is my subordinate, the guy with the codename Xianqianqianqiangang. This old man is the leader of the Kyoto division, Hu Xinjian. Ever since he learned that Bureau 749 had offended the god of medicine, he didn't even have time to ask for instructions from his superiors. He immediately rushed over on a helicopter, ready to teach those people from Bureau 749 a lesson in front of the god of medicine in order to ease the relationship between him and the god of medicine. The whole world is in chaos now, and the level 20 world is wreaking havoc everywhere. Although Daxia is ahead in level, it is no match at all. Chun Jianxi also paid a bottle of holy medicine as the price in the Northeast Division and was able to lead a large army to kill a level 20 world. Holy medicine is the nickname given by high-ranking military officials to the little red medicine bought from the god of medicine, and its effect is truly miraculous. Originally, Chen Jianxi could not withstand the damage from the world, but after using the holy medicine, he could actually fight against the world. With Chen Jianxi standing in the front to hold back, others dared to step forward to attack. But they have limited holy medicines in their hands, and there are still several places in Daxia that need rescue. Only by asking the god of medicine to take action can this disaster be completely resolved. Otherwise, many places will suffer severe damage, and the level of disaster may be no less than a super earthquake. Hee. After Lin Bei shook hands with Hu Xinjian, he smiled and said, Mr. Hu, what are you doing? I've already said that I'm not interested in joining Bureau 749. How come my subordinates can't get the job done? Is Mr. Hu coming here in person to use his power to force me to join you? As soon as these words came out, Hu Xinjian's face suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hands and said, How could that be, medicine god? You misunderstood. I came here specifically to apologize to you, medicine god. It was because I didn't communicate well with them that caused this misunderstanding. As he said that, he turned sideways and waved at Liangxiu Qingfeng and Wu Wei. Why don't you two get over here? Liangxiu Qingfeng and Wu Wei looked unhappy. Hu Xinjian scolded them like children in front of Lin Bei and so many people, which made them feel embarrassed. But a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking one. Although the two sides are not in the same system, Hu Xinjian's rank is much higher than theirs. Even if they are unhappy, they dare not speak out and can only come over obediently. I will ask Director Liu to explain in person. Now apologize to the god of medicine immediately. Hu Xinjian shouted at the two of them in a low voice. The two did not dare to neglect it and could only bow their heads and say, We are the ones who don't know how to speak, and we offended the medicine god. Please forgive us, medicine god. Hee. Lin Bei smiled and ignored them. Hu Xinjian immediately said with a straight face, Louder! Haven't you two eaten yet? I'm sorry, medicine god. We are not good at speaking and offended you. Please don't hold it against us, medicine god. The two of them lowered their heads, and their voices were much louder, but they sounded like they were squeezed out from between teeth. This unconvinced tone immediately made Hu Xinjian's face change, and he felt a pang in his heart. How could these two people be so ungrateful? What era is it now? They still use their official power to intimidate others. Besides, don't you see who is suppressing you? Yao Xin is currently the strongest fighter in Daxia. If he really wants to kill you too, it will be useless even if he sends all his troops over. If such a person were really forced to leave, it would definitely be a huge loss for Daxia. What's the matter? Tell me. At this time, Lin Bei suddenly asked. He was too lazy to pay attention to these two people, but he had a good impression of the military behind him who looked so majestic. Hu Xinjian was delighted when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Medicine God, not long ago, level 20 worlds appeared in various places. These are different from ordinary monsters. They will cross the safe zone and frantically attack the people in the safe zone. Now several places have fallen. Our people are no match for them. Please ask the God of Medicine to help us eliminate these worlds. It's not in vain that you, Medicine God, took action. Kill one world and I can trade my lifespan for 1,000 days." Hu Xinjian felt a little painful and stretched out a finger and said, 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. How long will it take the soldiers to fight to get that amount? But in order to solve the disaster brought to the world, they have to give it a try. 1,000 days can be traded for life. As a citizen of Xia, he should help with disaster relief. Why does he want money? When Liang Xiao Qingfeng heard that the lifespan of a world could be traded for 1,000 days, his eyes widened immediately, but he did not dare to speak loudly and only muttered softly. But these words still reached Lin Bei and Hu Xinjian's ears clearly. "Just shut up." Hu Xinjian stared at the guy, wishing he could kick him twice. I really don't know how the 749 Bureau selected people who allowed someone with such moral character to climb up. Don't worry, Mr. Hu. I didn't intend to stand idly by. As a citizen of Daxia, I have some awareness of this. Lin Bei smiled and nodded, but then changed the subject and said, "But I hope that what I do is out of my inner sense of belonging and responsibility, rather than being forced to do so by some people's frivolous words. Also, I hope no one will bother me again in the future." "No problem." Hu Xinjian agreed immediately, and in front of so many people, he promised, "Don't worry, Medicine God. I promise that no one will bother you again. I will negotiate with the 749th Bureau and the higher-ups as well. I will do my best to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. Drug God, please come this way. I will accompany you to the scene of the incident." "Give me a moment." Lin Bei did not refuse anymore. He quickly returned to the main city with 9 city guards and 1 miner and delivered the task to Shangwan Feishue. Then he quickly walked out and got on the plane with Hu Xinjian. The speed of the armed helicopter was indeed much faster than that of a hurried journey. After just a few minutes, they arrived at the Ningqing safety zone. A giant with a green face and fangs was waving a mace and wreaking havoc. The suburban area had been destroyed beyond recognition. A large number of professionals gathered at the edge of the city to watch, but no one dared to step forward to stop the world. Many people have tried it before. Even those professionals who have passed the upgrade trial could not withstand the damage of the world. Some low-level professionals were killed instantly by a stick and did not pose any threat at all. It's over. We're almost downtown. Alas, I don't know where the God of Medicine has gone. Now everything is over. Our home is going to be destroyed. Seeing the world approaching little by little, everyone showed despair. Behind them was the home where they grew up, but now it was about to be burned down, and they could only watch helplessly without being able to change it. Bah, what a bullshit Medicine God. He must be unable to defeat the world, so he is scared and hides away. What are you yelling at? If you have the guts, go and stop them. That's right. If I don't even dare to go, why should I ask the Medicine God to stop us? So, shouldn't he have taken action since he's level 23? With great power comes great responsibility. If he had tried and couldn't win, then we wouldn't have said anything. But he didn't even show up. Stop arguing. Look what that is. Wuji. 2 Wuji. The Medicine God left on a Wuji before. Could it be that the Medicine God has come? Chapter 78. Kill the boss instantly and become the hero that everyone is paying attention to. Seeing the 2 weapons flying straight towards the world, the people who had originally had despair on their faces suddenly became excited, showing hopeful looks, and were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. Medicine God. I hope it's the Medicine God who has arrived. It has to be the God of Medicine. I don't want my family to be gone just like that. I hope it's the God of Medicine. I hope it's the God of Medicine. Amid people's silent prayers, the 2 armed helicopters finally approached the world. Shiji noticed the buzzing sound of the attack helicopter, turned around and swung his mace at it. Fortunately, the pilot had excellent skills and managed to dodge the attack helicopter. It seemed that he was angry, and the helicopter fired a bomb at the world. Boom. The bomb hit, causing a violent explosion. But a faint white light appeared on the surface of the world, directly making it immune to the damage caused by the bomb. Medicine God, let's land first. Hu Xinjian was a little worried. If the Medicine God jumped from a height of dozens of meters, wouldn't he be smashed into a meat patty? Although people now have professional powers, They will still lose blood if they fall from a high altitude. There was a news report before that a person jumped from a 10-story building and fell directly back to the resurrection point. Need not. Lin Bei shook his head and then jumped directly off the helicopter. Call. The wind whistled in his ears, and his robe fluttered in the air. A large amount of wind rushed in through the skull mask, making Lin Bei's cheeks hurt. Xiaohei. It was dozens of meters high and arrived in an instant. Just before landing, Lin Bei summoned Xiaohei, stepped on Xiaohei, and used the force to rush upwards. His strength was very high, and he overcame gravity, stepped on Xiaohei and jumped up, then landed steadily. But Xiaohei was not so lucky. Just as he came out and was about to roar, Lin Bei stepped on him and he fell to the ground. Oh, whoa. Xiaohei whimpered with tears in his eyes, feeling very aggrieved. Prepare for battle. Lin Bei turned his back to Xiaohei, took out the corrosive potion with his left hand and the poisonous caltra potion with his right hand, and threw them directly over. The two potions take effect immediately, causing high damage to the world. Xiaohei let out a howl, and although he was a little dissatisfied, he quickly entered a fighting state, turning his grievances into motivation and venting all his anger on the world. Pooh. First there was a mouthful of black phlegm. Then he immediately looked up to the sky and roared like a dragon, activating his skills. Call the wind. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere, sucking the world in so that it could not move and could only circle in place. In an instant, the world lost half of its health. It's the god of medicine. It must be the god of medicine. The medicine god has taken action. My god. He has knocked off half of the blood in one go. Ah! Medicine god is so handsome. The professionals watching from a distance only saw a small black leaping down from the sky, and then it was submerged by a hurricane, and the red health bar was suddenly emptied by half. It goes without saying that the one who can cause such high damage must be a level 23 medicine god. Medicine god, be careful. Just then, someone shouted loudly. People immediately looked nervous, and then they let out a roar and used brute force to force their way out of the hurricane. Roar. He got angry and raised the mace and smashed it towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei frowned. The fact that he could actually come out of Xiaohei's wind-calling skill showed that his strength attribute was also considerable. He was worthy of being the world. This attribute is probably not much lower than that of void creatures. He did not use the iron potion to withstand it, but instead used the void shuttle skill to avoid the attack range of the mace before it fell. After returning from the void world, Lin Bei decided to hone his fighting skills and no longer rely on brute force like before. God knows what kind of horror is hidden in the void world. If there is something with attributes more terrifying than oneself, without sufficient combat skills, there will probably be only one way to go, which is death. Whoosh. It happened in the blink of an eye. The void shuttle skill took effect, and Lin Bei's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared 10 meters away. The next moment, the mace fell with a bang, raising a lot of dust. Call for rain. Xiaohei immediately activated the rain-calling skill, and bean-sized raindrops fell rapidly like sharp swords, not only causing heavy damage to the enemy, but also preventing the dust from affecting Lin Bei. The hurricane and raindrops mixed together like a powerful combo skill, causing the world's health bar to drop rapidly. However, the linkage between these two skills does not have any special effect, but the visual effect is very shocking. In addition, calling rain will break the enemy's double resistance, which can increase the damage caused by calling wind a little bit. But the world only had more than 50,000 health left, and calling rain caused more than 30,000 damage, so calling wind's damage did not show up. Before the second stage damage of the 2 bottles of potions could be dealt, the world's health bar was emptied, and the huge body staggered and fell to the ground with a bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of white light flew out from it and landed at Lin Bei's feet. There are 7 or 8 balls of light. There are really a lot of spoils in this world. Kill World Bernillion, level 20, and gain 20,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have reached level 24. Ding. Your pet Xiaohei has reached level 12. Get 324 days of tradable life. Obtained item. Fire Rain Skill Book, blue. Obtained item. Thorn Entanglement Skill Book, blue. Obtained item. Ordinary Fusion Stone. World Announcement. Player. I'm not the god of medicine kills World Bernillion, level 20, alone, and is rewarded with the title World Guardian. As the world fell to the ground, a world announcement rang in the ears of all professionals around the world. The onlookers on the edge of Ningqing City went crazy when they heard the announcement. It's really the medicine god. I said he is the medicine god. No one except the medicine god can kill the world alone. Ah, ah, medicine god is so handsome. Medicine god, I love you. World guardian, medicine god is too powerful. Invincible. You haven't noticed? This is not a national announcement. This is a world announcement. Medicine God is the first person in the world to kill the world alone. Now let's see how those people on the internet can refute it. A global announcement has been made. Those little haters are going to get a slap in the face. Medicine God, the eternal God. At this moment, in their hearts, the God of medicine is the patron saint of the world.